My elder sister is a superstar. Chapter 632 to Chapter 681. Wang Zijin got up at 9 o'clock in the morning and opened her eyes. She looked tired, but her eyes were full of happiness and sweetness. She was a first wife, and her heart was full of infinite tenderness. Xianxia woke up early, holding her with one hand and sending a message on his mobile phone with the other. Seeing her wake up, Xianxia silently turned off his mobile phone and kissed her on the forehead. "Oh, paparazzi aunt is dead." Wang Zijin smiled. She glanced at the last picture of the mobile phone screen before it was turned off. He was chatting with Qin Baobao. She frowned and said, "What did your sister say?" "She sent me a video last night." "You know her temper. She came this morning to question me." Xianxia said, "She also sent you a message, but you didn't reply." "I said I was too tired during the day and went to bed early." "She's just a sister. She's more annoying than me, right?" Wang Zijin said a little bad thing. "Yeah." Xianxia nodded. He didn't defend his sister. Wang Zijin was a little happy. "Are you tired?" Xianxia's soft body was full of warmth and fragrance. The morning was an impulsive time. "I'm not tired." After saying that, Wang Zijin felt that something was off. "Little sister, do you want to do it again?" "Go." Wang Zijin rolled and shrank to the corner of the bed with the quilt. Hey, Xianxia's body was exposed. He quickly hid 20,000 miles under the sea and then rushed to grab the quilt with Wang Zijin. "Then don't make trouble. I'll sleep for a while." Wang Zijin pushed his chest with her small hand. Yeah. Xianxia had experience in this. After the first time he taught Suyu, she was also in pain for a long time and specially went to buy anti-inflammatory drugs. Although he restrained himself last night, he still tossed from 9 o'clock in the evening to 10:30, and Wang Zijin cried. After all, she was not as good as Suyu and could not stand Xianxia's destruction. The servant helped Jiao Jiao up weekly. It was the first time she received the favor, so Wang Zijin's exhaustion was understandable. It was raining outside at 9 o'clock in the morning. The sky was gloomy and dark. Xianxia hugged Wang Zijin's soft body and slowly fell asleep. His body is really good. He can sleep whenever he wants. Wang Zijin muttered. She was so tired that she couldn't fall asleep. The joy and happiness of reality were far more attractive to her than sleep. She quietly stared at the face that was right in front of her. It was just like before, but this time, her mentality was completely different. In the past, Xianxia was in her heart, but now, Xianxia was in her body. It was not the same thing at all. Wang Zijin quietly approached Xianxia's face and kissed from his eyebrows to his lips. Her heart was as sweet as honey. She didn't know if beauty was in the eye of the beholder. He was getting better and better. His eyebrows were as heavy as thick ink, his eyelashes were dense and long, his nose was very high, and his lips were slightly thick. She heard a saying that people with thin lips had a cold character. Qin Baobao and Suyu both had thin lips and were cold women. As far as lips were concerned, she and Xianxia were the best match. Wang Zijin thought. Donating to the disaster relief this time had not been in vain. Although she had slept with a man before getting engaged, she had gained a lot of happiness. The previous Wang Zijin had died. Now she was called Nyabalu Zijin. At noon, Wang Zijin woke up refreshed, but there was no sign of Xianxia beside the bed. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. When she saw Xianxia standing by the window in big pants, she was relieved. She leaned against the bed and stretched her waist lazily. "What time is it?" 11:30. The rain was still falling, and the sky was pale. Xianxia turned off the air conditioner, and the cool wind blew in from the window, making him feel comfortable. "I'm hungry. I'll order the meal now." Xianxia nodded, turned around, picked up the phone beside the bed, and dialed the number to order the meal. Wang Zijin subconsciously glanced at his crotch, and her face was slightly red. "Do you want it?" Xianxia smirked. He woke up for a while, and the temptation of naked embrace was too great for him. Other men were exhausted after the first spurt of energy, but he was more and more courageous. So he went to the window to cool down. Wang Zijin spat and wrapped herself in a towel. "I'm going to take a shower." One more time before you shower. Xianxia pounced on the bed and pulled her back to the bed. He straddled Wang Zijin, put his hands on his hips, and shook his human cannon, a lewd smile on his face. Oh, Wang Zijin's face turned pale, and she begged softly. Call me brother. Then call me daddy? Zijin bit her lip, too embarrassed to speak. I'll come if you don't call me that. He shook even harder. Brother, brother. Her face was red. Xianxia finally let her go. Looking at her back view, he shouted, let's shower together. Get lost. Wang Zijin slipped into the bathroom and closed the door with a bang. Xianxia lit a cigarette, sat cross-legged on the bed, and laughed. I've finally gotten hard. In his own words, after being dominated by his sister and Wang Zijin for so many years, he was finally unyielding today. Xianxia realized something. Women were different from each other. He used to see people on the internet saying, they're all the same after the lights are off. The person who said this must be a short-sighted otaku. But it turned out that women were different. He probably wouldn't be able to see it in this lifetime. He hoped that he could taste it one by one. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. His phone rang. The caller ID showed, Suyao. Hello? Xianxia frowned and answered. Are you at the Grand Hyatt Hotel? Suyao asked. How did you know? I'm here too. Let's have lunch together? His attitude towards this biological uncle of his could not be considered to be respectful and distant, but it was also impossible for him to interact with him harmoniously. Like his mother, he only hoped that he would not disturb his peaceful life. Uncle just wants to have lunch with you, Suyao said. Okay. Xianxia called to cancel the order. After waiting for 20 minutes, Wang Zijin came out of the bathroom. She looked brand new. But her complexion was a little bad. She had light bags under her eyes and a slightly pale face. The way she walked was also a little awkward. The food isn't here yet. I'm starving. She was disappointed that she didn't see lunch. I booked a private room downstairs. Let's go down and eat. Xianxia leaned over and looked at her eyes. What are you looking at? The book says that after a virgin is broken, the eyebrows will not be smooth. It's a lie. I can't tell. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. We can just eat in the room. Why did you book a private room? A long, business friend happened to be there and asked me to go down for lunch. Oh. Wang Zijin had no objections. She asked, do you want to take a shower? I've already showered. They left the room and went downstairs. On the way, he saw her walking in an awkward way with small steps. Xianxia asked, does it hurt? Yes. She frowned. Xianxia said, I'll ask the waiter later if the hotel has any anti-inflammatory drugs. Wang Zijin blushed and nodded. Pushing open the door of the private room, the first thing she saw was Suyao opposite the door. Beside him was a young girl with regular features and a clean temperament. The moment she saw Xianxia, she was elated. But she tried hard to suppress the joy on her face. Her gaze and expression made Wang Zijin a little uncomfortable. It was just like how Xianxia was uncomfortable with those naked gazes on his sister. It was an instinct to protect her food. Yan, ask the waiter to serve the food, Suyao ordered. Yan answered happily and ran out of the door. Suyao, the big boss of Wen City. He also has shares in the factory in Shenzhen. He's a business partner, Xianxia introduced. Wang Zijin, my girlfriend. Wang Zijin reached out her hand and said, nice to meet you, Mr. Su. Good. Suyao shook hands with her and was slightly absent-minded. Was this also his niece-in-law? Sure enough, as Guang said, this nephew was a bit romantic. Suyao cast a questioning and worried look at Xianxia. As an elder, he naturally had to pay attention to the emotional problems of the younger generation. He could see that the relationship between Suyu and Xianxia was by no means an ordinary relationship between a boss and a secretary. It was a very pure feeling. But Su Guang also said that Xianxia's girlfriend was called Wang Zijin. It should be the one in front of him. Then there was a question. Did Wang Zijin and Suyu know each other? Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't care about him. He brought Wang Zijin here, which showed that he didn't care about Su Yao's feelings. If it were his father, Qin Zhe would kneel in minutes. Su Yao sighed in his heart. He still couldn't walk into his nephew's heart. When it came to Qin Zhe, he didn't just feel guilty. This was his sister's first child. It was an unbearable memory filled with blood and tears. This child was something that his nephew, as well as his own son and daughter, couldn't compare to. He was good to his sister's other child just because he was the uncle. This couldn't make up for the regret and guilt in his heart. Otherwise, he would have let go of it all these years. How did you know I was here? Qin Zhe asked again. Su Yao inexplicably appeared in the disaster area and knew that he was in this hotel. Qin Zhe felt that it was unreasonable. He even suspected that Su Yao had been paying attention and monitoring him. The news of you donating to the disaster area is all over the internet. Su Yao smiled and said, coincidentally, I also donated. At this point, he sighed. Qin Zhe was stunned. He turned on his phone and browsed through the news. Sure enough, yesterday's entertainment headlines were about him personally donating to the disaster area. After casually flipping through the comments, the netizens praised him. This is much more generous than other celebrities. What's a celebrity? Don't compare him with a celebrity. Being a celebrity is just his part-time job. Oh my God, he donated 7 million a few days ago, and now he's going to the disaster area. My husband is really caring. I'm giving Qin Zhe a thumbs up. If it's a show, I hope he can continue to show off. Thumbs up. Qin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. The more positive his image was, the further he would go. It was the same in all walks of life. Even writing novels had to pay attention to positive energy. Some people who drove every day to destroy idioms and dictionaries were considered unorthodox. At this moment, Su Yanyan, who had ordered the dishes, returned. A moment later, the waiter brought plates of dishes to the table. The dishes had been prepared long ago, but they had not been served yet. Qin Zhe turned off his phone reluctantly. He clinked glasses with Su Yao and said, do you need to personally come to the disaster relief? Su Yao smiled faintly. I'm also here to discuss a business deal. Business deal? A post-disaster reconstruction project. Qin Zhe instinctively smelled something fishy. He looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin put down her chopsticks and chewed her food. As she ate, she typed on her phone. She looked very cute. Donation in exchange for project. It was concise and comprehensive. Qin Zhe, who was no longer the same as before, immediately understood. As expected, it was a dirty deal. Whose money was the easiest to earn? Women? Children? Of course, it was the government. Building railways was profitable. Building highways was profitable. Building railways was profitable. Building highways was profitable. Earning until your legs went weak. But this kind of project could not be obtained by ordinary people. In the process of earthquakes and floods, we can often see many companies donating tens of millions to hundreds of millions to disaster relief. This was not just about love. For these companies that spent money to contribute, the government would give them something in return. It was good that everyone knew about this kind of deal. Don't spread it. There was no wine on the table, so the four of them ate quietly. Qin Zhe and Su Yao occasionally exchanged a few words. The intelligent and sensitive Wang Zijin immediately noticed that something was wrong. Although Qin Zhe was not a smooth and slick person, he was still very good at socializing. If they were business partners, how could he be so cold? If their relationship was broken, why would he attend the banquet? She picked up her phone and was about to ask Qin Zhe when she received a message from Qin Baobao. Have you had lunch? Wang Zijin replied, I'm eating now. Qin Baobao, that's good. Wang Zijin, huh? Then, Qin Baobao sent her a few pictures. The first picture was of deep-fried grasshoppers. Fat grasshoppers were skewered with toothpicks and fried until they were golden yellow. Skewer your head with mine, skewer a lucky grass, skewer a concentric circle. The second picture was still deep-fried. It was a big pot of maggots. People with trypophobia would scream when they saw it. The third picture was even scarier. A newborn mouse was red all over and its eyes were black. It had not even opened its eyes yet and was being cooked in soup. Wang Zijin shivered and put down her phone with a pale face. She finally understood what the crying monster meant by "that's good." "Why aren't you eating?" Xianxia noticed that she was in a daze and asked. "Why is your sister like this?" "Beat her to death," Wang Zijin cried. "Xianxia?" Wang Zijin handed the phone over. Xianxia was speechless after reading it. "Damn it, I don't want to eat anymore. I'm convinced by the Cantonese people. My sister probably found something good and can't wait to share it with you," Xianxia said. He didn't believe it himself. It was very strange. He could imagine his sister snickering on the other side of the phone. But his sister couldn't use this thing to disgust him. "My sister really loves me the most." "Where did your heart go?" Wang Zijin said angrily. "What's wrong?" Su Yanyan asked curiously. "It's nothing." Xianxia smiled. "This girl should be his cousin. I have so many cousins. It's a pity that I don't have a sister complex. Otherwise, I could shoot at the world." Xianxia ignored his uncle, but was especially gentle to girls. So, he gave her a very warm smile. Su Yanyan's heart was beating fast. She mustered up her courage and said, "Xianxia, can we add each other as friends?" I'm your fan." Xianxia said of course and happily scanned the QR code to add her as a friend. Su Yanyan hugged her phone and smiled happily. She wanted a yard after taking an inch. "Can we take a photo together?" Of course, Xianxia wouldn't refuse and took a photo with her. Su Yao frowned. "Yan, eat." Su Yanyan nodded and secretly stuck out her tongue. In front of his children, Su Yao had always been a dignified father. He didn't smile and was strict. It was also because of this that Su Yanyan didn't grow up to be an unruly and willful rich girl. In terms of living expenses, he had always controlled it to be neither more nor less than the children of ordinary families. But compared to the other rich second generation in the circle, Su Yanyan was shy and embarrassed. In Su Yao's words, material things made people decadent and degenerate. "Xianxia, I'm studying at Fudan University. Do you know that it's because of you that I chose Fudan University? Otherwise, I would have gone to Zhejiang University." While speaking, she carefully observed her father's expression. Seeing that he didn't expose her, she was immediately relieved. Actually, with her grades, she couldn't even get into Zhejiang University, let alone Fudan University. Su Yao's children didn't have the demeanor of a top student when he was young. On the other hand, Su Guang's children had good grades. "Is that so? Then I have to thank you." "Haha, no need. Just give me a few more autographed photos." Xianxia and Su Yanyan chatted happily. Su Yanyan was flattered. Although she knew that it was mostly for her father's sake, with Xianxia's status and fame, he didn't need to give her so much face. She still had this much self-awareness. During the meal, Su Yao's phone rang. After listening to the call, his face turned sour and he frowned. "Dad, what's wrong?" Su Yanyan asked carefully. "Nothing." Su Yao shook his head. "Is it a donation?" Xianxia asked. He heard the content of the phone call just now. Since he asked, Su Yao said with a bitter smile, "I met with a competitor. Not only did they donate, but they also gave me a commission. Anyway, you all know, so they called and asked me to donate 5 million more. And they even added a commission." Xianxia thought to himself, this guy is really dirty. The point is that I've already donated the money. If it's a few million, I'll let it go. But this is not a one-time deal. If you can't stop the other party from throwing money at you, I have to do the same. Otherwise, the money I donated before would really be a show of love, Su Yao said. Isn't that good? Show your love, don't be so materialistic, Xianxia said lightly. Hearing this, Su Yao shook his head with a bitter smile. Su Yanyan immediately nodded. Well said. Her father glared at her and she immediately lowered her head to eat. Su Yao sighed helplessly and frowned. Wang Zijin sent a message to Xianxia. Do you need my help? Xianxia, is it troublesome? Wang Zijin, just say the word. Xianxia, okay. Wang Zijin smiled and said, Boss Su, this is actually easy. I'll go out and make a call. She thought that Su Yao and Qin Zhe were just ordinary business partners. Since that was the case, of course she would do him a favor. After all, it was nothing. If it was a friend or family member, she would use the toilet as an excuse and settle the matter. After that, it would be fine if Su Yao didn't know. If he knew, he would definitely be more grateful to her. Wang Zijin's EQ was very high. She had learned the art of controlling people from her grandfather. It was not just a combination of kindness and authority. After she left, Su Yao looked at Qin Zhe blankly. Qin Zhe didn't know how to explain, so he remained silent and ignored him. It was not good to say things like my girlfriend is the third generation of an official in Beijing. After a while, Wang Zijin came back. A few minutes later, Su Yao's phone rang. After receiving an affirmative reply and tactfully expressing goodwill, Su Yao hung up the phone in shock. When he looked at Wang Zijin again, the look in his eyes was different. Out of concern as an elder, he said, Zijin's family is in politics? Wang Zijin nodded. Yes, my father used to work in Zhe province. Qin Zhe asked curiously, didn't your father work in Shanghai? Wang Zijin smiled. There is a saying in the officialdom. If you want to be a high-ranking official, you must go to 4 places. Fujian, Chongqing, Zhe province, Shanghai, and then Beijing. Although the team has changed a long time ago, my father's name is still very useful in Zhe province. Su Yao was shocked. This official position was not small. When he looked at Qin Zhe again, he felt uncomfortable. Is it really okay for you to do so many things? After dinner, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin left. Only Su Yao and Su Yanyan were left in the private room. Su Yanyan was playing with her phone excitedly. She uploaded a photo of her and Qin Zhe to her circle of friends. She was replying to the envy and jealousy of the girls in the circle. Dad, I didn't expect Qin Zhe to be so amiable. I thought his kindness was just a disguise on the screen. He's so handsome and warm. I like him so much. I have the illusion that I've become friends with him. Do you think he will still talk to me if I contact him the next time I go to Shanghai? Su Yanyan chattered. Su Yao smiled silently. He thought to himself, become friends? You two are actually cousins. But he would not say this, and there was no need to say it. It's a pity that he has a girlfriend. I'm so sad. But I think he must have a good impression of me. Su Yanyan was probably too excited. She said what she said to her friends in a sentimental tone. Su Yao's eyelids twitched. He said angrily, you only know how to chase after celebrities all day. Can you spend your time on studying? Su Yanyan? She sat upright and lowered her head. She felt wronged. She did not know how she made her father angry. After leaving the private room, Wang Zijin searched for Su Yao on the way to her room. She was surprised. Su Yao from Wen City. He's quite famous. How do you know A's? There was still a difference between a billionaire in the industry and a billionaire in the internet industry. The former's total assets were definitely several times more than the latter's. Groups of billionaires were piled up on the internet. But among the same level, those who could do well in the industry were the real powerhouses. Maybe she did not need to do anything just now. Su Yao could handle it by himself. I can't explain it. Qin Zhe sighed. What do you mean? I don't want to talk about it. Qin Zhe thought of something. In fact, even without the system, he was destined to be extraordinary. Even if he failed to rely on his father, he could rely on his uncle. Looking at Su Yao's attitude, even if Qin Zhe wanted shares, he would gladly agree. I owe my sister. I can't repay her in this lifetime. When they parted in Su Town, Su Yao once lamented in front of Qin Zhe. Back in the room, Wang Zijin started to pack up her toothbrush, bath towel, pajamas, towels, and other daily necessities. Qin Zhe sat at the table and texted his sister. Qin Bao Bao, did Wang Zijin scream? She's scared of bugs the most. Qin Zhe, I just want to know if you ate it. Qin Bao Bao, yes, it was delicious. Qin Zhe, okay, please remove the kiss reward from my life. Qin Bao Bao, no, sister didn't eat it. I just saw them eating it and took a picture to show off and pretend that I ate it too. Xianxia's lips curled up. He knew that his sister wouldn't eat such things. She would usually get scared when she saw cockroaches. When they were very young, Xianxia used to scare her with cockroaches, mainly because she ate his pudding and put the cockroach in her pencil case. His sister opened the pencil case and saw a cockroach smiling at her. She was so scared that she almost became retarded. Later, Xianxia was beaten up by his grandfather, who said that if he dared to scare his sister with bugs now, wouldn't it be worse when he grew up, that hit the nail on the head. Qin bao bao, but I ate crocodile meat today. It tasted pretty good. Xianxia, Guangdong has everything. You can eat Hu Jianren if you want. At this moment, he received a message from Su Yanyan. Her ID was waiting for someone bookstore. She said, I'm going back to Shanghai today. When are you going back? Xianxia casually replied, also today. Then there was no follow-up. The avatar showed that she was typing, then stopping, then typing again, then stopping again. The girl was probably hesitating whether to reply. Anyway, it's on the way back. Let's go back together? But she was afraid that it would be too abrupt. In the end, a little girl that he hadn't seen for a long time came to strike up a conversation with him. Little brother, are you in an online relationship? I have a mature voice. During this time, Chen Qingyuan did not pester him much. Xianxia was comforted. A young girl should have a young girl's life and longing. Longing for an old man like him was nothing. In high school, shouldn't she like the school hunk who galloped on the court and dominated the classroom? But later, Peiziki told him that Chen Qingyuan had been very busy recently. She was busy attending cram schools and said that she wanted to go to Harvard, Cambridge, and MIT. At first, everyone laughed at her. But who knew that in half a year, she had improved by leaps and bounds. She had rushed to the top 10 of the class and the top 50 of the grade. She used to learn English like this, how are you? How are you? Pregnant, pounces on a man, admire, oh my god, fail, useless, it was the same for English songs. In the past, when I liked an English song, I would howl all day long, stomach cancer is making trouble again, stomach cancer is making trouble again, but it was different now. Her pronunciation was very accurate. He heard that her family had hired a professional English teacher for her and she learned English every day. Is this girl serious? Xianxia's forehead was full of sweat. Because on Peiziki's birthday, he and Chen Qingyuan made a promise that they would talk about being girlfriends after she got into Harvard, Cambridge, or MIT. At that time, he thought that a girl who was bad at her studies wanted to get into a famous foreign university. Not to mention that she needed to rely on connections. In terms of grades, even if Chen Qingyuan worked together, there was no hope. Seeing that he did not reply, Chen Qingyuan repeated, little brother, are you in an online relationship? I'm big sister Yin. Xianxia replied silently, little sister, I'm not in an online relationship. I'm Lin Jingyin. Chen Qingyuan, Sigma, degree winky face. You're right to be afraid. Go and tutor me. We'll talk about it after you get into Harvard. Even now, Xianxia still did not think that Chen Qingyuan could get in. He was not interested in little sisters. It was not only because of his bad taste, but also because he felt that there was a generation gap between him and Queen Eggy. Queen Eggy talked about love all day long. She would often say, without love, I don't want to live. These were the leftovers from the 90s. Now that they saw Queen Eggy, they felt like they were looking at their younger selves. They were so embarrassed that they wanted to roll on the ground. Xianxia's situation was different. When he was young, he could not get along with many of his peers. Because his family was too strict, he could not accept those who were not mainstream. Of course, in the eyes of his peers, he was the kind of boy who had old-fashioned ideas and was very boring. His cousin, Jiangqing, was said to have slept with several girls. Xianxia was a writer, Shakespeare. Chen Qingyuan, I will definitely get into Harvard. Xianxia, good luck. Chen Qingyuan, don't forget our promise. Xianxia, let's talk about it after you get in. Chen Qingyuan sent a series of fighting emojis and did not continue to pester him. In fact, this was not bad. He could draw a big picture and let the silly girl work hard. Graduating from a prestigious university and graduating from a prestigious university were two different concepts. After graduating from a prestigious university, there was a chance that she would have a major in the future. After graduating from a prestigious university, she would be able to do well in the future. If she really got into Harvard, he believed that the maturing Chen Qingyuan would slowly choose to accept reality. Then, she would spread her wings and soar. Years later, when she recalled it, it would be a sweet and precious memory. After Wang Zijin finished packing up, she urged, "There's nothing left? If there's nothing else, let's go." Xianxia glanced at the spot 3 inches below her lower abdomen and teased, "Does it still hurt?" She blushed, gently knocked on the chestnut, turned sideways slightly, and scolded, "Do you want to die?" Xianxia grinned. He remembered the night when he and Suyu became friends. When he first looked at Suyu's position, although Suyu was shy, she said, "When you stare at the abyss is also staring at you." This was deleted. "Don't look at it." Then Xianxia slipped and fell into the abyss. Sister Ziwei was more conservative and shy than Suyu in this regard. When you stared at the abyss rewarded you with a knock on the head. When you took off your pants and invited the abyss to do it again, the abyss shyly said, "Yamit, yamit." After returning to Shanghai by car, Xianxia and Wang Zijin lived together for a few days. The next day, the abyss recovered from the serious damage it suffered in the hotel in the disaster area. It opened its bloody mouth again and swallowed Xianxia. For Wang Zijin, these few days were probably the most memorable moments of her life. She was in love with her husband. Tui, she was in love with him. After they poked through that layer of window paper, the biggest change in Wang Zijin was buying things. She bought shoes, socks, clothes, expensive buttons, and so on for Xianxia. Suyu was the same. Women often said that they hated mommy's boy the most, but in fact, they liked to treat their boyfriend as their son. It seemed to be the nature of a mother's love. At the end of the month, the rain stopped. Sisters' concert in Guangdong was very smooth, and the reviews were very good. In addition to the previous famous works, there were several songs composed, copied, by Xianxia for her. There were probably few stars who could be like Qin Baobao, releasing new songs without a word. Among them, the most representative song was Lost Contact with Prostitutes in Guangdong, No, Love Story in Guangdong, which Xianxia specially asked her to sing. The overwhelming praise was mostly due to this song. After the video came out, Xianxia watched it twice, once with Wang Zijin and once with Suyu. Netizens were in heated discussion, hoping that Qin Baobao could hold a concert in their city, and then sing a song similar to Love Story in Guangdong. I'm Hunan's, the song is called Hunan's Love Story. No, it should be called Toilet Love Story. I'm from the Northeast. The song is called Anti-Japanese Love Story. I'm Henan's. The song is called Henan's Love Story. No, it should be called Manhole Covers Love Story. Upstairs looking for shit. I'm your father. You wait, the 18-meter broadsword is on the way. Tell the manhole cover not to leave after school. At the end of the month, Xianxia's new movie, My 2008, was released. Xianxia was very concerned about the success or failure of the task. Points were much more valuable than renminbi. During this time, the company vigorously promoted the movie. His Weibo, Qin Baobao's Weibo, and the Weibo of his artists were all promoting the movie. The exposure was enough, and there was a rumor that Xianxia's production must be the best, so there was a strong sense of expectation for the movie. On the same day, at tea time, her father, who had not seen Suyu for a long time, asked her to meet him. He said that Uncle Chen, a former business partner and now an old friend, was coming to Shanghai. The two families, who had a good relationship, came out to meet and have a meal. The location was a quiet Western restaurant, not far from the company, more than 10 kilometers. Suyu did not hesitate and agreed. In the past year, she had only been home a few times, but she had always kept in touch with her father on the phone. In fact, the father and daughter were estranged. Her father, Su Tong, was still the same as always, favoring boys over girls, but it could not be said that he did not like this daughter. His attitude had not changed, but Suyu had changed. She was no longer the daughter who was eager to be recognized and valued by her father, and who was jealous of her brother. The best way to end a relationship was to start another one. This analogy was not appropriate, but it was the truth. Her feelings, her soul, had a new sustenance, and she was not so eager for her father's love. Suyu finished dealing with the company's affairs and rushed to the restaurant's private room. The two families were all there, waiting for her. Sorry, there was something in the company that was not handled well. Suyu explained and sat next to her brother Suhao, but she was actually separated from Suhao by a seat. This was the distance between her and this family. Her father was next to her stepmother and brother. She did not want to sit next to Suhao. Fortunately, the table was large and there were enough seats. The two families sat around a large round table, with a dazzling array of dishes on the table. Uncle Chen laughed and said, Did you return to China the year before last? Suyu smiled and said, I returned to China at the end of 2016. Suyu found that a young man next to Uncle Chen was peeping at her. That was Uncle Chen's son. Suyu remembered that he seemed to be 1 or 2 years younger than her. They were quite familiar with each other in childhood. They met several times after adolescence, and then they never met again. Uncle Chen had a son and a daughter. The daughter was the elder sister, who was the same age as Suyu. Since Suyu entered the private room, she had been scrutinizing Suyu. Uncle Chen's name was Chen Guohua, a very contemporary name, unlike her father Su Tong, whose name was a bit forward. He should be called Su Aigua or Su Jianjun, which was in line with the background of that era. The two families had a deep relationship. Before Su Tong made his fortune, he had drifted thousands of miles to the north for several years. At that time, Su Tong was still struggling at the bottom, and Chen Guohua was his boss. A few years later, Su Tong, who had saved some money, resigned to start a business. He pursued his dream with great ambition. Unfortunately, his dream was beaten by the reality, and he went bankrupt. During the most down-and-out days, Suyu's mother did not leave them. The poor couple continued to work hard with longing and hope for the future. So later, Suyu's mother hated Su Tong, which was reasonable. A man who abandoned his wife was the most ruthless. Su Tong started his second business, looking for investment and borrowing money everywhere. At that time, it was not easy to get loans, unlike later, when loans were like a game. In order to promote the economy, the country printed money crazily. Everyone could easily get loans, and a lot of money was invested in the market. China's economic boom in the past 20 years was one of the factors. Chen Guohua was the person who helped Su Tong when he was in the most difficult time. He injected a lot of money in the name of investment. People who started a business knew that from 10 million to 20 million, it might be troublesome, but it was not too difficult. But from 1,000 to 10 million, it was as difficult as climbing the sky. So Su Tong remembered this favor for many years. In his stormy life, he had many business partners, but after success, there were not many friends who could be loyal to him. Chen Guohua was one of them, and Su Tong valued their friendship very much. During Suyu's childhood, the two families were very close. When Suyu was in junior high school, Chen Guohua withdrew his investment for personal reasons, and Su Tong transferred the focus of his business to his hometown, Shanghai. Shanghai's environment was better than Beijing, because it was the country's financial center, and its unique position advantage was unmatched by any city, including Beijing. Suyu and Chen Ping, who was Chen Guohua's daughter, were of the same age. They were both playmates and archenemies. At least, that was what Chen Ping thought. Chen Ping came from a wealthy family and was the little princess of her family. She was spoiled by the elders and had developed an unruly and arrogant personality. The year she and Suyu met, they were just in elementary school. Chen Ping was wearing a princess dress, and the dolls and toys could be piled up in half of the room. Suyu was just a little girl in ordinary clothes who drooled when looking at lollipops. It was just that this little girl was a little too delicate. Seeing such a beautiful little girl, Chen Guohua and his wife liked her very much. They took out toys and snacks to entertain her. Those were originally Chen Ping's things. At that time, Su Tong was still in the early stage of his business. He had no money and could not prove his ability. Making friends with Chen Guohua was actually climbing up the social ladder. The only thing he could offer was his smart daughter. Suyu had been a top student since she was a child. In the primary school where she was studying, her grades were the best in the whole grade. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. This made Chen Ping seem especially ordinary. At that time, Chen Guohua and his wife sighed with emotion, "You is so smart. If only our Ping Ping was half as smart as her." This was simply an insult to the proud little princess. So when both parents were looking forward to letting them play and make friends, in her room, Chen Ping said to Suyu fiercely, "Don't eat my snacks, and the toys are also mine." Suyu was greedy when she was a child. Eating the delicious long-nosed king, she said, "Then I will tell uncle and aunt that you bullied me. I will cry. I will cry now." Chen Ping was a little scared. Her father was such a proud person. If she bullied the guest child, she would be too uneducated. Afterward, she would definitely be scolded or even beaten. Chen Ping said, "Then you have to listen to me in the future. You do whatever I ask you to do. Otherwise, I won't give you the long-nosed king." Suyu was not afraid at all and said, "But if I don't listen to you, I still have the long-nosed king to eat." Chen Ping was speechless. For the first time, she was crushed by her peers with IQ. That time, she lost her temper and shouted in the room. Then Suyu cried. The parents who were chatting outside heard the noise and entered the room. Suyu complained first, in Chen Ping's eyes, crying and saying that her sister bullied her. Chen Ping said no loudly and lost her temper. But the more she lost her temper, the more the adults believed that she bullied. In fact, she did bully. Afterward, she was severely educated by her parents. Since they were partners, Su Tong would often visit, or Chen Guohua would visit. Suyu and Chen Ping could see each other every week. Sometimes they would do homework together. The two mothers checked their daughter's homework. Chen Ping could always hear the mother sigh that her daughter was not Suyu, and that Suyu was not a woman. Later, Su Tong's business became better and better. Suyu's clothes became more and more beautiful. Her snacks became more and more expensive. She had more and more toys. Chen Ping's last advantage was gone. The relationship between Suyu and Chen Ping was similar to that of Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. One side was always so high and mighty, while the other side struggled in their shadows. The difference was that Qin Zhe's sister could kiss and have sex. Chen Ping only got heartache from Suyu. However, she had been proud and liked to compare since she was a child. Later, when they met occasionally in their teenage years, they were also very aggressive. Suyu was not a gentle character and did many things deliberately to hurt her. Chen Guohua said with emotion, "A doctor who returned from abroad is different. You must have taken care of the company very well. I remember it's called profit investment, right? Su Tong, I have envied your daughter for many years. Look at my Ping Ping, she has nothing to do at home all day." In a word, not only Chen Ping's face was not good, but Su Tong's family was also a little embarrassed. Mother Chen said fair words, "Isn't Ping Ping helping you to take care of the company?" Chen Guohua said, "Hey, with her level, she is lazy in the company all day." Chen Ping said impatiently, "Dad, you are annoying." While speaking, her eyes inadvertently glanced at Suyu. Seeing her smiling and aloof appearance, she snorted in her heart. After not seeing her for many years, she was getting more and more beautiful. No wonder her brother had been secretly looking at her. Her fiancé beside her also glanced at Suyu from time to time. Chen Ping glared at her boyfriend, who smiled awkwardly. When men see beautiful women, great beauties, they always can't control their eyes. This is a natural phenomenon. Suyu was in her prime and tall. She was wearing one of the three uniforms, an office lady's suit. When she wore this kind of suit, it was a pure and natural temptation. Su Tong took a sip of wine and jested, "What are you talking about? It's enough for a girl to find a good husband. I also think that Yu is too career-oriented. She hasn't found a boyfriend at this age." Chen Guohua was surprised and said, "No way, Yu doesn't have a boyfriend?" He noticed that his son's eyes lit up. Su Tong could only say that he had a general impression of his daughter and Qin Zhe, but it was not very clear because Suyu didn't talk about it directly and didn't take Qin Zhe home to meet her parents. His mother's relatives knew, but the relationship between Su Tong and his ex-wife. The two sides didn't contact each other anymore. Suyu didn't speak, showing a subtle and restrained smile. Chen Guohua picked up a mouthful of food and said, "Young people nowadays are so calm, but we elders are worried." Xianxia also has no girlfriend. You young people have something to talk about. Can you talk about it? Many people had a complex of children's marriages. Young people fantasized about having a handsome or beautiful child to marry. Adults were keen to have children's marriages with their best friends. This phenomenon used to be very common, but with the change of time, free love was emphasized, and parents' orders were no longer effective, so children's marriages gradually disappeared. Chen Guohua expressed his meaning implicitly and obscurely. Add me on WeChat? Chen Qing took out his mobile phone and stared at Suyu expectantly and passionately. Suyu was stunned, smiled, and took out her mobile phone to add him as a friend. In fact, she was silent because it was inconvenient for her to say it. Of course, she could explain that she had a boyfriend, and there was no need to mention Qinzai's name. But she was so angry that she was not in the mood to talk. The relationship between the two families was so good that she was embarrassed to refuse. She simply added him as a friend, which was not a big deal. Chen Qing took back his mobile phone with satisfaction and a smile on his face. For a man who had been single for a long time, getting the WeChat account of his stunning goddess was the biggest gain of the day. Suyu's reaction also made him happy. She was not cold, not alienated, but reserved and polite. Su Tong still remembered that he was a father. Friendship was friendship, but he could not forget to check for his daughter, so he asked, "What is Chen Qing doing now?" Chen Guohua said angrily, when he just graduated, he said that he would go to the company to gain experience and slowly take over. After half a year, he resigned and set up an entertainment company with his friends. Su Tong said, "Very good. It's very promising to do this in the capital." In the entertainment industry, most of the popular stars graduated from Beijing Film Academy and China Drama Academy. Therefore, there were many entertainment companies in the capital, and the industry was developed, which was incomparable to Shanghai. Uncle Su, it's true that it's promising, but the competition is also fierce. You can't get good seedlings at all, and you need strong financial support. Times have changed. Starting an entertainment company from scratch, 90% of the small companies are struggling and need to find another way. So, my friends and I developed a mobile live streaming platform to cultivate female anchors from the platform. Since it's profitable and has good seedlings, we can bring them into the entertainment industry. This way, it's easier to make newcomers popular, Chen Qing said. After that, he glanced at Suyu. Su Tong laughed loudly and said, "Young people are flexible. I'm old and can't keep up with the times." Su Tong and Chen Guohua clinked glasses. Chen Qing said, "Our era is actually more difficult than yours and my father's, but if you look carefully, there are still many opportunities. With money and funds, investing in the entertainment industry will never be a loss. Just look at Qinzai, who is very popular in the entertainment industry now. His success, in addition to his own talent, is mostly due to luck. I also want to try to see if I can achieve his scale." There was a sound of agreement at the table, and Su Tong praised him for his ambition. "Luck?" There was a discordant voice from Suyu. She asked with a smile, "How is it luck? I remember that Qinzai is not a rich second generation. He started from scratch." Chen Qing's heart moved, and he asked, "Sister Su likes Qinzai?" Of course, he didn't mean that kind of like, but the like of a fan to an idol. Suyu smiled, and her eyes curved. "I like him very much." Chen Qing took the gentleness in Suyu's eyes as a woman's infatuation. He felt uncomfortable and said, "So he relies on luck. How did he get his initial funds?" Suyu said, "Stocks." Chen Qing said, "Yes, last year's bull market made him a lot of money. If he didn't have this luck, how many years would it have taken him to start from scratch and reach the scale now?" "Uncle, am I right?" He wanted to get approval from Su Tong. Su Tong nodded awkwardly. The man next to Chen Ping echoed, "That's true. He directly crossed the most difficult starting stage." Chen Qing said with assurance, "In more than a year, from stocks to Tianfeng Entertainment, he now has at least a few billion yuan, or even tens of billions. He is indeed very powerful. Now everyone says that he is a legend, an inspirational role model for people born in the 90s, and an unsurpassable monument. But in fact, everyone regards him as a myth. If it wasn't for that bull market, which happened to be caught by him, he wouldn't be able to reach this point. The era has created him. Of course, he is really powerful. Young people with middle school syndrome look down on people and would proudly say, he is very powerful, so what? Mature men look down on people and would humbly say, he is not very good, but he is really very powerful. The order was different, and the effect was different. The latter sounded more mature and restrained. But the meaning was actually the same, disdain. So you blinked, maybe fishing for money in the stock market is not based on ability, but luck? The sound of agreement at the table stagnated. Chen Qing defended himself, didn't we encounter the bull market? Suyu smiled, there are a lot of people who lose money in the bull market. Chen Qing thought about it and couldn't think of a rebuttal. He looked a little embarrassed. Suyu said, but it's okay. He is much more promising than Su Hao. Su Hao and his mother's faces darkened. Chen Qing immediately recovered his smile, but the scene was a little awkward. The stepmother said sarcastically, as long as you are promising. Father Chen and Mother Chen looked down. It was not convenient to interrupt other people's family affairs. Su Tong jumped out to break the awkwardness and pretended to be curious, what business does Ping Ping's boyfriend do? The man replied, I am not promising. I took over my father's job and do import trading. So he was also a rich second generation. Chen Ping retorted, if you are not promising, then who is promising? Your father's small business is worth dozens of times more in your hands. How much does he earn in a year? The man said, more than 200 million. Su Tong exclaimed, young and promising. Chen Ping glanced at Suyu with a slightly proud look and asked curiously, Suyu, how is your company now? It's okay. What do you mean by okay? My father praised you. Suyu smiled casually, the company's operating capital is 20 billion, and the quarterly profit is only 0.8%. It's a small business. Boyfriend, Chen Ping, every word was hurtful. Chen Guohua was shocked and said, Old Su, is the stock market so profitable? A quarter of 3 months, 0.8% profit, that was hundreds of millions. 5 or 600 million a year? Chen Qing's hand trembled. In fact, Suyu did not tell the truth. 0.8% was the GPA when the company's performance was not good, and the company's operating capital was not only 20 billion, but more than half of the funds were borrowed by Nan Man Pei some time ago. The investment company that Qin Zhe and Suyu spent a lot of energy to run only earned 5 or 600 million a year? What a joke, this amount of money was nothing in the eyes of the big groups in the financial world. In fact, in the Shanghai financial circle, Baoza Investment was very famous. Chen Guohua's words made Su Tong embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, it's okay. By the way, old Chen, what do you want to invest in this trip to Shanghai? He forcibly changed the topic. Investment company, Qin Zhe, profit-making, he did not want to mention these words. How to say it, I was partial to my son and took the power of profit-making investment away from my daughter and gave it to my son, but my son screwed it up. My daughter is now partnering with Qin Zhe to open a company with hundreds of millions of annual income. It's so good. I can't say it. Isn't it a slap in my face? After the discussion about their children, Chen Guohua and Su Tong, 2 old friends, drank and chatted happily. They began to reminisce about the past and look at the present. Meanwhile, the stepmother and Mother Chen also began to chat about their daily lives, occasionally mentioning Chen Ping and her boyfriend. Suyu was bored. She took a photo and sent it to her circle of friends. The afternoon tea in this shop is very good. Then she bowed her head and her slender white mobile phone danced on the screen. Honey, what are you doing? Qin Zhe replied instantly, I'm having sex. Suyu, you're so annoying. I'm not here. Who are you with, angry, with? Qin Zhe, I ordered a chicken. It tastes good and is juicy. Suyu, save the drumstick for me. Qin Zhe, save my ass. This thing needs to be eaten while it's hot. By the way, the central bank has lowered the quota again. The scale is unprecedentedly large. The company needs to have corresponding countermeasures. Suyu, I know. I'm being used as a cow by you. Dad and I are having afternoon tea. Uncle Chen's family, who I haven't seen for many years, came to Shanghai. But I'll come out after I'm done with my work. Xianxia, nonsense, I didn't use you as a cow or a horse. I used you as a blow-up doll. The central bank's lowering of the quota is a good thing for us. Hundreds of billions of funds flow into the market. It's a blessing for the stock market and enterprises. It's not necessarily good for the people. Their savings will shrink again. I just asked my uncle to prepare a loan. It's a waste not to borrow the government's money. Suyu, when did you become a nationalistic youth? Are you still worried about the shrinkage of assets? Xianxia, I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about the poor newspaper seller. Oh, a friend of mine. Suyu, you'd better worry about me. My dad wants to set me up with Uncle Chen's son. Xianxia, F***ck, that bastard dares to steal my wife. Suyu, say, happy expression, again. Xianxia, F***ck, Suyu, Xianxia, do you want me to come over and let you show off? Suyu, forget it. I'm not in the right. Xianxia, touching head, at the end of the chat, Suyu smiled bitterly. You didn't even ask for the address. I want you to come, I'm being sarcastic. At this time, she received a message, going to the bar for a drink tonight? It was from Chen Qing. She looked up and saw the latter's warm smile. No. Suyu replied. Chen Qing bowed his head and typed, don't like to drink? Then watch a movie. Xianxia's new movie is just released tonight. You like him, right? Suyu, no, thank you. She thought to herself, to watch Qing Bao and Xianxia being intimate on the screen, go away. Chen Qing frowned slightly. Can't make an appointment, he took this as a girl's reservedness. He stretched his eyebrows and continued to type. But at this time, Suyu turned off her phone and looked at the table with a smile. He had to put down his phone helplessly. Su Tong and Chen Guohua hadn't seen each other for many years. Although they kept in touch by phone, the last time they met was 15 years ago. Men could talk for a whole day. Time passed slowly, about half an hour later. Suyu got up and went to the bathroom. At the pool between the men's and women's toilets, she saw Chen Qing waiting there. Are you busy with the company? Chen Qing smiled. It's okay. Suyu smiled. You are amazing. I especially worshipped you when I was a child. Because of good grades? Because you are good. Suyu smiled and said, thank you. My dad should stay in Shanghai for a while. If you are free in the evening, let's watch a movie together. I also admire Xianxia. Chen Qing said. Suyu thought for a while, tilted her head and smiled, you want to pursue me? She suddenly went straight to the topic. Chen Qing was stunned for a moment. His strong mentality, which had been trained for a long time in the field of flowers, quickly showed up. He looked sincere, you are very beautiful. Because you are beautiful? Isn't that the first attraction between men and women? Suyu laughed, it makes sense. If you say it's because you are good, I will turn around and leave. Chen Qing smiled. He thought he was very accurate in judging women. His answer just now seemed casual, but in fact, he had considered it. Suyu was not like a pretentious woman, so he chose to answer more calmly and honestly. It seemed that the bet was right, to be honest, Suyu was too outstanding. Her height, aura, and appearance were impeccable. Her cold and cheerless temperament was like poison to men, the kind that scratched at their hearts with 100 claws. By the way, how old are you this year? 25. 25, do you have a net worth of 1 billion? Chen Qing said confidently, I believe I can reach it before the age of 30. With big sister Sue as my role model, I definitely have to speed up. Besides, if I don't know how to make money, how can I support you? He said the second half of the sentence in a joking tone. Suyu nodded and looked at him carefully, you are quite handsome, but not as good as Xianxia. You are rich, but not as good as Xianxia. I think you are not a rich second generation. You have a little talent, but still not as good as Xianxia. She shrugged, well, I am finished. You have no chance. Chen Qing, first, he was stunned, then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How many people in the 90s could compare with Xianxia? I can't compare with him, but you have to be Xianxia's girlfriend. Sister, you are joking. But since you said so, even if it is Xianxia, I will try my best to beat him. Chen Qing said sincerely. If it was an ordinary woman, she would really have a good impression of him. But I like him. He is rich, but not rich. He is talented, but not arrogant. He is a little bad, but bad in his mouth. He is not like you rich second generation. You are always a gentleman, but who knows what kind of virtue you have in private. Chen Qing frowned, what are you talking about? So you curled her lips, Xianxia, my boyfriend. Chen Qing said unhappily, even if you want to reject me, you don't have to say it like that. Do you think I will believe it? I am not lying to you. Oh, then ask him to come. He is busy and has no time. Oh. Chen Qing was very angry in his heart. He thought that he had made the right bet. He thought that Suyu was going to talk to him directly. She was indeed going to talk to him directly, but it was a little insulting. First, she was going to hook him directly. Then, she turned around and said, you have no chance. She compared him to Xianxia as if he was a clown. Wasn't this a humiliation? Chen Qing mocked. Then should I hurry up and hug your thigh? After all, I am also in the entertainment circle. Okay, the thigh is here. Hurry up and hug it. Suddenly, someone said behind him. Chen Qing turned his head and saw a man wearing sunglasses and a mask standing behind him. He was holding a plastic bag in his hand. I called a chicken. Suyu's eyes were shining brightly, dazzling. Xianxia took off his sunglasses and mask, grinned, and complained, go back to work. Do you want to eat afternoon tea for 2 hours? Xianxia? Chen Qing was stunned in place. Suyu bit her lips with tears in her eyes. Xianxia said angrily, let's go, which private room? I will go and pretend, to show off in front of people. She laughed and happily hugged Xianxia's arm, I will take you there, I will take you there. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Chen Qing. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder, sorry, I didn't bring my business card. If you need anything, you can call her. I don't mind hugging her thigh. I have long legs that are 1.8 meters tall. On the way back to the private room, Suyu's voice was a little floating, how did you know I was here? You didn't even ask. Didn't you post it in your circle of friends? It shows the location. Then how did you know I was in the toilet? I drove for half an hour. I really wanted to go to the toilet. I happened to hear you talking to that guy. Suyu quickly patted her chest and pretended to be scared. Fortunately, I almost promised him to go to the movies. Well, if we go to the movies, I will beat you. Xianxia gave her a chestnut. What are you holding in your hand? She covered her head and looked at the plastic bag. Drumsticks. Suyu's eyes were red, and she choked, first. Don't go in, I want to cry. You are so moved that you cry? Xianxia opened his arms and held her in his arms, putting his hand on her trembling shoulder. Suyu took his arm and pushed open the door of the private room. Everyone looked over and was slightly stunned. When Xianxia took off his sunglasses and mask, the private room, which had been noisy before, was suddenly silent. Dad, I brought Xianxia over to let everyone know. This is Uncle Chen. Aunt Sue, she is Chen Ping, my playmate when I was a child. Next to her is her fiancé. Xianxia nodded one by one and greeted Uncle Chen and Aunt Sue. Chen Guohua and his wife looked a little confused, and Chen Ping's face was dull. It was heartbreaking again. Su Tong and his son were more bitter. They couldn't help but feel bitter. Speaking of which, Xianxia was still an employee under them. At that time, he was not famous and was making a living from the profits. The position of general manager was taken down by Su Tong himself. He was forced to leave. After a round of greetings, Xianxia said, I still have something to do in the company. Suyu and I will leave first. Dad, you continue to chat with Uncle Chen. I will treat everyone to dinner when I am free. Su Tong. Don't call me Dad so smoothly. Did you ask me, your father-in-law? Bah, your father's opinion? Chen Guohua was excited and full of smiles. She has a boyfriend, right? Old Su, you are not loyal. You kept it from me. He hurriedly handed the business card to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and led Suyu out of the door. Chen Guohua's voice came from the private room. "Old Su, your son-in-law is amazing. Your daughter is so beautiful." Su Tong, Chen Ping. At 8:30 in the evening, in the cinema. Today is Friday. Xianxia's new movie, My 2008, is released. Thanks to the crazy publicity in the early stage, the film has attracted a lot of attention, and online tickets are very popular. The cinema will premiere at 6 p.m. The screening rate is 25%, but the movie tickets are sold out in a short time. By 8:30, the screening rate is adjusted to 40%, occupying almost half of the cinema. In the cinema, half of the screening rooms are showing this movie. The promotional poster of Xianxia and Qin Baobao hugging and laughing is particularly eye-catching. "Hey, this lewd smile, I don't want to see it in an instant." In the corridor of the screening room, a tall woman wearing a mask pointed to Qin Baobao on the poster. "Her smile is really not good, there is no restraint and calmness of an elder sister." Next to her, a shorter woman echoed and also wore a mask. Xianxia held a big bucket of popcorn and madly complained in his heart, "Then don't come to see it. Why do you have to bring me along? It must be Su Teddy who caused this frightening scene." After afternoon tea, he went back to the company to make a plan. Suyu was moved and said, "Husband, let's go to the movie tonight." Xianxia said no. There is still a Sister Ziwei at home. His Hei's keen power is limited to bed, and he has no courage to command in reality. It's not that he's a coward, he just thinks that his wife is used to love. "Well, it's a coward." Suyu said, "If you don't go, then I and Wang Zijin will go." In this way, Xianxia was forced to do something beyond his ability. He can't let them be alone. The chemical reaction is too fierce, more terrible than nitroglycerin. As a man, he must always be a stabilizing force. Xianxia came to Dinghai today. The movie has already started. The three people deliberately came a few minutes late and wore masks. The reason why Suyu and Wang Zijin wore masks was that the two beauties were too eye-catching. Xianxia was afraid that he would be recognized. If the audience knew that Xianxia's real body was here, the scene would definitely boil over. According to the movie tickets, they entered Theater 6. The seats were full, and the light from the big screen illuminated the heads. Xianxia and the other two chose to stand at the edge. He took off his mask, and the dim atmosphere was the best cover. Everyone's attention was on the movie. As long as he didn't look at the passers-by silently, no one would notice him. Just like that, Xianxia started watching the movie with his best friend on his left and right. If it was Long Out Yen, he should be hugging his left and right. At the very least, he should be holding his sister's small hands. Using the popular description of that era, the two beauties looked at each other and smiled happily. They snuggled in Long Out Yen's arms and shared this man's love. The theater was filled with a happy atmosphere. Cross out this sentence. Brother Sun was innocent. In reality, Xianxia was sitting upright with popcorn on his lap for his best friend to enjoy. Suyu was absolutely intentional. Fortunately, her little temper was limited to this, and Wang Zijin may be deeply in love with Qin Baobao. She has not dared to show her love with Xianxia blatantly. A delicate balance was maintained between the three people. The movie just happened to play when Qin Hao woke up from his rebirth and ran out of the house in a panic. In the old alley, Qin Hao opened his arms and smelled the haze of 2008. In his ears, there was the advertisement of the shop next door, China Anti Cave, leading the life of three prostitutes, first come, first served. The BGM was exciting and cheerful music. This year, Xianxia is not popular. This year's economic crisis is coming. This year, there will be a big earthquake. Qin Hao went back to his room and took notes seriously. There was laughter in the theater, and many audience members were amused. This movie is good. It's funny. Haha, my husband is also humorous. The two girls behind him were whispering. Their voices were very low, but they were clearly heard by Suyu. Suyu, oh, husband. Wang Zijin, oh, husband. Xianxia pretended not to hear their sarcastic tone. In the eyes of women, those who look average are called handsome, those who look good are called little brother, and those who look super handsome are called husband. I accept this sarcasm. Who made me so handsome? Wang Zijin and Suyu came with a critical and scrutinizing mentality, but watching, the corners of their mouths hooked up. The movie was humorous and relaxed, and it was easy to immerse you in it. Coke movies and popcorn, leisurely and relaxed, let people temporarily get rid of the fast-paced lifestyle. But this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere did not last long. With the progress of the movie, the successful Xianxia began to flirt with his childhood sweetheart sister. Then, on a dark and windy night, Xianxia used a sketch to draw an abstract image of a big cock. He looked at the tall and beautiful sister and confirmed that she was the one he wanted to sleep with. On the screen, the two kissed on the bed, from the lips to the neck, and then to the chest. Xianxia, played by Qin Hao, arched and arched. Qin Baobao, on the other hand, hugged his head and pressed it against her chest, looking charming. Suyu's eyes twitched. Almost at the same time, Wang Zijin's mouth twitched slightly. Even if they knew it was acting, they were not in the entertainment circle after all. They were not so generous and well-informed. Looking at the bed scene between Xianxia and Qin Baobao on the screen, they felt that they had been put on a hat. There was also jealousy. Normal men could not accept their girlfriend kissing other men, even if it was acting. It also reflected that the people in the entertainment circle were very big. To what extent, for example, there was a familiar joke: "I'll drink first, you can do whatever you want. I'll drink too, you can do whatever you want. I'll drink, you can do whatever you want." After a round, it was the groom's turn. He took the wine and said, "Let's drink together." Forthright, Suyu and Wang Zijin squinted at Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia straightened his back and was expressionless. In front of the three people, the brother and sister kissed in a special way. At this time, he had to be calm. The key to stabilizing the sea was stability. "If China moves, I won't move." Wang Zijin said faintly, "Yo, I heard from Bao Bao that they didn't use a double in this part." Suyu was speechless. Xianxia couldn't bear it and said with a dry smile, "I'll go to the toilet." After going to the toilet, the bed scene was over. Wang Zijin and Suyu recovered their calmness. He breathed a sigh of relief, so the three people continued to eat popcorn and watch the movie. When the popcorn was finished, Xianxia suddenly froze and looked at the popcorn in his hand silently. "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin, who was careful, saw it and asked. I forgot to wash my hands after going to the toilet," he said. Suyu was chewing popcorn happily, the smile on Wang Zijin's face gradually disappeared. A little embarrassed, Xianxia comforted her, "Anyway, it's a familiar taste." Suyu, Wang Zijin, the childhood sweethearts were caught by their parents the next morning, so they laid their cards on the table. This was one of the most explosive parts of the entire movie. On the screen, Xianxia was roaring in anger. He was like a ferocious little beast that had gone berserk. The memories of his previous life flashed by. Let the audience more clearly understand that this was a very miserable loser. He went back 10 years with hope and longing and vowed to get back his lost love. There was an unwilling child hidden in his heart. Roaring angrily. In the 5-minute plot, the theater was silent, there was no laughter, no talking. The first 2/3 of the movie was relaxed and humorous, and the theater was full of laughter. Even after the bed scene, when the childhood sweethearts were forced to lay their cards on the table with their parents, the audience still felt sweet, because in the end, there were still lovers who got married. But after that, the relaxed and humorous elements disappeared. After the passionate love period, due to the pressure of public opinion, they went from tolerating to alienating, and then to breaking up. Fate was like a pair of invisible hands, setting everything back on track. Later, after they went their separate ways, life went on, and the female lead was about to get married. After Qin Hao got the news, he suddenly realized that he had been reborn, but he still didn't grasp the most important thing. He got into a car accident on the way to the wedding. The scene ended there, and it was pitch black. Then the movie came to an end. Qin Hao couldn't save him, and he didn't have much time left. In the clean ward, the male and female leads said their last goodbye. The background music was "If I Become a Memory." If I become a memory, leaving this life, leaving you crying in shock, my cold body can't hug you. The male lead's hand fell, and he closed his eyes. The camera turned to the female lead's face, she covered her mouth, crying until her shoulders shook. The camera zoomed out, and then zoomed out again, breaking through the ceiling and showing the blue sky. The movie ended. The ending was a bit unexpected for most of the audience. It was supposed to be a light-hearted comedy, wasn't it? Even if the two broke up due to public opinion, when the male lead found his true feelings and went to stop the wedding, the audience thought it would be a wedding robbery. Suddenly, tears welled up in their eyes. So, did he split when he was dying, or did he really get reborn? This question was very controversial on the internet, and the disagreement was especially serious in the movie reviews. Some people insisted that he was reborn, but fate made everything go back to square one. This was the power of fate. Others agreed that everything was just the male lead's imagination after the car accident at the beginning. He didn't get reborn, and there was no sweet relationship. He just had a beautiful dream before he died. When he woke up the next day, the first thing Xianxia did was to check the movie's rating on the internet. 8.6. It was a pleasant surprise. He originally thought that as long as it got 8, he would be able to pass the mission. To be honest, the quality of this movie was definitely not comparable to the phenomenal movies he had acted in before, but he couldn't deny that it was a rare masterpiece. The reason why the movie was so popular the first day was probably because of the ending. If a movie could make the audience feel lost after it ended, and if the audience continued to argue with each other, then it was a success. It was more successful than a pure comedy. The prompt of the completion of the mission soon came. Xianxia was delighted. Points were the source of Hei's king's confidence. With points, he was Hei's king. He could copy scripts and songs. Without points, he was just a salted fish. At most, he was a salted fish with a high IQ. Wednesday, 3:00 in the afternoon. Xianxia drove to the airport to pick up his sister. After floating in Guangdong for nearly half a month, she finally came back. She didn't go with the team, but came back 2 days in advance. She dragged a suitcase, jogging shoes, jeans, a black slim-fit t-shirt, and a denim jacket. Wearing a cap, she looked slim and graceful. Standing at the door of number 6, she looked around and saw Xianxia wearing a mask and sunglasses. She left the suitcase and ran over. Other girls were like young swallows returning to the forest, but she was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She jumped into Xianxia's arms, hugged his neck with both hands, wrapped her legs around his waist, and shouted, "Little red man, I missed you so much." 12 days, they stayed in Guangdong for 12 days. Since they didn't go to Xianxia town, this should be the longest time they had been separated. Xianxia held his sister's butt with both hands and smelled the familiar body fragrance. He felt a sense of security and said with a smile, "Is Guangdong fun?" His sister said in a sweet voice, "It's delicious." Xianxia said exaggeratedly, "No wonder you're so heavy." "Huh? Really? Have you really gotten heavier?" "I'm kidding. It's only more than 50 kilograms. Nonsense, your sister is 80 kilograms. Get lost. Did you forget your breasts in Guangdong?" "I don't know. Why don't you touch them?" Haha. Our movie was released, and the box office hit 500 million in 3 days. Very good. But our mother is very calm. She used to pay attention to our movies. Maybe she's used to it? It's also possible that she will secretly watch it without telling us. After a moment of silence, Qin Baobao said angrily, "Forget it." "Anyway." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Anyway, I'll take care of it. Comrade, your ideological awareness is getting higher and higher. Mom will probably explode when she sees this movie." He thought to himself. He was the scriptwriter of this movie, which meant that he adapted it based on his own life experience. Xianxia was constantly testing his mother's bottom line like how he used to rub Wang Zijin. This metaphor was a bit wrong, but that was what it meant. He didn't dare to show his cards or flip the table. But little by little, he tested his mother's bottom line. The cycle was gradual. The pedestrians around them hurried past. When they passed by, their eyes lingered for a moment. But when they brushed past, they just treated them as an intimate couple. Xianxia held his sister's butt with one hand and dragged the suitcase with the other as they walked to the car. Qin Baobao jumped down from him and got into the car. Xianxia opened the trunk and put the luggage away. Qin Baobao took off her sunglasses and mask, turned around, and saw that Xianxia didn't get into the car. Instead, he walked straight to a commercial car in front. Xianxia is coming. He found us? Let's go. Let's go. What are you afraid of? What can he do? This time, we've filmed something interesting. That woman is Qin Baobao, right? Look at her figure. There were 3 people in the car, and they were all professional paparazzi. One of them was holding a DSLR with an extended lens. Every move of Xianxia and Qin Baobao was recorded on it. Normal siblings don't do this, right? The young man holding the DSLR was stunned. It's normal in public, showing off their sibling relationship to attract attention, but it's always like this in private. The other young man said. If they didn't know that the man was Xianxia and the woman was Qin Baobao, they would have thought that they were a couple. But after knowing their identities and connecting them to their behavior, it was very chewy. After figuring this out, the eyes of the young man holding the DSLR lit up, and his face flushed with excitement. This time there's big news. This month's bonus is enough for us to stay in Dubao for a month. The truth wasn't important. Entertainment news never paid attention to the truth, and it didn't need to be reasonable like the news broadcast. Entertainment news only pursued the breaking news. With these few photos and some eye-catching statements, just the copyright alone would be able to sell like crazy. The other young man was also excited. The middle-aged driver frowned. Compared to this, shouldn't we think about how to deal with Xianxia first? He's coming. Why are we afraid of him? Will he eat us? That's right. In our line of work, which celebrity hasn't been provoked? The 2 young men were indeed young and aggressive. They were not afraid at all. Knock knock. Xianxia knocked on the driver's window. The middle-aged driver lowered the window a crack and pretended not to know Xianxia. He frowned. What's the matter? Xianxia smiled. You've been following me all the way. It's been hard on you. The driver looked at him like he was an idiot. I don't know what you're talking about. Xianxia put on his sunglasses and went straight to the point. How about this, I'll pay for the photos just now, along with your DSLR. The middle-aged driver smiled and turned to look at the 2 young men behind him. The young man holding the DSLR said, 5 million, this DSLR is yours. Xianxia was stunned. 5 million? A few photos in exchange for a house in Shanghai? The young man holding the DSLR said calmly, you're not short of money anyway. Is 5 million a lot? Don't you know how much money a female celebrity had to pay to keep her mouth shut when she was exposed for having an affair? More than 10 million. If you don't give it to us, we'll expose the photos. Is it nice to touch your sister's butt? There were a few sneers in the car. The threat was obvious. In comparison, if he exposed it, he would definitely not make as much money as extorting celebrities. The key was that these photos could be big or small. Xianxia and Qin Baobao's actions had crossed the line, but it was not so serious that they would die from exposure. Therefore, if he could extort 5 million, it would definitely be more worth it than exposing his identity. Xianxia said indifferently, 100,000 at most. The young man tricked him. He did not see any panicked reaction from Xianxia. He first denied the speculation in his heart and then felt a little disappointed. It seemed that for Xianxia, being exposed was not a big deal. Another young man said, so there's no room for negotiation? Xianxia shook his head, 100,000 yuan. Give me the DSLR. The young man holding the DSLR sneered, why? Old Zhang, let's go. Xianxia said, you can't leave. The middle-aged driver was more sophisticated. He smiled and said, Chairman Qin, please take a few steps back. We're leaving. The young man holding the DSLR said impatiently, why are you talking to him? Just leave. Why are you blocking the road? The middle-aged driver rolled up the window. Before starting the car, he glanced at Xianxia. Seeing that he did not move, he turned the steering wheel and the car bumped into Xianxia. Xianxia, who was standing outside the car, clenched his fist and raised it. He took a stance and punched out. Bang! The car window shattered. The crisp sound attracted the attention of the surrounding people, as well as the auxiliary traffic police not far away. After the fist broke the window, it hit the driver's face. 2 teeth flew out. Xianxia slapped the driver unconscious. He went to the passenger seat and opened the car door. The 2 dumbfounded young men reacted. The young man near the car door cursed and kicked Xianxia, but Xianxia waved his hand and slapped him again, making his mouth full of blood. Only the young man holding the DSLR was not beaten. He hugged the DSLR and his face was slightly pale. "We are not doing business. The photos are mine, not yours. I'm giving you face by talking about the price. Don't take something stolen as your own." Xianxia stretched out his hand. "Give me the DSLR. The money is gone." The young man said, "You dare to rob us? We will call the police." Ignoring his stubborn resistance, Xianxia gave him a loud slap. He snatched the DSLR from his arms and smashed it on the ground. The passers-by who saw this scene stopped to watch. However, Xianxia was facing them and did not show his face. Therefore, they missed the opportunity to take a video. After doing all this, Xianxia gestured to his sister in the car to not come out. He then took out his phone and called the company's legal department, Pudong Airport, Terminal 2, Gate 6. "Get there in half an hour." Just then, the auxiliary police came over and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The young man was relieved and said loudly, "He's robbing." The auxiliary police was stunned. He subconsciously held the walkie-talkie and scolded Xianxia, "Don't move." He planned to call the airport's security. Almost all the first and second-tier cities in the country had police stations near the airport. The Pudong Airport police station was in the terminal building. Xianxia said, "I'm Xianxia. They are paparazzi. I just asked them for the photos, but they didn't return them to me." He took off his sunglasses, revealing his face, and quickly put them back on. The auxiliary police said, "Oh." He put down the walkie-talkie and said to the young man in the car, "Then you call the police yourself." Celebrities and paparazzi were trouble. If he interfered and was exposed on the internet, he might be hunted down. He extinguished the thought of being nosy and planned to be a bystander. Robberies were not under his control. He was just a traffic auxiliary police officer and did not even have a staff. Robberies were not under the control of the traffic police. And this kind of incident was not harmful because Xianxia's identity meant that he would not continue to do things that were out of line. The young man, he could only call the police himself. How could a qualified paparazzi be afraid of a celebrity? It was like a barefoot person who was not afraid of wearing shoes. Moreover, Xianxia had broken the law by hitting someone and smashing his SLR camera. Not long after, the people from the airport's security police station arrived. They came very quickly because they heard that a celebrity and paparazzi had a conflict. They were not here to resolve the conflict, but to maintain law and order. Once Xianxia's identity was exposed, the airport's law and order were over. So when the young man arrogantly took out his phone and took a video of Xianxia, he shouted, "So what if I'm taking a video of you? If you have the ability, smash my phone again in front of so many police officers." "Xianxia, do you dare to smash my phone?" Passers-by took out their phones and gathered around. The crowd blocked the driveway, and cars were stuck outside the crowd, honking desperately. The corners of the police officers' mouths twitched. This guy refreshed Xianxia's understanding of paparazzi. As expected, he was not afraid of paparazzi at all. He wanted nothing more than to fight with him. Just like that, he snatched the young man's phone in front of everyone and smashed it. "I want to sue him for damage to personal property," the young paparazzi said loudly. "Also, he hit my partner." He pointed to his red and swollen face and added, "I was hit too." The police officers symbolically held Xianxia back and tried to mediate. "Take him away, don't block here." The traffic police and auxiliary police officers had a look of disbelief on their faces. At this moment, a man in a suit and leather shoes ran over, sweating profusely. He looked around the crowd for a moment and forced his way in, panting as he came to Xianxia's side. "President Xian, the car was stuck behind, I ran over. Did something happen to you?" Xianxia briefly explained the situation and said, "I don't have time to waste here, can you solve it?" Lawyer, yes, yes. He panted a few times and walked towards the police. Who is the captain? After a short communication, he returned and said, President Qin, you go first, leave this to me. Xianxia nodded and walked in front of the young paparazzi, patting him on the shoulder. Let me teach you a lesson, a person with a small wallet will never win against a person with a big wallet. Before you do anything, touch your wallet first. I'm leaving, you continue. The young man watched as he got into the car, and with the help of the traffic police, the crowd was evacuated and the car drove away from the airport highway. He felt a chill. In his heart, he couldn't leave for the time being, he still had to go to the police station. Pudong Airport was left behind, and gradually, only a blurry shadow could be seen. Qin Baobao looked away and frowned, what disgusting paparazzi, I almost fell into their trap. Xianxia looked ahead and smiled, no, I noticed them when I left the company. Sister hit his head with a knife and complained, then why didn't you remind me? Xianxia didn't explain. Meeting after a long time, he didn't want to say there are paparazzi behind me. And last time, they were almost secretly photographed by paparazzi outside his uncle's neighborhood. Sister was very careful after that and wouldn't kiss him outside. At most, they were a little too intimate, and it would be a little troublesome if it was exposed, so Xianxia wanted the photos back, but not to the point of death. If one day he was secretly photographed eating the rouge on his sister's mouth, it would be the end of their world. Qin Baobao complained a little and called the company, asking the public relations department to expose the incident on the internet in advance, and then explain. This way, the impact on Xianxia's reputation would be minimized. Everyone knew that paparazzi were annoying, and taking the initiative to clarify and being exposed for hitting people were two completely different things. Hanging up the phone, his sister frowned, will they write nonsense on the internet? She was referring to the paparazzi. Have you heard of a saying on the internet? What saying? No, you're talking about a chicken tyrant. Xianxia was steady. The police station was handed over to the lawyer, and the whole legal department was behind him. The public opinion that was about to appear on the internet was handed over to the public relations department. Xianxia almost didn't have anything to do with himself. Rich people's benefits were good. After such a long delay, it was already 5 o'clock when he got home. Xianxia entered the password and then took out the key to open the door. He dragged the suitcase with one hand and held his sister's hand with the other. Qin Baobao chattered beside him, telling him the interesting things she encountered in Guangdong. Did you help me change the bed sheets? Yes. Did you clean the bathtub? The cleaning lady couldn't clean it. Yes. Good, I'll kiss you. The door opened, and Qin Baobao's words were stuck in her throat. At the entrance, Qin Ma was squatting, opening the shoe cabinet, and carefully arranging the messy shoes inside. Mom, why are you in my house? Qin Baobao's voice was full of fear. Your house? Qin Ma said in a bad mood, you're not married yet, where did you get a house? Her gaze fell on the hands of the siblings, whose fingers were intertwined. Xianxia and Qin Baobao separated as if they had been electrocuted. Xianxia, Sigma, degree winky face. Qin Baobao, Sigma, degree winky face. Once again, he was seen by his mother. Hei's king, who had been majestic at the airport just now, felt his legs go soft. Qin Ma was stunned for a long time, and forced herself to be calm. Why are you standing there like idiots? Come in. The siblings hurried into the house and saw the old man sitting in the living room. Dad, why are you here? Qin Baobao rushed over and hugged her father's arm like a swallow returning to the forest. The old man was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and his smile was full of fatherly love. Didn't you come back today? Your mom and I came to see you. Qin Baobao quickly expressed her loyalty. Dad, I missed you so much. Xianxia said dryly, Dad. He didn't know if his mom heard what his sister said, and he felt very guilty. The old man nodded. Xianxia sighed. If only I was half as sweet as my sister when I was young, my childhood would be happier. At the entrance, Qin Ma set up the shoes. The shoe cabinet had 4 layers, and the first 3 layers were women's high heels, Roman shoes, canvas shoes, jogging shoes, and so on. The 4th layer was men's sneakers and leather shoes. The little red guy came to live with her sister again. She sighed, and there was deep worry between her eyebrows. Xianxia helped his sister drag the suitcase to the room, took out her clothes one by one, and hung them in the fitting room. His sister's master bedroom not only had a separate bathroom, but also a fitting room. It was extremely luxurious. It was full of clothes for all seasons, and there were more than a dozen sets of swimsuits. It was a dazzling lineup. Xianxia's small hand swept over his sister's swimsuit, and he had a good time. Qin Ma and the old man rarely came to inspect the siblings' lives. Coincidentally, the new movie happened to be released, and Xianxia and Qin Baobao felt very guilty. When they ran out to buy groceries, the siblings were silent. When they went home with the groceries, they happened to run into Wang Zijin in the elevator, who was coming home from work. "You bought so many groceries?" Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao hugged and kissed each other's cheeks. "My parents are here." Qin Baobao was worried. Wang Zijin's face was slightly nervous. She was already the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. At dinner, Xianxia and Qin Ma cooked. In normal families, it would be mother and daughter working together, but in his family, it was mother and son working together. In the kitchen, Qin Ma washed and cut vegetables, and Xianxia cooked. Guang hasn't come back from Shen City for a long time," Qin Ma said. "He's busy there, and he should be back at the end of the year." "That's good, he has something to do, so he doesn't have to think too much." Qin Ma smiled gently. "But is it okay to let him be the factory director? Your uncle is not very reliable." As a mother, she always put her son first and didn't want to see him suffer. "It's okay, Suyao has someone to help him." "Oh no, it was a slip of the tongue." Xianxia's stir-frying motion paused. Suyao? Qin Ma's face turned pale. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he tested his mother's reaction again. "Yes, my uncle introduced him. He said that he is a childhood friend of mine, and he is also from Su Town." "Mom, do you know him?" Qin Ma's hands trembled, and she looked at Xianxia blankly. Did he say anything to you?" "Mom, let me tell you a joke," Xianxia said. After dinner, the family of three sat in the living room and watched TV. The father said meaningfully, "My son doesn't look like me at all." The mother said, "There are some things that you should know. Don't worry about it. Our son is already 24 years old. If you insist on taking it seriously, you might lose your son and your wife." This was the joke Xianxia wanted to tell, but when he saw the panic and nervousness in his mother's eyes, he could clearly feel her fear. Xianxia felt as if his heart was stabbed by a needle, and he didn't say anything. "She doesn't owe me anything. She raised me as if I were her own son. She raised me for 24 years, gave me a complete family, and let me have a childhood without inferiority and poverty. But what did I do? I kept testing her bottom line. I tried to open the scars in her heart. A while ago, the company was short of funds, so my uncle asked him to invest. He said that he was very optimistic about my factory and decided to invest." Xianxia said happily, "I'll tell you a secret. I asked him for a lot of money, and he didn't even know." "Haha. Your son made a lot of money from this business." Xianxia took the opportunity to remove his uncle from the picture. Qin Ma carefully observed her son's expression. He was a little proud, and nothing else. She didn't know that her son had the acting skills of an emperor. "That's good." Qin Ma smiled with relief. "Mom." "Yes." "Mom, yes?" "Nothing, I just want to call you." After dinner, Xianxia and his sister sent his parents to the underground parking lot. After the old man got out of the elevator, he pulled Xianxia to the side with the excuse of smoking. "Wang Zijin, yes." Tonight, Wang Zijin called Uncle Qin very sweetly. Xianxia's dishes were spicy. She poured water for the old man and Qin Ma. The old man has been a teacher for almost 30 years, and his eyes are very shrewd. Wang Zijin showed different obedience and enthusiasm than usual at night, which was enough for him to perceive the truth. So Xianxia happily admitted it. The old man snorted and raised his hand to cut his son's scalp. Considering that he had grown up, he took back his hand and said with a headache, "How could I give birth to a little red guy like you?" Xianxia said, "Maybe you can be a grandfather at the end of the year." He added in his heart that Grandpa had to wait. The old man said, "So you or Wang Zijin?" Xianxia said, "I don't know, maybe the two of them together?" He couldn't help but slap his son's head. The old man and Qin Ma drove home. Qin Baobao said blankly, "What did you say to Dad?" He looked so angry. Xianxia said, "I said your daughter can't get married at 30 years old. Do you want to take a gamble?" Qin Baobao kicked him and said, "Get out." He just didn't want the old man to ask too much. If he asked, Xianxia couldn't answer. Any proposal that made him choose one of the two would make him upset and disgusted. After sending her parents away, Qin Baobao opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate the success of her concert. She planned to have a good time at dinner, but unexpectedly, her parents suddenly came. After all, she couldn't drink and shout in front of her parents, "Hey, hey, check, let's have a set of pancakes." She couldn't have a good time with her parents around. With the wine and the atmosphere, the three of them soon got high. Qin Baobao danced in the living room, and the tone-deaf Wang Zijin couldn't help but sing a song under the influence of alcohol. Qin Baobao laughed at her, and the two best friends quarreled on the sofa. Xianxia poured himself a glass of wine and sang in the bright moonlight outside the balcony, "A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight." He drank it in one gulp. Qin Baobao raised her head from Wang Zijin's chest. "New song?" Wang Zijin wrapped her legs around her sister's waist and turned her head to look. "This line is quite interesting." "A's, continue singing." What was the name of this song?" Xianxia forgot. He listened to a large number of songs in the Point store every day. He just suddenly remembered this line and blurted it out. He forgot how he sang it after that. After thinking for a while, he sang, "A toast to Yufan, a toast to Baoqiang. Pour another glass to Nai Liang." "What nonsense is that?" Sister said. "I don't know either. I only remember that there was such a line in the song review in the store." At night, Xianxia waited in his room until 10:30 p.m., but his sister didn't knock on the door. He was puzzled. After being separated for so long, his sister should have attacked him at night. He went out and knocked on his sister's door a few times, but she ignored him. Tired, so she went to bed early. After returning to his room, he sent a message to Wang Zijin. "My sister is asleep." Wang Zijin, "Okay. Xianxia, I'll come to your room tonight." Too explicit. Delete it. He had an idea and edited it again. Tianjing and Hunan, Jiangxi. Wang Zijin? Xianxia, Sister Ziwei is very smart. You know. After a full 5 minutes, Wang Zijin finally understood and replied, "Shandong." Xianxia, "Pfft, you fake wife." He took off his shoes and sneaked to Wang Zijin's room, only to find that it was empty. Where was she? Where did she go? He ran to the toilet to take a look. There was still no one. Just as he was in a daze, his phone rang. There was a message. "Sister, don't knock on my door. Zijin is in my room. I'm sleeping with her tonight." Annoying, you made me so nervous just now. How am I going to explain it to her? Be good, I'll sleep with you tomorrow. Xianxia. Degree? Xianxia didn't sleep well at night. He had an indescribable dream, and then he was awakened by the murderous aura in his crotch. He reached out and touched it, damn it. Xianxia lifted the quilt, got up like a carp, took out a few tissues to wipe himself clean, got out of bed, and took out a new pair of boxers from the wardrobe. He looked at the boxers in his hand with a blank face. Was this, overflowing, men's thing was like a woman's period. It would come every month, but men could release it manually, while women could only passively endure it. It could be seen that between men and women, initiative and passivity were destined. How many years ago, he could still encounter this kind of thing. He remembered that except for a few times during his adolescence, later, when he was in junior high school, his classmates used MP4 to watch the magical romance movies from Japan. He comprehended the famous 5 dragons embracing the pillar technique without a teacher and opened the door to a new world. Then he never had this kind of experience again. It seemed that only 3 days had passed, and the vault was full. Yes, it meant that he was making a lot of money every day. Xianxia threw the boxers on the ground, patted his waist with satisfaction, and whispered, "Son, tell me, do you want to sleep in Zijin's mother's house or Suyu's mother's house tonight? Papa will definitely satisfy you." After changing into sportswear, he sent a message to Wang Zijin. A moment later, the sound of the door opening came from his sister's room. Xianxia saw Wang Zijin come out with 2 dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes were straight, her hair was messy, and her oval face was confused. Obviously, she didn't wake up. "What's wrong with you? What time did you go to bed last night?" Xianxia asked. "Around 12 o'clock. Wang Zijin yawned. "Your sister tortured me to death." "How did you do that?" Xianxia was shocked. Chatting endlessly. "I fell asleep, and she woke me up several times." Xianxia thought for a moment. "Anyway, my sister won't wake up until 7 o'clock. Why don't we go back to the room and sleep? You don't have to go to the company in the morning." Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at him. "No way." From 5:30 to 7 o'clock, the morning exercise was over. Xianxia went to the breakfast shop to buy food, while Wang Zijin went to the supermarket next door. Soon, she came out with a plastic bag containing 2 packets of instant noodles. As they walked side by side into the neighborhood, Xianxia asked curiously through his mask, "Why did you buy instant noodles?" "It's for you." "Me? I don't eat instant noodles." "Not eating." Wang Zijin smiled slyly. "Kneeling." "Xianxia." Wang Zijin said, "You'll be punished for an additional 10 minutes if you break a strand of instant noodles. Learn about the new kneeling punishment." Xianxia said angrily, "What did I do wrong?" Wang Zijin snorted, "Why did you knock on her door last night?" Xianxia said, "I wanted to see if she was asleep. If she was, I came to your room. Who knew that before I could sleep with you, she had already slept with you?" Wang Zijin blushed and said angrily, "Sleep with your head, vulgar." Xianxia said, "Haha, isn't it vulgar to call me brother?" Wang Zijin chased after him with the instant noodles in her hands. The 2 of them ran into the neighborhood happily. Half of the instant noodles were broken before they even knelt. Xianxia slipped downstairs like a wisp of smoke and found Wang Zijin holding his knees with both hands, gasping for breath. She had not gotten enough sleep and had been doing morning exercises for a long time. She was exhausted. Xianxia returned and said, "You're tired, aren't you? I told you to sleep, but you insisted on being brave." Wang Zijin said angrily, "Are you really going to sleep? Won't I be more tired in bed?" After all, she was Zijin who was afraid of being F***ked. "Qin." Zay said sympathetically, "Idiot, can't you tell that I'm joking? I'll carry you upstairs." Wang Zijin snorted and let him carry her. She obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. Xianxia laughed and said, "Idiot, can't you tell that I'm joking? What I said just now was a joke. You can't run away now. I'll let you have a taste of Qin's acupuncture later." Wang Zijin was speechless. She suddenly remembered a poem that suited her current mood. "The children of the southern village bullied me because I was old and weak. They carried me into the bamboo. My lips were dry and my mouth was dry. I sighed when I returned." Xianxia let out a series of deranged laughter. Wang Zijin said angrily, "Aze, don't be a rascal. Your sister is about to wake up." Xianxia said, "It's okay. You know how fast I am. Zai King could stab 3 times in 1 second." Wang Zijin pouted unhappily. "Are you angry? Then I'll tell you a joke." Xianxia said. Wang Zijin shook her head fiercely. No, I'm not angry." Xianxia ignored her and asked, "Ducks quack quack, sheep bleat, and dogs bark. Do you know how chickens crow?" Wang Zijin said angrily, "Is this a joke? It's not funny at all. Roosters are enough. Mothers cluck cluck." Xianxia said, "No, the chicken says mmm." Wang Zijin was stunned for 3 seconds. When she came back to her senses, she wanted to keep a straight face, but she couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes, she would wonder why such a smart person, a big boss with such a high net worth, would have such a cheeky smile on his face. He was not serious or steady at all. But she liked it. Thinking about it, maybe girls liked lively and interesting men. No one wanted to spend the rest of their lives with a wooden man. Therefore, beautiful women always met scumbags. Because scumbags knew how to play, introverted otakus always sighed that good cabbage was for pigs to play with. Wasn't this nonsense? Pigs would at least play with cabbages, but otakus would only look at cabbages and silently release their hands. The three big tumors of society: otakus, coders, and civil servants. Civil servants equals otakus plus coders. When they arrived at the door, Xianxia put her down. He really wanted her to sleep in the morning and go to work at noon. The Qian's needle technique was purely a joke. He knew it was fake from the name. The real thing should be the Qian stick technique. Couples hoped that such jokes could be used as a regulator. Otherwise, they would easily lose their passion and treat each other with respect. Qian Baobao had already woken up. After washing up, she squatted on the chair by the dining table and looked at her mobile phone. Wearing loose teddy bear pajamas, she was waiting for her brother to come back and nurse her. His sister hadn't worn such loose cartoon pajamas for a long time. But when she wore these pajamas, it seemed to bring Xianxia back to his university days. She still hadn't changed. She was beautiful, charming, tall, and a little cute in teddy bear pajamas. Xianxia had seen her in OL suits, luxurious gowns, and silk nightgowns, but only teddy bear pajamas could let him find a trace of the past in his changing life. Each of them had a basket of dumplings, a bowl of tofu pudding, and 2 fried dough sticks. With Qian Baobao and Wang Zijin's appetite, after eating the tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and 2 dumplings, they were basically full. The rest was for Xianxia to eat. Xianxia's appetite was at least twice that of an ordinary adult man. After dinner, under Xianxia's request, Wang Zijin went back to her room to sleep. When Xianxia opened the door, his sister pulled him, tiptoed, and pecked him on the cheek. She whispered, 11 p.m., don't lock the door. At 11 p.m., Wang Zijin's biological clock determined that she had fallen asleep. Xianxia, his sister, was a woman of her words. If she said she would sleep with him tonight, she would sleep with him tonight. But he didn't want to sleep with a vegetarian tonight. Son, Dad went back on his words. 9:30 p.m., Fudan University, female dormitory. Su Yanyan was in the headquarters. Most of the dormitory buildings in the headquarters were old houses. Since she was a freshman, the living conditions were not very good. It was a 4-person room. The top bunk was a bed, and the bottom bunk was a desk. She heard that the living conditions in the southern and northern districts were better. They were suites with separate bathrooms. There was also a public washing machine in the dormitory building. But that was where the seniors who were taking the postgraduate and doctoral exams lived. The freshmen could only live in the worst dormitory in the headquarters. Just like in the martial arts world, the seats were all occupied by the seniors. The newcomers could only stand. Later on, those young heroes who were able to conquer the heavens and earth at a young age were all unrealistic fantasies of otaku writers. The female dormitory was cleaner than the male dormitory, but it was not much better. There were all kinds of clothes hanging on the balcony. There were computers, books, and all kinds of cosmetics on the desk. The more pretentious ones even had curtains on their beds. No one knew what they were going to do in bed at night. There were 4 people in the dormitory. 2 of them were lying on the bed with face masks, and one was doing her toenails. Su Yanyan was sitting at the desk, watching Qian Baobao's concert video on her laptop. Yanyan, how many times have you listened to it? The girl doing the manicure asked. It's good. There's a new song in it. Are your ears growing calluses? The girl with the face mask said angrily. I don't think so. Su Yanyan said, I'm just wondering what kind of person Xianxia is to be able to create so many songs with so many different emotions. He should be someone with a very rich emotional world. Then you've seen him. What do you think? The girl with the face mask was lying on the bed. She could not move her face, so she could only look at Su Yanyan from the corner of her eyes. He's a very gentle person, like a warm man. His words are gentle, his eyes are bright, and he has a good figure. When he speaks, he always stares into your eyes. He gives off a very sincere and polite feeling. And he's more humorous. Su Yanyan recalled. I have his WeChat. As long as I want to, I can video call him. She always said that. Almost everyone who knew her had heard it at least 10 times. Her roommates were very disdainful of her way of showing off without any actual actions. She had probably seen Xianxia before. After all, there were pictures of him. But adding him as a friend and being able to video call him was probably just her bragging. Su Yanyan's family was very rich. This could be seen from her branded bags and expensive cosmetics that ordinary girls could not compare to. But this did not prevent the rich second-generation Su Yanyan from getting along well with her roommates because of her generosity. The face masks on the 2 girls on the bed were given by her. Not only that, her cosmetics could be used by everyone. She often treated them to meals on weekends. She was a rich second generation who was not arrogant and generous. She could eat anywhere. Yes, we know. You're so awesome. You can video call Xianxia. The big star doesn't do anything and just waits for you to video call him. Her roommate's teasing and laughter made Su Yanyan very angry. After hesitating for a moment, she opened the chat app and sent a message. Xianxia, are you there? Unsurprisingly, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The girl who was trimming her toenails came over and mocked. Is it really Xianxia? You didn't just change your name, did you? The girl who sat up on the bed and looked down disappointedly lay back down and smoothed the face mask on her face. Although she said that she did not believe it, she still had some expectations. Su Yanyan rolled her eyes. His ID is his real name. The girl who was trimming her toenails curled her lips. His WeChat moments are also blocked. No one can see any messages. Who knows if it's real or not? Su Yanyan said, then let's make a bet. If I can video call him, the 3 of you will take care of the cleaning of the dormitory for this month. You will also be responsible for folding my quilt. If you lose, you will clean the dormitory for this month. Su Yanyan hesitated and said, no, the 3 of you will share. At most, each of you can clean for 10 days. If I lose, it will also be 10 days. Her roommates agreed. Su Yanyan sent a video call request to Xianxia. 2 minutes later, Su Yanyan stared blankly at the phone with a gloomy face. Xianxia didn't respond to her. Was his phone not with him? At this time, he was either eating or lying in bed, preparing to sleep. Anyway, he couldn't be busy with anything. No, that was the life of an ordinary person. A big shot like Xianxia might be drinking and singing in a high-end club or socializing with clients. 10 days it is. Remember to clean the dormitory. Yan, our quilt is yours. You have to fold it into a tofu block. Actually, I want to lose because I like Xianxia very much. Unfortunately, I can't even lose. His roommates shrugged and gloated over his misfortune. Maybe he's not free now. He's so famous. He must be busy. Su Yanyan said, I'll try again later. Hey, a woman never goes back on her word. Her roommates thought she was going to cheat. At this time, the video call request was accepted. At the same time, in Royal View Mansion. In the luxurious and high-end living room, Qin Baobao leaned on the sofa with a pot of grapes on her belly. Wang Zijin sat cross-legged next to her, watching a movie on her iPad with a bag of melon seeds at her feet. Xianxia was in the kitchen. Because his sister wanted to eat fruit platter, and Wang Zijin wanted to eat mango smoothie, and because the 2 sisters were the strongest, Xianxia had to do the work. I'll do the hard work and leave the enjoyment to my sisters. Ding ding dong dong. Xianxia's phone on the coffee table rang. Someone started a video call. Note, Su Yanyan. Qin Baobao glanced at the phone. Her eyes were very concerned, but her tone was calm. Oh, it's a woman. Wang Zijin glanced at the phone and felt that the name was familiar. But she couldn't remember it for a while, so she said, yes. Then those who were watching movies continued to watch movies and those who were eating grapes continued to eat grapes. In the end, Qin Baobao couldn't hold it in anymore. She propped herself up and took the phone. If anything happens, I can inform A's. Wang Zijin immediately nodded. Then hurry up and pick it up. Hence, Qin Baobao clicked confirm. It's connected. It's connected. Su Yanyan shouted excitedly. Whoosh. There was the sound of chairs moving and people jumping off the top bunk. His 3 roommates rushed over excitedly. In the video, the person who appeared was not Xianxia, but a sharp oval face. Her eyes were soft and seductive. If she put on eyeshadow, she would be a vixen who could turn the world upside down. Wow, Qin Bao Bao. She's so pretty. She's barefaced. The girls exclaimed excitedly. Can you imagine? Being in a video call with a big star is even more exciting than seeing a live star in real life. In reality, there were many opportunities to meet big stars, such as commercial performances, concerts, variety shows, and so on. But who had ever video called a celebrity? It was just a video call between friends. In the video, Qin Bao Bao was stunned for a moment. Clearly, she did not expect there to be so many girls here. Then, she took a closer look at Su Yanyan. She did not know if it was an illusion, but Su Yanyan felt that Qin Bao Bao was obviously relieved. Who are you? Qin Bao Bao looked at the girl who looked delicate at most. My name is Su Yanyan. Su Yanyan said cautiously. Is Xianxia here? Yes, but he's busy. What's the matter? No, nothing. Video call? Su Yanyan was speechless. That's it. Little girl, call me another day. Bye. The video call was ended by Qin Bao Bao in a crude and simple way. She was different from her hypocritical younger brother. She would never force herself to smile. No matter how this girl met Xianxia, she was a love-struck fool. Qin Bao Bao had confirmed her looks and knew in her heart. She could not be bothered to continue talking nonsense with her. She was not like Xianxia. Even if he was annoyed and did not value you, he would still smile gently at you and pretend to care about you. It was to show his moral character as a socialist successor. This was what mediocre people always did. The more mediocre a person was, the more they cared about showing their moral character. This was because they could only rely on this method to win the approval of others. Therefore, the pride of geniuses and the gentleness of mortals were all reasonable. The video call ended, but the girl's excited expressions did not change. She's so beautiful even without makeup. Wow, the siblings are really living together. I saw Qin Bao Bao just now. Oh, I didn't have time to take a picture. What a loss. Su Yanyan said carefully, well, does this count as my win? The excitement and enthusiasm suddenly faded. Her roommates quietly turned around. Where's Xianxia? I didn't see him. We won if you didn't see him. 10 days of hygiene. Don't forget to fold your blanket. They quickly unified their statements. Su Yanyan was speechless. It's a little girl. Qin Bao Bao put the phone back on the coffee table, looking relaxed. I know this person. Wang Zijin said, I met her when I went to Luoshui City to donate supplies. Her father and A's are business partners. Her name is Su Yao. Qin Bao Bao said casually, oh. Who was Su Yao? She did not know him. If this girl was beautiful, she was going to ask Xianxia why he gave her his WeChat account. But she was only pretty. Her cousin, Su Yu, was much prettier than her. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Xianxia reluctantly left the room and sneaked into his sister's room. He turned around and quietly closed the door. Is Zijin asleep? His sister, who was lying on the bed reading a book, asked casually. She should be asleep at this time. Xianxia quickly got onto the bed. Why didn't you come over? Why did you have to make me come over? Is your bed more comfortable than mine? Qin Bao Bao said self-righteously. Xianxia thought to himself, this is different. You take the initiative and I take the initiative. The nature is completely different. The former makes me look more charming. The latter makes me look more perverted and wretched. He climbed into his sister's bed in the middle of the night. In ancient times, boys and girls were not allowed to sleep together at the age of 7. It was almost the same now. After elementary school, there were very few siblings who continued to sleep in the same bed. Not to mention that the siblings were 24 and 26 years old. It was simply outrageous. Therefore, Qin Baobao would find excuses every time, such as that they had not chatted for a long time and reminisced about their childhood. Then, she would climb into her brother's bed openly. In ancient times, this was called Chu Shi Biao. Didn't Big Brother Kong Ming talk for a long time just to give him a good reason? The two of them pretended to talk about company matters for a few minutes. Qin Baobao was going to Shen City to hold a concert next month. So, they talked about this topic for a while. Until Qin Baobao turned off the lights and said that she was going to sleep. Qin Zhe once again felt his sister's soft body and hot curse up close. He fell asleep contentedly. The next day, when he woke up in the morning, Qin Zhe was not overflowing with energy. Fortunately, otherwise, he would not be able to explain. However, he would have to distribute his wealth in the next few days. With his physique, he would be full in 3 days at most. He seemed to understand Teddy's helplessness a little. On this day, Qin Zhe, who had been busy with Bao's investment business, received a call from his sister. The program team of Super Brain had sent another invitation. Qin Zhe did not have an agent, so his invitations were all received by Qin Baobao's agent, Li Yanhong. This was the third invitation from the program team. The first two were mercilessly rejected by Qin Zhe. The first time was in the disaster area, and the second time was last week. At that time, he was busy exploring the principle of heat generation with Sister Ziwei. They were stuck together like glue, so he did not agree. He still did not want to go, but he recalled that when he was recording the program last time, he did say that he could continue to invite him next time. Well, the price of hypocrisy. Then accept it. I'm not busy recently. If he's a few days in advance, I'll still have to reject it, Qin Zhe said over the phone. Oh. His sister hung up. Qin Zhe held his phone and watched Superbrain. He was a guest in the first episode, and now, the show was already recording the 6th episode. The content of the first few episodes was mediocre. It was an elimination competition for the genius contestants. The last 2 episodes were quite exciting. The contestants stopped fighting, and the opponents changed to foreign geniuses and celebrities. This was the usual routine of the program team. Competing with foreign contestants could attract the interest of the audience. It was just that the results of these 2 episodes were not ideal. The domestic top students could not win against the foreign top students. If it's a competition of memory and answers, the geniuses produced by our country's exam-oriented education background should be the best in the world, Suyu said. But if it's something else, such as a puzzle game related to certain majors, our country's students are weak. I know. The physical education class that exists in name is the best proof, Qin Zhe said. Why did reading make people stupid? Because some people read the answer, not the train of thought. Before university, our country's schools taught the answer. The teacher would teach you the formula and let you use it to solve the problem, but he would not teach you why to use this formula. He taught the process, not the train of thought. But in fact, when people come to society, what they need is the train of thought, not the answer. Some people have not read books, but their train of thought is flexible. Some people finish their masters and doctorates. They have a lot of knowledge, but their train of thought is short and narrow. In terms of education, developed countries do better. Japan is completely ahead of us. Japanese schools pay great attention to clubs, so some students are only high school students, but they are proficient in computer maintenance, playing various musical instruments, and so on. But in China, even in universities, clubs are just decorations. It's pretty good, but why is this kind of program not very popular? Suyu commented. Qin Zhe said, it's normal. There are too many underachievers in society. With these rules, ordinary people may not understand them after listening twice. After accepting the program's invitation, Qin Zhe arrived on Saturday as scheduled. Suzhou was very close to Shanghai. It took 20 minutes on the high-speed rail. If he drove, he would arrive in about an hour. The assistant director of the show personally welcomed him at the door. The assistant director was a jack of all trades. He was not below anyone in the crew. He was ranked behind the director, and his status was not even as high as the popular host. However, it was decent and polite to use him to receive some big stars. After entering the provincial television building, the assistant director led him to the lounge. It was the same room as before. It was not big, but the decoration was very exquisite. For a big shot like Xianxia, he must have his own private lounge. Unknowingly, your show is already recording the 6th episode. On the way, Xianxia chatted with the assistant director. It was already the end of October. It had been half a month since the flood. In half a month, he had only slept with Sister Ziwei less than 10 times. Failure. Sorry, Teddy Kidney. Yes, our show is looking forward to Boss Chin every day, the assistant director replied slyly. Xianxia was too lazy to talk to him. After listening to too many flattering words, he would feel conflicted and want to hear something else. However, if someone really said something offensive, he would want to slap him to death. Humans were such complicated animals. The show was scheduled to be recorded at 2 in the afternoon. It was just past noon, so there was still more than an hour left. Xianxia sat on the soft sofa, drank some water, and took out his phone out of boredom. Brother, can you lend me 1,500 yuan? It was a message from his cousin, Xianxia, 10 minutes ago. What do you need money for? Xianxia replied. 1,500 yuan was a piece of cake. He would not even want to wipe his ass. However, his cousin was only a high school student. He should not bear the financial burden that did not match his age. If his cousin was a rich second-generation heir, it would not matter. 15,000 yuan would not be a problem for Xianxia. However, he was not. If he raised him into a rich second-generation heir, he would be crippled. It's urgent. Speak. I can't say. It's urgent anyway. You lost a game and are in a hurry to find someone to help you level up. Forget it if you don't want to give it to me. I'll ask my cousin for it. If you can get 1,500 from my cousin, I'll give you 10 times the amount. All right. A few minutes later, Xianxia sent a message. She's not coming. She said she wants it from you. He sent a screenshot as evidence. It's not like this is the first day you've met your cousin. His sister was more meticulous than him. If she didn't ask for the reason, she wouldn't give him a single cent. Xianxia, I'll take a screenshot of what you said and send it to her, wit. Xianxia was speechless. Soon, Xianxia replied with a series of crying emojis. My cousin told me to get lost and then blacklisted me. Xianxia, you're just taking out your anger on me. Patting head, what an idiot. Did he think that he could pull his sister to his side with just a few screenshots? Don't mess around. She can't bear to scold me and will only vent her anger on you. In the end, Xianxia still did not give him the money. This guy was stubborn and did not say the reason. His purpose of asking for money was very chewy. For example, this guy's personality signature: in the past, it was legal to go to a brothel, but if you slept with someone's wife, you would be drowned in a pig cage. Now, it's safe to sleep with someone's wife, but it's illegal to go to a brothel. I'm very sad about the loss of traditional culture. 1,500 yuan seemed to be enough for the whole set. Although he claimed to have had several girlfriends, a man who had never been to a brothel was not a qualified man. A child of his age was indeed full of curiosity and desire to open the door to a new world. Ding dong. A message notification. Sister, Xianxia asked you for money? Xianxia, yes, it's not a small amount. I don't know what he wants and he won't say. Sister, don't give it to him. Why would a high school student need so much money? Auntie and uncle won't lack his pocket money. Children at this age are the easiest to be led astray. Xianxia, I understand. Auntie might even complain about us giving him money. There was a saying, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. But there was also another saying, if you help someone, they will hate you. When you have no money, your relatives are still your relatives. Once you have a lot of money, your relatives will become parasites. Xianxia and Qin Baobao's principle was to help when in trouble, but don't rely on borrowing money to get rich. Fortunately, they were born and raised in Shanghai. Their relatives could not be said to be rich, but at least they had some savings. If they were in a remote village, they would be in trouble. After saying this, her sister sent her a screenshot. It was a chat record between her mother and her. Mom, do you have someone you like? Qin Bao Bao, no, your daughter's eyes are on the top of her head. She can only see airplanes and not men. Mom, other people's children already know how to buy soy sauce. Qin Bao Bao, you're saying it as if your child doesn't know how to buy soy sauce. Mom, stupid girl. Xianxia crazily sent a thumbs up emoji. Sister, you're smart. Qin Bao Bao replied with a series of proud wearing sunglasses emojis. At this time, the host pushed open the door of the private room. Behind him were two permanent guests, Lu Li and Ming Yuqing. In addition, there was a middle-aged foreigner. Xianxia, I have something to do here. Let's talk later. After he put down his phone, the host enthusiastically reached out his hand. President Qin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. Xianxia stood up and shook hands with him. The host introduced him to the foreigner, Professor Smith from MIT. He was an expert in the field of brain function research and was also an academician in the United States of America. Smith was a common surname in the United States. It was like Wang, Li, and Zhang in China. When the host introduced Xianxia, it was very interesting. He called him the strongest brain in the entertainment industry. I saw your puzzle. It was very shocking. Your mental arithmetic and reasoning skills are very strong. Professor Smith shook hands with Xianxia. Intelligence was a very broad concept. It included observation, memory, imagination, analysis, judgment, thinking, adaptability, and so on. My father is also a professor. Xianxia laughed. Tsinghua University or Peking University? Professor Smith said. University of Finance and Economics. Xianxia said. Tsinghua University or Peking University? Was the threshold for professors in Tsinghua University or Peking University so low? On second thought, it was understandable. Professor Smith was an MIT professor and an academician in the United States of America. Professors from ordinary famous universities could not be compared to him. Zhejiang University or Fudan University were very ordinary. Only Tsinghua University or Peking University could catch his eye. The foreigner was slightly stunned. He probably did not remember what kind of university the University of Finance and Economics was. But he knew the casual courtesy of Chinese. I've heard a lot about you. Whether he had heard of it or not, Professor Smith, who was familiar with half of China, knew how Chinese people communicated. It was definitely not wrong to say, I've heard a lot about you, whenever he met someone. These 4 words were a jack of all trades. The host had brought the guests over not just to chat, but also to have a meeting and go through the script. The guest had to know what the content of today's show was and how to play the game. During the recording, the guest's role was second only to the contestants. Xianxia did not have time to read the script, which was today's competition program. He was multitasking. He read the script while chatting with the host and the guest. The Chinese and foreign competition was not over yet. Today's game was computational analysis, spatial imagination, and logical reasoning. When Xianxia finished reading the script, the conversation in the room had changed from the show to life. Professor Smith said that he liked China very much and deeply felt the profoundness of Chinese culture. What he felt the most was the Chinese calendar. Today is Mao Zedong Day. My students and I are actively looking for opportunities to do good deeds. Professor Smith said, but you Chinese don't seem to celebrate your own holidays. Instead, you like to celebrate our holidays. Because celebrating your holidays is very fashionable. Wait, Mao Zedong Day? I feel that something is wrong. Xianxia came back to his senses. He looked at the host and the 2 guests and said in Chinese, I really don't celebrate holidays. Other than the Chinese New Year and the Chinese New Year, I don't even know that we have Mao Zedong Day. Saying that, he smiled awkwardly. Lu Li laughed, you don't even know Mao Zedong Day? You didn't learn it when you were young. Wait, I also feel that something is wrong. Ming Yuqing. Today is Mao Zedong Day? He silently took out his phone and checked the calendar. Then, he put down the phone with a black line on his face. His expression was extremely strange, as if he was trying very hard to hold back his laughter. The host was the second to look at the phone. Then, he turned off the phone without saying a word. Xianxia curiously searched the calendar. Today was October 23rd, frost fall, frost fall. I might have learned fake Chinese. Everyone in the room looked at each other. They wanted to laugh but were too embarrassed to do so. Professor Smith looked around and asked blankly, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Xianxia glanced at him and said to himself, "Hurry up and run. I won't hold down Mao Zedong's coffin for you." The host smiled politely and not mockingly. Today is not Mao Zedong's day. The word on the calendar is frost's fall, one of the 24 solar terms in China. Smith was confused. Isn't it Mao Zedong's day? The host said, "Of course not. Mao Zedong's day is." He looked at his phone and said, "March 5th, Xianxia said to himself, "You should leave too. I can't hold down Mao Zedong's coffin." Smith was stunned for a long time. He remembered that a few days ago, he had told the students, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Remember to do a few good deeds these few days." The expression of the students nodding vigorously was still deeply imprinted in his mind. Imagine, when the students were communicating with the China players, they would ask, "Did you encounter any trouble today?" The China students would say, "No, why do you ask?" The students would pat their chests and say, "Today is Mao Zedong's day. Don't be polite with me." How embarrassing. Sob. Professor Smith had been to China many times and had learned a little Chinese. He knew some of the simplest colloquialisms, and then he would claim to be an expert in China, because foreigners who claimed to be an expert in China could easily blend in with the Chinese people. In fact, in his eyes, China's words were all the same. They were all square words. English was at least made up of letters. It was clear whether a letter was missing or an extra letter. Chinese was distorted. Sometimes, two identical words were actually missing an inconspicuous stroke. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't notice it at all. Moreover, Chinese was particularly troublesome. The same word, the same sentence, had many different interpretations and meanings. Because he often came to China for business, when Professor Smith was in America, he had found a Chinese colleague to learn spoken Chinese. He learned Chinese pronunciation for a few days and felt that it was okay. It wasn't particularly difficult. He just had to memorize it. But when it came to grammar, his colleague said, "Since you're learning spoken Chinese, you must understand the meaning of other people's words when you communicate with them. This is a little complicated in Chinese, so I'll explain it to you slowly." My colleague said, "Let me give you an example. There are two kinds of people who are easily dumped. One is those who don't know what love is. One kind was not knowing what love was." Professor Smith quickly dismissed the idea of learning Chinese. When their ancestors invented writing, they never thought of bringing foreigners along to play with it. Especially bullying. At the recording studio. Today, the audience was in high spirits. The tickets for this episode were especially popular. Before the recording of the show began, the production team announced that Xianxia would be returning to the show for this episode. The number of people who asked for tickets through their connections was several times more than the previous few episodes, and the demand could not meet the demand. This episode will be Xianxia, right? I really want to see him solve puzzles in person. That's why I'm here after watching the first episode. Then you probably won't be able to see it. If the first episode was an accident, then this episode's production team will definitely not allow it. The moment he appeared, all the limelight was stolen. Not necessarily. The production team might want this effect. Amidst the discussion, the audience took their seats. The lights, cameras, and everything was ready. The host specially introduced Professor Smith and Xianxia from MIT. When Haizhe King appeared, the audience was in an uproar and thunderous applause. It was no surprise to see the audience explode. In this showdown between China and China, there were 3 contestants from each side. The audience was already familiar with China's contestants, or at least their faces. However, it was the first time that the other contestants had appeared on this stage under the leadership of Professor Smith. They were handsome and had amazing resumes. For example, this young man named Henry had beautiful platinum hair, a high nose bridge, and deep-set eyes. When he introduced himself, he spoke 5 languages. This was so amazing that the audience exclaimed. Moreover, through his self-description in the short video, this guy was also an excellent pianist, knew how to draw, and knew magic. He was not a beginner, but a master. In contrast, the China contestants' resumes were much more ordinary, excellent academic performance. Contestant Henry, I like Chinese culture very much. The thing that left the deepest impression on me is Chinese Kung Fu. It should have been a premeditated speech. This was the same as I've heard a lot about you. It was a jack of all trades. However, he changed the topic and said, actually, I don't want to compete today because today is China's birthday. The host hurriedly interrupted, Professor Smith, is it like MIT and Harvard where many students are actually multi-talented? Henry was stunned for a moment. He was not used to being interrupted so suddenly. On the guest seat, Professor Smith silently breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, because the more fields you touch, the more helpful it is to develop your brain and thinking ability. The host said, amazing. Xianxia coughed and said, actually, it's not just foreign universities. Our country's university students are also becoming more and more versatile, like me. There was a burst of laughter. Luli joked, you're still a university student? Xianxia looked at her from the corner of his eyes and said pretentiously, I just graduated a year ago. Do you think it counts? Ning Yuqing laughed. Of course it counts. I agree with President Qin's point of view. Nowadays, not only schools, but even parents have begun to consciously cultivate their children's interests and abilities in all aspects. Xianxia said, when it comes to versatility, if I say I'm second, no one would dare to say they're first. The two of them began to flatter each other. Professor Smith asked curiously, can he sing? The guest laughed. The host said, more than that. He's the best songwriter in the entertainment industry, a famous actor, a famous singer, a film and television editor, and a financial scientist. Professor Smith was stunned. My God. The three foreign students whispered to each other. Luli said, actually, you should have heard of his works. I remember that Xianxia's opera too is very famous overseas. Ning Yuqing said, yes, the dolphin voice. Professor Smith said, of course. The foreign students suddenly understood and stared at each other in surprise. The audience laughed nonstop. Everyone's face was full of pride and satisfaction. Obviously, they were very happy to see the shocked expressions of the foreigners. Xianxia thought to himself, actually, I'm just doing the same thing as Xiao Ma. Ma Huadeng started by copying ICQ, I started by copying songs. Ma Huadeng became one of the richest people in the country by copying songs. I became one of the richest people in the entertainment industry by copying songs. Once again, it was proven that learning was useless and copying was reasonable. The first segment of the competition was to test the spatial imagination ability, a three-dimensional maze. The prop was a rectangular glass cabinet. It was a complete maze from top to bottom. It was the same for the left, right, front, and back. What the contestants had to do was to restore the three mazes to their original state and find the correct route through them. It was a test of spatial imagination, reasoning ability, and memory. The one who took the shortest time won. The Chinese contestant was called Chen Sheng. He was a student from Fudan University. To be able to participate in this show, he had to be one of the best. Ordinary students like his sister could forget about it. He wondered if his brother, Wu Guang, was participating in the show together or sitting in the audience as a group of relatives and friends. Xianxia was too embarrassed to ask this question. The two contestants observed around the rectangular glass cabinet. They would step into it from time to time and look up and down to think. This process was boring for the live audience, so they needed the guest to mediate. Ning Yuqing asked curiously, Boss Qin, if it were you, how long would it take? Xianxia said, this is more difficult. Restoring three mazes is a test of one's brain power. If it were me, 5 minutes would be enough. Ning Yuqing was speechless. You call this difficult? Luli suddenly said in surprise. Chen Xing went back. Our contestant ran back to his seat and began to draw the maze route on the table. But soon, the other contestant also returned to his seat and began to draw the route. Both contestants completed the first maze route and rushed back to the glass cabinet. They were racing against time. But when both contestants were left with only one maze route, the audience's tension was aroused. Whoever wanted to complete it would win. In the end, Xianxia was the first to complete the maze route. When Henry was also done, the host announced, "Okay, now that both contestants are done, let's reveal the answer. Please look at the big screen." Both contestants were correct, but Xianxia took the shortest time, so he won this round. There was a round of applause. The second round was a test of logic and mental arithmetic. The program team divided the origami of the three animals into several pieces. The contestants only needed to piece the pieces together to complete the animals. Whoever took the shortest time would win. Compared to the previous round, the difficulty of this round was lower. However, it was more exciting because it was purely a race against time. The MIT contestant was a black man. To be more precise, he was of mixed race. The Chinese contestant was a 13-year-old high school student. Smith said, "In this match, Denzel entered the arena with the intention of winning because he wants to challenge Xianxia after he wins." There was an uproar. Denzel stood on the stage and raised his microphone. "I've watched the first episode and was very surprised by Xianxia's puzzle skills. His mental arithmetic and logic skills are top-notch, so I want to compete with him. He said a lot of things that the audience could not understand. Only when the translation on the big screen was shown did they understand what this guy was talking about." "You want to compete with Xianxia in puzzles? Haha, you're just asking to be humiliated. If he dares to challenge him, he must be confident. Besides, this guy is very good." With this reminder, many people recalled the content of the short video earlier. Back then, when the US was recruiting scientific talents, this guy was received by the US president along with dozens of other students. Although the US president was like a mascot that could be scolded by the citizens and met with difficulties in Hollywood, to be received by the US president, he was much more impressive than the geniuses from Tsinghua University, Harvard, and MIT. Smith also said that Denzel was a secret weapon. As expected, when Denzel completed the 3 animal puzzles, his opponent had only completed 2. He was ahead by quite a bit. Under the expectant gazes of the audience, Xianxia shrugged. "Alright, then what should we compete in?" Regarding the challenge, Xianxia had already known about it since they had discussed it beforehand. Smith said, "Let's compete in this. It's similar to puzzles." In other words, the other party was aiming for Xianxia's specialty. The host looked at Xianxia. After he nodded, the host announced, "The staff will prepare the new animal puzzles and origami. Let's continue with the competition." The third match was a test of reasoning and arithmetic. After 20 minutes of stalemate, the China team emerged victorious. It had been 2 episodes. The China team had lost 2 episodes and finally obtained a victory. The applause lasted for a long time. However, compared to the China team's victory, the majority of the audience was actually looking forward to the battle between Xianxia and Denzel. The staff brought the new animal origami to the stage. There were 2 sets in total and they were placed messily in a glass basin. There was an obstacle between Xianxia and Denzel, so they could not see each other's rhythm and speed. However, in the eyes of the audience, they could see each other clearly. Ning Yuqing said, "Professor Smith, how confident do you think your student is?" Professor Smith said, "If it's a puzzle, Denzel will be in danger. But if it's a puzzle like this, it's 50%. Luli said, "Oh, 50%? Wasn't it already over?" The audience said, "Is it just an average win rate? Is this foreigner really that good? He's very fast. That China player from before was no match for him at all. But Xianxia is even faster. After all, he's a fast shooter. Have you seen the video of him doing puzzles? That's a puzzle. It's not quite the same as this one." The host helped to count down the seconds. 3 seconds later, the 2 teams began. Xianxia and Denzel poured the origami pieces on the table at almost the same time. There were 3 animals, an elephant, a monkey, and a tiger. A total of 60 pieces. Due to his recent experience, Denzel was now in a better state. His gaze wandered back and forth between the original drawing and the fragments. The origami fragments were constantly being restored in his hands. In just 5 minutes, he had managed to identify all the fragments of the tiger from the 60 pieces and pieced them back together. Not long ago, he had spent 6 minutes on the same animal. This was even more difficult than a puzzle because other than piecing them together, he still had to identify them. The corners of his mouth curled up. He felt that his condition was getting better and better. His fighting spirit was high. After watching Xianxia's previous puzzle videos, he knew that he was a very good opponent. However, victory, beep. An ear-piercing whistle rang out. Denzel was stunned. This was the signal that the contestant took when he completed the task. Did he press the wrong button? In a daze, he raised his head and looked at the audience. Then, he realized that the audience also had a confused expression. However, unlike him, the audience was also shocked. I'm done. Xianxia's voice came from the next room. The partition was removed. Denzel saw the scene on Xianxia's table. It had been pieced together. At this moment, the genius contestant who was received by the President of the United States was not only confused and aggrieved, but also suspicious. The host said, "All right, let's watch the replay on the big screen." The big screen played the entire process of Xianxia identifying and piecing the origami pieces together. His smooth and pleasing hand speed was once again replayed on the stage of Superbrain. As for the identification, it did not exist. After he poured all the pieces out of the glass basin, he glanced at them and pieced them together. He did not stutter or think. His movements were as smooth as a machine. Denzel was dumbfounded. Is he bullying me? Professor Smith's eyes widened. That's too fast. He found it hard to believe. Compared to the students who did not believe it at the beginning, he had witnessed the entire process. Moreover, he was a guest on this show. He knew that Xianxia did not practice in advance. It was all improvisation. As a professor in the field of brain research, Smith was shocked. Luli said, "He's most famous for being fast. Do you know his nickname?" After saying that, she turned to look at the audience. Fast shooter. The audience was also very cooperative. The cheers of the fast shooter grew louder and louder. It was accompanied by clapping. Xianxia was speechless. Cheap system, you can have the 10 points. Xianxia communicated with the system in his mind. Although this is fake, I feel good about it. The system ignored him. Hotel. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Xianxia was lying on the big bed in the hotel, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Wang Zijin was sitting on the edge of the bed, dressed in an office lady's suit, her hair was wet. She was pulling up her stockings, flesh-colored, covering her white feet, slowly going up, wrapping her bare feet, wrapped her slender calves, and then her round thighs. I remember there is a kind of stocking that is worn around the waist. Xianxia said. In the indescribable anime, you can often see that kind of stocking, but it seems that you have never seen it in reality, so Xianxia can't name it. You're talking about the garter. Wang Zijin put the stockings on the bed and carefully flattened the wrinkles on the skirt. Yes. Xianxia said, but I don't think I saw you and your sister by that kind. The little sister with the garter is the most attractive. It's understandable that you know I don't have it, but how do you know your sister doesn't? Wang Zijin squinted at him. Didn't I wash your clothes? Xianxia rolled his eyes. They had just finished their tryst, and 3 days had passed since the recording of Superbrain. Wang Zijin was never willing to discuss the plan to have a baby with him at home. She always felt that there was a thorn in her heart. She had no choice but to book a room in a hotel near the company, and then Xianxia held her and rocked the bed together, rocking and rocking until they reached Grandma Bridge. It was as if they were a golden couple. Unlike Suyu, Wang Zijin asked to wear a work hat because she was not prepared to be frightened. Perhaps it has something to do with her lack of emotional experience. She just got a boyfriend and was in the period of love. Suddenly, she became a mother. She really couldn't adapt. Suyu is different. Suyu is 2 years older than her. At this age, it's time to have a baby. Time is not waiting for her. Nowadays, it's the most common idea to get married at 25 and have children the next year. In first-tier cities like Shanghai, it can be 2 or 3 years later. Wang Zijin tidied up her dress, shed her lazy and coquettish, and restored her ability and gentleness. Suddenly, she fell into Qinzai's arms and said, I'm so tired, I want to sleep, I don't want to go to work. This combat power was worse than Suyu. Suyu could bear it for more than an hour, but Wang Zijin couldn't. She couldn't bear it in half an hour. She had to slow down first. Although they were both exercises, exercising on the bed was different from exercising under the bed. Both would make people pant and their legs go soft. Then I'll call the front desk and ask them to extend the hourly room to 1 day. Let's sleep here for a while. Qinzai stroked her hair. To be able to steal half a day of leisure. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. She curled up in Qinzai's arms like a cat. Qinzai chuckled and reached out to unbutton her chest. Wang Zijin hurriedly pressed down, if you do this, I will go back to the company. Sigh. Hei's king, who had yet to enjoy himself, sighed. Wang Zijin looked at him. Qinzai said, should I buy another girlfriend in the future? The inflatable kind. Wang Zijin gave him a coquettish supercilious look. Since she was going to sleep, she took off her clothes after all. Qinzai didn't go crazy. At most, he was just addicted to it. In fact, young people nowadays had a wrong understanding that the longer the time, the happier the woman would be. Nonsense, 10 minutes was enough. After a long time, the girlfriend would feel that the gaming experience was extremely bad. She would be grumpy and even kick you away. However, for the majority of men who only had 5 seconds, 10 minutes was a great challenge. Whether it was Suyu or Wang Zijin, Qinzai was always in the process of rocking. Intermission. How's the company? Qinzai asked. Oh, you still remember to ask about the company's situation. Wang Zijin was full of resentment. Qinzai could help Tianfeng and Baozai. Only her amethyst technology was ignored by Qinzai, which made Wang Zijin feel like an orphan. I don't understand. It's not the right profession. Qinzai shrugged. But you should ask the programmer to work harder. The first batch of VR equipment will be on the market soon. Soon, which was within half a year. With the blueprint, he could do whatever he wanted and shorten the long research and development process. I want virtual reality games to break through the single-player model. Bragging. There will be such a day. It can't be now, but it doesn't mean it can't be in the future. When the time comes, your Amethyst will become a world-famous technology company. Yes, this is a good picture. I'll eat it first as a toast. As they chatted, Wang Zijin's voice gradually lowered. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Qinzai didn't feel sleepy at all. He lay in bed and thought a lot until he saw the phone screen light up. His sister's call came in. The phone had long been muted and turned off the vibration. Fortunately, he glanced at the phone. Otherwise, he would have missed his sister's call. He carefully lifted the quilt and tiptoed into the bathroom. A 5-star hotel, the room was big. If he talked in the bathroom, he wouldn't wake Wang Zijin up. Sister. Qinzai answered the call. Xianxia ran away from home. His sister's tone was full of gossip. Got hit by uncle again? Qinzai laughed. Rebellious teenagers were always like this. They thought they had grown up and started to get impatient with their parents nagging. They didn't want to be controlled and thought that if their father hit him again, they would hit him back. They had never experienced the pressure of life, but they felt that life was just like that. They sneered at busy adults and looked down on rich people who drove cars. They liked to sit by the window and pretend to be depressed, as if they were adults with stories and worries. His uncle had a bad temper and would hit him when he was angry. The father and son had often fought. His aunt often lamented that Ace was so obedient, but when it came to her son, he became like this. What a joke. Don't you know how evil your brother is? With the combination of kindness and power, if Qinzai could still be rebellious and run away from home, then he would be the reincarnation of Neza. The last time he ran away from home, he even threatened to cut off all ties with his father. Was he playing the same trick again? Oh, no wonder he asked us to borrow money. He wanted to run away from home a long time ago, Qinzai said. This is even more interesting. Qin Baobao clicked her tongue and said, he didn't borrow money to run away from home. He wanted to abort his girlfriend's child. His sister's tone was quite sad. His cousin, who was almost 9 years younger, almost became a papa. She was still a virgin. Xianxia was stunned. If he received this call a year ago, he would have cried until he fainted in the toilet. He would have cried and howled, "What use do I have for this iron rod?" Mom told me. Qin Baobao said, Jiangqing ran away from home yesterday. Until today, his phone was turned off. We asked around at his relatives and friends' houses but couldn't find him. My aunt called Mom, but Mom said she wasn't home. Then Mom called me. Wait, tell me clearly. Xianxia rubbed his temples. Jiangqing's girlfriend was in the same school as him. They were in the same grade and class. It was said that she was the prettiest girl in the class. The two of them got together in their first year of high school. It was spring. Spring was the season for animals to mate. They had plenty of pocket money on hand, so they found a youth hotel to experience the adult world. They were young. The boy only knew how to bang, and the girl only knew how to moan. The contraceptive measures were not good enough. Some time ago, the girl found that her period did not come. She checked online and found that she was pregnant. She panicked and felt that the sky was falling. If Xianxia knew that Suyu or Wang Zijing were pregnant, he would be surprised and happy. But for a teenager, his girlfriend's pregnancy was definitely the end of the world. In fact, their relationship was classified as a secret relationship. Because their parents would not allow it, and the school would not allow it. No matter how times changed, the school's attitude in this regard had never changed. Once found, they would be expelled. The girl's pregnancy was not hidden from her parents. Her family exploded at that time. It was such a big matter, and a young lady like her would definitely not be able to keep her mouth shut and reveal everything. The other party's parents were still reasonable and did not make a scene at the school. After all, both parties had to bear the responsibility for this kind of thing. The girl would always be at a disadvantage. They made a scene at Jiang Cheng's house. Then the aunt's house also exploded. So she ran away from home to avoid responsibility? Xianxia said. I don't know. That's all I know. Qin Baobao's tone was not much worried. Instead, it was full of interest. In this kind of thing, the girl's family was the most troublesome. If this matter is not handled well, it will be very troublesome, Xianxia said. Now that she is missing and can't be found, how do we deal with it? Qin Baobao said, I heard from Mom that the girl's family is going to call the police. Call the police? Xianxia sneered and said, call the police to arrest Jiangqing? The police can't be bothered with this kind of thing. The police had no right to interfere. The other party was not a girl under 14 years old. Although 18 years old was considered an adult, there were many underage expectant mothers. Some were even working as streamers, which led to the trend of underage mothers. Of course, certain streamers were naturally interviewed and criticized. From this, it could be seen that the existence of regulatory authorities was very necessary. The point is not to call the police. It means that the other party is hopping mad and is about to turn hostile, Qin Baobao said. Sigh, Jiangqing is our cousin. Can you not be so gossipy? Qin Baobao, now you are like an auntie who likes to gossip, Xianxia said in annoyance. You also know that he is our cousin, not our biological brother. Although this matter is troublesome, boys will not be at a disadvantage. Qin Baobao smiled. This was not wrong at all. Indeed, girls were at a disadvantage. Therefore, parents were looking forward to their own pigs eating cabbages while protecting their own cabbages. However, Jiangqing's situation was different. Moreover, at his age, he had not reached the age where parents were looking forward to him eating cabbages. Then if I accidentally kill someone, will sister be in a hurry to clean up my mess? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. On the other end of the phone, Qin Baobao's tone took a 180-degree turn. She chuckled and said, try it. I have already tried. Xianxia muttered in his heart and said, you called me not just to gossip, right? Yes, Mom asked me to inform you to pay attention and see if you can help, sister said. Xianxia chuckled and said, she is letting you do it. Aya, Ace is a man. You are the pillar of the family. Sister relies on you. Sister can't live without you. Qin Baobao kissed him twice on the phone. Sister liked to act pitiful and weak the most. But Qin Zhe just had to fall for it. Mediocre boys yearn to become someone's pillar of support, and his sister had taken advantage of salted fish Zhe's weakness. Just like before, he still fell for this trick. However, the difference was that the Qin Zhe of the past might not have been able to realize his sister's silent trick. After hanging up the phone, Qin Baobao called her mother back. "Mom, I talked to Ace. He'll help." "Mom asked you for help. Why are you looking for Ace?" Qin Mu asked angrily. When it came to matters of the heart, she felt that it was more reliable to look for a daughter. After all, a woman's feelings were more delicate. After all, they were relatives within 3 generations. Qin Ma was still very concerned about this matter, and so was the old man. However, he also felt that he didn't know where to start. "I don't know how to deal with it. In my opinion, we should just agree to compensate them," Qin Bao said. "You're so useless. Ever since you were young, you've been throwing problems to your brother. What can you do?" Qin Ma complained and hung up. Qin Zhe had something to say about whether his sister was capable or not. Qin Baobao hung up the phone and wrinkled her nose at the phone. She grabbed the lollipop on the table, tore off the icing, and licked it with relish. If there was a problem, she would definitely throw it to her brother. Men were just puppets. The ones who really controlled society were women. She had understood this principle when she was 16 years old and shook her butt at her brother. In the hotel, Qin Zhe dialed his aunt's number. It rang for a while before it was picked up. "Hello, Ace." His aunt's side was in a mess. She lowered her voice and said, "Wait a moment." After a few seconds of silence, the noise disappeared. His aunt said, "So annoying. Are the girl's parents still causing trouble at home?" Qin Zhe asked. "Yeah, it's been 2 days." His aunt was exhausted. "Where's uncle?" "He went out to look for Ching Ching. I'm the only one at home." "Then how are we going to deal with this matter? It can't be just cursing at them, right?" Qin Zhe said. Although the people of Shanghai were very particular about using their mouths and not their fists, and every single one of them was an expert in debating with a group of scholars, just cursing on the streets wouldn't solve the problem. For a family, if their underage daughter's belly was swollen by a pig, it was natural for the parents to explode. If this had happened more than a decade ago, Jiangqing wouldn't have been able to run away from home. His legs would have been broken a long time ago. "Yes, they want compensation," his aunt said. There didn't seem to be a problem. It was only right for them to compensate. Both sides were happy to use this method to solve the problem. "How much do they want?" Qin Zhe asked. He understood his aunt and uncle's character. They were in the wrong in this matter. If the compensation was within an acceptable range, they would have let it go. 5 million. His aunt paused and added, "Or a house." "In your dreams." Qin Zhe sneered. His aunt hesitated and sighed, "They know about our relationship. So they want to extort a sum of money?" "Yes." After thinking for a while, Qin Zhe said, "Aunt, let me come over and talk." "No need, Ace. Even if you have money, you can't use it like this." Before his aunt could finish, she realized that Qin Zhe had already hung up. Qin Zhe first called Jiangqing. Although he couldn't get through, it didn't mean that the other party had turned off his phone. Turning off the phone to calm down was the way adults would do. When faced with trouble, adults did need to calm down because they needed to think of a solution. As for little kids, their experience determined that they didn't have this mentality. At this moment, they might be in airplane mode, discussing life, relationships, and troubles with their best friends. "Where are you? If you don't reply in 5 minutes, I'll kill you." Qin Zhe sent a message to Jiangqing. The other party held out for 4 minutes and carefully replied, "Outside." Address. There was no reply. Still 5 minutes. 4 minutes later, Jiangqing shared his location. It was the location of a hotel. "Wait for me." Qin Zhe ended the conversation and wanted to say hello to Wang Zijin. The little sister was really tired. She was snoring softly with her mouth slightly open, which was especially attractive. Qin Zhe stared at her for a moment. Driven by curiosity, he stretched out a finger and slowly put it into Wang Zijin's mouth. In her sleep, Wang Zijin murmured and frowned slightly. Then, his finger entered the warm mouth. It was moist and soft. Wang Zijin didn't wake up. She subconsciously sucked 2 mouthfuls. Xianxia thought of the suggestions he had made many times but was rejected. Women. After sending a message to Wang Zijin and briefly explaining the situation, Xianxia put on a mask and sunglasses and drove to Jiangcheng's hiding place, 7 Days Express Hotel. Ru family, 7 Days, and Hanting were known as the 3 brothels in the pugilistic world. It was loved by a large number of young people. The number of young people who had shaken their beds here was enough to circle the earth 3 times. It was only 10 kilometers away from his house. It would take 20 minutes by bus. Xianxia entered the elevator. Awkwardly, he found that the elevator required a card to use. He sent a message to his cousin. "Come down, I'm downstairs." A few minutes later, the 17-year-old cousin came down from upstairs. His eyes flinched and he carefully called out, "Brother." Xianxia didn't say anything and slapped him. The sound of the slap attracted the attention of the hotel's receptionist. Young people nowadays only knew how to comfort others and didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Jiangcheng got up and shouted, "What right do you have to hit me?" Xianxia slapped him again. Jiangcheng got up and ran, but he couldn't outrun Xianxia. His cousin kicked him in the butt and he fell flat on his face. Xianxia put his head under his armpit, dragged him into the car, and drove away. Jiangcheng was just a teenager. After the beating, he curled up in his seat and sobbed softly. After calling his uncle, Xianxia glanced at his sobbing cousin and said, "Do you know why I hit you?" Not getting an answer, he continued, "You didn't do anything wrong, but you ran away. Your uncle taught me since I was young that men aren't afraid of doing wrong, but if a man doesn't take responsibility, then he's useless. The girl didn't run away, so why are you running away?" Actually, when high school students encountered such things, running away and following their hearts were 100% of the time. Jiangcheng sobbed and said loudly, "Of course she doesn't have to run away. If she runs away, how can she take our family's money? Am I the only one in the wrong? I didn't force her. Why should she take our family's money?" That's true, but that's not the reason. If you want to be serious about this, then think about it. Why does a man have to buy a house and a car, pay a huge betrothal gift, and when they get divorced in the future, the family property has to be divided equally? Isn't marriage a matter between 2 people? Aren't 2 people supposed to live their lives together? Xianxia said. The teenager obviously didn't think about such problems and was speechless. You're a man. Some responsibilities have to be shouldered by you. A woman can be unambitious as long as she marries a good husband. But a man can't. I'm very disappointed with what you've done. Auntie has spoiled you. But my family doesn't have that much money. Not having money is one thing. We can talk about it and discuss it. But if you're afraid to admit your responsibility and run away from home, you'll seem like a failure. Besides, don't you have me? Jiangcheng suddenly cried. I ran away because I didn't want you to pay. I was the one who told her that my cousin was Xianxia. I was the one who bragged every day. When her parents found out, they asked for 5 million, Xianxia was stunned and scolded, then all the more we should talk. You should have called me long ago. Is running away useful? You can run away for a while, but you can't run away forever. Your parents are in a terrible fix at home and have to clean up your mess. Are you going to hide in the hotel with a clear conscience? After scolding with sharp words, his tone suddenly became gentle. Don't worry. I'm here. Jiangcheng was crying. Cousin, I was wrong. It wasn't easy to make a pretentious and rebellious teenager say I was wrong. Xianxia thought that the old man's tricks were indeed dirty. Xianxia had been tricked by his father since he was a child, so he was very familiar with the trick of giving a carrot after a stick. For example, when he was in elementary school, Xianxia fought with a female classmate and lost. The teacher called both parents to the school. In the teacher's office, Xianxia, who lost to the female classmate, was beaten by his father again. The scene was so shocking that the other party's parents couldn't help but feel pity. In the end, it was the teacher who saved Xianxia. In fact, the old man was very measured. Although it looked like he was beating him up with great momentum, it would only hurt and not hurt him. "Do you know why I beat you?" The old man asked the same question at that time. "It's not because you fought, but because you fought with a girl." The old man lectured him for 10 minutes. In modern words, men should f*ck other men. Only sissies can f*ck women. He successfully guided little Xianxia to turn the feeling of dad only beats me into dad beat me because he wants me to be successful and always stands on the same side as me. If Xianxia's childhood was just a feather duster, then he must be a rebellious youth now. The old man perfectly crushed the seed of rebellion in Xianxia's heart. As the saying goes, the son inherits the father's medicine. Xianxia perfectly inherited this from the old man. In an instant, his rebellious cousin was completely under his control. "This time, you acted too hastily. Study hard in the future and don't have a girlfriend before college. Do you understand?" "Yes. When you go home, apologize to mom and dad." Xianxia saw that he was silent and shouted, "Do you understand?" "Yes." Jiangqing was already very obedient. The car turned the traffic light and drove into the neighborhood. Xianxia dragged his cousin in the direction of his aunt's house and asked curiously, "Your girlfriend? You two fell in love after a long time, right?" Jiangqing said, "I don't know." "Don't know." This was already the answer. Children who fell in love early, as long as their parents interfered, would almost only end up breaking up. Some particularly rebellious children might resist and intensify the family relationship to the freezing point. But the problem now was not that the parents forced them to break up, but that the girl asked for a huge compensation. In other words, even if Jiangqing's friendship with Guanbao was true love, it should be over by now. When a man recalled the first woman who got pregnant for him but couldn't be with him, he would sigh that he met the right person at the wrong time. If it was Jiangqing, he would probably sigh and lament that an embryo almost caused him to go bankrupt. She took the elevator upstairs. She was still at the door when she heard the quarrel inside. The corridor was quiet. No one was there to watch the show. This was the good thing about a big city. The indifference between neighbors was actually a good thing at this moment. If this happened in a small county or village, and their dirty linen was aired in public, they would be done for. Your glorious deeds can be passed down for years to come. 5 million, not a cent less. Otherwise, we'll go to school. A man shouted. "Stop pretending. Do you think your family doesn't have money? If you don't have money, then sell the house. My daughter has suffered so much. If you don't get satisfactory compensation, I'm not done with you." Following that, a woman's voice continued to clamor. Jiangqing's face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. "Look at the trouble you've caused," Xianxia scolded. "My parents don't need to pay. I can lend them money myself," Jiangqing said. "How much money can you borrow?" Xianxia snorted. "I can borrow tens of thousands." "So much?" Xianxia didn't believe it. For a child who didn't always have a stack of $100 bills in his wallet, borrowing tens of thousands was as difficult as an adult borrowing hundreds of thousands. "Jack Ma will lend it to me," Jiangqing said confidently. "I can only apply for spending and borrowing." "Xianxia, idiot, you're still half a year away from 18 years old. It would be strange if Jack Ma lent it to you." "No, the key isn't whether Jack Ma will lend it to you or not. The key is that Jack Ma's loan business has become so popular. This isn't good. You have to know that when you stare at Jack Ma is also staring at you. Cut the crap. Open the door." Xianxia slapped the back of his head. "Aren't you relatives of Xianxia? Aren't you his aunt?" This little bit of money, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, the voice stopped abruptly. The living room of his aunt's house was facing the door. When Xianxia saw the people in the house, they also saw Xianxia and Jiangqing, who had his head lowered. There were 5 people in the house. His aunt and uncle, a middle-aged couple, and a little girl with red and swollen eyes. The little girl was quite delicate and pretty. She had an oval face, fair and clean, and a slender figure. "Red guy, you dare to come back." The middle-aged man was furious and glared at Jiangqing. He looked fierce, but his heart was civilized. Sure enough, there was a fine tradition of Shanghai men arguing with women. Xianxia was a little disappointed. He was looking forward to the middle-aged man teaching Xianxia a lesson. He would conveniently push Xianxia out. This way, he could turn the initiative into passivity and even turn the tables. In fact, Shanghai people didn't like to use force to solve problems. It didn't mean that they were weak, but that their methods were different. Many times, blindly attacking would not only ruin a good game of chess, but also make oneself unreasonable. For example, in the current situation, if both sides called their friends to fight, the problem would be easily solved. Xianxia took off his mask and sunglasses, revealing his face, and said, "Why don't we all sit down and talk?" Seeing that it was him, the middle-aged couple's eyes lit up. The little girl also looked timidly at Xianxia. "There's nothing to talk about. My daughter is only 17 years old. How do you expect her to behave? It's already very rational of us to sit here and talk calmly with your family about what your son has done," the woman said. The man then continued, "Abortion fees, nutrition fees, mental damage fees. Do you think it'll cost you more than 5 million? Besides, you don't lack money." The last sentence was directed at Xianxia. 5 million is indeed a drop in the bucket for me, Xianxia said. Right. That's right. The sooner we settle this, the easier it will be for both sides. My daughter is being bullied by your son. The couple's eyes lit up. 5 million and a house. Shanghai people valued 3 things the most: a house, social security, and a job. Shanghai people could be said to be one of the most independent groups of people in the country. The importance of reincarnation. The couple had discussed it beforehand. Although they hated each other, at this point, there was no need to be angry. In terms of resolving this matter, if both sides' children were already adults and went to university, the best choice would be to get engaged. Xianxia was a thick thigh. Only by doing this would they be able to hold on to him. However, the 2 children were not adults, and their futures were too uncertain. Getting engaged would not work, and they might even lose everything in the end. For example, in a few years, their daughter would fall in love with someone else, or Jiangqing would fall in love with someone else. At that time, it would be too late to bring up the old scores. It was better to take this opportunity to ask for a huge sum of compensation. What are you talking about? 5 million. What kind of wife can't I buy with 5 million? The little aunt said angrily, "Don't even think about it." The little uncle's face was ashen. "Aze, you go back first. We'll settle this matter ourselves." The woman snorted, "Fine, it doesn't matter who gives it. Your family can pay for it." The little uncle snorted coldly. He was a small businessman. Of course, he could take out 5 million. However, if he was injured, his business would not be able to continue. How would he survive? The little uncle would definitely not compromise with their method of extortion. At most, everyone would have to work together for a long time. The middle-aged woman said fiercely, "Then I'll go to your company and school every day to cause trouble." This meant that she wanted to rely on his family. Xianxia snorted, "If you cause trouble at school, your daughter won't be able to get away with it." The middle-aged man immediately said, "That can't be helped. Who told you to bully people like this?" "Fine." Xianxia pressed his hand, "Let's really talk this out. First, give me a reason for compensating you with 5 million. The middle-aged woman pulled her daughter in front of her and pointed at her, returning to the posture of a furious mother. "My daughter is still underage but pregnant. How do you expect her to face others? Xianxia, you're a big star. Do you want to go back on your word?" The middle-aged man glared at Jiangqing and said hatefully, "I want to strangle this bastard." Xianxia spread his hands, "But your daughter was willing, wasn't she? Everyone threatened her because of puppy love. But there's no reason for my aunt's family to bear the cost of your daughter's puppy love. Or should I say it more clearly, you didn't teach your daughter well and instead let others pay for your mistakes. On what basis? Go to school and cause trouble. Just as you said, I have money. I can find her a better school in minutes. What about your daughter? After she was expelled, do you have the means to let her go to a better school? You see, no matter what, we don't have to compensate you. The little aunt wanted to say something but was stopped by the little uncle's gaze. The middle-aged couple was shocked and angry. Their daughter was the one who suffered. They thought that with Xianxia here, the matter would be resolved quickly. Who would have thought that they would be bullied instead? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a rich star. Yes, we can't seek help from legal channels, but there's still the media. If this matter is exposed, your cousin will use his relationship with you to get an underage girl pregnant and abandon her. It will also be a huge blow to your reputation. You'll lose more than 5 million, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. If you think that this matter will affect me greatly, then you're thinking too much. He's not my son. There are many famous people in the entertainment industry whose sons are doing drugs. And I have an entertainment company with a professional public relations team. Some time ago, I beat up the paparazzi at the airport. Did it cause any huge damage to my reputation? Xianxia sneered. Get lost. I won't give you a single cent. If you continue to stay here, I'll call the police and let the police take you away. The couple's expressions changed. They looked at each other and the woman suddenly burst into tears. You bullies. Your son got my daughter pregnant and threatened us. I'm going to call the police and expose this to the media. The little girl was out of her wits and started to cry. The middle-aged man said, I'll contact the media now. Xianxia glanced at them and said to the little aunt, call the police. Just say that it's a badger game. The little aunt was confused and didn't understand. These two people know about Jiangcheng's relationship with me, so they colluded with their daughter to seduce an underage boy and extort 5 million. That's all you need to say. I'll take care of the rest, Xianxia said. The little aunt widened her eyes and stared at Xianxia. There was such a thing. When did my honest days become so dirty? The woman suddenly turned off the fire. The man glared at Xianxia, while the little girl looked timid. Xianxia ignored the family and said, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Do you think rich people can be extorted by you? If I didn't have any means or connections, how could I be so rich? It's not difficult for me to have you go to jail for a few years. Moreover, you did extort me. I think it's reasonable to say that you colluded beforehand. Seeing that they were terrified, Xianxia continued, I'll give you 2 options. 1. I'll give you 300,000 and you can scram as far as you can. Your daughter will transfer to another school and you're not allowed to have any contact with Jiangcheng. 2. I'll call the police now and send you to jail. The couple looked at each other silently. They could rely on the media and their daughter's pregnancy, but they couldn't rely on the law. In such a situation, according to normal logic, it was reasonable for them to ask for compensation. They just asked for a little more. But if Xianxia really wanted to use his power to bully others, then the logic of ordinary people would be useless. 500,000. The woman bargained. Xianxia pretended to take out his phone. 200,000 it is. I'll give it to you now. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. There was still 200,000 in cash in the safe at home. His uncle gave the money on the spot. The middle-aged couple left with their daughter. The little girl stopped at the door and glanced at Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng ignored her. Love was a matter between 2 people. If there was a problem, both of them should be responsible. But in this matter, he seemed to have become the biggest villain. In the young man's heart, he was betrayed by love. The heavy sound of the door closing highlighted the middle-aged couple's unwillingness and anger. Jiangcheng said loudly, Cousin, why should we give them money? Call the police and put them in jail. He felt that his cousin's previous method was better. Xianxia suddenly felt a surge of anger, and he slapped him to the ground. Aze, his aunt called. Do you know why I hit you? Xianxia said. Jiangcheng got up and said reluctantly, because of responsibility. Xianxia said, no matter what her parents did, the child in her stomach is yours. You have responsibility. If it's your responsibility, don't run away. Call the police and they'll make you ugly. You'll know. In his uncle's study, Xianxia and his uncle drank a few glasses of wine. Aze, this matter is all thanks to you, his uncle said. 5 million was impossible. It was impossible in this lifetime. But if Xianxia didn't come out to deal with it, their family would have a headache for a while. It's what I should do, Xianxia said. His father only had 2 aunts. When he was in trouble, if he could count on relatives, only relatives within 3 generations would help. He couldn't count on any further. Your aunt spoils him too much, his uncle complained. Xianxia thought to himself, you don't know how to teach your son either. When he was still in primary school, I said that I would throw him to Big Brother to teach, but your aunt didn't agree. His uncle sighed. Xianxia, how could she agree? My nephew's example is right here. He does things as he pleases. He doesn't study hard. He only wants to play and enjoy. He hasn't encountered any setbacks, Xianxia analyzed. Yes, his uncle agreed. He'll be fine in a few years. Society will teach him to work hard, Xianxia said. At Jiangqing's age, his personality and thinking were already set. Normal education couldn't change him. But there were 2 ways to change him, the military and society. The former was hard education. Even a rock could be ground into powder. The latter was soft education. It could make you understand yourself correctly and work hard. But who knows what kind of trouble he has caused in the past few years. I really want to beat this bastard to death. The uncle gritted his teeth. Well, I think you should teach him more about responsibility. Xianxia suggested. Although this cousin of his gave the elders a headache, he wouldn't cause any big trouble. This was purely an accident. If Jiangqing was a teenager with a bad character, Xianxia wouldn't beat him or scold him. He would only draw a clear line. And if there was no embryo, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lu Sun once said, my biggest wish in life is to sleep with more women. Looking at the thousands of years of China's history, the most miserable were the 2 generations, 80-90. Let's not talk about the past, they got married early. Let's not talk about the future, they would only become more and more open. Only the 8,090 comrades were the most miserable in the long river of history. According to the information collected on the internet, 80-90's tragic self-narration, the 80s and 90s were the 2 generations with the most virgins and the last sexual experience. They cried silently in the toilet. The uncle said with emotion, I really don't know how to do anything other than hit, but I see that Big Brother has been hitting you since you were young. Xianxia, little uncle's heart was pierced. Everyone in the Qin family's circle of relatives knew that comrade Qin Jianzhong was a son-crazy demon. If he wasn't beating his son, he was on the way to beating his son. Every time the relatives gathered, Xianxia would be teased, did you get spanked by dad today? But that was when he was young. As he grew older, the number of times the old man hit him decreased exponentially. Now, if the old man still dared to hit him, Xianxia dared to say, if you hit me, I will give your daughter an injection. But when he was a child, he did tremble under his father's crotch and tried his best to grow into a straight white poplar tree according to his father's ideas. Filial sons were born under the rod. This sentence made sense, but the price he paid was a little tragic. Xianxia's interest in chatting was summed up by his uncle's words. He waved goodbye dispiritedly. Qingqing, send your cousin downstairs. Little aunt ordered. Jiangqing replied with an "oh" and silently followed Xianxia out. The 2 cousins entered the elevator in silence, and Jiangqing pressed the button for basement 1. When did you get together with that little girl? Xianxia asked. Jiangqing turned his head and looked at him carefully. He silently took a step back. I'm asking you a question. I won't hit you. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Cousin, it's not sex, it's love. Your words are so vulgar. Young boys and girls were like this. They saw love as a beautiful thing and could not accept explicit words like lover, slut, and cock tyrant. In the adult world, this was called fun. Her husband laughed lewdly. Little slut, I'll make you cry and call me daddy tonight. His wife laughed. Come on, let's be merry. I love chicken crispy. If the young boys and girls heard these words, their mentality would collapse. After being glared at by Xianxia, he shrank his head and continued, at the end of last semester, we signed up for the class teacher's holiday training class together. During the summer vacation, we started to get familiar with each other. We often took the subway home together. From time to time, I would treat her to food and milk. Her family is not very rich. Xianxia understood and nodded. After a while, a tortoise fell in love with a green bean. She became your girlfriend and drank your milk. Xianxia argued, it's not a tortoise falling in love with a green bean. We were in love at that time. Xianxia chuckled and said, even after enrolling in the training class, your grades are still trash. Did your uncle report your class teacher? When Xianxia was in high school, it was basic for teachers to open private classes. If there was a demand, there would be a market. All parents in the world wanted their children to become dragons and phoenixes, even if their children were bad students. In these years, the act of teachers opening private classes was prohibited. It was still the same sentence. If there was a demand, there would be a market. Private classes still existed, but there were fewer of them. They were low-key and hidden. I've improved. I've improved from 30th place to 25th place. Xianxia was unconvinced. Xianxia looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Grade? Xianxia. Class. Xianxia sighed in exasperation. Trash, at least you have half of my Qin clan's bloodline. How can you be so useless? Your uncle is a university professor, your mother graduated from university, your cousin is a top student at Fudan University, and your cousin. I don't need to emphasize this. Xianxia said weakly, you worked so hard to get into a garbage university? Garbage university? What the F***ck? For a Shanghai local, the difficulty of getting into a university was many times higher than that of students from other provinces. Xianxia slapped him against the wall of the car. He couldn't even buckle down. It's fine if your dad stabbed me in the heart, but a little puppy like you also came. Xianxia hated little puppies the most. They looked delicate and weak on the surface, but they were harder than anyone else. You said you wouldn't hit me. Xianxia felt wronged. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Xianxia paused and went straight to the point. What I want to know is when you broke in. Xianxia thought about it and understood. His face showed a man's pride. Cousin, in fact, getting a girlfriend is very simple. Take the initiative, spend some money, give some care and love, and it's easy to get a girl. Xianxia said angrily, you shut up. I don't know how to fall in love. Do I need you? I had a girlfriend in junior high school, but I'm smarter than you. I didn't cause any trouble. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't know why his cousin was suddenly angry. We were honest with each other at the end of August. Xianxia answered truthfully. Xianxia thought about it. It started at the end of August. She was pregnant at the end of October. 2 months, in other words, they had an embryo in September. So fast, was it because puberty was easy to be frightened? Why didn't Suyu's stomach improve? Was it because she was too old? Although her skin was as delicate as a young girl's, and her figure was very slim, it didn't change the fact that she was older than the girl next door. But Xianxia's good Chinese medicine knowledge told him that it wasn't because of age. At this moment, the Edo 48 hands flashed through Xianxia's mind. Bang! Xianxia once again slapped him against the wall of the sedan. He got up again and looked at his cousin with grievance. He didn't know why he was hit again. What's there to be proud of? Xianxia snorted. Xianxia had an idea. His resentment retreated, and he showed a gossipy expression. Cousin, you're going to have a baby with Zijin? Xianxia knew about Wang Zijin's existence. Although he didn't talk much with Wang Zijin, he had been in the Qin family for 2 years. Later, he heard his mother and father gossiping and found out that the dignified and generous sister was his cousin's girlfriend. Xianxia warned, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Oh. Xianxia said, does cousin have a boyfriend? Xianxia said, just take it that she does. Xianxia's face suddenly became excited. Who is it? Who is cousin? It's none of your business. The boys in my class like her a lot. They always say that they won't marry anyone but her. They also think that they have a chance because she doesn't have a boyfriend. They also say that she's one of the few female celebrities in the entertainment industry who doesn't have unspoken rules. Xianxia chattered on excitedly. He was obviously very interested in his future cousin-in-law. He cared more about Xianxia's love life than he did about it. Although Qin Baobao had a bad attitude towards him and often played with him when they were young, Qin Baobao had been a top student since she was young. She was pretty, smart, and had good grades. Therefore, Xianxia worshipped his cousin very much due to the influence of these deep-rooted beliefs. She abused him thousands of times, but he treated her like his first love. On the other hand, he only had a vague idea of his cousin's net worth, wealth, and ability. But his cousin had been a salted fish for so many years. The image of a salted fish trembling under his uncle's crotch had long been imprinted in Xianxia's heart. As for my cousin-in-law, it has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? I'm your only cousin. Whether my cousin's wife is good or not is related to whether I can ask for more red packets from him. A good cousin-in-law and a bad cousin-in-law have a huge difference in benefits. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, he was slapped to the wall by his cousin again. Xianxia said, a good cousin won't be stingy with his slaps. A good cousin-in-law should be like that. Xianxia? Ding, the elevator door opened. Study hard. Don't be a person who muddles through life. Now you're using your parents' money to pick up girls. You have to rely on yourself in the future. Women in society are very caring. They like small animals, such as BMWs, Hummers, Jaguars, and Land Rovers. Of course, there's also lynx. But they won't like a little puppy who has nothing. Then what kind of animal is my cousin-in-law? Xianxia asked curiously. Seafood? Xianxia walked out of the elevator and turned around. Study hard while you're in your second year of high school. In the future, if you can't even get into a garbage university, I'll bring my cousin-in-law to dote on you. He waved his hand and left. Xianxia drove out of the neighborhood and went straight to Tianfeng Entertainment. On the way, he talked to his sister. Aunt's family matter has been resolved. Qin Baobao, you've worked hard. Sister will reward you with a kiss. Xianxia, 200,000. Qin Baobao, small money. Xianxia, I didn't pay for it. Aunt and uncle paid for it themselves. I know. It's only 200,000. Aunt must have paid for it herself. I didn't ask you to go over to pay 5 million. I asked you to solve the problem. Qin Baobao said, by the way, how did you solve it? Xianxia told him what happened just now. His sister laughed especially happily on the other end of the phone, giggling like a little hen. You've been led astray. You can even think of such a dirty trick. But evil people will be punished by evil people, right? That's right. That's why I gave that little brat Xianxia a hard time. Xianxia said, it's so unfair. When I was his age, I only knew the 5 dragons embracing the pillar, but he could study all kinds of postures. Bah, don't talk about this with your sister. Qin Baobao pretended to spit, and with a seductive tone, she said sneakily, you've been living with me for so long. Did you use the materials here to cultivate your 5 dragons? Yes. I still have them. Xianxia said, after all, with an expert like my sister by my side, I have to cultivate well. Qin Baobao obviously didn't understand the last sentence. After a moment of silence, she asked tentatively, really? Don't worry. I've cleaned you up. There won't be any accidents like the swimming pool. Get lost. His sister roared and hung up the phone. Xianxia snorted. She said that he liked to flirt, but she was different. She was obviously a coward, but she pretended to be calm and seductive. Qin Baobao felt indignant. She sent another message to him. I'll give you something exciting. His sister's so-called excitement was at most a kiss on the lips. She probably felt that she was going to die from excitement. Xianxia ignored her. After the car stopped and they walked to the elevator, he replied, what kind of excitement? His sister replied instantly. She sent a picture. It was a contract. Xianxia swiped his finger across the screen and zoomed in on the picture. He saw the bold words, menswear. Xianxia asked, is this the contract from last time? Last year, when his sister had just become popular, this magazine had invited her to be the cover girl. They claimed that they came with great sincerity and enthusiasm, hoping to cooperate with his sister. Xianxia had heard of this magazine before, but unfortunately, he couldn't bear to spend money on it. Besides, to him, the trendy men in the magazine were not as sexy and attractive as the cover girls. They had long legs that could make a young man's mouth go dry. Later on, when he had money, he still didn't look at it because his sisters had helped him pick out his clothes. Not only did they like to shop for themselves, they also liked to help men shop. Qin Baobao replied, "Smile but don't say anything." Xianxia was speechless. "Damn it, smile but don't say anything." Xianxia put his phone back in his pocket. The elevator happened to stop and he stepped into the office. When he didn't see his sister in the office, he asked the ordinary-looking assistant, "Where's President Qin?" Xiangyi's assistant subconsciously straightened his back and said respectfully, "In the second conference room." "What's the matter?" "Men's Clothing Magazine." Before Xiangyi's assistant could finish, he realized that Xianxia had already left. Xiangyi's assistant stood at the air vent of the air conditioner and felt the cold wind, feeling extremely miserable. "I've really offended him unknowingly." Xianxia rushed to the second conference room and saw his sister, who was dressed in a formal suit, chatting happily with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Noticing that he had entered, his sister winked at him playfully. The middle-aged man got busy and bent over to hand him a business card without hesitation. "Hello, President Qin." Xianxia nodded slightly and took the business card with both hands. He glanced at it and saw the words, "Design Manager." He knew what was going on. "Since I was able to invite you this time, I'll be able to answer to my boss when I go back." The middle-aged man's face was full of smiles, showing his inner joy. "Actually, I've wanted to cooperate with your magazine a long time ago, but I wasn't confident back then." Qin Baobao smiled. Xianxia listened for a while and said, "I don't think it's necessary." "Sister, you're going to hold a concert soon. It's more important to practice your new song, isn't it?" Qin Baobao smiled. Before she could say anything, the middle-aged man opposite her hurriedly interjected, "President Qin, it won't take much time. I believe it'll be a pleasant cooperation." Xianxia said calmly, "I'm busy, I don't have time." The middle-aged man was speechless. It was the same excuse again. Last year, when the company invited Qin Baobao, Xianxia simply said, "I'm busy, I don't have time," and sent the person sent by the company away. To hell with busy. Actually, the photo shoot wouldn't take much time at all. After all, many female celebrities were overjoyed to receive the company's invitation. It was a good opportunity to increase their fame. It was like gilding. When a female celebrity appeared on the cover of a magazine, her original diamond-studded cover would be gilded with a layer of gold. "President Qin, we have a mature and professional team and the best photographer. We can guarantee that the shoot will be completed smoothly and definitely won't delay your schedule," the middle-aged man said. It couldn't be helped. Qin Baobao was too popular, and her reputation was rarely high. Last year, the company held the mentality that if they cooperated, it would be a win-win situation. This year, it was the men's magazine that wanted to use Qin Baobao's fame. Qin Baobao had never done a photo shoot before. This was a great gimmick. Xianxia thought to himself, "Of course, I know you're professional. So professional that it makes people slightly hard." But it was because of this that he didn't agree with his sister being the cover girl. He didn't want his sister to wear a bikini to show off her long legs, deep cleavage, and cute belly button for others to see. How could he share the benefits of Hei's king with others? "Actually, I don't like this magazine very much and I feel that it's completely meaningless." "Don't misunderstand. I don't have any opinions about your magazine," Xianxia said. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. "Don't misunderstand? No opinions, then what do you mean by having opinions about our magazine?" His tone was slightly displeased. "But we've already signed the contract." "Boss Qin, why don't you take a look?" Xianxia looked at his sister in shock. He knew that his sister also didn't like wearing revealing clothes in front of outsiders. She signed the contract, just to provoke him. Qin Baobao smiled slyly and opened the contract to show him her beautiful handwriting. "Are you surprised? Is it exciting?" "Xianxia, damn it. I don't care if you've signed the contract or not," Xianxia said with a dark expression. "I have money. What's the big deal about liquidated damages?" He glared at her and got up to leave. Hey! Qin Baobao panicked when she saw his terrible expression. She got up and grabbed his right hand. Take a look at the contract first. Xianxia, let go of my ex-girlfriend. The middle-aged man? Qin Baobao said in a soft voice, sister was just joking. A's, take a look at the contract. She had to act like an elder sister in front of others. Otherwise, she would have been hung up by now. Xianxia opened the contract in confusion and read 10 lines at a glance. He glared at his sister and said angrily, then I won't object. Xianxia felt that he had overreacted. It was mainly because of the anger from his aunt's family. It made him irritable. Lu Sun said not to be anxious. Take some medicine and it will not be a big problem. Look, a celebrity is a celebrity. It is worth learning. He spent a few minutes going through the contract and knew why his sister agreed to do the photo shoot. It was because the client had the right to choose the clothing requirements. That meant his sister could choose not to wear a bikini, show her cleavage, or stick out her white butt. Xianxia said, this is not in line with your magazine's aim of stepping on the line. The cover of the men's magazine was more than enough to be the cover of a movie in Hong Kong in the 90s. But with the cover of art and fashion, everything looked very impressive. If the relevant departments were involved, everyone would say that you are backward and a country bumpkin. And similar behavior of stepping on the line would be suppressed very badly in other industries. For example, the young newspaper seller who would never have a recommendation in his life. He really wanted to curse him. It is already the best that Boss Qin agreed to do the photo shoot. We only ask that the clothes are not so conservative. The middle-aged man said. Sure, Xianxia agreed. He glanced at his sister as he spoke. His sister, who had telepathy with him, immediately understood what he meant and nodded slightly. Xianxia confirmed that there was nothing fishy about the contract and was relieved. He said, when will the photo shoot start? The middle-aged man said, this is what I want to discuss with Boss Qin. Our magazine wants to do it as soon as possible. After all, time and treasure. But it depends on your time. I understand. Time is money. So, the day after tomorrow? Xianxia asked his sister. In this era, everything was about speed. Both parties did not want to delay. Make money fast. Eat fast. Write fast. Fast food delivery, fast letter, fast gunman. Even the woman who lost her footing wanted you to do it as soon as possible. His sister nodded. After sending off the middle-aged man, the siblings returned to the office. Xianxia lit a cigarette and said, men are quite patient with you. Because I have a face. Qin Baobao raised her sharp face. She sat on the sofa with her legs together. Her long legs wrapped in silk stockings were tightly pressed together, and her face was tilted upwards to accentuate her full breasts. They value you because the man behind you is me. If it were any other female celebrity, who would receive such treatment? Xianxia's gaze swept over his sister's face and figure. He thought to himself, there are also breasts, legs, buttocks, and a small waist. She values you because the man behind you is me. If it were any other female celebrity, who would receive this kind of treatment? Xianxia said. Qin Baobao wiggled her butt. Xianxia blew out a mouthful of smoke at his sister. Seeing her frowning and waving her hands, he snorted, are you happy to be mischievous? Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Baobao retorted, that's my own business. It's none of your business. Xianxia said, I don't care. I just don't want you to be scolded by Dad. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and moved her butt to his side. I don't believe you. His sister's gaze seemed to be bewitching and teasing. Under her thick eyelashes, her eyes were sparkling. It's up to you to believe it or not. I don't believe it. All right, it's indeed because of her own displeasure. Xianxia said, in any case, I'm the one who slapped her until she grew up. Qin Baobao only rolled her eyes at him when he said that he didn't respect his sister, but it was the truth. At first, she was very resistant to being spanked. Later on, she got used to it and even felt quite good. Thus, in the countless times they had sex over the years, she had always been half reluctant. By the way, there's something you need to deal with. Qin Baobao got up and walked to her desk. Her skirt wrapped around her round buttocks. There was a saying that a person's life was like a beautiful woman's buttocks. They were in pairs, beautiful and happy, but a third party must be strictly prevented. The two deputy managers of the public relations department had some conflicts a few days ago. Now they are like fire and water. It has greatly affected the work of the department. Qin Baobao pushed a notebook to him. On it was the personnel list of the public relations department. The names of the two deputy managers were circled in bright red. The manager of the public relations department wants to dismiss one of them. The company has a rule that the transfer of the middle and senior management needs to be approved by the general manager, and the resignation and dismissal need to be approved by me. Qin Baobao said, so I have a headache. Which one of them should I dismiss? Xianxia held a cigarette between his fingers and tapped on the coffee table. He looked at his sister strangely and asked, did he come forward to mediate? Qin Baobao looked helpless. The manager of the public relations department has mediated many times. I also came forward to talk to them once. But no matter how good it is on the surface, they still fight behind their backs. What's the situation? This is also what the manager of the public relations department told me. Qin Baobao looked hesitant, as if she was organizing her words. Actually, the conflict happened because of a woman. Love rivals fighting each other? Xianxia understood. Femme fatale. He had a foxy face at home, so he knew best. That's not it. Qin Baobao said awkwardly, as if she found it hard to say. Say it clearly. Xianxia frowned. A few minutes later, Xianxia learned the general situation from his sister. The two deputy managers of the public relations department had a good relationship. After all, they were colleagues. Because Xianxia and Qin Baobao had monopolized power, there was less scheming and factional fighting. This was undoubtedly beneficial to the development of the company. Only a hack like Xianxia could build such a huge entertainment company. The two managers did break up because of a woman, and it was not a good woman, but, in ancient words, a goddess. Tianfeng Entertainment's benefits were very generous. Every month, there was a large amount of departmental activity funds for staff dinners, singing, and some indescribable activities. The two managers met a beautiful goddess in one of the activities and happily became kindred spirits. For a long time, when they entered the club, they would order 18, not Android 18. Both of them were very satisfied with 18. Normally, the strongest relationship between men was nothing more than going through windows together, carrying guns together, and protecting each other when they lost their footing together. The bad thing was that one of the guys was selfish. No one knew what he painted for 18, but she was willing to give up her job and become his mistress. The boat of friendship capsized just like that. The two managers began to find trouble with each other at work, scheming against each other. Because of personal grudges, their work was affected. Xianxia said in his heart, this is a bit different from my understanding of femme fatale. What do you mean? He asked. I read their work reports. The two of them are 50-50. They can fire anyone. Qin Baobao said, but I have a phobia of choice. Xianxia didn't answer, but rubbed his chin and thought. As a salesperson, it's good as long as you care about performance. As a middle-level manager, you will inevitably be involved in the office scheming. As a boss, you have to learn to manage talents and mediate conflicts. Therefore, Xianxia's first reaction was to ask, is there any mediation, not to fire them. But since both sides chose to feign compliance, then the boss doesn't need to be polite. The boss also wants face. It must be that you, the boss, don't have any dignity. If I negotiate with them, they definitely won't dare to feign compliance. Haizai King took the opportunity to ridicule Ying Monster. Ying Monster glanced at him coldly, and Salted Fish Zai immediately laughed and said, not giving you face is not giving me face, so they must be fired. Qin Baobao smiled and hummed. It was indeed because she was not dignified enough. If Xianxia talked to them, no one would dare to feign compliance based on the reputation accumulated by the fast gunmen in Jianghu. Qin Baobao couldn't do it. Although she sang well and worked hard, Xianxia's light was too dazzling, and she herself was not very serious. It was easy to leave the impression of a vase who became famous by relying on her younger brother and appearance. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Qin Baobao took the opportunity to shift the responsibility. In terms of company management, 10 Qin Baobaos were not Suyu's opponent. She also didn't have the consciousness of working hard. As long as the normal operation was stable, it would be fine. She didn't have to worry about expanding the territory. The most miserable should be Wang Zijin. She started from scratch like Qin Baobao, but she couldn't get help from Qin Zhe in daily management and operation because Qin Zhe himself was also a layman in internet technology. For this reason, she had to ask Suyu for advice. Don't be so troublesome. You can call the manager of the public relations department and dismiss the one who keeps a mistress. Qin Zhe said. Oh? Qin Baobao sat up straight and asked shamelessly, why? The business ability of the two deputy managers was not much different. She had been struggling. Now that her younger brother was so decisive, there must be a reason. Qin Zhe said, it's immoral to lock the shared bicycle, so the reason is a matter of character. Of course, you can listen to this answer and don't say it. Qin Baobao. Oh. It took her 3 seconds to understand the meaning of Qin Zhe's words. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Baobao dragged her tired body out of the dance studio. Because it was almost time to get off work, she did not take a shower. She wore a dance costume that accentuated her figure and low-heeled shoes. Many male employees were stunned and female employees were envious as she entered the office. After closing the door, she threw herself on the sofa and groaned for a while. Then, she sat up straight and took off her shoes. Her feet were sore and her socks were stuck to the soles of her feet. When she took them off, it was as if they were peeled off from her flesh. I'm so tired. She looked at Qin Zhe with a pitiful expression. You need constant exercise to maintain your figure. It's your fault for slacking off a few days ago. Qin Zhe complained. 2 hours ago, Qin Zhe touched his sister's waist and felt that there was an extra layer of flesh. It was not much and could not even be seen with the naked eye. It was all thanks to Qin Zhe hugging his sister's waist that he felt it. He could feel the slightest change and said, Qin Baobao, you've gained weight. His sister did not believe him. She stood on the scale and looked at it. Indeed, she had gained 3 pounds. She had been controlling her weight, but after returning from Guangdong, it was obvious that she had gained weight. It was raining heavily and it was inconvenient for her to go to the gym. Plus, in Guangdong, there was nothing that could not be eaten. If there was, it was because the recipe had not been discovered yet. After eating for half a month, it was understandable that she had gained some weight. How long has it been since you last weighed yourself? If it wasn't for my quick thinking, you wouldn't be able to get rid of these pounds. Qin Zhe said. He had just found out. After his sister returned from Guangdong, Qin Zhe had been in the most guilty state. He had only just found out that his sister had gained a few pounds. 3 pounds of weight was nothing. It would not even affect Qin Baobao's figure. However, people gain weight from the waist. Qin Zhe liked his sister's small waist the most, so he could not bear it. I really envy those women who don't gain weight. Qin Baobao sighed. She lay back and crossed her legs. A's, give me a massage. Gaining weight from eating is a healthy body. Women who don't gain weight from eating are either flat-chested or short. Qin Zhe held his sister's small feet. Qin Zhe had seen a lot of women who didn't get fat no matter how much they ate. He had forgotten if there were any girls who didn't get fat when he was in middle school or high school. After all, he was still growing at that time. Slender figures and thin faces were the norm for young boys and girls. And fat, on the other hand, was different. They were proud to gain weight, but they did not gain weight. From a medical point of view, eating was equivalent to nourishment. Therefore, gaining weight was considered a healthy physique. Gluttony was a physique that would not gain weight. It was still fine in the modern era where resources were abundant, but in ancient times, people with short lifespans would be considered as people with short lifespans. I didn't wash my feet. They're so dirty. Qin Zhe pulled over the trash can and took out a bottle of 82 Lafite from the wine cabinet in his office. Anyway, the amount of 82 Lafite the world drank every year was enough to circle the sun 3 times. Lafite was Lafite, and 82 was just Qin Zhe's imagination. He washed the sweat off Qin Baobao's feet with the wine and wiped them clean with a tissue. He put her feet on his lap and kneaded them carefully. Women's feet were more delicate and slender than men's. They were both bony and fleshy, white and tender. He played with his sister's feet as if he was playing with precious jade. Controlling the extremities of the limbs was not a patent of modern people. The ancients had been doing it a long time ago. The most perverted one was the 3-inch golden lotus. Red brocade clothes wrinkled with every step. Beautiful women danced with golden hairpins. Flying up. Xianxia pressed the soles of his sister's feet with his fingertips. The instep was crystal white, the soles were red, and there was a thin layer of calluses on the heels. Qin Baobao lay on the sofa with her eyes half closed. Every time Xianxia pressed her acupoints, she moaned softly. Pressing acupoints had always been Xianxia's proudest skill. Suyu, Wang Zijin, including old lady Li, every woman whose acupoints were pressed by him said yes. His sister was no exception. Even if he didn't have a system in the future, he could still rely on these skills to live freely. In fact, Xianxia had almost forgotten that he had a system. The low-level system hadn't jumped out to show its existence for a long time. Until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was time to get off work, his sister went to sleep. Xianxia didn't wake her up. He called Mou. The day before yesterday, he got the news that the crew was about to finish filming. The long-awaited True Yellow was finally coming out. He had a hunch that this time the company could produce 1 or 2 A-list artists, and True Yellow would become one of the most popular dramas in the second half of the year. The income of shooting a popular TV series was more profitable than shooting an equally popular movie. The income model of a TV series was not comparable to that of a movie. Of course, the financial resources and energy invested in the two could not be compared. If this TV series started shooting half a year ago, he might have forced his sister to play the female lead. But when he decided to shoot this TV series, his sister's fame had reached a peak. Playing the female lead was at most icing on the cake. It was better to leave the opportunity to other female artists in the company. Qin Baobao's popularity in China had reached a bottleneck. In the future, it would take time to accumulate a foundation. Whether it was a movie, a TV series, or a concert, it was impossible to make her famous again. According to the development route of domestic artists, they would be more eager to take some supporting roles in Hollywood blockbusters. Times were different. In the past, when a domestic artist took a Hollywood movie, they were excited as if they had won a $50 million prize. Now Hollywood took the initiative to cooperate with domestic artists because they needed them to open the domestic market. With a large population and large spending power, they could be willful. In the eyes of the entertainment industry and the public, Qin Baobao was undoubtedly lucky. Since her debut, she had walked the path that others took years or even decades to walk. She had turned into a female artist without a foundation. Even with her looks and figure, if she wanted to climb up the social ladder, she would have to go through hardships and even be incomplete. Xianxia looked at his sister's sleeping face and felt that he was a qualified brother. In the past, he had worked so hard to earn money. Wasn't it to protect his sister, be my little sister and only drink milk and not suffer hardships? The production team is done. They will be back the day after tomorrow. The call went through. Mou reported the details in detail. We are also negotiating the film rights. We have been in contact with the Shanghai TV station. That's good. But, the price is not agreed. Mou's tone was a little awkward. The TV station wants to lower the price by 20%. Because our team is made up of internal artists, the investment is not big. The TV series is too expensive. Xianxia said, take it or leave it. Don't talk nonsense with them. Mou, Xianxia said, come back first. I will talk about the price myself. The copyright was not urgent. Even the vegetable market would bargain. In the world, only specialty stores and supermarkets did not allow bargaining. The phenomenon of bargaining had always existed in the entertainment industry. Some little fresh meat asked for 100 million, but this was not the final price, although there were indeed brainless directors who accepted. Most of the time, the price could be negotiated. It was the same for the copyright of the work. Xianxia poured himself a bottle of red wine and played the vinyl record. He listened to the music and tasted the wine while waiting for his sister to wake up. The existence of vinyl records had changed from entertainment to antiques. Rich people would collect vinyl records to show their taste. But in terms of sound quality, vinyl records were really good. Xianxia and his sister bought vinyl records to show off. Compact discs, cassettes, vinyl records, they were all out of the stage of history. Speaking of compact discs, Xianxia remembered something. When he was young, there was a video hall downstairs in the neighborhood where he lived. It was also a chess room. When the old man was young, he was the famous sparrow god. Xianxia and the video hall manager's son played very well. Whenever the old man went to play mahjong, Xianxia would go with him. Then, he would watch videos with the manager's son all afternoon. Sometimes, his sister would go with them too. Once, when the adults were playing mahjong and the children were watching videos, the store manager's son dug out a lot of compact discs in the store. Xianxia picked out a Chinese studio from the vast number of compact discs. Children were especially fond of mysterious ancient movies, but the adults' world was different from children's. Chinese studio was indeed a Chinese studio, but the theme was not fighting and killing. To be precise, it was fighting and killing between men and women. For a moment, the whole store was filled with the sound of bed shaking and women's ah. Below the TV, the boys and girls widened their eyes with a look of I'm sorry. Not far away, the adults were playing mahjong happily. Suddenly, the background music was forcefully added. After that, the owner of the video hall joked, "Old Qin, your son's taste is too good." After that, the old man forbade Xianxia from going to the chess room and video hall again. He even gave Xianxia a good beating because he was the one who picked out the compact disc. Thinking back, that should be Xianxia's sexual enlightenment. It was probably his sister's as well. On the sofa, his sister moaned and stretched comfortably. She woke up. "What time is it?" 6:30. "Oh." She propped herself up and yawned. "It's so comfortable. I'll massage my sister when we get home." They came back together, as they always did. At 10:30, Xianxia sent a message to his sister. There was no reply. He sneaked into Wang Zijin's room. "What are you doing?" "Don't mess around at home," Wang Zijin whispered. "That's too much." "She's my girlfriend after all," Xianxia whispered back. "It's too loud." "It'll be awkward if your sister hears us," Wang Zijin said. "She won't hear you even if you scream. After all, the house is worth tens of millions. The soundproofing is good." Xianxia crawled under the blanket. "How can there be a girlfriend like you? You don't make a baby at home, but in the hotel." Wang Zijin pressed the blanket tightly. She didn't know about other men's motivation, but she knew that Xianxia's was definitely on the level of 8 cylinders. Therefore, it was impossible for him to make a baby in a romantic way. Xianxia tactfully took a step back and said, "I just miss Sister Ziwei. I want to be intimate." Rustling sounds of clothes being taken off could be heard as he stripped Wang Zijin until she was like a tender lamb. Although Wang Zijin said that she didn't want to, she didn't put up much resistance. Lu Sun once said, "Please don't play with girls. They only have one heart and are very fragile. If he wanted to play, he should play with their babies." There were 2 of them. Xianxia always remembered the famous person's teachings. Wang Zijin said in a trembling voice, "Just being intimate, I'm just rubbing. I won't go in." At 11:30, the exhausted Wang Zijin fell asleep. Her hair was messy, her white shoulders were exposed, and her delicate oval face was still flushed. Xianxia leaned against the bed and wanted a cigarette. Considering that she didn't like the smell of cigarettes, he held it in his mouth and didn't smoke. He felt that he hadn't had enough fun. They couldn't relax at home, even if the room's soundproofing was good. The gaming experience was terrible. It was better to go to the hotel. 2 days later, the crew that had been away for 3 months returned. Xianxia and his sister treated the director and actors to a meal as a final meal to make up for what they had done. They hadn't seen each other for a few months and many of them had gained weight. Xianxia's oval face was even rounder. She complained during the meal, "CEO Qin, I gained 5 kilograms for filming. It's a price worth paying." Yi Lu and Lu Wei, who had also gained weight, nodded. This was Qinzai's fault. He had instructed that since they were the imperial concubines of the palace, their thin oval faces would definitely not do. The female artists needed to gain weight so that their faces would become rounder and their figures would become fuller. The entertainment industry was also very divided. Some worked hard to improve their acting skills, while others worked hard to make quick money. The latter were the little fresh meats that the masses dissed. Tianfeng Entertainment also had little fresh meats, but Qinzai didn't give them good resources. Some of them were already dissatisfied. However, due to the restrictions of the contract, they didn't dare to jump ship. He preferred to nurture these older artists who understood the importance of acting skills. In a few years, the little fresh meats would definitely change their style and improve their acting skills. Because little fresh meats and prostitutes were the same. When they were young, they could do whatever they wanted with their looks. When they were old, they had to think of another way. 5 kilograms of meat is nothing. When the TV series airs, you'll feel that 5 kilograms of meat is worth it, Qinzai said. Only you would dare to say that. Lu Wei raised her glass. To CEO Qin. Xianxia fanned the flames. 1 glass isn't enough. 3 glasses. Everyone, don't just drink by yourself. Come, let's toast to CEO Qin. Some people wanted to toast to Qinzai long ago. However, Qinzai's authority at the table and he had revealed that he didn't like to drink before, so not many people dared to toast to him. It wasn't like they could force the boss to drink just because the atmosphere was warm. Employees like that were either stupid or brainless. Because they would leave a bad impression in the boss' heart. Now that someone started, more people started toasting to him. What are you laughing at? Noticing Yi Lu's secretly laughing expression, Qinzai said in annoyance, aren't you my fan? It's your job to drink with me. Yi Lu felt wronged and said with a bitter face, why are you like this? After a long filming career, the people in the crew needed to indulge themselves, including the artists. Qinzai accompanied them to play many games on the table, such as cross-cupping. The sister who loved to drink in private but never touched alcohol at gatherings was a goddess with a smile on her face. However, she was actually gnashing her teeth in hatred. This little pervert was like a fish in water among the women. CI men liked to talk to beautiful women. Similarly, women liked to play with handsome men. With Qinzai's talent and achievements, he was destined to become a delicious cake in the eyes of the women. For the first time, Qin Baobao realized that her brother's personality was actually very bad. He was very gentle to everyone and could be polite to everyone, making you feel like you were bathing in the spring breeze. When he was still a mediocre kid, his elders and friends would praise his good temper. However, when he shone brightly one day and was brimming with talent and treated people with such a personality, he was also worthy of praise. However, in the eyes of the possessive Qin Baobao, her brother was like a central air conditioner. Hence, on the way home, she drove with a gloomy face. Are you jealous? Qinzai could feel his sister's emotions. After being together for so many years, he could tell what she was thinking from a slight change in her expression. Shameless. Qin Baobao spat. Qinzai lowered the car window and lit a cigarette. After driving for a while, Qin Baobao suddenly said, if I drink wine with a male artist one day, even if it's just for show, you're asking for it. Qinzai rolled his eyes. She was very satisfied with this answer, but she was not convinced. She said, then you're allowed to do that? Qinzai scratched his head. That makes sense, but I can't keep a straight face. I haven't even held their little hands. Qin Baobao said sourly, you don't know how much they want you to hold their little hands. What are you trying to say? Nothing. She looked straight ahead, her bright eyes reflecting the lights in the night. I don't know how to describe it, but I just don't feel safe. I didn't think there was anything wrong with you before. What about me? You're gentle to everyone, especially girls. Qinzai understood. She was actually jealous. But if I don't do that, I'm really useless. I'm not smart, I'm not particularly handsome, and I haven't shown much talent since I was young. All I can do is smile. If I smile at my relatives, they'll say I'm sensible. If I smile at my classmates, they'll be willing to be friends with me. If I smile at girls, they'll think I'm easy to get along with and play with me. If I smile at my teachers, they'll think I'm at least a sensible student. He shrugged. If I don't even have gentleness, what do I have? You still have me. Qin Baobao didn't say this sentence out loud. The next day, Qin Zhe met with the person in charge of Shanghai TV station at the company. His surname was Chen and he was the deputy director. He specialized in this area. Director Chen, you've seen our film, right? What do you think? Qin Zhe handed him a cigarette. There were only 3 people in the conference room. His sister had accompanied him. The other party was the leader of the TV station and someone in the system. Qin Baobao should receive him and accumulate some experience in negotiation. In this respect, Qin Zhe was more experienced than his sister. He learned it from Suyu. Suyu was a professional in business negotiation and had taken courses in this area in university. Deputy Director Chen wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looked gentle. His words and actions had a strong bureaucratic aura. He smiled and said, "It's a good drama. President Qin's works are always eye-catching. But the result has to be tested by the market." So the TV station means 400 million, Deputy Director Chen said. This is the TV station's decision. If it's more, we can only consider buying other dramas. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao looked at each other. The price was too low. His psychological price was 700 million, and it was cut by nearly half. Director Chen, are you joking with me? Qin Zhe laughed. Actually, if you and Qin Baobao acted in it, our TV station would bite the bullet and get it for 700 million. But your drama doesn't have a single A-list artist, let alone a popular fresh meat. This is a risk in itself. After all, this is the era where traffic is king, Deputy Director Chen said. Just like Sister Lu's XX story, people couldn't help but suspect that it was a work of elementary school students. But under the double halo of a huge fan base and novel IP, it still reached a record high in ratings. As for the rampant criticism, who cared about the criticism when there was money to be made? It didn't hurt or itch. Similarly, if it was a TV drama starring Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao, even if the script was a little bad, the TV station would fight for it. As long as they shouted, "The Qin siblings fight again" in the Jianghu, reenacting the sadomasochistic love, thousands of brainless fans would come to support without hesitation. But the price we want is not expensive, Qin Bao said. It was indeed not expensive. The cost of a TV series was not comparable to that of a movie. A special effects movie could be said to be a production of several hundred million yuan, unless it was a low-budget TV series. If it was a Xianxia or fantasy movie, the cost would be at least several hundred million yuan. Qin Zhe's and Qin Baobao's movies were easily in the billions at the box office. They were only sold to the TV station for 700 million, which was not expensive at all. Of course, the copyright of a TV series could be sold repeatedly, and it was not only the TV station's copyright, but also the online platform's copyright. Therefore, in terms of earning money, it was definitely more profitable than movies. We have to talk about the cost, right? Your cost is so little. 700 million is too high. This is also the reason why our television station can only offer 400 million. Deputy Director Chen put out the cigarette in the ashtray with a calm smile on his face. This was also the truth. During the filming of Empresses in the Palace, many TV stations that were interested in purchasing the film came to visit the set. Most TV stations were interested in Empresses in the Palace, but were rejected by MOU because their offer was too low. Experienced industry insiders who stayed on set for a few days would have an idea of the production cost of a TV series. There were only a few things: the actors' pay, the script, the main producer's pay, the set, costumes, special effects, the crew's expenses, promotion, equipment rental. The cost of Empresses in the Palace was very low, so low that it made people suspect that it was Qin Zhe's rough production. The actors were artists under the company, so the biggest part of the budget was their pay, which saved a lot. The script was written, copied, by Qin Zhe, which saved tens of millions. The theme of the script was a harem fight, not a fantasy upgrade or system. Excluding the actors' pay, the most expensive special effects. Therefore, when the TV station bought the TV series, they would consider the other party's cost. After all, the other party's cost was already several hundred million yuan. It was impossible to ask for a price lower than the cost. If that was the case, there would be no point in negotiating, and the deal would definitely not go through. Director Chen, the cost is low because of my ability. This should not be included in the price, right? Xianxia looked as calm as an old dog, but under the table, he was fighting with his sister with his feet. They went back and forth and fought for 30 rounds. Being able to save costs was the ability of the developer. You can't just lower the price because the other party has a way to save costs. What I mean is, it's fine as long as it doesn't exceed 500 million yuan. But you know the TV station's requirements. Think about it. Deputy Director Chen had an expression that said, I think highly of you, but I can't do anything about it. After that, the two sides engaged in a tug-of-war for half an hour. The first negotiation ended without any results. Neither side was willing to give in. After sending them off and returning to the office, Qin Baobao took off her low-heeled sandals and rubbed her feet that were red from being stepped on. She said angrily, Am I not your sister? Can't you let me have my way? Xianxia sneered, You're kidding. All these years, when have I ever let you have your way? Qin Baobao snorted. Actually, we can take a step back. This way, both sides have the possibility of continuing the negotiation. You know, 400 million yuan is still not their bottom line, Qin Baobao said as she bent down to open the bottom drawer of the coffee table and rummaged through her snacks. Don't worry, we have to be like a little brat stick. Huh? His sister bit on her lollipop and looked up with her bright eyes. There's still plenty of time. Up to you. She rolled her eyes. Her left arm was on her chest, and her right arm was supporting her left arm. She licked the lollipop with relish. This action made her breasts feel even heavier. What a perverted breast. You just said you want to lose weight, and now you're eating sweets. Sweetness can make people feel happy. No wonder so many girls like to eat deoxyribose. It's the taste of happiness. Brainiac Bao knew what deoxyribose was. She happened to take off her shoes, so she waved her feet and kicked them hard. Although empresses in the palace had not been sold yet, the necessary publicity could not be left behind. Xianxia called the public relations department and asked them to start preparing. He and his sister had also done publicity on Weibo, and all the artists in the TV series had to promote the new series. It could be considered as sharing the workload of the public relations department. The two deputy managers who quarreled over the goddess were both fired. Their positions were temporarily vacant, and the public relations department was in a difficult situation. It was not wrong to lock the shared bicycle, but Xianxia's punishment was purely a joke. In the workplace, if you encountered such employees, you would have fired them all. The two deputy managers were dumbfounded by their encounter. They did not expect this. In their opinion, the fast shooter's behavior was not courage, but stupidity. In the 21st century, talent was the most important thing. For such a small matter, how could he fire them just like that? Was he so capricious? The most important thing in the 21st century was not talent. This sentence had long been outdated. It was hacking. After entering the 21st century, transmigration and rebirth had become commonplace. Who cared about talent? With a hack, one could rule the world. Even if the hack was low, one could still dominate. The system, MMP, yo, system, long time no chat. Xianxia said, system? The system ignored him. His sister was not interested in empresses in the palace. She only saw it as the company's business. When Xianxia called to hand over work, she and Wang Zijin were also chatting on the phone. After chatting for a long time, his sister suddenly got angry and scolded, Don't talk to me. Will chatting with me make you orgasm? Xianxia, he suddenly felt like he was unjustly implicated. Wang Zijin said on the other end of the phone, I'm so busy. I'm chatting with you while looking at the documents. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Your sudden call is enough to make me sad. She suddenly started singing. Qin Baobao, useless thing, a broken company can't even manage it. Wang Zijin was furious. You black-hearted maggot. You have A's to help you. Of course it's easy, but I'm a stepmother. Qin Bao Bao, nonsense, my brother. The prince thought to himself, my boyfriend. Get out. The aggrieved sister Ziwei hung up the phone. Stingy. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips and bent down to put on her low-heeled shoes. When she bent down, the curve of her back was very graceful. A's, dance with your sister. I'll teach you Latin dance. Qinze was stunned. Latin dance? Forget it, I'm not suitable. It's suitable. Latin dance is a combination of men and women. Qinze thought, my penis is long enough. It's 18 centimeters. If I pull it again, Suyu and Sister Ziwei will wake up crying in the middle of the night. Dancing was a daily exercise for his sister. She was now a dancing master. There was almost nothing she couldn't dance. She could even dance well. But she rarely danced ballet, which was known as the Queen of Dance. This kind of dance was very harmful to the feet. Women who practiced ballet for a long time would have their toes deformed. His sister's next concert was approaching. Qinze took advantage of his free time to open the Point store alone in the office and search for songs suitable for her to sing. His sister sang so many songs, but there seemed to be very few ancient songs. Qinze searched for them. After a preliminary trial, he found that many ancient songs were very good, but the central theme was not very serious. Chrysanthemum is full of wounds, your smile has turned yellow, how could it not turn yellow, what was the original author thinking? Didn't he prefer chrysanthemum among flowers? When the flower bloomed, there would be no more flowers, my reputation as a fast shooter was ruined. Last night I saw the man who abandoned me and didn't come back. Tonight was too long. Today I feel itchy. That was even worse. Wasn't this asking for sex? This author was even more despicable. She felt itchy after seeing a heartless man. Not only was my reputation as a fast shooter destroyed, but my sister's reputation was also ruined. In the following week, the promotion of Zhen Huan was in full swing. The trailer was broadcasted on various major media websites. Although the two popular artists, Qinze and Qin Bao Bao, didn't participate, the gimmick of Qinze's first attempt at a TV series still attracted a lot of attention from fans. Coupled with the fans of the actors themselves, Zhen Huan received a lot of attention. Even so, the new series wasn't scheduled and Shanghai TV station and Tianfeng were still arguing. It was Qinze's first attempt at acting in a TV series and he encountered a predicament, his new series didn't sell. Qin Bao, who thought of herself as a considerate sister, brought Wang Zijin to the Xinguang temple to ask for a fortune for Qinze. When the illness is critical, I see no danger. When doctors meet, I will send it to you. The purple star retreated under the auspices of the ominous star, leaving it to you to plan. See, even Buddha said there's no problem. So, accompany me to go shopping this weekend. Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her hips, full of confidence. Qinze couldn't be bothered to remind her that there was no Buddha in the Xinguang temple and that it was a completely different system. For the actors who acted in Zhenhuan, they probably hoped that their series would sell more than Qinze. Tianfeng and Shanghai TV station's argument made them lose their composure. Chairman Qin, I know the host of the toilet seat. Do you want me to try? Yi Qing, who had a lot of connections, sent a message. Chairman Qin, I know a lot of people in the TV station. Do you want me to help you? Xianxia, who had a lot of connections in this area, had a lot of connections. A few other actors also mentioned it vaguely, afraid that they'd make Qinze unhappy, so they didn't say it out loud. Actors like Feng Rue, who didn't have the right to text the big boss, also paid close attention to him. On this day, Qinze unexpectedly received a call from the head of Suzhou TV station. The deputy chief editor in charge of the film industry had the surname Zhao. The call was transferred through Xiangyi's assistant. The person who answered the call was his sister. She pressed down on the microphone and whispered to her younger brother who was watching a movie on the sofa, Suzhou TV station is calling. They're looking for you. Qinze immediately went over to answer the phone. His sister gave up her office chair and conveniently placed her two plump buttocks on his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and listened by the side. Chief Editor Zhao? Qinze smiled and said, Are you looking for me? He didn't know Chief Editor Zhao, but that didn't stop him from speaking as if he was meeting an old friend. CEO Qin, let's get straight to the point. I've seen the trailer for your new drama. I heard that you haven't sold it yet, right? Our TV station is very interested. This is not very convenient, Chief Editor Zhao, Qinzhe said in a difficult tone. I have already discussed with the Shanghai TV station. Now we are only bargaining on the price. It was an unexpected surprise, but he couldn't agree. Suyu said that hiding his shortcomings was the most basic element of negotiation. You haven't signed a contract yet, right? The market is open to the public, not predetermined, right? Chief Editor Zhao said with a smile. That's true, Qinzhe said helplessly. That's fine. You and our TV station are old acquaintances. Tomorrow is the weekend. Why don't you send the trailer for us to take a look? The reason why Suzhou TV station was interested in Zhenhuan was because of the anticipation on the internet. Its popularity was actually quite high. As a provincial TV station, Suzhou TV station had always been in an awkward position of being inferior to the best. In Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai, Suzhou TV station was inferior to Shanghai TV station and Zhejiang TV station. There hadn't been a popular TV series for many years. With a thirsty for talent attitude, they decided to watch Qinzhe's new drama. Qinzhe's reputation was the best signboard. So on the weekend, Qinzhe asked MOU to take the trailer to Suzhou. Of course, the errand was done by his subordinates. Accompanying his sister to go shopping was what Hei's king should do. She was so tall and had such a graceful figure. Even if she wore a cap, a mask, and sunglasses, her long hair and alluring figure alone were enough to attract the attention of tourists. The weather in November was not as stuffy as last month. She was wearing a pair of cropped jeans. Her hips were swaying in a flirtatious manner. At sunset, she finally stopped to rest after walking until her heels hurt. Sitting on a public bench, Qinzhe was one person away from her. I suddenly regret being a star, Qin Baobao said with a sigh. Because your vanity is satisfied? What? Am I just a greedy and vain woman in your heart? You wanted to be a star so badly. Didn't you rely on your beautiful face and good figure to show your divinity in front of people to satisfy your vanity? She thought about it and was too guilty to refute. She said weakly. Well, everyone has vanity. But it's so annoying to be a star. The more popular you are, the more annoying it is. You have to wear a mask when you go out, you have to worry about paparazzi. You have to pay special attention to your words and actions. I can't call you little red guy or black-hearted maggot in front of so many people. That seemed to be the case. She had not said these two catchphrases in a long time. I can't hold your arm and go shopping anymore. I can't find a cafe with you to sit down and eat dessert. I can't pretend to be your girlfriend at the University of Finance and Economics. I can't, you're so annoying. You chose your own path. It's too late to regret. Even if you disappear, you'll still be a star. When you're old, paparazzi will still take pictures of you and use the title, "The Goddess of the Past has become yesterday." Popularity is irreversible. That's true. Okay, I'm not self-aware enough. Qin Baobao subconsciously wanted to throw her delicate body into her brother's arms. But with the lesson from the airport, she tilted her body slightly and resisted. The loneliness in her eyes disappeared in a flash. On Thursday, Qinzhe received a call from the Suzhou TV station again. They wanted to buy empresses in the palace. It was unexpectedly straightforward. In fact, the Suzhou TV station had a meeting hosted by the deputy director and discussed by a few managing editors. They gave empresses in the palace the greatest affirmation with their professional eyes. First of all, there was no problem with the quality of the film. If they bought such a film, at least they wouldn't have to worry about it being a flop. Secondly, there was the price. The rich TV station did not lack money. Compared to the Shanghai TV station, they were more decisive. Qinzhe took a car to Suzhou that day and both parties signed the contract. Deputy Director Chen came to visit again. He was prepared for a tug-of-war. When a TV station bought a TV series, it was not as simple as paying for it. After all, it was a business that could easily cost hundreds of millions. As for the Shanghai TV station, of course, they wanted to buy it. They recognized the quality of empresses in the palace. But considering the low cost, the TV station felt that it was reasonable to lower the price. Unexpectedly, Xianxia did not appear this time. The person in charge of negotiating with him was Qin Baobao. Is CEO Qin not here today? Deputy Director Chen asked. Yes. Qin Baobao asked her assistant to serve tea. She smiled and said, he's busy. Also, he doesn't need to appear for this matter. Deputy Director Chen did not catch the meaning behind her words. He nodded and said, CEO Qin, after returning to the TV station, I'll try my best to fight for you. The TV station will agree to increase the price by 20 million at most. In terms of time, they could afford to waste time. The one who could not afford to waste time was Tianfeng Entertainment. However, they could not really insist on not giving in, because the other party did not only have the TV station as their only choice. Therefore, after wasting some time, the Shanghai TV station chose to take a step back. It seemed that the pressure on Tianfeng's side was much heavier now compared to the first negotiation. Qin Baobao smiled. We really hope to cooperate with the Shanghai TV station. After all, Xianxia and I grew up watching your TV station. But once a but was added to any good words, the situation would inevitably turn for the worse. But we've already sold empresses in the palace to the Suzhou TV station. Sold? Deputy Director Chen was shocked and stunned for a while. Sold to the Suzhou TV station? No, we're still in negotiations. It was inexplicably intercepted. Qin Baobao said, Deputy Director Chen, we haven't signed the contract yet. Suzhou is willing to pay a high price. Tianfeng has no reason to reject, right? This clearly means that I'm not playing with you anymore. Deputy Director Chen was caught off guard. During the filming of Zhenhuan, many TV stations visited the set. Most of them left because of the price or because they did not think highly of it. In an era where traffic was king, they preferred TV shows with little fresh meat as the lead. The Shanghai TV station thought highly of the potential of Zhenhuan, so they left it until the end. Therefore, Tianfeng did not have many choices. Even if they found another buyer, it would take time. This was what the Shanghai TV station was counting on. Who would have thought that in just a week, Zhenhuan would be sold? Deputy Director Chen left gloomily. Qin Baobao sent him off and returned to the office. Xianxia lay motionless on the sofa. His breathing was long, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. She tiptoed closer and looked at him quietly for a moment. Then, she leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. She left? Xianxia opened his eyes. She left. Qin Baobao pretended to be calm. Xianxia closed his eyes again and scolded in his mind, System, 5 years is not enough. How about 10 years? The point store has everything you need, there's no shortage of resources for your development, the system said. But I don't have enough points. If I really want to build a super corporation, Xianxia complained, I don't even have enough points to exchange for a black technology. Must I rely on black technology to make money? The system said faintly, as long as you have the slightest desire to show off, the points will come in droves. The key is that I'm living a comfortable life now. I have endless money, a beautiful girlfriend, and a capable sister. I really can't find a reason to fight against the heavens and earth and show off everywhere, Xianxia said helplessly. The system's mission won't be given out for no reason, and it won't give out things that the host can't do. The key is that you have this desire in your heart, but you just don't want to admit it. It's the comfortable life that's suppressing your ambition. The system said, the mission's existence is to give you a motivation to pursue what you want. Even so, I'm always busy. I have a sister and 2 girlfriends to feed, I don't have time to devote to business, Xianxia said. Then why don't you borrow the women? The system said seriously, I have a way to suppress your hormones, so you'll be even more immovable than Lu Xiahui. Xianxia said, a business empire is actually pretty good. The system said, you're still so sensible, just like when I was living in your body. Just now, when he was lying on the sofa in the office and reading the news, he saw the reporters talking about how old Ma single-handedly built an internet business empire, revealing the life behind the scenes of the internet's big boss. Thinking about his own life, his total assets were only 40 billion, and his market value was even less. He didn't even have a listed company. Xianxia's heart involuntarily felt that this was what a real man should be like. Then, the lowly systems mission came. Build a corporation with a market value of trillions in 5 years. Fortunately, it wasn't total assets, or else Xianxia's life would be over early. A market value of trillions didn't mean that total assets were trillions. Some listed companies had tens of billions of assets, but their market value was a few times or even 10 times. The mission wasn't difficult. He was now worth tens of billions, and his assets reaching hundreds of billions was just a matter of time. After Xianxia's VR equipment was released, Dongfeng Technology would use this new technology to create a new market value, but the premise was that it had to be listed. Merge the companies in his hands, form a new group, and then consider going public. He only needed to split up and reorganize the assets, and the salted fish group would take shape. Then, it would be ready to go public. But the problem was that after the group was established, wouldn't the sisters go their own way and set up a headquarters and work together every day? This is very dangerous, in case Suyu wants to play office. But when he thought about it, it was a little exciting. He had always watched his sisters bicker and quarrel with each other in their daily lives, and now it was boring. Wouldn't it be exciting to sit in the office and argue endlessly one day and scheme against each other? When the time came, the salted fish group would be divided into many factions. There would be the crying monsters faction, the wet tissue faction, the teddy faction, and even Sister Man would be dragged in to join in the fun. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. If you're an ambitious and ruthless person who's able to expand your territory, then you'll naturally be a bystander and leisurely. But you? You're just a salted fish. When the time comes, the first one to die will definitely be you. The system mercilessly stabbed him with a knife. Xianxia was stunned, and then the smile on his face gradually disappeared. It's all my fault for being too gentle to girls. I should change. Don't change. You're hopeless. Your character can't be developed in a few days. You lowlife, where did you get the confidence to mock me? The companies were not listed yet, so merging was easy. After forming the group, the listing could be left to Suyu. He could slowly discuss with his sisters about the transfer of manpower and other matters. It was not difficult to have a market value of trillions. There were many good things in the points store. What he needed to do was not to work hard like the other founders. He just needed to work hard and show off. Only by showing off could he trigger the mission, and only by showing off could he earn points. Showing off could not make Xianxia happy, but showing off could earn him points. After understanding this, he threw the mission to the back of his mind. Since he had 5 years, there was no hurry. In comparison, he was more concerned about the ratings of Zhenhuan. Zhenhuan had already been set. Suzhou TV station, in conjunction with Tianfang Entertainment, was promoting it on the internet. It would be at the beginning of next month, 2 weeks later. 2 weeks passed quickly. Zhenhuan premiered. Xianxia, his sister, and Wang Zijin watched 2 episodes at home. The story was about the Qing dynasty during the reign of Yongzheng. Of course, this was just an elegant title. It was commonly known as a palace drama. Yongzheng was a rare wise emperor in the Qing dynasty. When he took over the country from the stallion Laozi, the Qing dynasty was already in decline. In history, Yongzheng's sudden death was most likely due to exhaustion. The foundation of Qianlong's golden age was laid by Yongzheng. Unfortunately, his father Kangxi was a stallion, and his son Qianlong was a stallion among stallions. If he was not sleeping with women, he was on the way to sleeping with women. Moreover, he was not as good as Laozi. During Qianlong's era, the early stages were prosperous, and the later stages were declining. From the perspective of a commoner, it was the son who slowly squandered away the wealth left by his father. If one did not study history, Qianlong was probably the most famous emperor of the Qing dynasty. However, if one did, one would find that Qianlong was an emperor with a mixed reputation. His shortcomings were obvious. It was only the TV series and textbooks that brushed over his blemishes. For example, he created a literary prison. For example, he firmly implemented the policy of seclusion. When Xianxia watched the TV series, he talked about the history of the Qing dynasty. Wang Zijin listened with great interest and was very impressed. She had some understanding of the history of the Qing dynasty. Qin Baobao was shocked. That's not right. Don't you hate the Qing dynasty and modern history? How do you know so much? Also, you don't even know history. How did you write the script? The person who knew him the most in the world was definitely Bao Bao. Xianxia defended himself. Yongzheng was far from the end of the Qing dynasty. He did dislike the history after the end of the Qing dynasty because it was too tragic. From the end of the Qing dynasty to the Republic of China, it was the most humiliating chapter in the history of Chinese civilization. When he was young, Xianxia had a glass heart. He did not like this part of history. Later, when he matured, he read this part of history again. He found it very interesting and magnificent. The female lead of Zhen Huan was played by Yi Lu. The imperial concubine was Qian Shishir. The empress was Lu Wei. Not long after, these two people would become famous because of the words "bitches are pretentious" and "I can't do it." Women loved to watch palace dramas. Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao were no exception. They were quickly attracted to the TV series. The two fat women were very interested in the TV series. At the same time, they were deep in thought. The sisters were silently upgrading their palace drama skills. Xianxia thought so. In fact, most of the details in palace dramas were not useful in reality. First of all, others might not be able to understand the hidden needle in the silk floss. Even if they did, it might not be as amazing as it was portrayed in the dramas. Palace dramas were more like the author's self-satisfaction. They were as good as they said. The logic was like a mystery novel. It seemed to be interconnected and exciting, but most mystery novel authors did not know how to make deductions. After watching the 2 episodes, the sisters still wanted more. They said that they wanted to watch the source directly tomorrow. They didn't want to catch up. Xianxia was actually quite bored. Men would never understand women's palace dramas. Just like how women would never understand men's adventurous feelings. In men's eyes, wasn't it tiring to fight and scheme all day long? In women's eyes, wasn't it boring to fight and level up all day long? Will it become popular? Xianxia asked. Of course, your work will become popular. Wang Zijin was the same as Su Yu. She was very confident in Xianxia. Because ever since she knew him, this man had always been outstanding and talented. He rarely failed in the things he did. No, he never failed. Whether it was his songwriting or the company's profits, he had no precedent of being defeated. It's not our business whether it's good or not. It's already sold. If it doesn't become popular, I'll make you laugh to death. Qin Baobao bared her teeth. In her impression, no matter how talented Xianxia was now, the figure of that loser had always been imprinted in the deepest part of her heart. Which one did Hei's King or Salted Fish Lake prefer? Qin Baobao herself couldn't tell. She used to complain that he was useless in her heart. Because Salted Fish Lake could only bow to fate. Now she missed it because Salted Fish Lake only belonged to her, and Hei's King was too dazzling and brilliant. After watching TV, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin took a bath together. The two girlfriends soaked naked in the warm water. The air was filled with the similar smell of roses and the rich fragrance of essential oil. Qin Baobao stared at Wang Zijin fiercely, which made her scared. What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Do you want to fight? You can't beat me. I just suddenly feel that your chest has become bigger. Wang Zijin felt guilty. No, I don't think so. Xianxia's words appeared in her mind. Sister Ziwei, it doesn't matter if your chest is small. If you rub it, it will become bigger. Qin Baobao, yes. You're wearing a bra now. Don't you think it's tight? It's a little bigger. It's useless. It's not as big as yours. Wang Zijin attacked Qin Baobao's buttocks and made her asterisk shape. Baobao was suddenly asterisk. She had goosebumps all over her body. She screamed and quickly fought back. There was a asterisk battle in the pool. When they were tired, they lay on the edge of the pool, their delicate bodies bobbing in the water. Wang Zijin said, Zhenhuan's fax is good. The dialogue in it is very scheming. Can you tell that the Empress is a scheming bitch? No, I don't like Consort Hua. This level of coquettishness can actually win the Emperor's favor. Qin Baobao, who had been a professional coquettish for 20 years, had a look of disdain on her face. Wang Zijin, brainless. Smart women quietly dig holes. What's the use of acting coquettishly? Qin Baobao, smart women are the ones who act coquettishly. Too scheming and too many tricks. In the eyes of smart men, it's very unscrupulous. Especially men like A's who can be persuaded but not cowed by force. He's a bit of a clean freak. What do you mean by unscrupulous? It means that you guys in the capital have all the jobs. Get the hell out of here. Readers' reactions. This chapter will seriously affect the reading experience. Everyone, please give me some face, my face is big, and share this chapter with those who want to like it. Wang Zijin felt that Qin Baobao was secretly mocking her. She was definitely not being paranoid. Qin Baobao was very familiar with such harsh words. Shrewd and scheming bitch. These words were not very glamorous, but when Wang Zijin heard them, she could not help but put herself in their shoes. She was indeed very scheming. Everyone in her small circle probably felt the same way. When she was still a student, she would make the girls who came looking for trouble suffer just by showing a little of her fierceness. However, when she was mocked by her closest friend like this, she felt a little sad. Hence, Wang Zijin slowly sat down and submerged half of her face into the water. Look at how petty you are. Qin Baobao gently chopped Wang Zijin's head with her hand. The two of them were very close. Wang Zijin looked up, but she could not see Qin Baobao's face. Her face was blocked by 2 lumps of flesh that weighed several kilograms. What a low volume of breasts. Don't be sarcastic. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and splashed a scoop of water on Qin Baobao's chest. Shut up, you wet your chest. I'm not being sarcastic. Qin Baobao patted her head. Scheming bitch, green tea bitch, what a good word. It's an affirmation of your IQ. Silly and sweet women will never amount to anything in life. It's fine if you meet a domineering CEO, but if you don't, you'll be bullied for the rest of your life. Wang Zijin, that made sense. Qin Baobao changed the topic. But sometimes, I do feel that you're quite annoying. You're too scheming. Wang Zijin, when we were in high school, a lot of girls talked about you in private. They said that you were evil and cunning. When someone bullied you, you ruined their reputation and transferred them to another school. You even sent the rich second generation who pursued you to the detention center. Everyone keeps their distance from you. Qin Baobao said, but do you know why I like to make friends with you? Wang Zijin, in any case, they can't be desk mates. Do you know what other girls are saying about me in private? I know, vixen, slut. Qin Baobao snorted, she's just a pretty face with good grades. What's there to be proud of? Were these words used to curse people? That's a compliment. I'm so happy every time I hear it. Isn't she just relying on her looks? Isn't it just a good figure? This shameless big-breasted vixen is destined to be a mistress in the future. Qin Baobao said proudly, how sour. But this is all recognition of my face and figure. Why wouldn't I be happy? But I really think that scheming bitches have no future. This is not the era of 3 wives and 4 concubines. What's the use of learning so many harem dramas? You have the dragon-slaying technique, but there are no dragons in this world. As a woman, it's enough to be self-reliant and know how to act coquettishly. Only then will your husband dote on you. No, no. Before you change your brother complex, I think harem dramas are still very useful. Wang Zijin scratched her head in distress. She couldn't explain it to her best friend. She also knew Qin Baobao very well. Since high school, this best friend often told her that she had a younger brother who was very good at fighting. If he hadn't transferred to another school because of his bad grades, no one in high school would have dared to talk bad about them behind their backs. In the 3 years when Wang Zijin was in high school in Shanghai, Qin Baobao had never gone shopping with her on weekends. Firstly, in that era, people didn't have much money in their pockets, so it was not popular. Secondly, she always talked on Fridays about where she wanted to go with her brother on weekends. It seemed that her spare time was all about her brother. This was a brother complex, and a deep one. At that time, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it, until later she met Xianxia. To be honest, when she first flirted with Xianxia, she thought that it was easy for single people to control each other. She flirted with Qin Baobao because of Xianxia. As long as she made Xianxia have a good impression of her and started to pursue her, it would be fine. Think about it, when the two of them were in private, Xianxia would say, "Sister, sister, I like Sister Ziwei very much. Help me pursue her." After a long time, Qin Baobao understood the reality that a grown brother couldn't be kept at home. Naturally, she changed her brother complex habit. That was her initial thought. Later. She never thought that she would be the first to fall into this relationship. A handsome man was not enough to make her like him. There were too many handsome men, and they were like chives that grew again when the spring breeze blew. However, a handsome and talented man couldn't be compared to those men who were inexperienced and worked hard to make a name for themselves. But can you imagine? A man like him had a good personality, wasn't straight, wasn't arrogant because of his talent, was humorous and witty, and liked to flirt. He fulfilled almost all the criteria that most girls had for a partner. When Wang Zijin came to her senses, she had already fallen in love with Xianxia. "Zijin, since we're so close, when we have children in the future, wouldn't it be interesting to make an arranged marriage or become sworn siblings?" Qin Baobao sat down in the water and sat side by side with Wang Zijin. That wasn't good. They were cousins after all. Becoming sworn siblings was superfluous, but an arranged marriage was too much. Was it an inherited sibling complex? "Didn't you say that you won't marry in your life?" Wang Zijin squinted. She didn't fall into Qin Baobao's trap. If she refused, wouldn't it be obvious that she had an affair with Xianxia? If she agreed, the reward would be unreasonable. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe you'll find someone pleasing to the eye and get married in a flash. Qin Baobao sighed. "If you're always single, you'll become a pervert," Wang Zijin probed. After all, after knowing everything about Xianxia, she didn't want to live a single life anymore. As a teacher, it was important to impart knowledge. In this aspect, Xianxia was her teacher. It's not bad to be alone. There's nothing bad about it. Qin Baobao said in a matter-of-fact tone. "See, I told you. You don't look decent, but your personality is cold." Wang Zijin chuckled. "Get lost. You're different." Wang Zijin said in her heart. We're different. Under the water, she gently rubbed her legs. On the first day of the premiere of Legend of Empresses in the Palace, there were a lot of good reviews. There were many palace dramas on the market, and many of them were popular. Legend of Empresses in the Palace was different from the other palace dramas in the market. Its lines were very strict, and there was intrigue everywhere. Awkward lines were a common problem in current TV dramas, but Legend of Empresses in the Palace was different. Its lines were imitated from Dream of the Red Chamber, so it had a kind of immersive charm that made people feel comfortable watching it. The strict plot made it even more unconventional. The characters were well drawn, and the actors' acting skills were generally good. However, since it was the premiere, the good reviews online were limited to Suzhou TV's official website, official Weibo, and the audience's word of mouth. There was no phenomenon of an instant explosion on the internet, but to Suzhou TV, the ratings were extremely gratifying. Ratings, 0, 314%. The ratings for a single episode were about the same as the ratings for the day. Because there were only 2 episodes, 0, 314 was the average rating for the 2 episodes. For Suzhou TV, whose TV ratings did not exceed 0, 2, this rating was heaven-defying. Even the deputy station head was shocked and called Chief Editor Zhao to ask about the situation. At this time, Chief Editor Zhao was in his office. The smile on his face had not faded. When he received the call from the deputy station head, he was very proud. A rating of 0, 3 broke our TV station's 3-year record. After a series of inquiries, the deputy station head's mood improved when he received a confirmation. This is something that Xianxia filmed. It can't be bad. Chief Editor Zhao was full of smiles. "Old Zhao, you have a good eye," the deputy station head praised. The smile on Chief Editor Zhao's face became more obvious. Before they decided to spend money to buy empresses in the palace, the department in charge of film and TV series had a short meeting. A deputy station head, 2 chief editors, and 3 deputy chief editors had a short meeting. At that time, a few of them had clearly expressed their opposition. They felt that Suzhou TV's ratings were only so and were not worth the money. But now, Chief Editor Su and Deputy Chief Editor Zhang, who had objected at that time, were smiling so widely that their mouths almost reached their ears. This was because of the exciting ratings. The ratings for the premiere were good because of the promotion by the station and Tianfeng. It might decline in the future. We have to stabilize it, understand? Continue to invest in promotion and advertise more, the deputy station head said. Understood. As long as we stabilize this rating, we will be able to enter the top 10 in the national rating rankings. Chief Editor Zhao said, if we move the schedule back a few months and avoid the previous few high-traffic TV series, the ratings might be able to go up another level. The deputy station head said helplessly, it's meaningless. This is for the top 3. It's good enough if we can stabilize the top 10. If we move it back, we will still encounter IP series. The ratings for Empresses in the Palace were very pleasing. It was a high-quality show, but there was still a big gap between it and those popular TV series. For example, it was normal for TV series starring popular young actors and actresses to break 1 for the premiere. It was not uncommon for them to break 2 or 3 for the premiere. The highest ratings for a single episode and the highest for the day were about 6% and 5% respectively in recent years. The premiere of Empresses in the Palace only had a rating of 0.3. Of course, the final average rating was mostly a little over 1. It was very rare for it to break 2. For example, Sister Lu's XX story broke the record at the beginning. It had 210 million views in 10 hours on various platforms. Then, it plummeted. The final average rating was only a little over 1. Chief Editor Zhao felt that it would be good if the final average rating could be stable at 0.3 or even 0.4. The next day, Xianxia copied the source from the company and took it home. Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao inserted the USB and watched Zhen Huan on LCD TV through local video. Since then, the 2 sisters went to work every day with dark circles under their eyes. The real good drama was like drugs, which made people unable to stop. They always wanted to go to sleep after watching the episode, but they couldn't help watching episode after episode. This was similar to the novel. Hiding in the bed and reading, thinking about going to sleep after reading this chapter. If you don't pay attention, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. What's worse is that they have to get up early to go to work tomorrow. Wang Zijin was even worse. She had to get up early to run, so the lunch break with Xianxia was cancelled and changed to a nap. Xianxia didn't care about the cancellation. In high school, boys and girls liked to talk on the phone very much. They were poor, so they borrowed other people's phones to chat with their girlfriends. They stopped others and didn't pay back the phone bill. The nature was particularly bad. At that time, Xianxia didn't have a girlfriend to talk on the phone. He occasionally chatted with his sister. Now that he had grown up, he was even less interested in talking on the phone. He was angry that the opportunity to sleep at night was gone. The 2 sisters went back to their room to rest at about 12 o'clock. He had to wait for his sister to fall asleep before he attacked Sister Ziwei at night. It was too late. He was also reluctant to overwork Wang Zijin. Fortunately, there was Suyu. Suyu complained a little in recent days. It's not that Xianxia didn't accompany her, but she suddenly found that Xianxia had returned to his previous brave state. Did you sleep with Wang Zijin? At noon, in the all-season hotel opposite the company, Suyu held Xianxia's weakness and her tone was full of threats. Women are sensitive, not only mentally sensitive, but also physically sensitive. She had already noticed that Xianxia's firepower was not concentrated enough. With salted fish's nature, she subconsciously wanted to deny it, but she thought about it and nodded silently after a moment of silence. Suyu was stunned for a long time. She didn't say anything, didn't cry, didn't scratch his face with her nails. She just rolled over, rolled the quilt on her body, wrapped her slender body, and then rolled to the corner of the bed and curled up. Just like in the past. Xianxia felt guilty and hugged her gently from behind. He wanted to say something, but found that words were very weak at this time. 10 minutes later, seeing that it was almost time for the hourly room, Suyu fell asleep. They must be tired. Just now, they had done almost an hour of intense exercise. Xianxia called the front desk and extended the time to the whole day. She didn't wake up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After a simple shower, she left the hotel. Suyu checked out of the room, and Xianxia was waiting for her at the door wearing a mask and sunglasses. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll make it for you," Xianxia said softly. Suyu looked at him. "Is this compensation?" Without waiting for him to answer, Suyu retracted his gaze, lowered his eyes slightly, and said lightly, "No, I have an appointment with Sister Man tonight." She was still angry. She forced herself to pretend to be calm, but her disguise was too clumsy. In the past, every time she came out of the hotel, she would happily hug Xianxia's arm, but now she didn't. Her temperament was cold and her expression was indifferent, but she only pretended to be a cold goddess in front of outsiders. She subconsciously put on the mask that she was used to, which showed that her heart was in a mess. After a few days of fermentation, the reputation of Zhenhuan continued to explode. After the plot unfolded, its attraction and charm really showed. The heartless and devoted emperor, the scheming empress, the domineering and shrewd concubine, and all kinds of harem beauties. The female lead was walking on thin ice in the harem, surviving carefully. Her wit of pretending to be sick and avoiding bed service made the audience's eyes light up. In the early stage, avoiding bed service caused her to be neglected. In a novel, it was a typical suppression first and then rise, which was especially good at scratching the audience's heart. There was no problem with the logic. According to the online audience, the lines were foreshadowing, and they couldn't bear to fast forward. With the explosion of the reputation, the ratings rose steadily. Not only did the female audience like it, but even men who didn't like to watch palace dramas were deeply attracted. "This show is toxic. After watching a few episodes, I can't help but follow my wife every day. I can't stop at all. The plot is tight and the logic is meticulous. Even a palace drama can be watched. It's much better than those starring little fresh meats. The acting in Zhenhuan is super good. Xianxia's acting is great. Her performance as concubine Hua makes people want to hit her." According to Suzhou TV statistics, the highest rating for a single day had exceeded 1%, and the average rating had risen from 0.314% to 0.591%. This made the middle and upper management of Suzhou TV extremely excited. Continue to advertise. Buy the 60-second spot for Lazy Cat video for a week. Get someone to contact Tian Feng and ask them to help with the promotion. Forget it, I'll do it myself. We want to hit the average rating of 1%. Chief Editor Zhao was giving out orders in his office. The popularity of Zhenhuan was beyond many people's expectations. When they bought it, they had a hunch that it wouldn't be buried, but they didn't expect it to be so popular. The original target of 0.3% was overturned several times in the past few days. 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, and now it was expected to hit 1%. If the average rating of 1% and above, it would be ranked in the top 3 in the country. Suzhou TV hadn't had such a TV series for many years. When Chief Editor Zhao called Xianxia, he had just separated from Suyu. He was at Tianfeng Entertainment, negotiating a contract with the head of a Shanghai branch of an online broadcasting platform. After Zhenhuan became popular, the other party immediately came to buy the online broadcasting rights. Few young people nowadays were willing to watch TV. Online copyright was the king. This era was slowly entering the internet era, and the TV series industry was not spared. A few years ago, TV copyright was more important than online copyright. But now, many new TV series chose to premiere online. The contract was signed smoothly. The online copyright of Zhenhuan was sold at a price of 3 million per episode, for a total of 75 episodes. However, the speed of the online version could not exceed the broadcast speed of the satellite TV. At present, the satellite TV had broadcast 12 episodes of Zhenhuan. Even if the online version was released, it would not lower the ratings. Instead, it would become a second hit on the internet, which would drive the ratings up. If it was in the past, the TV station would have to stop the online copyright from being sold. But times were different now. The era of the TV station's dominance was over. Countless precedents had proven that it was mutually beneficial for both the online and satellite TV to be broadcast together. The popularity of Zhenhuan also made Tianfeng Entertainment very excited, especially the artists who participated in the show. Their anxious hearts finally relaxed and were replaced by great joy. A popular TV series would bring unimaginable benefits to the stars. It was far more important than the salary. Artists who continuously produced outstanding works would prosper in the entertainment industry. Artists who didn't produce outstanding works for a long time were called has-been stars. Xianxia pulled Yi Lu and Lu Wei to Qin Zai's office to drink. In the past, when only Qin Bao was around, Yi Lu and Lu Wei wouldn't come. Xianxia was familiar with the siblings, but they weren't familiar with Qin Bao. Their relationship was more of a boss and employee relationship. They were only friends with Qin Zai. "Thank you, CEO Qin, for giving me a second spring." Xianxia raised her glass. "Toast. It's the second spring of my career." Qin Zai clinked glasses with her. Then, he clinked glasses with Lu Wei, Yi Lu, and his sister. She became popular without any suspense. Her Weibo followers increased tremendously. Her fans were much more active than before. Every day, people would leave comments under her Weibo, Concubine Hua. There were also people who scolded her after watching the TV series. But even so, she was happy. It was the greatest recognition of her acting skills. From then on, she got rid of the title of variety star. In these few days, she seemed to have found the passion and ambition she had when she graduated. Last night, she cried in her blanket. If Qin Zai didn't have a girlfriend, she would have married him. "CEO Qin, I don't care. I'll follow you for sure." Xianxia grinned. "You still have a 5-year contract. You can't leave even if you want to," Yi Lu teased. After 2 weeks of hard weight loss, her slightly round chin returned to its sharpness. She was glowing and in a good state. "You still have good taste. You signed a 10-year contract. You're so bold. Look, I'll let you be the female lead." Xianxia sighed. As the female lead, Yi Lu was the one who benefited the most. When Zhenhuan ended, she would naturally be able to enter the ranks of A-listers. A-listers were at the top of the pyramid in the entertainment industry. Many female artists dreamed of it. The difference between A-listers and B-listers could be measured in terms of money. "But I also signed a 10-year contract. Why can't I be the female lead?" Lu Wei looked at Qin Zai with a faint smile. This was a bit like a harem fight for favor. Qin Zai hurriedly looked at his sister. His sister knew the big picture and her expression was normal. Xianxia laughed. "Why are you jealous? There are so many female artists in Tianfeng. You're the only one who kissed CEO Qin. Also, which movie didn't include you in?" This woman, of all people, had to rub it in. Qin Zai felt as if he was being cut by a sharp gaze beside him, and his small hands trembled slightly. "Oh right, did you receive an invitation to the Golden Horse Awards at the end of the month?" Yi Lu smiled. "Yes, Journey to the West was nominated. I was nominated too. I didn't want to go but my sister was nominated too. So, I might have to go to Taiwan at the end of the month," Qin Zai said. "You'll definitely get the Best Actor award," Lu Wei said. "Not necessarily." Xianxia analyzed. CEO Qin entered the industry too late. Strictly speaking, he's not a professional actor. He'll probably be nominated and then go over. "Let's drink," Qin Zai interrupted. He didn't care about the awards that the artists in the entertainment industry saw as glory. His vision was different. He wanted to set up a super corporation and then watch his sisters fight with their henchmen. He was Hei's king. The reason why he entered the entertainment industry was to kiss his sister openly. He could touch her butt and breathe in her cleavage while filming a bed scene. Zhen Huan became popular. A certain department in Shanghai TV station was shrouded in dark clouds. After the meeting, Deputy Director Chen returned to his office. His expression was terrible. You guys pushed the blame faster than anyone else. You guys were the ones who decided to lower the price. Now, I'm the one to take the blame. But what could he do? He was the deputy director and they were the main director. Zhen Huan was supposed to be given to Shanghai TV station, but because of the price, the contract couldn't be signed. Then, Suzhou TV station appeared out of nowhere and snatched it. So what if they snatched it? But it actually became popular. It wasn't just popular. It was already November. Based on the results, Zhen Huan would definitely be one of the hottest dramas of the year. There was news on the internet that Zhen Huan was supposed to be given to Shanghai TV station, but because they couldn't agree on the price, it was snatched by Suzhou TV station. The director of the TV station mentioned this in a meeting and criticized it. Deputy Director Chen, who was in charge of this, was the first to bear the brunt. The blame was placed on Deputy Director Chen. Was it because he couldn't agree on the price? The TV station's target was here. If he didn't have the ability to settle the matter, who else would take the blame? Don't ask about the process, only the result. It was a routine used by the system. It was foreseeable that for a long time, he would be frequently mentioned by the TV station staff as a sinner and become the topic of conversation after dinner. Just thinking about it made him angry. At 9:30 in the evening, after dinner, Nan Manpei and Suyu sat in the clubhouse drinking tea. It was 20 years old pu'er. It was not suitable to drink green tea at night. Nan Manpei carefully observed Suyu's expression. She seemed depressed all night. Her appetite was quite good, but today, she only ate half a bowl. Other than being in a daze, she was still in a daze. He had to ask her 3 times before she could come back to her senses. In addition, her eyes were a little swollen. She had obviously cried in the afternoon. If you have something on your mind, just say it. Nan Manpei took a sip of black tea. I'm still very qualified to be a loyal listener. Occasionally, I can also guest act as an emotional consultant. Nothing. Suyu pursed her lips. She didn't want to say, so Nan Manpei didn't ask more. There was no need to ask more. Suyu's emotions were only linked to one person. Who else but that salted fish, quarreled? It was a little unexpected. Although the salted fish was a little fickle, he had always doted on Suyu. Finally, they had a conflict. I want to drink. Sister man, accompany me to the bar. Suyu said. Oh, she was planning to drown her sorrows in alcohol? I'm not going. I have to rush home to watch Shen Huan. Nan Manpei refused flatly. After that, she saw her best friend's absurd and unruly expression and said with a smile, what's so strange? Suyu's mouth twitched. Nan Manpei would watch palace dramas? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like her style. You never watch these things. Suyu said angrily, I know you're a loyal viewer of news simulcast and follow it every day. Because it's a script written by Xianxia, I want to see how it's shot. Nan Manpei leisurely said, it's very interesting, the layout is far-reaching, every sentence is scheming, and the foreshadowing is buried very deep. But the most interesting is the 4-word scheming. His grasp of women's minds surprised me. How to say, forget it, don't say it. Suyu pouted. Are you going with me or not? I'm old, I don't like to go to lively places. But if you don't go with me, I won't dare to go alone. Suyu frowned. She was ready to get drunk. Nan Manpei didn't have many friends that she could confide in. Suyu was one of them. She always treated her like a sister, so she nodded helplessly. They found a bar that was not so noisy. It was not far from the clubhouse and only took 10 minutes to drive there. The bar's light was soft, and the resident female singer was very beautiful. She wore an off-the-shoulder dress and had long black hair. The male singer was a middle-aged uncle. He sang Xianxia's exaggerated. The male singer's voice was very strong and his Cantonese pronunciation was standard. Xianxia's songs occupied half of the bar. In 10 songs, there must be 1 or 2 of his songs. The bar was chosen by Nan Man Pei. Suyu's closed-door interpersonal communication doomed her to rarely set foot in places like bars. The per capita consumption here was about 2 months of an ordinary white-collar worker's salary. Suyu and Nan Man Pei stepped into the bar. For a moment, it seemed that even the lights dimmed. The drinkers at the door subconsciously glanced at it and couldn't move their eyes away as if they were attracted by a magnet. In a place like Shanghai, there were many beautiful women who liked to hang out in bars late at night. It was a pleasant surprise to occasionally see a beautiful woman with a beautiful face and figure. It was already rare for a woman to be 1.7 meters tall, but the two of them were even taller by a few centimeters. Their figures were already eye-catching, but their looks and temperament were even better. In the eyes of outsiders, Suyu has always been a cold goddess. With her beautiful and refined face, she is like a snow lotus floating into the chaotic crowd. She is beautiful, but there is a sense of contradiction. People like her should not come to the bar. If it was Jin Baobao who hung out in nightclubs and bars, there would be no sense of disharmony. The men would be extremely excited. Look, here comes a top-grade vixen. Nan Man Pei's sense of contradiction is even stronger. She has long since faded away from the girl's liveliness and bright charm. She has a maturity and intellectuality that has been washed away. She has the fierceness and strength that ordinary pretty girls can never cultivate. The young man's eyes moved on the flawless faces of Suyu and Nan Man Pei. The glutton paid more attention to the hip and leg shape outlined by Suyu's slim pencil pants, as well as Nan Man Pei's heavy chest that could hang several pounds of amorous feelings. Nan Man Pei ordered 2 bottles of beer. Suyu waved her small hand and said, "Give me a dozen." Suyu, a weak chicken who would get dizzy after a glass of red wine, certainly couldn't drink so much beer. But knowing that she was in a bad mood today, Nan Man Pei let her do what she wanted. When she had the courage to sleep with Qin Zhe, she didn't drink much, just a few bottles of beer. As soon as the wine came, Suyu blew half a bottle, burped very unladylike, and then drank slowly with a bitter face. Pei Nanman accompanied her as she took small sips of wine and lit up a lady's cigarette. The bar was very spacious, and there was a passage for 2 people in front of each table. The people who drank here were some decent people with a little money, or the petty bourgeoisie who forced themselves to consume once. They were older, and there were no young boys and girls in their teens or 20s. After drinking 2 bottles of beer, the waitress came over with 2 glasses of mixed wine and whispered softly, "2 ladies, this is the guest at table 8. He invited you to drink." A middle-aged man at table 8 nodded and smiled at Nan Man Pei. Suyu's small face was already red, her eyes were blurred, and she slammed the table angrily. "What's the treat? Don't I have money? Do I need to be invited to drink?" The waitress suddenly looked embarrassed. Nan Man Pei waved his hand, "Thank the gentleman for me, but there's no need for the wine." The guest said so, and the waitress had no choice, so she put the 2 glasses of wine back on the tray and turned away. In fact, there were not many gallant phenomena in the bar. It could be seen occasionally, because most of the women who came to drink were accompanied by men. Maybe they were husbands or boyfriends. If you send wine to someone's girlfriend, wife, in front of them, do you want to fight? Only when they meet a single woman, or a few women, and one or several of them are particularly beautiful, the men will send wine. Then they will look for opportunities to chat. The middle-aged man at table 8 didn't mind at all and continued to chat and drink with his friends. Suyu drank 1 glass of wine after another, trying to extinguish the depression in her heart, and Nan Man Pei accompanied her to drink. Not long after, another person came to chat. It was a young man, who looked at most 30, and was very handsome. "Can I sit here?" He smiled. His dress was very ordinary, but the watch on his wrist was very good, 6-digit. After he sat down, he inadvertently pulled up his sleeve to reveal his watch. Naturally, he did not hide from Nan Man Pei's shrewd eyes. Nan Man Pei glanced at Suyu, who was drinking by herself, and smiled. "Sorry, we want to drink quietly. Drinking is bad for the body. Drinking and chatting is the best way to send away troubles." The man smiled and said, "Do you mind if I'm a listener?" He said and sat down. Suyu was annoyed and squinted. "If your annual income is less than 10 million, don't come to chat." The man was slightly stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect her to be so straightforward. His tone was proud, then I seemed to be qualified to chat. Nan Man Pei thought it was very interesting. The man in front of her was about the same age as her. He should be a rich second generation. Nan Man Pei smiled. Young man, her man is worth tens of billions a year. Go back to your seat and drink. The man immediately felt a sense of frustration. It was not the tens of billions that shocked him. It was Nan Man Pei's straightforward young man tone that was very much like the tone of an elder caring for the younger generation. But she looked young and beautiful. He felt that she was younger than him, but the vicissitudes of life she exuded were stronger than his father. There was low laughter all around. The gluttons looked at the young men as if they were looking at a hothead. They were still too young. Just by looking at their temperament and appearance, the two women were not common things. Such women were either the daughters of rich families or had big bosses behind them. In short, they were not girls without a master. He was in a hurry to chat, but he hit a wall. After sending the young man away, Nan Man Pei sighed, an old woman, but someone still came to chat. So you said, a 32-year-old old woman? In 2 years, won't I also become an old woman? 32 was not the golden period for women. Nan Man Pei exercised and maintained well. If you ignored her too fierce temperament, she looked only 25 or 26. But her life experience was more vicissitudes and magnificent than most middle-aged people who had experienced the ups and downs of the business world. Nan Man Pei shook the wine in the glass. Say, what happened today? Did you quarrel with Xianxia? Suyu shook her head. How can I quarrel with him? I always do what he says. Nan Man Pei said Suyu poured a glass of wine, resisted burping, looked at her best friend with tears, and said sadly, he and Wang Zijin went to bed. It turned out to be the case. Nan Man Pei knew that Suyu had always been proud of taking away Xianxia's blood, and looked down on his real girlfriend Wang Zijin, thinking that she was a bitch. At the same time, this was also her only psychological comfort. Now that Xianxia and Wang Zijin had also come to this point, Suyu's only advantage was gone. Suyu whispered, I love him so much that I don't care if he has a girlfriend. He feels sorry for Wang Zijin and can't give up. Well, I never force him. I just want to be good to him silently. If he has a little conscience, he should have left Wang Zijin and followed me. I bought the uniform he liked. I did whatever he liked. He transferred Bao's shares to me, but I kept the money in the company's account. When Qin Bao asked for money, did I not give it to her? When I acquired Dongfeng technology, did I not give it to her? Who did I do it for? But I've waited and waited. What I've waited for is indeed him sleeping with Wang Zijin. What then? Are they going to get married? What if one day they suddenly feel that they're too timing and want to turn over a new leaf? At that time, I'll have to leave. You tell me, what am I? As she spoke, she slowly cried. Nan Man Pei sighed, don't think too much. He is very good to you and will not abandon you. But I don't feel safe, not at all. After he confessed to me in the afternoon, I felt like a piece of empty space. I want to cry. Suyu covered her chest, but I can't cry. I pretended that nothing happened to me. I pretended to sleep. The more I think about it, the more unwilling I am. I should have called Wang Zijin at that time and told her that I had slept with Xianxia hundreds of times. She was the third party. Tell her to get out and stay away from my man. If she dares to contact me, I will break her legs, boo-hoo, Suyu said as she drank and cried, like a woman who was frustrated in love. You should have known that today would come. The sweetness of the past is the best anesthetic, or you have been avoiding it. Nan Man Pei said in a deep voice, since you are so unhappy, let's break up. I can't say it. I will call and say it for you. Nan Man Pei pretended to take out his phone. Sister man, I can't bear to. Suyu hurriedly held her hand, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Her spineless appearance made Nan Man Pei want to hit her. What is good about him? If you want a handsome man, I will find you one. I guarantee that he is more handsome than him. I know a lot of talented young men. I can't guarantee that they are better than him, but they are definitely not bad. At least you can live comfortably and not be wronged. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth. Suyu did not speak, sobbing and shaking her head. What kind of bewitching potion did he give you? Nan Man Pei poked her forehead with disappointment. I really liked him on the day I was sick, Suyu said. That day I had a fever and my head was dizzy. I felt like I was floating in the clouds when I was sleeping in bed. There was no one around me. I thought that if I died, it would take a few days for them to find me. It was empty and lonely. The world is so big, but when you need care and help the most, no one will lend a helping hand. It was like falling into a bottomless abyss, sinking bit by bit. When you were sick and wanted to eat porridge, no one would make it for you. When you were thirsty and wanted to drink water, no one would pour it for you. You didn't even have the right to call for help because you were always alone. Sister man, you know that kind of loneliness. Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought Dong Lai and Ziki to live at home. Your cooking skills are so bad, but you are obsessed with it. No matter how busy you are, you insist on going home to cook. If Ziki and Dong Lai find an excuse not to eat, you will get angry. That is loneliness. Only cooking can make you feel that you have a home, eh? Home to take care of, and children waiting for you to eat. Only in this way can you fill your empty heart. Suyu's words stabbed Nan Man Pei's soft spot. She frowned and said, "Don't say it. I originally called you, but I didn't expect my hand to slip and call Xianxia. He can take care of people much better than you, and his cooking is delicious." My hand slipped. If it were you, you would at most send me to the hospital, comfort me a few words, and leave. But he accompanied me for a long time, poured water for me, cooked for me, and helped me sweep the floor. I thought at that time, if there was one more person in my life, it would be good if it was him. He was the first person to know that I play games, and the first person to know my character. He was different from other men who didn't take me with them without video calls. Suyu drank the wine in her glass again, lowered her head, and confided her thoughts. After that day, I began to like him. I began to pay attention to him, appreciate him, and want to get close to him. So when he asked me to start a company with him, I agreed without thinking. I knew that he just liked my ability, but so what? I wanted to get close to him at that time. The more time I spent with him, the more I liked him. At first, I didn't dare to express my feelings. I always felt that there was still a chance. Take it slow, until he and Wang Zijing got together. The sky fell down. I thought, it's not good to be so pretentious. It's rare for me to like a man, but I like him in my heart, not in love. This was hard to say. Anyway, you know, Suyu bit her lip. Sister man, I'm very useless, I just can't bear to leave him. What if he doesn't marry you? Nan Man Pei said, have you thought about this problem? Yes. I have thought about it. What? I don't know. She shook her head. Do you know that you're tied up by him? Nan Man Pei said, just like the emperor in the drama, there are 3,000 concubines in the harem who are scheming against each other for him. That invisible battle is the most heart-wrenching. But does the emperor really not know about the scheming of the concubines in the harem? He knows, he just doesn't care. No matter how capable he is, he's still one person. If he can't stop the mouths of the concubines, how can he not allow them to have resentment? Suyu looked at her with tears in her eyes. But the emperor doesn't panic at all, because he's the emperor and enjoys the highest power. The women in the harem are his for life. Xianxia is the same. He used his method to firmly tie your heart to him, so he doesn't panic at all, and you're always in a passive position. In a relationship, whoever puts everything into it will be at a disadvantage. Nan Man Pei sneered, this little brat with a messy relationship is quite scheming. I used to be very curious about how he would deal with you and Wang Zijing. After watching Zhen Huan, I have an idea. What? Suyu, who was blind from crying, didn't react. He tied you up, and then Wang Zijing. You and Wang Zijing are the same. You both foolishly jumped into his trap. What do you think will happen if she knows about your relationship with Xianxia? She'll cry, she'll hate, she'll be at a loss, but she definitely won't think of breaking up first. Nan Man Pei clicked his tongue. This woman seems to be scheming, but she's very stubborn. It's easy for her to walk down a dark path, unwilling to turn back even if she bumps into a wall. Didn't you say that Xianxia was her first boyfriend? Now he's her first man. She gave her body and feelings that she had kept for more than 20 years to Xianxia. Tell me, if your relationship is exposed, will she tear you or Xianxia apart? So you coward, she can't wait to tear me apart. I'm not afraid of her. You and Wang Zijin can't beat Xianxia. This little brat is too cunning. Nan Manpei comforted, cry, when you're done, she'll be next. After you've cried, the results will be out. It's still early. So you wiped her tears and stopped crying, then what should I do? You can't beat her. As soon as she stopped crying, so you burst into tears again, I'm so sad, and you're still stabbing me. If you're angry, break up. If you can't bear to, then leave it as it is. You know his indecisive character better than I do. Try to make yourself look wronged so that he'll feel more guilty. In the future, you'll be able to exchange more bargaining chips. That's all I can give you advice. Nan Manpei shrugged, after all, although I've been married, I've never been in a serious relationship. You're asking for advice from someone who has zero experience in relationships. Are you stupid? So you. With nothing to do at night, Xianxia accompanied his sister and Wang Zijin to watch Shenhuan. Tonight, they happened to see the finale. It was rare for the heartless sister to be sad. She said that after watching Shenhuan's life, I'm particularly melancholy. Xianxia asked, what are you melancholy about? Qin Baobao said, emperors are the most heartless. The emperor's heart is unpredictable. The harem is like raising venomous insects. Only the one who kills her way out can become the venomous queen. Looking back after many years, the old friends around her withered away. The ancient women are pitiful, just like me. Wang Zijin spat, please take back the last half of the sentence. Xianxia said, the emperor also killed his way out of many brothers, but didn't he also lose his head at any time? If you want to rule the world and be the mother of the world, how can you not risk your life? How can I be as lucky as you? Without doing anything, just lying down, I sent you to the peak of your life. Qin Baobao thought it made sense. Hugging Xianxia's arm, she said sweetly, Ace has deep affection for Jiejia, it's Jiejia who is insatiably greedy. His real girlfriend Wang Zijin was furious, she spat, disgusting, seizing the opportunity to kick Qin Baobao, she fled to the toilet. Coward, Qin Baobao rolled her eyes, and then pinched her brother's arm, hey, your muscles are hard again. Xianxia took advantage of the opportunity to do aerobics, showing off his well-defined muscles, and proudly said, you see if I'm awesome or not. A strange man with an 8-pack abs. Qin Baobao inexplicably blushed, she spat, I'm not looking. The mobile phone on the coffee table rang, it was Xianxia's mobile phone, the caller, Nan Manpei. Xianxia answered the phone with a serious face. After hanging up, he said, I'm going out. What's wrong? It's about the investment. Oh. Qin Baobao nodded cleverly and accompanied Xianxia to the entrance. Did you lose money? Xianxia borrowed tens of billions from Nan Manpei, she knew this. It's hard to explain in a few words. Taking the elevator to the underground parking lot to pick up the car, according to the address given by Nan Manpei, Xianxia rushed to the bar, just to see Suyu squatting on the side of the road vomiting, Nan Manpei stroking her back. Xianxia steadied the car and came over. As soon as he approached, Nan Manpei suddenly attacked and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Xianxia, who felt guilty, did not hide or even step back, but Nan Manpei was pushed by the reaction force. Sister Pei was furious. She gritted her teeth and kicked again. Xianxia fell to the ground cooperatively, and she stopped angry. Suyu was beside him, vomiting his liver and intestines. Nan Manpei felt pity and stared at Xianxia, look at what you've done. When Suyu finished vomiting, Xianxia helped her up and held her in his arms. Thank you, sister man, I'll take her home. On the way home, the couple didn't say anything, but they were definitely awkward. Suyu had a headache at first, leaning on the seat and groaning. In the second half, her head didn't hurt, and her mind was much clearer. She began to carefully look at Xianxia's expression. Well, I'm the one who's hurt. I won't take the initiative to talk. Will he think I'm annoying? In the afternoon, I clearly acted like nothing happened. All the way to Suyu's community, Xianxia parked the car and helped her go upstairs. He had a key to Suyu's house. Opening the door and entering the house, Xianxia hugged Suyu with both hands, kicked the door with his foot, hugged her tightly, and said softly, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Holding back the grievances all the way, Suyu's tears poured out, big and rolling. Sister Man said you set me up. She choked and said, what should I do? I just can't leave you. Don't listen to Sister Man. She's single and can't see us showing love. Have you never thought about marrying me? This question. I can't answer it now. She was disappointed again. Today, Xianxia was too honest, but she would rather he said sweet words to coax her, even if it was fake. In silence, Suyu bit Xianxia's shoulder. She didn't feel distressed, but she bit hard and bled. Will you break up with me? Do you want to break up with me? I don't know, I won't. So, he wanted to dominate her like this, but didn't want to let go of Wang Zijin. Suyu was so angry that she wanted to bite him again. So she had an hour of cold war with Xianxia. Suyu didn't want to see him, but she was reluctant to let him go. Her mood was very complicated. When the drunkenness was almost gone, she went into the bathroom to take a shower. The shower head splashed and washed her body, but it couldn't wash away her messy thoughts. Pei Nanman was right. She should have thought about today's situation. However, at that time, she thought about how she had sacrificed so much and how Wang Zijin was so pretentious. It would not be difficult for her to steal her man. In fact, she was anesthetizing herself. She didn't want to share a man with Wang Zijin, but she couldn't leave Xianxia. She was afraid that if she forced him to choose, she would be the one who was abandoned in the end. Are those women who are willing to be mistresses also have feelings that can't be cut off? Are those wives who forgive their husbands for having women outside also have feelings that can't be cut off? So you didn't understand this question. She was not married, and Xianxia was not married, so she was neither a wife nor a mistress. After taking a shower, she put on a bathrobe and went to the living room. Seeing that Xianxia was still there, she was happy in her heart, but at this moment, she couldn't squeeze out a smile. She said, why haven't you left yet? You just drank wine. You will be thirsty and have a headache at night. I have to accompany you. Xianxia said. See, Sister Man is right. He is setting a trap for me. He knows my weakness. So you said coldly, my girlfriend at home will explode. Xianxia said, you are important. Too much. He chose to say what people liked to hear. In the evening, Xianxia didn't leave and slept here. Suyu was still angry and drew a line to divide the world with Xianxia. She was sleepy and had something on her mind, so she couldn't sleep. In the second half of the night, she couldn't help but turn over, hugged the sleeping Xianxia tightly, and secretly wiped her tears. I'd rather you bite me again than see you like this. Xianxia sighed. It turned out that he didn't sleep either. Suyu choked and said, I'm so scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that in the end, I'll be alone again. Don't be afraid. Suyu grabbed Xianxia's shoulder tightly, and her knuckles turned white because of the force. Give me a child. No matter what happens in the future, I will accept it. On the weekend, Xianxia and his sister went back to their parents' house. No, they went back home. After all, he and his sister had not started a family yet, and their household registration had not been moved out. It was not appropriate to describe it as going back to their parents' house. Wang Zijin also came. When she first came to Shanghai, the old man and Qin Ma were very polite to her. During that period, because of her relationship with Xianxia, there was an awkward period. A daughter's best friend came to the house as a guest, and a son's future daughter-in-law came to the house as a guest, were two completely different things. Fortunately, Qin Ma had a gentle temperament and liked this daughter-in-law. Wang Zijin was also very reasonable, scheming and black-bellied. The two sides easily changed their mentality and their relationship became more intimate. The old man was particularly melancholy. He liked Suyu. Wang Zijin came to the house as a guest every 3 to 5 days, but Suyu rarely came. She came once on New Year's Eve last year, and never came again. Fortunately, the two had been communicating in private and occasionally called. Every time the country had a new policy or big news in the financial industry, Suyu would call the old man to have an academic exchange. She continued to make a good impression on her future father-in-law. Even though Wang Zijin gave people a good impression, even their own children, salted fish Zai Yingying monster, were biased, let alone their daughter-in-law. The old man had been holding back a sentence in his heart to say to Suyu, "You should be more careful. If you don't come to the house, how can you compete with Wang Zijin?" When he said those words, he always felt that his father was boasting. Cultured people were thin-skinned, so it was difficult to say. In the living room, the man and the woman were clearly separated. The father and son were discussing financial facts, while the mother and daughter, together with the daughter-in-law, were watching Zhenhuan. The father and son were talking happily. In ancient times, scholars liked to get together and talk about words. It was the same now. The more knowledge, the more they liked to talk. So the old man was finally satisfied with his son, because his son could already keep up with his rhythm. It was incredible. If it was a year and a half ago, he and his son would talk about macroeconomics, and his son would be confused and add a caption, "What are you talking about?" As for Qin Ma, they were watching Zhenhuan in the palace. At her mother's request, her sister brought home the USB with the film source. This drama was too popular. Ever since it was broadcast, it had quickly captured the hearts of countless aunties. Other than square dancing, watching TV at home to catch up on Zhenhuan had become an essential entertainment activity in their lives. Nowadays, the aunties held up half the sky for the television station's viewership ratings. The only discordant thing was Qin Baobao's constant spoilers, saying that this in Lingrong would be bad in the future, saying that Zhenhuan would cuckold the emperor in the future, saying that in fact, the Chenyuan empress was also killed by the empress. Qin Ma couldn't bear it any longer. She grabbed her daughter's earlobe and said angrily, "You've finished telling me everything. What am I supposed to watch?" Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mom, please be gentle. Qin Baobao bitterly begged for mercy. As it turned out, spoilers were unforgivable in the eyes of all kinds of people. "Bao, do you still remember Auntie Zhou downstairs?" Qin Ma asked casually while watching the drama. "What's wrong?" "Her daughter is married, and she married well. The man's family has 3 or 4 suites, and it's a state-owned enterprise," Qin Ma said with an envious tone. "A state-owned enterprise?" Qin Baobao said angrily, "He works himself to death, but he's not as good as your sons." "How is she married well?" This kind of unconsciously comparing her brother with other men made Wang Zijin and Qin Ma frown slightly. "She's married anyway, and she's 1 year younger than you. You haven't heard from her until now. Wang Zijin is better than you," Qin Ma said. Qin Baobao was displeased with her mother's belittling remarks and snorted, "She doesn't have a boyfriend, how is she better than me?" Qin Ma, "Oh, then Zijin should work hard too." Wang Zijin felt goosebumps all over her body. Auntie Qin was a scheming person. She was just testing Qin Baobao to see if she knew about her relationship with Qin Zai. This kind of question could be asked directly to her daughter, there was no need to test at all. This meant that her previous guess was right. Auntie Qin also knew about her daughter's brother complex. Thus, new doubts arose. Children's mental health problems could be discussed frankly and unfairly. They were not in the rebellious period of youth, and everyone was an adult. Moreover, Qin Baobao's brother complex was obviously very serious. It would take a long time for it to be fixed. Then, what was Auntie Qin afraid of? Wang Zijin couldn't understand, and she couldn't figure it out. She just felt that there was something strange about it. Because it was difficult to talk about the matter, she didn't even have the thought of asking Qin Zai in private. "When do you and your sister plan to stop controlling each other? Your mother seems to know about it, but she chose not to say it." What was she afraid of? She couldn't ask at all. They chatted until 9 o'clock, and the old master returned to the study. Qin Zai lay on the other side of the sofa and stretched comfortably. "I've finally satisfied my father's appetite. I've finally become a qualified son." In fact, it was quite boring. In Qin Zai's knowledge, the things he and his father talked about were too shallow. It was like a university student and a primary school student talking about the multiplication table. The old master's level was at most a third-year middle school student. Qin Zai relied on the skill books he got from the system and was already a glorious university student. That was why he could earn a lot of money in the financial world, and the old master could only be a university professor. In order to not disappoint his father and become an outstanding son, he endured a lot of beatings and brainwashing. Under his father's whipping, he studied hard and opened up new ideas. He suffered a lot. Every time he thought about it, there was only one sentence that could describe it: memories make me want to cry. Go, move your smelly feet away. Qin Baobao slapped his feet away. Help me massage the soles of my feet. I'm tired. Xianxia put his big feet on his sister's round thighs. Go away. Qin Baobao sneered and waved her small hands to block his feet. Xianxia kept teasing his sister with his feet. He kicked her legs, her arms, and her butt. Qin Baobao waved her small hands and slapped his feet away every time, but Xianxia just wouldn't let her go. Mom, he's so annoying. Qin Baobao complained to her mother. Qin Ma's mouth twitched. If she remembered correctly, his girlfriend seemed to be the one beside her. She looked at Wang Zijin and found that she was also twitching her mouth. I'm a little sleepy. I'll go back to my room and lie down for a while. Mom, did you help me change the sheets? Seeing Sister Ziwei's dark little face, Xianxia hurriedly sat up and left. He didn't know why, but when he stepped into his 20-square-meter room, he felt like he was at home. The room he lived in now was too big. The living room was too big, and the bathroom was too big. Although he could take a bath with Sister Ziwei, only here could he smell the familiar scent. This was the room he had slept in for more than 10 years. Although he and his sister hadn't lived at home for many years, Qin Ma still cleaned their children's room every day, changed the sheets and quilts from spring to autumn. He lay on the bed, thinking about the recent mission issued by the system, thinking about Suyu. Suyu's mental state wasn't very good at first. Although she was comforted by Xianxia, what happened couldn't be quickly healed by words. Instead, it took time to settle and accept. But when Xianxia told Suyu his thoughts, her fighting spirit suddenly rose. Previously, the few companies were independent and each did their own thing. Even if Xianxia abandoned any of the companies, it wouldn't be enough to hurt them. Therefore, even if she became a major shareholder of Baoza, Suyu didn't have much sense of security. But if a group was established, all the resources and funds would be integrated, and it would create a huge monster. Tianfeng, Baoza, and Amethyst couldn't even squeeze into the top 500 in the country. But after the three merged and shared the resources, its profitability would definitely increase by several times. And Suyu, who controlled Baoza's investment, would occupy a pivotal position in the new group. Even if the group took off in the future, her power and position would be even more important. In this way, she would have enough capital and strength, and wouldn't have to worry about Xianxia abandoning Baoza and abandoning her. And in terms of intrigue in the workplace, she was confident that she could beat Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao. Suddenly, her future was bright. The only regret was that her stomach hadn't improved so far. In the past, she deliberately avoided the dangerous period. Later, she tried several times but didn't get pregnant. Suyu specifically consulted the doctor and did a physical examination. There was no problem with her body. The doctor said that there was no rush and that she could take it slowly. After all, giving birth to a child was different from giving birth to a piglet. She could only take it slowly. It wasn't like she could crowdsource a child. Xianxia thought about what he could do before the merger, or what he should do before going public. The most important thing was to improve the performance and capital of each company. Then, when they went public, the stock price would take off. Even if Dongfeng Technology had the blueprints, it would lack time to manufacture the equipment and immediately put it on the market. But there should be no problem by the end of the year. As for Tianfeng, Zhenhuan had just become popular, and the company's reputation had increased a lot. If he wanted to make money, he could continue to make movies. But in a year and a half, he had made 5 to 6 movies. His production was as high as a sow. If this continued, the title of fast shooter would be retired and replaced with machine gunner. Relying on the fact that there were people in Shanghai's Guangming bureau, his movies had been cutting the queue. This was the only way to achieve high production. On the other hand, Baoza could use his connections to convert private placement to public placement. This was a bit difficult, and public placement would be subject to more supervision. If it was converted to public placement, it wouldn't be suitable to merge into the Salted Fish Corporation. But if it was just private placement, its potential wouldn't be as good as public placement. Opening the chat software, Tianfeng Entertainment's artist group happened to be discussing the Golden Horse Awards at the end of the month. If Zhen Huan was a movie, the Best Supporting Actress award would definitely be mine. Xianxia's fame had skyrocketed recently and she was a bit arrogant. Basically, all the artists in the company had acted in Zhen Huan and they all expressed that it was a pity. There should be a place for us in the Fei Tian Awards, Starlight Awards, and Golden Eagle Awards. Then I'll be the best actress, Yi Lu said. Lu Wei, you're thinking too much. Not to mention the other artists, just President Qin alone is enough to suppress you. A B-list artist, at Lu Wei President Baozi, please distinguish between the two Qins. Otherwise, it will feel weird when you think of Xianxia winning the Best Actress award. Lu Wei, can CEO Qin get Best Actor? There are a lot of good films this year. Most importantly, I remember that there were a few films that were nominated last time but didn't get selected. Coincidentally, there are some good films this year. Yi Lu. According to the tradition of the entertainment industry, CEO Qin should be a backup. But it's hard to say. After all, the judges in Taiwan are more stubborn and the culture is better than in China. In the entertainment industry, seniority was very important. If you produced a good work, you would be nominated. But if you were a newcomer, it was almost impossible for you to win an award. This was because there were many seniors with good works waiting in front of you. Once you had been nominated a few times and had not gone silent, then it would be your turn. Of course, there were exceptions. Xianxia was a dark horse last year. His film broke the box office record, so he might have a chance. Qin Baobao was the same. But Qin Baobao had more advantages than Xianxia. Because she was a legitimate artist. Although she didn't have a professional background, she was an artist. So, in the eyes of the people in the entertainment industry, she was an insider. Xianxia was a bit different. He could only be considered half an artist. Looking at his past actions, he wrote songs to support his sister, sang to support his sister, and filmed movies to support his sister. He didn't do commercial performances, commercials, or concerts. His work passion and focus weren't in the entertainment industry. They were all outstanding. Of course, he would give it to us insiders first. It was hard to guarantee that the judges wouldn't consider this when they made the selection. Xianxia, it doesn't matter. CEO Qin doesn't care. He likes to show off. Last time, he even said in the office that he wasn't interested in the Golden Horse Award at all. Xianxia, do you not want to work anymore? Xianxia, the group went silent. System notification, Xianxia withdrew a message. Driving home at night, Xianxia drove his low-key car towards Royal View Park. The Lamborghini that Qin Baobao bought for him had arrived long ago. It was parked in the underground parking lot and he had driven it 3 times. Xianxia didn't like to drive a sports car. One of the reasons was that it was too eye-catching. As a celebrity, he should keep a low profile when he went out. Most importantly, the sports car could only carry one person. He drove his sister and Wang Zijin out for a spin. When they came back, they complained that their legs were sore and that the front passenger seat was too narrow. Lastly, there was another reason. In a place like Shanghai, sports cars were not allowed to drive faster than 80 kilometers per hour. I plan to merge a few companies, Xianxia said. How do we merge? Qin Baobao asked. Wang Zijin also looked up from her iPad. Let's merge into one group. If the company is scattered, it's not good for making money. Tianfeng, Amethyst, Baozi, Dongfeng, all of the businesses under these names should be consolidated and listed on the stock market. Afraid that they would disagree, Xianxia analyzed, instead of working hard for decades, why don't we get listed on the stock market and earn some money? I'm sure you've heard of this before. Our company has great potential. As long as we can get listed, we can earn money without doing anything. Why are you telling us this? You can do whatever you want. Qin Baobao said. I can do whatever I want, are you serious? Your shareholders. Of course, I have to ask for your opinions. I've also asked Sister Man. She has no objections. Xianxia explained. The merger and reorganization of a few companies was a troublesome process. Fortunately, all the shares were in the hands of Xianxia and his close friends. There were a lot of bargaining and power struggles, as if Qin Baobao immediately said, "I want to be the major shareholder." Her sister's eyes were very sharp. She knew that establishing a group was not the same as doing things on their own. She quickly fought for power. "I'm the major shareholder. More than 80% of Amethyst shares are in my hands. You only have less than 70% of Tianfeng's shares," Wang Zijin immediately said. Amethyst shares were all in Wang Zijin's hands. Qinzai's explanation was that Sister Ziwei's family was very influential. He paid a lot of money to get her to join the group. Otherwise, even if they were biological sisters, Qin Baobao would not agree. Her younger brother's belongings were her belongings. If he had an older sister or younger sister, Qin Baobao would also kick her out of the team. Salted fish could only be hers. The two sisters' eyes met. After the crackling of electric arcs, they said in unison, "What about Suyu? How many shares does she have?" Qinzai, Wang Zijin said, "I remember that she doesn't have much of Bao's shares." Qin Baobao, "Oh right, she doesn't have much. It seems that she has a little more than me." In the early days of Bao's establishment, Qin Baobao and Suyu had a fight over shares. "Qinzai, let's talk about the shares later. When the time comes, we'll definitely hire a professional team to calculate the shares. Don't make a fuss. Although we're all family, there's still Sister Man, and Suyu. Everything has to be done properly." Oh no, how should he explain the fact that he transferred most of Bao's shares to Suyu? Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes and seemed angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't there an outsider?" Qinzai, he saw Wang Zijin's angry expression from the rearview mirror. "Well, let's talk about it later. I'll sing for you." Qinzai came forward to smooth things over. On one side was his sister, and on the other side was his girlfriend. He was in a dilemma. Wang Zijin snorted, "I won't listen to it if it's not a new song." Qinzai turned off the CD in the car. After a while, he started singing. "One day when I woke up, I didn't see you by my side. On my right was the toy you used to like. But when I stood up and looked for you in the room, all that was left was a letter with your scent." The song ended. "That's it?" Wang Zijin, who had just entered the state, was confused. "That's it. I just made it up," Qinzai said. In fact, it was just a casual song. He had heard this song in the point store and had an impression of it. However, he only remembered this part and didn't remember the rest, so he didn't remember it. The melody is not bad. Find some time to write this song down. I think it will be popular. Qin Baobao commented with a professional eye. Besides, F***ck Qinzai suddenly cursed and then explained, "It's okay, it's okay. I'm not talking about you." "Then who are you talking about?" Qin Baobao widened her beautiful eyes. "I'm talking about a certain lowlife." Qinzai thought to himself. In a moment of carelessness, 30 points were deducted. He had just received a notification from the system. Songs in the point store couldn't appear in the modern world in any form. Otherwise, it would be treated as an exchange. Qinzai forgot about this rule. He used the songs in the store to show off, so the system forcibly deducted 30 points. The opening ceremony of the Golden Horse Awards was getting closer and closer. Qinzai and his sister were both invited. The awards on both sides of the Taiwan Strait basically couldn't avoid him and Qin Baobao. Unlike last time, there were more than 30 people in Tianfeng's team heading to Taiwan. Qinzai was not only nominated for Best Actor, Movie King, but also for Best Original Screenplay. The nominated work was A Journey to the West. Mou was naturally nominated for the Best Director award. Lu Wei was also nominated for Best Supporting Actress. She was nominated for If I Become Memories, the movie where lovers become brother and sister. Qinzai sat in the piano room and played the MV for What Else Do You Want Me? It was still very popular. Qinzai didn't plan to participate in the Golden Horse Awards before. It was Qin Baobao who signed him up on her own initiative. His sister felt that it would be a pity if they didn't participate in the awards since they had made so many good films in the past year. The Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Horse Awards were very influential in the Chinese film industry. Every famous star was proud of winning Best Actor and Best Actress. This was the biggest glory in the Chinese film industry. When the Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Horse Awards were first established, they were protected by their territories. They were only willing to play by themselves and didn't want to bring China along. But after that, Taiwan's film industry declined, and many of its staff left. Hong Kong and China's film industry was thriving, and they had no choice but to let the three countries play together. It was a blessing in disguise. Because of this, the influence of the Golden Horse Award grew day by day. On the other hand, Hong Kong's Golden Horse Award's territorial protection rules were still the same. First, the film must premiere in Hong Kong or be screened in many other regions. Second, the director must be from Hong Kong, and the production company must be registered in Hong Kong. Although Xianxia's film was screened in Hong Kong, it did not meet the above conditions. That's why the Golden Horse Awards could not be signed up. If not, the Golden Horse Awards, which focuses on commercial films, would be more suitable for the siblings than the Golden Horse Awards. The last time Feng Yu accompanied his sister to the Golden Horse Awards, it was more than a week earlier, and they had toured Taiwan. At that time, Xianxia had just set up Baoza Investments, and his sister was still a small star in star art. They had a lot of time to travel. Now, they don't have so much time to travel. Also, there were a few stars in his entourage, and Xianxia decided to chase them back to work after the Golden Horse Awards. For celebrities, time was money. Many celebrities would even leave on the same day, and their schedules would be packed. Before they came, they would still be filming at the set. On the same day, they would rush to the airport to fly to Taiwan. After attending the Golden Horse Awards, they would rush back to the mainland overnight to continue filming. The opening ceremony was tomorrow, and they arrived in Taiwan at night. The assistants had already booked the hotel and booked 6 high-end commercial cars to pick them up. They drove to the hotel in a grandiose manner. When they got out of the car, Qin Baobao, who was holding her brother's arm, saw 3 women standing at the entrance of the hotel. They were all wearing masks, sunglasses, and caps. One of them waved at Xianxia excitedly. "Oh, it's your old flame," Feng Yu's sister said. "Why do you say that, sister? I have always treated her as my brother. It's just that she wants to sleep with me," Xianxia said and raised his hand. Xianxia teased his sister and walked towards the 3 women at the hotel entrance, Guling, Ding Lixin, and Su Yunhan. The first 2 were Xianxia and his sister's new friends when they first came to Treasure Island. The latter was a colleague from Star Art. They met because of Su Yunhan. As a native artist of Treasure Island, how could she miss out on an important award like the Golden Horse Awards even though her career had shifted to the mainland? It was not a coincidence that Su Yunhan appeared at the hotel entrance. She must be in contact with his sister, which was why they stayed in the same hotel. When they met, Qin Baobao and Su Yunhan hugged each other warmly and waved at Ding Lixin and Guling. It was obvious that they were close. If she did not see Guling's flirtatious messages to her brother, Qin Baobao would not mind being her fake sister in the entertainment industry. However, when she saw Guling's messages to Xianxia that were full of hints and flirtatious messages, she realized that one was a dead pigeon, and the other was a stone, but the man could not stay. Qin Baobao had never seen such a shameless B*tch. She was furious. "You want to be my friend while trying to steal my man? Do you think you're so mischievous?" It was obvious that her possessive sister truly loved Wang Zijin. Hence, when Xianxia wanted to steal Guling and Ding Lixin to Tianfeng, Qin Bao rejected him. When she suggested to steal Su Yunhan, Xianxia rejected her as well. After all, he and Huang Yizong were brothers. It was not good to steal someone else's man. "Hi, Mr. Qin." Guling extended her hand happily. "I haven't seen you in half a year, and you're getting prettier. Which hospital did you get plastic surgery at? Introduce me, I'll take my cheap sister for surgery." Xianxia held her hand. In ancient times, when a father introduced his son, he would call him little puppy or dog son. When he introduced his wife, he would call her cheap wife. Hence, there should be nothing wrong with him calling her cheap sister. Cheap sister? *#, Qin Bao was mad with anger, but it was not good to get physical with her brother in public. First, she rolled her eyes at him and cut him with a knife, which could be regarded as a declaration of war, and then she would go back to the room and subdue him by force. "You're so annoying. There's no plastic surgery." Guling playfully hit him with her small hand. A smile bloomed on her face, and she appeared to be very happy. "Hi, Mr. Qin." Ding Lixin raised her small hand and waved. Qinze nodded and looked at Su Yunhan. "Why are you here for the Golden Horse Awards? You're a singer, so why are you here?" Su Yunhan wasn't convinced. "I'm going to change my career and try to expand my career. If Boss Qin's new drama has a cameo role, remember to take me along. I don't need to be paid." Qin Baobao patted her chest and said, "No problem. If there's a new film, you can join us." "Oh right, where are you going?" Su Yunhan said, "There's a cocktail party. We're going to have fun and meet new friends." Qin Baobao looked at Qinze. Knowing that his sister liked to have fun, Qinze said, "Do you mind if we go and have fun?" Guling said happily, "No problem, no problem. My nanny van is over there." For the opening ceremony of authoritative awards like the Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Horse Awards, all the celebrities who were on the stage would come to participate. Needless to say, the nominees didn't need to be mentioned. Even those who weren't nominated could come to see the world and expand their connections. For example, celebrities who were popular and had a wide range of connections would take the lead to hold a small cocktail party for drinking and chatting. Therefore, authoritative awards were very important to celebrities. Small celebrities were enthusiastic about domestic awards, while big celebrities were more enthusiastic about foreign awards. For example, two famous female carpet stars in the entertainment industry shamelessly wanted to get some screen time. Their eagerness and thirst was the same as Qinze's eagerness to rub himself. Xiachuchu rode on the coattails of the company's seniors and was able to participate in this private party. It was held in a villa of a famous host in Taiwan. She had just debuted 2 years ago and was 24 years old this year. She was considered a very young newcomer in the entertainment industry and was young in all aspects. She had acted in several dramas, but she was only the second female lead. Moreover, they were all low-budget teen idol dramas. This was also because the company supported her because she was beautiful. She had an oval face, big eyes, delicate skin, and a youthful vibe. Her fans and friends called her Little Bao Bao. It had nothing to do with intimacy, but because her facial features were somewhat similar to Qin Baobao's. What Little Bao Bao? When she debuted, Qin Baobao hadn't entered the entertainment industry yet. Didn't she have a good younger brother? But this was something that couldn't be envied. Xiachuchu felt that if she had a younger brother like Qinze, she would be a queen now. She wouldn't have to pretend to be polite with the company's executives and pretend not to understand their hints. Although female celebrities had to be prepared to grind an iron rod into a needle if they wanted to make a name for themselves in the entertainment industry, there were always exceptions. As long as your own strength was outstanding enough, you wouldn't be afraid of not making a name for yourself. In comparison, male celebrities were much easier. As long as they were handsome, it didn't matter if they didn't have acting skills. The company was willing to hype them up, and they would become popular very quickly. Female celebrities couldn't do it. Without acting skills, they would be given sh*t just based on their faces. A certain Jia, a certain Ying, and a certain Shanshan were good examples. "Chu, let me introduce you. This is Brother Zhang." The senior came over with a man's arm. Xiachuchu's company could only be ranked in the second tier in the country. The whole company only had one second-tier celebrity, and the senior in front of her was a second-tier celebrity, one of the company's pillars. "Sister Yang." Xiachuchu greeted first, then picked up the wine glass and stood up. She said in a flattered tone, "Brother Zhang." The man was 34 or 35 years old. His name was Zhang Yao. When he was young, he was already popular. He was a rare star in the entertainment industry with a long shelf life. He used to mainly shoot TV series, but now he was active in the film industry. He had been nominated for the Golden Horse Awards twice in a row. According to the customs, he had a high chance of winning the Best Actor award. A newcomer like Xiachuchu shouldn't even have the capital to strike up a conversation if she didn't attend this party. You accompany Brother Zhang for a drink. I'm going to the bathroom. He is the most likely winner of this year's Golden Horse Award. After introducing the two, the senior winked at Xia Chuchu. Chuchu, it's your first time participating in the Golden Horse Awards. Zhang Yao sat down beside her and took a sip of red wine. Well, yes, I haven't seen it yet. Xia Chuchu showed a sweet smile. She had practiced how to smile naturally and sweetly. It's my first time participating in the Golden Horse Awards. I don't feel nervous. Instead, I feel that as long as I work hard and continue to produce good works, the Best Actor award will be mine sooner or later. Zhang Yao spoke with assurance, showing the confidence of a successful man in his words. That's because Brother Zhang, when you first participated in the Golden Horse Awards, you were already a big star, so you were calmer than me. Xia Chuchu smiled and sighed, I'm just here to watch the fun. I have no idea about the Golden Horse Awards. I'll be thankful if they give me a chance to be the best actress. Good works are hard to find. Therefore, the person Xia Chuchu admired the most was Xianxia. There was no way not to admire him. He was a legendary big shot in the entertainment industry. Your foundation is good, and your acting skills are honed. It's only a matter of time before you become the best actress. Zhang Yao's left arm naturally rested on Xia Chuchu's shoulder. Maybe, I can provide you with an opportunity. Xia Chuchu was stunned. She remembered some negative rumors about this big star. This guy was a Dumas. He changed girlfriends on average every 2 years, and they were all female stars in the circle. In addition, there were rumors in the circle that this person often took advantage of female stars in the crew, especially new female stars. I haven't confirmed with you yet, and you already have a bad idea. Fortunately, she was very experienced in dealing with this kind of molesting behavior. Male stars like him were not rare in the entertainment industry. Xia Chuchu quietly moved to the side, pushed away his hand on her shoulder, and smiled. Brother Zhang, are you confident? I heard that Xianxia was also nominated. Sister Yang, who had gone to the toilet, came back. Hearing this, she flattered, Xianxia is at most a companion. Even if he wins an award, it won't be the Best Actor award. Brother Zhang, this is the 4th time you've been nominated. This year's Summer Sunshine is so popular. The Golden Horse Awards also focus on literary films. Zhang Yao smiled reservedly and placed his hand on Xia Chuchu's shoulder. Xia Chuchu pushed him away again. This time, Zhang Yao was a little unhappy. This newcomer didn't know how to appreciate favors. You guys chat. I'll go drink with my friends. Zhang Yao got up and left. Young people are just not sensible. Sister Yang sighed with disappointment. You didn't even add his phone number, not to mention his WeChat. He touched me as soon as he came up, Xia Chuchu whispered. This is not a common thing. Which female star hasn't been touched before? Photos can be seen everywhere on the internet. If it's like this in public, don't even mention in private. I'm not happy. Xia Chuchu frowned. Then what are you doing here? Sister Yang rolled her eyes. Sister Yang, look at what you're saying. Not everyone is like this. We've already met a circle of people. We don't need Zhang Yao. Then who cares about you? A nod is enough to deal with you. Sister Yang's gaze swept across the villa hall. You see, even here, there are small circles. Just a nod and a few words, what kind of social interaction is this? They forget about you in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yao is willing to be close to you, so you should be the one taking advantage. Men are all like this. It's not like they'll lose hair if they touch you. Xia Chuchu said, Xianxia is not like this. Also, she named quite a few experienced seniors in one breath. It's even worse. It means that you don't even have the qualifications to get close to him. Sister Yang laughed angrily. Xia Chuchu glanced at the door. At this moment, the brown-painted wooden door of the living room was pushed open and a group of people walked in. She saw Xianxia among the group of women at a glance. Hey, Sister Yang, Xianxia is here. Sister Yang's brain didn't react, but her body instinctively turned her head and looked in the direction of the villa's entrance with Xia Chuchu. 5 people came in. Although the circle of celebrities was big, the celebrities were also famous. She knew all 5 of them. Su Yunhan was her good friend for many years, and the remaining two were from a Taiwanese singer group. Those two could be ignored, but the siblings couldn't be ignored. As soon as they appeared, they instantly stole all the light, even if everyone present was an artist. Not only were their looks outstanding, but their fame and charm were also thunderous. The Taiwanese artists at the front had already gone up to greet them, and the others were looking at the two pieces of meat with great interest. "Sister Yang, why are they here?" Xiachuchu's eyes were shining, and she looked excited. "This is the benefit of the Golden Horse Awards. You don't have to worry about not being able to find a bridge to get to know the big shots in the industry," Sister Yang whispered. Private gatherings were very important. When it came to the awards ceremony, although there were many stars and there was no shortage of big shots, it was actually very difficult to make friends with them. "If I can squeeze into Qin Zai's circle of contacts, I might be able to become famous next year," Xiachuchu said. Sister Yang's heart skipped a beat. "I know Su Yunhan. I can use her to establish a relationship with the Qin siblings. Oh, as long as one or two important characters appear between my fingers, I can become famous." All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. After entering the hall, Qin Zai glanced around. There weren't many celebrities present, only 7 or 8. They formed a circle of friends in 2s and 3s. It wasn't very clear, and there were people moving around from time to time. There were cakes, snacks, and wine on the table. It was a very ordinary salon. He dared to bet that his sister would be disappointed when she saw the scene in front of her. Ying liked to be lively and liked to play. She thought it would be a lively scene like a bar KTV. A well-maintained middle-aged woman came up with a smile and greeted Go Ling and Ding Lixing warmly. Then, she shook hands with Qin Zai and Qin Bao and ridiculed exaggeratedly, "You two big bosses should have informed me earlier if you were coming, so that I could personally go outside and lay out the carpet." Qin Zai knew her. He had watched her variety shows and dramas since he was a child. He had also met her once when he was in Taiwan. "Sorry for the intrusion, Sister Gua. I hope you don't mind." Sister Gua said angrily, "What are you talking about? Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." She led Qin Zai to his seat and personally served him. "This is the second time the two of you are here, right? Last time it was the Golden Melody Awards. This time it's the Golden Horse Awards. If you really win the Best Actor award, you'll break the record of the entertainment industry again." Sister Gua raised her glass. "I'm just a chaperone. Bitch." He swallowed the word sister and changed his words. "My sister, on the other hand, has a chance." "Hey, both of you have high hopes." Sister Gua said mysteriously, "I have something interesting to tell you. When your company signed up, you signed up for a few movies, right?" Qin Zai looked at his sister. He didn't pay attention to this matter. Qin Baobao nodded slightly. "All the movies this year have been signed up." "That's it," Sister Gua said. "The Golden Horse Awards favors literary films, so at first, they were hesitant between If I Become Memories and A Journey to the West. The jury even quarreled a few times. From a literary point of view, the former was more suitable than the latter. If I Become Memories is the #1 drama in the youth romance genre. Although A Journey to the West is also very touching, the commercial atmosphere and the mythological background make it deviate from literary films." "Then why did they still choose A Journey to the West?" Qin Baobao asked. She felt proud that she could make the jury so angry that they quarreled during a meeting. She glanced at her brother with a smile, only to find that he was staring at a beautiful woman in the distance. Qin Baobao frowned. She realized that things were very troublesome. Later, someone said that the themes of the two movies are actually love tragedies. There's not much difference in essence, but the touching feelings are different. The most important thing is the box office. A Journey to the West has broken the box office record this year. It's really famous. If such a film can't be nominated, it will make the outside world question the value of the Golden Horse Awards." As she spoke, she found that the eyes of the sister and brother were not on her at all. The brother was looking at the woman, and the sister was looking at the brother. Following his gaze, she saw Xiachuchu. Sister Gua said, "Oh, that girl is very beautiful." She only thought that Qin Zai was attracted by the beauty. "I have a little impression of her, but I can't remember her name. Xianxia tried to recall. Xiachuchu, from the mainland. She's a newcomer. Yangli, who brought her here, and I know her, Sister Gua said. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly and said, if you like her, go and hit on her. The more the sister hid a knife in her smile, the more charming and beautiful her smile was, like a fox spirit. If Boss Jean personally pursues her, it'll be easy. How about I call her over for a drink? Several women who didn't know the truth added fuel to the fire. Xianxia withdrew his gaze. He didn't explain and smiled slightly. Guling said sourly, no way, Boss Jean really likes her? I have a good impression of her, so I took a few more glances. Xianxia said. The women looked at each other. Sister Gua smiled and said, I'll call her over for a drink. Qin Baobao's beautiful face changed slightly. No, no, no. Xianxia waved his hand and said, she looks a bit like my sister. The others didn't understand the meaning of Xianxia's words for a while, but Qin Baobao got it. She snorted and said, how is she similar? She doesn't look like her at all. Under the table, she fiercely pinched Xianxia's thigh and gently rubbed it, trying not to let the corners of her mouth curl up. After chatting for a while, Xianxia and his sister drank a glass of wine with many artists in the hall. They greeted each other and chatted casually for a while. Xianxia saw one of the biggest contenders for the Best Actor award, Zhang Yao. He had a friendly chat with him. The first thought that came to his mind was, damn, it's you, the previous generation's Jia Baoyu. Xiachuchu's first impression of Zhang Yao was that he was a playboy and pervert. Xianxia immediately thought of the past. Probably when Xianxia was in high school, the media exposed that this guy's girlfriend and his good friend went in and out of a hotel. There were pictures to prove the truth. At that time, Zhang Yao was already very famous and was filming outside. The entertainment news was abuzz for a long time. Unfortunately, the internet was not developed at that time. It was not like now, where everyone on the internet was talented and their words were hurtful. Otherwise, there would definitely be a place for Zhang Yao in the Guanyu alliance headed by Jia Baoyu. Zhang Yao had some wariness and hostility towards Xianxia in his heart, but he didn't show it. At Xiachuchu's table, under the introduction of Sister Gua, the two sides talked for a while. Then, there was the dogskin plaster Yangli. As a result, the pink newcomer Xiachuchu seemed particularly lonely. It would be appropriate for her to howl, I'm drunk alone. Except for Yangli, she didn't know anyone else. If she shamelessly mingled with them, it would directly lower her status. If she really wanted to lower her status, it would be best to go to Xianxia's table. But when a small character wanted to make friends with a big shot, it was not enough to just meet once. She needed someone to introduce her. However, the senior who often patted his chest and promised to take care of her had already ignored her at this time. It turned out that the senior's so-called care was a small favor when there was no conflict of interest. Why are you drinking alone? Xiachuchu, who was playing with her phone, heard the man's gentle voice and looked up in surprise. She saw Xianxia, so her expression became more and more stunned. Xianxia sat down beside her and looked at her face closely. Xiachuchu? Hello, Boss Jean. Xiachuchu was flattered and a little nervous at the same time. Why did this big shot come? How could this concubine get the big shot's pity? She looked at Xianxia's face. Just now, there were too many people, so she was embarrassed to keep staring at him. He was a very handsome man. Even if he was out of the camera, his appearance did not decrease. There was a rule in the entertainment circle that no matter men or women, no makeup was allowed to take photos. But Xianxia's face, although his facial features were not perfect, his wheat-colored skin was delicate and smooth to the extent that it could make women jealous. Of course, compared to his appearance, talent was the key to making women crazy. Which company are you from? Huali Film and Television. How long have you been in the industry? Exactly 2 years. Xiachuchu felt that there seemed to be eyes around her. The newcomer, who was originally unnoticeable, was suddenly envied by many seniors. At this time, Xianxia took out his business card and handed it over. Contact me if you need anything. After handing over the business card, he asked for Xiachuchu's contact information and then left. Holding the business card with both hands, Xiachuchu was stunned. She was at a loss and excited as if a pie fell from the sky and hit her head. What did he mean by this? Did he take a fancy to me? Otherwise, how could he explain that the big boss personally handed me his business card? Then, should I half refuse or refuse? No, Qinzai's reputation in the circle is very good. He definitely doesn't want to sleep with me. Then why is he inexplicably paying attention to me? Because I'm a little Bao Bao. Qinzai and Qin Bao Bao left in the middle of the party. They declined Su Yunhan's kindness to send them off and called the driver to pick them up. Although they had a good chat with the artists present during the period, the only one who really received Qinzai's business card was Xiachuchu. Yangli was satisfied and a little unsatisfied. It was enough to get familiar with him for the first time, if there was no comparison with Xiachuchu. Chuchu, what did he say to you? Yangli returned to the table and asked curiously. It was like when girls got together to discuss the little fresh meat when they were studying, but there was more utilitarian heart in it. He said he needed to contact me. Xiachuchu said. Did he make any promises? No. Any requests? Yangli asked, or an obvious hint? No. Xiachuchu shook her head. Tisk Yangli attributed this to men liking young and beautiful women. Maybe it's because of my nickname. Xiachuchu joked. She seriously put the business card in her pocket. On the way home, Qin Baobao crossed her legs and placed her phone on her stomach. She watched a movie and said, "You want to poach people again?" Qinzai said, "Tian Feng only managed to cultivate one female artist, Feng Rue. It's a waste of effort, so it's better to spend money to buy her." Then why that? Choo-choo. Xiachuchu. Qinzai thought for a moment. Because she looks like you. She's pleasing to the eye. Qin Baobao stretched out a finger smeared with red cardamom and poked her brother's head. Sister is just pleasing to the eye? Sister looks like a little fairy. Qinzai coaxed. Qin Baobao was satisfied. Do you think I'll get the Best Actress award? If I don't, then I came here for nothing. I'm not sure. I haven't studied the selection rules of the Golden Horse Awards, but last year's Best Actress award seemed to have been won by a dark horse. She's not a newcomer, but at least she wasn't nominated. Qinzai said, "We'll see tomorrow. I personally don't care. If I don't get it, then I don't. You, on the other hand, won the Best Actress award and your value will rise. It'll depend on your luck." Qin Baobao suddenly pounced over and sucked hard on Qinzai's face. "I'll suck your luck dry." In the evening, Guling and Ding Lixin returned to the hotel after the party. They had several villas in Taiwan, but they were far away, so they stayed near the Zhongshan Hall. The location of the Golden Horse Awards was different every year. This year it was at the Zhongshan Hall, and last year it was at the Zhongxing Cultural Center in Kaohsiung. In the entertainment industry where plastic sisters were everywhere, the two of them were a real pair of sisters made of iron. They were classmates in university and slept in the same dormitory. At the school's spring festival party, the two of them sang a song on stage as freshmen and were discovered by talent scouts. Since then, they had debuted for 6 or 7 years. The two sisters lay on the bed with masks on their faces and patted their faces gently with their hands. Guling clicked her tongue and asked curiously, "Did you notice that Xiachuchu? Does Qinzai have a good impression of her? There are so many female artists, but he only gave her his business card." "Maybe," Ding Lixin said. "Maybe? What does it have to do with me? I'm not the one who wants to sleep with Qinzai. Guling, I've been single for almost a year. What if I can't hook up with my Prince Charming? There are so many flirtatious women out there. Don't you think Qinzai is worried?" "Worry your head. He doesn't have any feelings for you." Ding Lixin rolled her eyes. "Yeah, he doesn't even give me a chance." Guling sighed and smiled bitterly. "In a few years, I'll be old." "Hey, don't you think that woman looks a bit like Qin Baobao? Did she get plastic surgery based on Qin Bao? So, you're right. Qinzai has a sister complex." Guling sat up straight. What a schemer. That woman must have gotten plastic surgery based on Qin Baobao. Do you think I should get plastic surgery? If you get plastic surgery to look like Qin Baobao, Your acting career will be ruined, Ding Lixin said angrily. You don't understand. As long as you can sleep with Xianxia, who would want to be a star? Wouldn't a rich wife enjoy it more? When the time comes, I'll protect you and make you a queen. Guling winked. Using your beauty to serve others, how long will it last? Ding Lixin commented. Lu Sun said that? No, Li Bai said it. It's in Zhenhuan, so it could also be Xianxia who said it. Ding Lixin said, he's obviously not a man who would be swayed by beauty. Have you ever heard any rumors about him? You have to know that the top of the entertainment industry's pyramid is very small. Those big directors, big stars, beautiful ladies, kind people, and good men, the audience doesn't know what they are like behind the scenes, but we more or less know. But Xianxia had never been involved in any scandals. You were wrong from the start. Last year, he wasn't so rich and famous. You thought that you could use your looks to please him, but you ran into a wall. It's even more impossible now. Even if you can really seduce him, I don't think it'll work. He's not a man you can control. Unless you're after his money. Of course, money is a very important part. Which woman would love a man who has nothing? But I really like him. Guling sighed again. Ding Lixin had a gentle and quiet personality. She was the kind of woman who only had 2 boyfriends since university. The current one was her second boyfriend. She had been in love for 6 years and planned to get married before she was 30. In Guling's opinion, life was too boring and there was no hope. She was different from her best friend. Guling was lively and not quiet. She was influenced by the barbaric girlfriend culture in South Korea in high school and was a woman with a strong personality. So, she had changed boyfriends several times, but none of them made her want to get married. When she saw Xianxia last year, she was also curious, but her mentality was different now. If she could seduce Xianxia, she would choose to be a good wife or something. Up to you. Remember to get married before you're 35. Ding Lixin shrugged. The next day, when Xianxia woke up, it was almost noon. He yawned and slowly sat up. Leaning against the bed, his sister in a silk nightgown was sleeping beside him. Her black hair covered her face, and her body was slanted sideways. To be precise, her lower body was lying on her stomach, and her upper body was slanted sideways. It was difficult for her to sleep in such a position. After puberty, his sister probably hadn't slept on her stomach anymore. As Xianxia sat up, he pulled the blanket up as well. He glanced inside. His sister's broad bosom was like an ink painting, hazy, and he could only see a deep cleavage. Get up, go back to your room. Xianxia pushed his sister. His sister mumbled a few times and was woken up. She turned over in annoyance. Sleep for another hour. This is my room. Go back to your room and sleep. She mumbled a few times and ignored him. So annoying. Xianxia slapped his sisters but through the thin blanket and said coquettishly, give me the key. I'll go to your room to get your clothes. Just put them on the table. Don't be noisy. Go to sleep. Qin Baobao turned over. The air conditioner was a little high, so she felt hot under the blanket. As she turned over, she clamped the blanket between her thighs. Last night, she went to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning. In the middle of the night, she sneaked in and chatted with Xianxia until 1 o'clock in the morning. She was going to sleep, but his sister suddenly had insomnia. She didn't wear her earphones and laughed like a pig from time to time. When she laughed, her 2 long legs couldn't help but slap the bed twice. Xianxia couldn't sleep. He slapped his sisters but out of revenge and let her be. His sister had been like this since she was young. She didn't know how to take care of others, not in this lifetime. She could act coquettishly, act cute, and cry, but most of the time, she was heartless. Their parents treated her like a princess. Fortunately, the old man didn't spoil her unconditionally. If she made a mistake, he wouldn't punish her, but he would still criticize and educate her. Qin Baobao was spanked by her younger brother frequently, but her parents only punished her twice in her life. Xianxia remembered playing behind his sisters but when he was young. She and her friends played with flower ropes, jumping rope, and shouted in a clear voice, melon blossoms on the 25th. She heartlessly left little Xianxia aside to enjoy herself. Xianxia sat on the grass in the neighborhood, wearing knee-length shorts and sandals. He stared at his sister in a daze like a silly landlord's son. But there were times when she was considerate. For example, when Xianxia was timid in kindergarten, his sister had to squat outside the classroom to guard him. Xianxia would call for his sister every few minutes. When he heard a response from the door, he wasn't afraid anymore. His classmates in kindergarten didn't dare to bully him because they knew that there was always a tall sister or mother squatting outside the door. When he was in elementary school, his sister loved him very much. She didn't bully him like later on, but she probably played with him like a toy. She rubbed and kissed him, and flicked his d*ck. Xianxia gradually fell asleep in his memories, but he was immediately awakened by his sister who didn't know what considerate was. A's, play games with me. Xianxia was puzzled. Didn't they say that the female protagonist would feel the warmth of home when lying in the male protagonist's arms? It was like a sailboat that had drifted for many years had found its harbor. From then on, the soul would be at rest, and the only wish was that it was spring all year long and peaceful. Could it be that he was too hard and hurt his sister's soul? Xianxia moved his butt back. I'll move back a little. Let's sleep, okay? I can't sleep. Let's play games. I didn't notice you. Why are you losing sleep? Maybe it's because I'm not used to the new bed. After holding back for a long time, he resisted the urge. With such a tormenting vixen sleeping beside him, he didn't know his sweet dreams anymore. So the two of them played games on their phones until 3 in the morning. Xianxia had a strong physique. 6 hours was enough for him. Qin Baobao was sleepy and couldn't get up. He took the room card, went out, and looked around. The corridor of the hotel was quiet. His sister's room was opposite his. The reason why he helped his sister get her clothes was that she had to get up before lunch. Otherwise, her assistant would knock on the door. If people knew that his sister was in his room, yellow mud would fall on his crotch. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it would still be sh*t. My sister and I are vegetarians. No one would believe it. Beep. The room door opened. Xianxia went in and closed the door. His luggage was placed in the hotel's locker. Because he was only staying in Taiwan for 2 days, he didn't bring too many things. There were cosmetics, shampoo, facial masks, and other personal products in the luggage. There were also 2 sets of clothes. There were no formal wear. Formal wear was too delicate and couldn't be stuffed into the luggage. Today, the assistant would bring Qin Baobao's measurements out to rent formal wear. Xianxia did the same. Xianxia picked a pair of slim-fit pencil pants. With his sister's long legs and perfect butt, it would be a waste to wear a skirt. Only this kind of pants that accentuated the shape of her legs and but was a pleasure to look at. But in this season, she couldn't wear short skirts. Her upper body was a cute tank top with a knitted sweater. It accentuated her figure and made her look mature and sexy. As for her underwear, what should she choose? Hollow or lace? Thinking back, he didn't seem to have seen his sister wearing underwear, except for swimsuits. But swimsuits and underwear were different concepts, even though they looked similar. Xianxia had even seen his sister's naked body covered by the holy light, but he couldn't think of her in her underwear. 3 words, regret. The hollow one was white, and the lace one was black. He held a pair of plump boxers in each hand and imagined how his sister would look in them. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? President Qin? The female assistant's voice came. I heard the door close next door and thought President Qin was back. Oh right, where did President Qin go? Xianxia, she's discussing something in my room. Don't disturb her. How's the formal wear? The female assistant, got it, President Qin. I've already gone to get the formal wear. It will be back before noon. After a while, Xianxia opened the door and looked down the corridor. There was no one there. He turned around and took his sister's clothes, crumpled them into a ball and tucked it under his arm before returning to his room. He went back to his room and waited until 10:30 before his sister woke up. She stared at the light bags under her eyes and screamed loudly when she was washing up. Little red guy, I have bags under my eyes. I'm going to attend the Golden Horse Awards today, Xianxia replied to her. You're asking for it. After lunch, she went back to her room to choose the formal wear sent by her assistant. There were several sets of formal wear sent by the rental company. The formal wear was covered with plastic protective film and had hangers. It would be a huge loss if these expensive dresses were torn even a little. Under Xianxia's supervision, Qinbao followed his advice and chose a blue off-the-shoulder dress. Paired with a platinum necklace and earrings, she instantly transformed from a youthful beauty into a luxurious and sexy beauty. At 2:00 p.m., the Golden Horse Awards opened. The awards ceremony was in the evening, but before that, the celebrities had to walk on the red carpet. After lunch, it started to rain heavily. The last time they came to Taiwan to attend the Golden Melody Awards, it was also raining heavily. At that time, Qin Baobao won the Best Female Singer Award and Xianxia won the Best Composer Award. His sister, who was sitting in the spacious nanny van, felt that this was a good sign. She happily said, I'll definitely win the Best Actress Award. But it's hard to say if you'll win the Best Actor Award. After all, I sucked your luck last night. You can suck my luck as much as you want. If you can suck something else, I'll be very grateful. Xianxia looked out of the window and said unhappily. Heavy rain as thick as a finger hit the windows, and the windshield wipers swayed wildly. Their vision was constantly blurred, clear, blurred, clear. Because of the heavy rain, the car drove very slowly. The annual rainfall in the eastern part of Taiwan was very rich, accompanied by strong winds. It was not a coincidence that the 2 trips to Taiwan had been rainy. It was a seasonal problem. Therefore, the good omen that his sister had mentioned was actually self-consolation. The 15-minute journey took them half an hour. As they approached the Zhongshan Hall, Xianxia saw a shelter set up to block the rain in the square. The organizers had obviously anticipated the change in weather and were prepared. Naturally, the celebrities did not need to be drenched in the rain, nor did the reporters. A small number of fans could squeeze into the shelter, but most of the fans who came to support their idols were not so lucky. They could only hold umbrellas or wear disposable raincoats. Because they were uninvited onlookers, the organizers only arranged for security to maintain order. It was impossible to set up a temporary shelter that could accommodate hundreds of people. The rain was strong, and the umbrellas could only protect their heads from getting wet. Most people's pants and shoes were soaked. The nanny van could not drive into the venue, so it stopped at the edge of the shelter. They would take the sponsor's car into the square and walk the red carpet. 3 assistants immediately got out of the car and opened 2 big black umbrellas to welcome Xianxia and Qinbao. The last assistant was responsible for lifting Qinbao's skirt. The moment they got out of the car, the fans around them screamed. Some screamed for Xianxia, some screamed for Qinbao, but most of them screamed for Xianxia. In terms of fanaticism, female fans were higher than male fans. Whenever they liked a little fresh meat, they would unscrupulously scream and chase after their idols without a care in the world. However, it was different for men. No matter how much they liked baby Qin, they were too embarrassed to act too crazy or crazy. It was also impossible for them to spend too much money and energy chasing after celebrities. This was caused by the difference in social pressure between men and women. People who were not stressed often spent money extravagantly. This phenomenon also occurred among students. For example, if they liked a female streamer, they would spend all their parents' savings. Men, on the other hand, would not do this. They would think that the most they could give was 5 yuan, and no more. Moving bricks was tiring. Another classic example, not even giving me 100 yuan. Therefore, even though Qin Baobao's popularity was higher than Xianxia's, the girls at the scene were so enthusiastic that it seemed like Xianxia was more popular than his sister. Xianxia waved at the fans, revealing his usual gentle smile. Xianxia is the most handsome. His smile is so warm. The internet says that he's the #1 warm man in the entertainment industry. It's true. My maiden heart is so excited. To Taiwanese fans, meeting Xianxia and Qinbao is a rare thing. Traveling between the 3 places on both sides of the Taiwan Strait was just like traveling abroad. They had to apply for a pass, and it was even more troublesome for Taiwanese to come over. They needed a Taiwan compatriot certificate from the mainland, but the Taiwanese government did not recognize this kind of certificate. They only recognized a Republic of China passport. Therefore, traveling between the mainland and the mainland was fine, but it was time-consuming and troublesome just to listen to a concert or see an idol. Therefore, taking advantage of the Golden Horse Awards, it was a rare opportunity to meet their idols. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe gained an extremely large number of fans in Taiwanese. There was another wave of screams, and the crowd became more and more enthusiastic. The people at the back tried their best to squeeze forward, but the people at the front were pushed back by the security guards. It was like squeezing into a subway, and the people inside were almost squeezed out. They shouted, "This is not the bus to kindergarten, stop squeezing." But the people outside still tried their best to get on the bus. First, the billboard used to block the audience was pushed over. Then, the security guards were pushed through by dozens of times the number of people, and a large number of audience squeezed in. A girl in a bright raincoat in the front row fell to the ground with a plop, soaking wet. "What are you doing? Step back." The security guards gathered and scolded the excited and out-of-control fans. "What are you pushing for? What's so great about security? The girl fell, and you security guards still pushed her. Let's try pushing another one." The audience was not easy to deal with. After being scolded and pushed by the security guards, they immediately fought back. "If you didn't push her, would she fall? Push all of you aside." The security guards were furious. Not far away, many stars in line in the advertising van noticed the movement and turned their heads to look. "What's going on over there? The security guards and the fans are quarreling." "Tisk, Qin Zhe's fans are really crazy. It's none of our business. Just watch the show." In the special car, Xianxia and Yongli sat side by side in the back row. It was standard for a male and female team to enter. Yongli was lucky to work with Xianxia several times, and they walked the red carpet together. "There seems to be a situation over there." Yongli turned sideways and looked back. "The reporter has news to write this time." Xianxia curled his lips. The result of his handling is nothing more than to scold the security guards and earn some reputation. For example, crazy fans at the Golden Horse Awards clash with security guards because of Qin Zhe. Crazy fans causing trouble was a more uncomfortable experience for stars. It's also possible that he won't handle it. After all, this is the organizer's business. Yongli said, "After all, scolding the security guards will make the organizers feel uncomfortable." The nearby security guards came to help maintain order. The person in charge of security also heard the commotion and rushed over. At this time, the fans and the security guards were still scolding each other. "What's going on?" The person in charge frowned. A security guard explained the situation and whispered, "This group of people is so annoying. After scolding them a few times, they won't let it go and insist on quarreling with you." The person in charge looked at Qin Zhe, who had already walked under the canopy. He frowned unhappily and sighed. He wanted to apologize to the audience and maintain order. These days, the fans' tempers had become worse, but their quality was also improving. If they spoke nicely, order could be stabilized. In the past, the fans were impulsive and blind, and there were often phenomena of breaking the cordon. Therefore, every star had to arrange a lot of bodyguards when they went out. "Are you okay?" He was about to speak when the sound of footsteps and Qin Zhe's voice came from beside him. He didn't know when he had turned back. He held an umbrella in his left hand and a closed umbrella in his right hand. The person in charge turned his head and was about to reply when he realized that Qin Zhe wasn't talking to him. Qin Zhe's gaze fell on the girl who was dripping wet. She was wearing a disposable raincoat. The transparent plastic was stained with dirty water, and even her clothes were soaked. The weather in November was a little cold, and she was shivering. "Are you okay?" Qin Zhe asked again. The girl's face flushed red. She was excited and agitated, and she shook her head vigorously. Qin Zhe didn't say much. He smiled gently at her and handed the umbrella in his hand to her. "The wind is strong, and the rain will slanted to your face. The umbrella is for you." The girl took the umbrella in a daze. Qin Zhe turned his head again and looked at the security guards. When everyone thought that he would criticize the security guards thought so too. Whenever the security guards had a conflict with fans, the celebrities would always protect their fans. However, the security guards felt wronged in their hearts. If they didn't care, they would be scolded for failing in their duties. If they cared, they would still be scolded. Some of the security guards turned their heads to the side, and some lowered their heads slightly. But Xianxia just handed the umbrella to one of the security guards, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You've worked hard." He walked in the heavy rain to the canopy. The security guards looked at each other, and they were a little touched. When they were maintaining order, the audience became well-behaved and didn't continue to be sarcastic. They didn't know if it was the person in charge's apology or Xianxia's not really comforting words. "Xianxia is so warm. It feels like a spring breeze." Yes, I like him so much," the audience whispered. The security guards looked at each other and whispered, "He didn't scold us. If it were other celebrities, we would have been scolded. As expected of a big boss. His bearing is different." In the special car, Qin Baobao took a tissue from the assistant and helped Xianxia wipe the rain off his shoulders. It was a pity that the hairstyle he had done for half an hour was disrupted by the rain. The sister teased, "Oh, the central air conditioner is not only warm for women, but also for men. Let's talk about this in private. Don't say it in public." Xianxia said angrily, "Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my title as a fast shooter. I'll become a central air conditioner." Qin Baobao said sweetly, "Even if you are a central air conditioner, you can't beat me. Sister, you can drive everyone out of the house." Their conversation stopped there. Because the driver was from the organizer and the car was not soundproof, the sister and brother both thought of the sentence "walls have ears." While waiting in line, the head of security personally sent a towel. Because of the lack of time, he couldn't do the hair again. Therefore, when the sister and brother, who were the focus of attention in the entertainment industry, walked on the red carpet, the sister was glamorous, while the brother had messy hair. Anyone who had wax on their hair would know that when it came into contact with water, it would become messy, like a chicken coop. Even though Qin Baobao carefully combed Xianxia's hair in the car, it was not enough to wipe off the wax. Xianxia and his sister walked on the red carpet, which was not very long. The reporters on both sides took photos, and the fans cheered in unison. Everyone thought that Xianxia's hairstyle was quite unique. The two hosts read their deeds in the past year, box office, movies, and glittering resumes, which formed a legend in the entertainment industry. I think that many years later, these photos taken now will become the material for fans to joke about the photos Xianxia wants to delete the most. Xianxia whispered to his sister. "It's quite low." His sister added. "Damn it." In his mind, the system cursed out of conditioned reflex. Then it should have reacted, so it ignored Xianxia. Xianxia thought to himself, "I'm not trying to make fun of you. I just want to chat with you." But the system never bothered to talk to him. It had been a year and a half, and the only time it communicated with him was when it first crashed into his body. When Xianxia had more or less understood the mission's mechanics, the system had completely ignored him. Because of this, Xianxia mocked it for being a low-level system. A salted fish in the system world. But the system didn't think so. It said that it didn't forget its original goal, to observe the universe, and Xianxia, the host, was just a power bank. Other systems treated the host as the backbone, but his system treated him as a power bank. If it was happy, it would chat with you for a while. If it wasn't, it would ignore you for half a month. But this was also good. It was scary to think about doing missions every day. It didn't match Xianxia's life goals. The system later told him that when it chose a host, it automatically matched the personality of the host. Thus, it found Xianxia. After walking the red carpet, the male host smiled and said, "Boss Qin, are you confident about this Golden Horse Awards?" Qin Baobao teased, "Are you asking me or him?" There was a burst of laughter. After countless stage experiences, his sister's ability to control the situation had become stronger. The female host immediately said, "Ladies first." "Of course, I'm asking you first." Qin Baobao thought about it seriously. As a box office gold and the female lead who broke the box office record, I'm very confident. A few celebrities laughed and clapped. The male host turned to ask Xianxia. Before I answer your question, I want to ask you a question. Please ask. Do you know who will win the Best Actor and Best Actress award? You're asking the wrong person. The male host said regretfully, although we're all hosts, only the hosts inside have seen the list of winners. The male and female hosts on the red carpet were small-time Taiwanese celebrities. They weren't on the same level as the hosts of the awards ceremony. I'm a Buddhist actor, so I'll leave the Best Actor award to fate, Xianxia said modestly. The host was not satisfied with this answer and said, that's true. The people who came this time are all big shots, and the nominees are all big shots among big shots. The competition is strong, and even our chairman Qin is not confident. The difference in the atmosphere between the two places was obvious. Taiwanese celebrities liked to tease each other and tease each other. This was a habit of theirs, Taiwanese humor. On the mainland, as long as it was a public occasion, they would never say anything bad. They would either flatter or follow the rules. A variety show like the roasting convention was considered a weirdo. When they first came out, the audience was curious and felt that it was inconceivable. How could a program be recorded like this? Wouldn't celebrities fall out with each other? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Xianxia pondered for a moment and smiled. Who dares to call themselves big shots in front of me? It was true that even directors had to give way to celebrities like them. But no matter how good a director was, he couldn't be compared to Xianxia. Not only was he a capitalist in the entertainment industry, but he also had connections in the imperial court. The stars on the stage didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. They knew in their hearts that Xianxia was different from them. We're different. Different. Even so, such sharp words still left them stunned for a moment. But as they saw Xianxia's teasing smile, they relaxed. The audience didn't think that his tone was arrogant. Instead, they found it interesting. Xianxia's achievements outside of the entertainment industry and his thick resume were another reason for his fans to worship him. Rational fans' worship of celebrities came from their looks and the roles they had played. This was a typical on-screen worship. Xianxia's fans were slightly different. They were more inclined to worship him personally. They worshipped a legendary figure. Even the little fresh meats fanatics, girls, generally agreed that Xianxia was different from the other little fresh meats. Amidst the laughter and applause, the host said happily, then let's wait and see. When the sky turned dark, the awards ceremony began. The Golden Horse Awards was an important award in the film industry. It could increase a celebrity's value and was also an honor. This year's Golden Horse Awards was particularly lively. The lineup of stars was very luxurious. There were many artists from the Hong Kong area who were active in the 80s and 90s. They had traces of time and memories of their youth. Just looking at them made people feel touched. There were long-established artists and outstanding newcomers who had emerged in recent years. The men wore casual suits and were well-dressed. Women wore gorgeous gowns. Wore long dresses that were restrained. In addition to movie stars, there were also singers who were invited to sing on the stage. There were also some staff members who were in charge of the film behind the scenes. At the awards ceremony, there were not only stars. Anyone who loved the entertainment industry would scream when they came here. They would definitely see their favorite stars. When he first arrived at the Golden Melody Awards ceremony, there were also many stars gathered. Even Xianxia, who was not obsessed with the entertainment industry, was very excited. Those familiar faces, those singers who only appeared on TV, could ordinary people imagine the scene of being in the same room with them, but today, his heart was still as water. Not only did his wallet grow, but his state of mind also grew. But his original intention of sleeping with his sister would not change. The Golden Horse Awards ceremony officially began. As usual, the highlights of this year's nominated movies were played. Then, the host went on stage. The male host said, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Golden Horse Awards ceremony. I am Yao Yilin, the host. In the past year, there has been an endless stream of good Chinese films. This is something that we filmmakers should be happy about." The female host said, "The Golden Horse Awards is a grand event in the Chinese film industry. We are also very happy to be able to award awards to rising stars. I am your host, Tao Wan. Yao Yilan coughed and reminded her, "You said the wrong line." Tao Wan was stunned. "Did I? My name is Tao Wan." Yao Yilan waved the card in his hand. "Rising stars? You can easily offend people like this. Forgive me for being blunt, but everyone here is a big shot." The audience burst into laughter. Tao Wan put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. She said proudly, "Think about it again. Is the 47th Golden Horse Awards Best Actress water?" Clatter, there was applause and laughter from the audience. Tao Wan and Yao Yilan were famous artists in Taiwanese, especially the former. In the early 1990s, when the Taiwanese film and television industry was still weak, she used a romantic drama, Sleep in Spring, to become popular from Taiwanese to Xinjiang, and from Xinjiang to China. She was also the Best Actress award winner in the 47th Golden Horse Awards. Yao Yilan shook his head helplessly and said, "But the phrase rising stars makes me feel very emotional. There are more than 100 new directors and actors who have signed up for this year's Golden Horse Awards. It's a good thing that there are talents in every generation." Tao Wan said, "For example, a pair of siblings who are the focus of attention in the entertainment industry. They are rising stars." Laughter rose and fell. The camera deliberately gave Xianxia and Qin Baobao a close-up. Tao Wan said, "Look, even their hairstyles are so good." The laughter in the audience obviously became louder. Xianxia was speechless. Yao Yilan said, "Now, let's invite our new nominated directors and actors to come on stage." Accompanied by the music, a total of 10 people went on stage. Almost all of these newcomers were from Taiwan. It was inevitable that there would be regional protection. It was normal. For famous universities like Fudan University and Tsinghua University, the admission cutoff for local students was always lower than for foreign students. This was regional protection. The Best New Director award was the opening award. It was more important than the Best Sound Effects and Best Visual Effects awards. It was lighter than the Best Supporting Actress award, so it was just right. Although many people had not seen the winning works, they were not stingy with their applause and blessings. The Golden Horse Awards ceremony went from light to heavy. After an hour of waiting, they finally welcomed an important award, the Best Director Award. The Best Director Award was one of the most valuable awards at the Golden Horse Awards. Together with the Best Film and Best Actor and Actress awards, they were known as the 4 Golden Horse Awards. Basically, all the A-list directors in the entertainment industry had won this award. There were 5 nominees. 4 of them were very experienced directors. One of them was unknown before this. Tianfeng Entertainment, MOU. Nominated work, A Journey to the West. Ever since he was promoted by Xianxia, he jumped from a B-list director to a popular director. He gained both fame and fortune. After the news of Zhenhuan spread, his reputation was pushed to the peak. He was the Xianxia of the director world. The screen in the background played the director's self-narration and box office. Compared to A Journey to the West, the other movies paled in comparison. But box office did not mean everything. The Golden Horse Awards were different from the Golden Horse Awards. The former preferred literary films with depth and thought. The Golden Horse Awards did not care about purely commercial films. Therefore, A Certain Wolf 2 was not even qualified to be nominated. It was not that the Golden Horse Awards thought highly of themselves. It was just that the profession did not match. As for A Journey to the West, it was actually between commercial and literary films. You could say that it was a commercial film because it was very commercial. You could also say that it was a literary film because it was different from the brainless commercial films. Tao Wan, I've seen all the movies nominated for the Best Director award. They're all worth watching. There are many things that a movie wants to express. You have to watch it a few times to understand it. Especially A Journey to the West. I watched it as a comedy at first. Yao Yilan, but what I saw was a tragedy. Tao Wan, this movie has an indescribable charm. I've watched it 3 times. Every time I watch it, the feeling is different. There are many small details in it. When you watch it for the first time, you don't get it at all. But when you watch it a few times, you suddenly burst into tears. At the same time, Qin Baobao said in a low voice, "White gloves. Is it the same as the white gloves that the Wangs talk about?" Among the nominated movies, there was one called White Gloves. At the end of last year, Old Master Wang and Qin Zhe had a short conversation. They had mentioned letting Qin Zhe be the Wang family's white gloves. At that time, Old Master Wang still did not treat Qin Zhe as the Wang family's son-in-law. Otherwise, he would not have said that. However, with the old man's understanding of worldly affairs and his experience, he did not want to break up a couple. Qin Zhe had told his sister about this before. When he heard this, he nodded. That's what it means. White gloves is an industry that has been passed down for thousands of years. It's also called elegant bribery. It has been around since ancient times, and our dynasty is no exception. It's one of the traditional virtues of the Chinese people. Don't spread this around. Mythical beast River Crab is watching us from above. On the stage, Yao Yilin said loudly, then, the winner of the Best Director Award is, he paused and lowered his head to flip through the words in his hand. The Best Director nomination was very important. The previous awards were just appetizers. All the celebrities and film industry employees present knew that. It was only now that everyone's emotions were stirred. Who would win the Best Director Award this year? Under everyone's gaze, Yao Yilin announced, the winner is MOU, Journey to the West. In the midst of the applause, MOU was stunned. Then, he became excited and his hands trembled slightly. He won the award, he won the award. Can you imagine? A small director struggling in the second or third tier, trying his best to get to know big directors, ask for advice, and learn from them. A small director who was over 40 years old and working hard for his career. Originally, he wanted to go to Guangdong to fight for it. Trees die when people move, people move. Tianfeng could not see any hope. It was only when Qin Zhe bought Tianfeng last year that MOU chose to wait and see. Because of his reputation as a musical prodigy and a fast shooter, as well as Qin Baobao, who had great potential, MOU chose to wait and see. It turned out that he had made the right bet. Since he was appointed as the director of If I Become Memories, he had started his career. MOU looked in the direction of Qin Zhe and saw the latter's smiling eyes and slight nod. He took a deep breath and shook hands with people he knew and didn't know. Most of them were unfamiliar faces, but their applause and smiles were the biggest affirmation and recognition. The narrator briefly introduced MOU's resume and the results of Journey to the West. Most of the talk was about the box office record. Box office was one of the important criteria for any award. Even if the judges liked literary films, they couldn't let a bad literary film crush a high box office movie. If they did that, they would be a laughingstock. In fact, the Golden Horse Awards used to do that, so it was not as credible as the film awards. However, it had gradually changed in recent years. Walking down the red carpet, he went up the stage and took the trophy from the host. There was a microphone in front of him, and the lights shone on him. Facing the envious and well-wishing gazes from the audience, he inexplicably remembered the scene and exaggerated, everywhere is like a four-sided stage, wearing the most dazzling clothes is very emotional, when people come to take photos, remember to put your pocket in your pocket, therefore, he held the award in one hand and put the other in his pocket. In the eyes of the audience, this person suddenly became arrogant. Tao Wan smiled and said, although we knew the winner in advance, I actually guessed that Journey to the West would at least win one of the 4 awards before this. Yao Yilin said, yes, as the most amazing and influential film of the year, there's no doubt that it will win the award. As the two of them spoke, they gave their seats to MOU. The awardees had to give their acceptance speech, and there was no limit to the length. This was the rule. MOU paused for a moment before he slowly said, I'm very happy that I was able to win the award. First of all, I would like to thank the judges for their recognition of me. I was very moved by the Golden Horse Award. Of course, I have to thank my boss the most. The camera immediately zoomed in on Qin Zhe. My boss's hairstyle changed again, MOU said. Laughter could be heard everywhere. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Baobao grinned happily. Just now, Qin Baobao helped him tidy up his hairstyle. His sister found pleasure in it and straightened his hair bit by bit. At this moment, Qin Zhe looked a bit like the silly son of a landlord. His hair was all stuck to his head. "A year and a half ago," Mou said in a low voice, "I was just a small director who had filmed some commercials, MVs, and 3 web dramas that few people watched." Everyone looked at him in silence. "But a year and a half later, I'm standing here and won an award that all directors are proud of. All of this is due to my boss, a legend in the entertainment industry. He is the most talented person I've ever met. The first time he became famous was after If I'd Become Memories was released, and I gained both fame and fortune. But you might not know this, but at that time, I completely followed in Boss Jean's footsteps. A person who has never been in this industry has a very sharp intuition, which reminds me of the word talent. It was the same during the filming of A Journey to the West. The script was written by Boss Jean alone, and he personally supervised the filming. Although the director's name is mine, I feel that this award actually belongs to him." Everyone looked at Xianxia at the same time. That man with a slightly low hairstyle, but no one could ignore him sitting there. Even the experienced Hong Kong stars had to sigh with emotion that there were talents in every generation, and the younger generation would surpass them in time. It was not suitable to use the term rising star on him. Although there were many popular young men and beautiful actresses, in the eyes of the older Xianxia artists, they were still rising stars and juniors. In the acting industry, the rising stars still had to look up to them. No matter how popular you were, when you met the older generation, you still had to be respectful and humble. They could even look down on Qin Baobao, but only Xianxia. This young man had only been in the industry for a year and a half, but he had surpassed their achievements in almost a lifetime. No matter how many times you won the Best Actor award or how many outstanding works you had produced, if you put on the airs of a senior in front of him, you were just taking advantage of your seniority. He can even play with the director. What kind of person is he? Someone couldn't help but mutter. In the face of such a person, you couldn't even think of surpassing him. Look up to him, just kneel down and shout 666. During the filming of A Journey to the West, to be honest, an old man like me learned a lot from a newcomer. It gave me too many surprises, and it made me who I am now. At the same time, it also gave me a regret that I can't forget for 5 years. It's very unforgettable." Mou sighed. This sentence aroused everyone's curiosity. "I remember when A Journey to the West was first released, the box office wasn't ideal. After all, there were many strong people at that time." He didn't say that someone maliciously slandered it, but everyone knew this and had a look of understanding. So, what did this have to do with regret? Some people in the audience felt their faces burning and were extremely embarrassed as they recalled the unbearable past of the first half of the year. At that time, Boss Jean asked me whether the bonus would be distributed according to the company's internal system or according to the box office. Based on this background, I refused. I said, "Boss Jean, let's just follow the old rules." Then, A Journey to the West 2 was released and the box office broke the record. Even now, thinking back, Mou's face couldn't hide the pain. Pfft, ha ha ha. Laughter and applause, the scene was very lively. Yao Yilan couldn't help but laugh. "Do you feel so heartbroken that you can't breathe?" Mou shook his head. "That's not the most heartbreaking." "Then what's the most heartbreaking?" Mou said in a low voice. He asked me twice, and I refused both times. The sadness on his face almost couldn't be maintained. This time, the laughter was even louder. Even the veteran artists couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. His psychological quality is not bad. I thought he would stutter. Xianxia lowered his head and whispered to his sister's ear. Ears were Qin Baobao's sensitive spot. Her face was flushed red, and her exposed snow-white arms were covered in goosebumps. "He's not a newbie. If he stutters because of nervousness, I'll remove him from the director's position." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. "Speaking of which, were you nervous when you first sang on the stage of Singer?" "Of course, but I got used to it very quickly. When I was your guest partner, I was so nervous that my legs were shaking." Useless thing. After that, both of them left the stage at the same time and were invited to the backstage. Next, they were going to sing a song together as entertainment during the intermission. This was held before the awards ceremony, and even before they came to Taiwan, so it was convenient for them to invite them. Singing a song together was just to liven things up, and Both of them were experienced big stars. So, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao rehearsed in Tianfeng Entertainment's dance studio for 2 days to get the feeling of the song. They did not rehearse in Taiwan. Qin Zhe went backstage to touch up his makeup and restyled his landlord's silly son hair. After a new round of awards ceremony, Tao Wan said, "Now, let's welcome Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao to sing Love of a Lifetime." The stage lights turned soft, and the blue light shone on the two men on the left and right of the stage. As one of Qin Zhe's famous works, Love of a Lifetime was no stranger to the stars. Many of them were even his fans, including Hong Kong's filmmakers and artists. Among Qin Zhe's few Cantonese songs, Exaggerated and Love of a Lifetime had caused a lot of excitement in Hong Kong. Hong Kong's artists were very fond of this mainland star who could compose Cantonese songs. There were even rumors on the internet that Qin Zhe grew up in Hong Kong and studied in Hong Kong. However, later on, he followed his father back to Shanghai to develop his career. There were many people who believed it. Accompanied by the music, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao slowly got closer and looked at each other while holding hands. When they sang Blind Dates Are Unapproachable, they separated again and faced the audience. The stage was Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe's home ground, especially Qin Baobao. She had not been famous for long, but her singing experience was not inferior to the experienced veteran singers. Her ability to control the stage was very strong. In just 4 minutes, she turned the awards ceremony into a concert atmosphere. The song ended, the host returned to the stage amidst the applause. Tao Wan said, "It was a very wonderful performance. No matter how many times you listen to this song, it can hit the heart directly. I don't know if you know one thing, but they didn't rehearse at all." Yao Yilan said, "That's right. Don't you know how the title of Music Genius came about? Well, the next award is the Golden Horse Award for Best Supporting Actress. Please take a look at the nominees." Qin Zhe and his sister returned to the audience from behind the scenes. On the way, he said, "Did you pronounce the chorus wrongly?" Qin Baobao thought seriously for a moment and pouted. "It seems so. I'm not very familiar with Cantonese. It's easy to forget. We didn't rehearse many times. Anyway, no one can hear such a small mistake, at least the audience can't." Qin Zhe said, "Useless thing. He was taking revenge on her for mocking him just now." Qin Baobao glared at him angrily. Qin Zhe happened to see the toilet sign and said, "Sister, you go back first. I'm going to compete." "Huh?" Qin Baobao blinked, not understanding. "Going to the toilet," Qin Zhe said and turned to walk in the direction of the toilet. Qin Baobao was puzzled. What did going to the toilet have to do with competing? Wasn't the purpose of men going to the toilet to compare their strengths? When men go to the toilet, other than to relieve their bladder, there are 2 other things: to become sworn brothers and to compare their strengths. 99% of men will secretly look at the weaknesses of the same sex and compare them in their hearts. Qin Zhe had not done this since puberty, because being invincible is so lonely. It was the award ceremony, and there were only a few people going to the toilet. Even if they wanted to go to the toilet, they would hold it in and wait for the award ceremony to end. Qin Zhe came out of the toilet and saw his sister standing at the same spot, waiting for him quietly. "I told you to go back first." He walked over. Qin Baobao held his arm. Sister is always so patient while waiting for you, and you only know how to complain." Qin Zhe said, "How can it be the same? There is never a queue in the men's toilet, and the queue in the women's toilet is outside the toilet." Qin Baobao said, "Do you want to smoke?" "Oh, is there something wrong with your brain?" Qin Zhe looked at his sister in surprise. "Don't you hate me smoking? What's wrong with you today? You did not get the Best Actress award." "No." Qin Baobao said, "I sat for 2 hours, and my butt hurts." He, let me help you rub it." "Get lost, there is a CCTV." "No, there is no CCTV." Qin Zhe smoked a cigarette in the toilet cubicle. Although there was a no smoking sign on the wall of the toilet, this small rule was never followed by people, especially when there was no supervision. Even the government officials openly smoked next to the no smoking sign, not to mention Qin Zhe, who was not even a party member. The entertainment industry is full of smokers, and both men and women are heavy smokers. He found a lot of cigarette ash beside the toilet bowl, but did not see any cigarette butts. It should have been flushed away. After smoking, he returned to the venue with his sister. The award ceremony was still going on. The winners were Hong Kong's animation team, and they were all very young. They were so excited that they stuttered when they spoke in Mandarin. Under the host's suggestion, they switched to Cantonese, and it became smoother. Xianxia noticed that one of the newcomers' legs was shaking, and the other hand kept hitting the base of the trophy, showing their nervousness. Do you see that? This is the normal psychological quality of a newcomer. Everyone is like that. Xianxia said in a low voice. I won't do that, Qin Baobao said proudly. Her sister's strong mental fortitude stemmed from the fact that she had been the center of attention since she was young. She was the apple of the Qin family's eye, the little cutie of her relatives and friends, and the goddess in the eyes of boys. She was already used to being the center of attention and could easily adapt to the same stage. The Golden Horse Awards lasted for 4 to 5 hours, and there were all kinds of awards. Not only were the awards given to celebrities, but they were also given to all filmmakers, film industry staff. After the Best Director Award ceremony ended, another 40 minutes passed before the Best Supporting Actress Award was taken away by Lu Wei. The Best Original Music Award, Best Special Effects Award, and Best Original Screenplay Award were all won by Xianxia. It was common for a movie to win multiple awards at the Golden Horse Awards. However, it was unprecedented for a movie to win most of the awards to be won by the same person. I've been on stage so many times that I don't know what to say, so I'll just say something else. He pointed at his hairstyle. Everyone saw that my hairstyle was a mess just now. Actually, when I entered the venue, a fan fell down and the fans had a conflict with the security guards. I gave my umbrella to them, and I hope the organizers can help me mosaic it. Laughter erupted. I'm not saying this to show off my close fans, but to remind everyone here that no matter how famous or influential you are, don't forget to maintain a normal heart. It's not necessarily a good thing to become famous at a young age. It's easy to become arrogant and forget how conscientious you were, how hard you worked, and how hard you worked. Times have changed, and the career lifespan of an artist is getting shorter. If you don't maintain your original heart and don't work hard, you'll soon be forgotten by the audience and replaced by others. That's all for now, and I'll encourage you. Smart people could tell that he was mocking or warning a very common phenomenon in the entertainment industry, acting like a big shot. At this time, everyone remembered his identity as a capitalist, and those who were observant silently remembered it. The message Xianxia revealed was very simple. Everyone present was a big star, and he was sounding the alarm in advance for artists who might cooperate with him in the future. Hei's King doesn't like to act like a big shot. If you want to work with me, be humble. Finally, another important award came, Best Actress, also known as Best Actress. Yao Yilin, next, let's look at the shortlist together. I believe everyone has been waiting for it for a long time. The names of the shortlisted actresses and their nominated works began to play on the big screen. Qin Baobao was on the list, and there was also a mainland actress, a Taiwanese actress, and a Xianxia actress. The latter two had won the Best Actress award before. Although the Golden Horse Award was not like the Golden Rooster Award, the judges definitely had concerns and considerations in this regard. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too amazing, the latter two were basically just side by side. Therefore, at the gathering yesterday, Ge Ling and the others said that Qin Baobao was more suitable to be the Best Actress. When the short film was played, Qin Baobao quietly held her brother's hand. She was still a little nervous. The honor of being the Best Actress or Best Actress was too important to an artist. Its value was not only reflected in the increase in their value, but also in feelings. It was a kind of affirmation and satisfaction. Think about it, how excited would China be with a Nobel Prize in Literature? The Golden Horse Award was currently the most authoritative award in the Chinese entertainment industry. Xianxia whispered, "Do you want to kiss me and suck my luck?" Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at him. At this moment, on the stage, Tao Wan said loudly, "The winner of the Best Actress Award is Qin Baobao, Journey to the West." Applause and screams rang out instantly, especially those from Tianfeng Entertainment. They were overjoyed. Meanwhile, the mainland actresses who did not win looked disappointed. Qin Baobao left the stage in her high heels amidst the applause. Along the way, on both sides of the steps, hands reached out to shake her hand. She was stunned for a moment, then symbolically shook hands with a few people she did not know before going up the stage to receive her award. Taking the trophy from Tao Wan, she smiled and said, "Thank you to the judges of the Golden Horse Award. I debuted as a singer and never expected to win this award. Best Actress Award, Best Actress Award, what a surprise. Therefore, I would like to thank my brother. The entire entertainment industry knows that he is the man behind me." Faced with Qin Baobao's self-deprecation, many people could not help but laugh softly. "I remember I said in an interview that my family did not want me to enter the entertainment industry, but I secretly signed the contract without telling my parents. Ace was my accomplice." Laughter rang out again. Everyone knew about this. Those who had paid attention to this pair of siblings were very familiar with this explanation. They always felt that it was ridiculous and unruly. Sneaking into the entertainment industry and unknowingly becoming the brightest star. How preposterous. Not to mention the Golden Horse Award. When I came to Taiwan to win the Golden Melody Award last year, I also felt that it was unbelievable. I did not come from a professional background. When I debuted as a singer, I also did not expect to go so far. No amount of hard work or talent is enough to explain my achievements in more than a year. The best explanation is him, the man behind me. I have only been acting for a short time, less than a year, but I have put in a lot of effort. He is a very strict person. Every scene must be perfect. If it can't be done, he will scold me. As his sister, I have been scolded by him many times." Xianxia said in his heart, I am ashamed, I am ashamed. At most, I will spank you." Qin Baobao's performance in Journey to the West did not go well. No matter how talented she was, it was inevitable that an outsider who had not received formal education would have a lot of shortcomings in acting. The reason why Journey to the West could be filmed quickly and smoothly was actually because of the veteran actor and Xianxia. When it came to Qin Baobao's scenes, there were often jams. Mou had always felt that the two boss Qins were both talented and had superb acting skills. In fact, his sister was able to quickly get into character in If I Become Memories and My 2008. Her acting skills were off the charts. It was easy for her to get into character. My father strongly opposed me entering the entertainment industry. Because of this, he even hit me with a plank. As for him, he was beaten by my father since he was young. But when I said that I wanted to enter the entertainment industry, he agreed without hesitation. He helped me write songs and compose songs. He helped me hide it from my parents. In the end, when the truth came out, my father could not bear to hit me. He was the one who took the blame. Qin Baobao paused and gazed at Xianxia softly. "Sister loves you." After saying this, she bowed amidst the warm applause. The relationship between the siblings is very good. They have always been very good. They are the movie siblings. I also want to have such a brother. Don't, this brother of mine is spanked every day. Are you scared? Xianxia, who had sharp ears and eyes, heard the whispers behind him amidst the applause. I love you too, Xianxia said silently in his heart. Qin Baobao returned to her seat. On the stage, the entertainment program began. The singer sang. She proudly raised the trophy in her hand at her brother. Isn't this awesome? 666, also, I have the Best Actor award, Xianxia said. You are so confident? Of course, if you can win the Best Actress award, then I will definitely win the Best Actor award. Sister, it's a sure thing. Qin Baobao pinched him and smiled happily. That's good. After the 5-minute song, the Golden Horse Awards came to an end. The Best Actress award was followed by the Best Actor award. There was a common understanding in the entertainment industry that the Best Actor was more important than the Best Actress. This was the case for the Golden Horse Awards, Golden Film Awards, and Golden Rooster Awards. The nominees were very nervous and expectant, including Xianxia. Among them, the most competitive was Xianxia, who had been nominated 3 times. But Xianxia did not panic at all. He had used the Advanced Acting Proficiency Skill book. In terms of acting, even his poor sister could win an award. He would definitely have no problem. Although it was easy to get the acting proficiency skill book and snatch the award of other nominees, he used his own ability to use the skill book. Why couldn't he win an award? Qin Baobao held Qin Zai's hand. Best actor, congratulations. Monkey Blocks Thunder. Qin Zai, same to you, best actress. You are also very Monkey Blocks Thunder. The siblings looked at each other and smiled. On the stage, Yao Yilan shouted, Zhang Yao, Summer Sunshine. Qin Zai, Qin Baobao. In the burst of applause, the siblings' smiles gradually disappeared. Sigma, degree winky face. I'm not the best actor? Hey, did you take the wrong card? There must be something going on behind the scenes. I've taken the advanced acting proficiency skill. Did I take a fake skill book? If my sister can win the Best Actress award, why can't I win the Best Actor award? I'm going to report the Golden Horse Awards and Zhang Yao for their dirty dealings. At this moment, Qin Zai's inner thoughts were exploding. However, Qin Zai finally ruled out the possibility that the host had taken the wrong card when Zhang Yao left the stage in excitement, shook hands with familiar artists, and went on stage. Well, maybe we've won too many awards. Qin Baobao said awkwardly, Journey to the West has won too many awards. The judges must have the mentality of balancing the awards. They can't let us win all the good awards. Even if it's fair and authoritative, it's only relative. Qin Zai understood this. After all, Qin Baobao had won the Best Actress award and so many other awards. The Best Director and Best Actress award were given to them. The Golden Horse Awards were the most important awards, with the 4 major awards taking up half of them. It would be unreasonable to give Qin Zai the Best Actor award, and others would also complain. Moreover, Qin Zai was only half an insider. He should have understood this earlier. However, it was the Best Actor award, the biggest honor in the domestic entertainment industry. No matter how stable Qin Zai's mentality was, it was inevitable that he would yearn for it. I understand, but my face is a little hot. Qin Zai silently covered his face. Just pretend that I didn't act cool just now. Even if we're siblings, I'll still be embarrassed. Me too. Qin Baobao didn't laugh at her brother. She patted him on the shoulder. I'm also embarrassed. It's just the Golden Horse Awards. It's no big deal. Today, it doesn't care about you. Tomorrow, it won't be able to reach you. Qin Zai. Thank you, sister. After hearing what you said, I suddenly feel like I'm a loser. Zhang Yao, who was on stage to receive the award, was very excited. He held the trophy and thanked the judges as usual. Then, he talked about his experience and the hardships he went through while making the movie. He changed the topic and looked in the direction of Qin Zai. Now that I'm holding the trophy and standing on this stage, I feel like I'm in a dream. Everyone knows that I've been nominated many times, but when the final results were announced, I always felt that the winner of the Golden Horse Award would be Qin Zai, President Qin. Everyone could not help but glance at Qin Zai. Indeed, many people thought so when they found out that Qin Zai had been nominated for Best Actor. This included many Taiwanese celebrities. And before the name list was unveiled, the experienced old people already knew that Qin Zai was not fated to be the Best Actor. Because half of the 4 awards had already gone to Tian Feng, for the sake of balance, the judges were unlikely to give the Best Actor award to Qin Zai. Since A Journey to the West had won so many awards, who could say that the Golden Horse Awards were not authoritative and fair? But when Zhang Yao said this, Qin Zai and some of the celebrities who were certain that he would win the award in front of him felt awkward. I've watched A Journey to the West. It was very exciting. I believe that President Qin's acting skills should be recognized. I'll take the award this time first. I hope that I can see President Qin again when I have the chance to be the presenter next year. Zhang Yao said this in the tone of a senior. He was very pleased with himself and was proud of his success. Qin Baobao frowned and muttered, Look, he's so proud. Qin Zai smiled. There's nothing wrong with what he said. You can't find anything wrong with it. Of course, he was unhappy. If you want to win the award, so be it. Why do you have to drag me into it? You're stabbing me with a soft nail. Who are you trying to show this victorious attitude to? The next award was the Best Film Award. It was the last major award. A Journey to the West was one of the nominees, but it did not win the award. This was expected. The nomination was also a form of recognition. In the end, the award was won by a Taiwanese movie. The director's acceptance speech on stage was very interesting. There's a type of script called a desk script. It means that once it's written, it can never be used as a book or a movie. It can only be placed on the desk. Bodhi Blood is such a script. It's not a positive movie. In this era where positive energy is advocated, it couldn't be released in the mainland. But I feel that only by exposing some of the darkness in society can we wake up the world and make progress. The theme of Bodhi Blood was to expose the collusion between politics and business. Its box office sales were not high, but its content was definitely high. It was loved by the Golden Horse judges, who were fanatical fans of literary films. Almost all the mainland celebrities present had never seen this movie that won the Best Film Award. Xianxia silently memorized the name of the movie. He would get someone to look for the source of the movie later. Xianxia felt that the director's acceptance speech was interesting because he agreed with the director's thoughts. This society needed positive energy to improve the atmosphere. But there was a saying that went, "The intentions of the top are always good, but the people below are always adding feet to a snake." Nowadays, many people below actually had a biased understanding of promoting positive energy. Their way of promoting positive energy was to ban it. Anyone or anything with a little bit of negative energy would be banned, banned, banned. It was like the foolish son of a landlord telling the people, "Smile, give me all of you King smile." They weren't allowed to cry. But they forgot that light and darkness always coexisted in this world. Going too far was as bad as falling short. The phenomenon could be described with a serious idiom, deceiving oneself and deceiving others. For example, if Bodhi Blood was not allowed to be released, would the collusion between politics and business no longer exist? If this wasn't deceiving oneself, then what was? Of course, things with too much negative energy should be banned. But things that could make people think, even if they were mixed with negative energy, were also a warning and disclosure. They shouldn't be banned. When the director was giving his acceptance speech, Qin Baobao threw the trophy to her brother and lifted her skirt to go to the toilet. During the entire award ceremony, there were constantly people leaving and returning, but the audience would never see this scene. The scene on the screen was always a group of people sitting quietly in their seats, waiting for the award ceremony. Qin Baobao wasn't actually in a hurry, but she knew that if she waited until the awards ceremony was over, just as Xianxia had said, the women's restroom would be very crowded. If she took advantage of the time when everyone was focused on the awards ceremony to go to the restroom, she could avoid the rush hour later. In China, which was overcrowded, and to her, who grew up in Shanghai, rush hour was a very scary word. Wearing a dress to the toilet was a very troublesome thing for women. If the skirt was too gorgeous or the skirt was too long, it would be difficult to lift it up. Also, no one would help you lift your skirt. Dresses, cheongsams, and onesies were known as the three biggest killers of the toilet. Onesies were the scariest. Going to the toilet was like taking a shower. You had to take off your clothes, not your pants. There was a thin layer of ash on the side of the toilet bowl. There were many female celebrities who were smokers. Qin Baobao was very tired. She tried to lift her skirt to prevent the ash from getting on it. A short skirt was better. It was very convenient. Her brother liked it. She left the toilet in her high heels. Just as she was about to wash her hands, she heard a conversation from the men's toilet opposite. "Brother Zhang, congratulations. You deserve the award." It was a little dangerous this time. I thought Xianxia would win the award. Sigh, he is too inexperienced. No matter how good he is still a newcomer. Isn't he afraid of getting the award? Yes, it was a false alarm. Many people said that he might win the award. Haha. Zhang Yao's fear and hostility towards Xianxia, as well as his nervousness, finally relaxed. The two of them didn't talk loudly. After a few words, they changed the topic. Qin Baobao just happened to come out and heard it. When Zhang Yao and his partner came out, they saw her playing with the pink oil on her finger between the men's and women's toilets. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly. They didn't know if she heard what they said just now. Unexpectedly, Qin Baobao smiled sweetly and nodded at Xianxia. She said in a very friendly tone, "Congratulations, movie king." Xianxia also smiled, "Congratulations to you too. We can be considered as the movie king and movie queen of the same year. It's fate." He felt relieved. It seemed that she didn't hear what he said just now. Or maybe she heard it but pretended not to hear it. This was also good. Xianxia could also pretend that he didn't say it and they were still friends. But he underestimated the stinginess of women. Qin Baobao could ignore those who said that she was a vixen and shameless, but she couldn't tolerate people who said bad things about her brother. The three of them walked side by side through the long corridor. They pushed open the two doors and arrived at the venue. Next would be the closing ceremony. Qin Baobao suddenly said, "Brother Zhang can also sing, right? But you didn't make a name for yourself in the music industry." Zhang Yao had sung the theme songs for many of the TV series he starred in. He had also held city-level concerts. But he was still a singer and not a movie star. Zhang Yao said, "I'm not very professional. Also, good songs are hard to come by. But I'll definitely give it a try in the future." Qin Baobao said casually, "My brother recently wrote a few songs that aren't suitable for me to sing. But I think there's one that's very suitable for you. Do you want me to get it for you?" Zhang Yao was overjoyed. He felt that this was Qin Baobao's way of expressing goodwill and trying to rope him in. After all, he was now the movie king. Qin Zai's songs meant guaranteed sales in the entertainment industry and a shiny golden ladder. Zhang Yao said expectantly, "Can I?" "Yes, I think it'll be fine." Qin Baobao said, "I'll sing a few lines for you." Zhang Yao immediately pricked up his ears. "One day, I woke up and saw that you weren't by my side." The rhythm was very good. It should be the chorus. "On my right was your once best brother." Just listening to these two lines of the chorus, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. When they reached the entrance, Qin Baobao pushed open the door and walked out gracefully. Zhang Yao chewed on the lyrics as he followed her. "One day, I woke up and saw that you weren't by my side. On my right was your once best brother." Something seemed to be wrong. He was too focused on the melody just now. A very distant past surfaced in his mind. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and realized what was going on. Zhang Yao stared blankly at Qin Baobao's back as she returned to the table. She was tall and had a slim waist. Such a beautiful woman, but the lyrics she sang were heartbreaking. Zhang Yao, who was heartbroken by the beautiful woman, flushed red. He really wanted to chase after Qin Baobao and beat her up. "Come back, I'll definitely beat you to death." "Io, I'm so angry." At this moment, his companions also realized what was going on. Looking at Zhang Yao's ugly face, they felt pity for him. They remained silent and pretended that they didn't understand. So, Qin Baobao must have heard the conversation just now. This woman was good. She looked like a beautiful vase, but she was actually a scheming B*tch. She pretended to be true all the way. Zhang Yao's mentality must be exploding right now. Would she go back and talk to Qin Zai? Thinking of this, he felt a little panicked. He was just a second-tier celebrity at the bottom. Qin Baobao swayed her slim waist and hurried back to her seat. With her brother by her side, she was relieved. She patted her big chest with her small hands, looking lucky. "What's wrong?" Qin Zai asked. "Nothing," Qin Baobao thought for a while and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, I might have been beaten up." "Who dares to beat you?" It's okay, it's okay." Qin Baobao didn't say anything. She wanted to maintain her image in her brother's heart. It was better for him not to know about such a mean side. Many years ago, one of Zhang Yao's ex-girlfriends cheated on his brother, who was also an artist in the entertainment industry. The news spread like wildfire, so when Qin Baobao exposed that unbearable scar, especially by such a beautiful woman, his heart collapsed. Therefore, until the end of the closing ceremony, when leaving the venue, he still glared at Qin Baobao from time to time. Qin Baobao had her brother beside her, so she didn't panic at all. She said sweetly, "Brother Zhang, I just asked A's, and he said it's no problem. He also thinks that the song is very suitable for you." Qin Zai was dumbfounded, but he felt his sister gently pinching his arm, so he smiled and nodded. When the surrounding stars heard this, they suddenly became alert, slowed down their pace, and looked at both sides. What the hell, when did Zhang Yao and Qin Zhe have a relationship? Listening to this, the stingy Qin Zhe wants to sell songs, suitable for your sister. I don't want it. If you mention that song again, I'll get angry with you. Zhang Yao's little soul was beating his chest and stamping his feet, roaring and wanting to tear the little bitch's mouth. He felt a deep sense of malice and ridicule from Qin Baobao's eyes, tone, and smile. However, he could only swallow the coptis and show a happy and surprised expression. I can't do it. So Zhang Yao forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, I don't want the song. I'm not thinking about developing in the music industry in the near future. After saying that, he strode away proudly. Wow, this guy is too arrogant after winning the Best Actor award. He rejected Qin Zhe's song so easily? Is there really nothing wrong with his brain? He's probably too arrogant. God is his boss. If it were me, I would shamelessly take it. If I don't need it, I can give it to my friends in exchange for 10 times the profit. Zhang Yao is so stubborn. He said he doesn't want it and he doesn't want it. He has such a backbone. Indistinct belittlement and praise penetrated into Zhang Yao's ears. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible, otherwise, there would be familiar artists coming to ask questions. The rain had stopped by the time they reached the parking lot from the VIP passageway. The nanny van was shiny, saving them a lot of money to wash the car. Yilu and Lu Wei shamelessly squeezed into Qin Zhe's car. The two of them had a lot to talk about with the two siblings. If their boss was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so casual. However, their boss was a central air conditioner that kept them warm. Sure enough, the central air conditioner said helplessly, I don't have a car, and acquiesced. Lu Wei said happily, Congratulations, Chairman Qin. She was talking to Qin Bao. Qin Bao smiled and said, Same to you. The Best Supporting Actress award was also very important. It was the greatest recognition of acting skills. To a certain extent, the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress awards both symbolized outstanding acting skills. What made her the happiest was not this award. In the past year that she had been with Qin Zhe, she had been acting as a supporting actress. From The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach to A Journey to the West, a total of 4 high box office movies, Lu Wei's Best Supporting Actress award was more appropriate than Baby Qin's Best Actress award. When she jumped ship to Tianfeng, she could barely be considered a B-lister. In the past year, the high box office movies deepened her resume, improved her acting skills, and increased her reputation. Today, she won the Best Supporting Actress award. Entering the A-lister industry was already set in stone. In the short span of a year, she crossed a big realm. It was unbelievable. In a novel, she would be the main character template of this person must not be left alive and he will definitely become a big problem in the future. All of this was thanks to Qin Zhe. She had to admit that this legendary man was very attractive to women. Yilu came to Taiwan this time to accompany him. Her movie last year was also nominated but the quality of the movie was still lacking. She also didn't have any good movies after that. The recently popular was a TV series. CEO Qin, do you think I can win the Best Actress award next year? Yilu threw him a flirtatious glance. Qin Zhe knew that she was asking him for a role so he said seriously, how would I know? It depends on your luck. Best Actress? She wasn't old but she had a big mouth. Wait until you get nominated a few more times. Even though Yilu was already an A-lister, it was still very difficult for her to compete with Qin Baobao in such a simple and crude way. Oh right, what did you say to Zhang Yao? Look at his ugly expression when he left. Qin Zhe thought of this. Nothing much. I just wanted to sell him a song. Heh, he didn't want it. Qin Baobao pretended to be angry. Tell me softly. Qin Zhe put his ear next to his sister's lips. Maybe it was because there were outsiders around and it wasn't convenient for his sister to say it. Qin Baobao opened her mouth and wanted to bite his earlobe. However, she suddenly realized that Yilu and Lu Wei were beside them. She spat and said impatiently, I already said it's fine. Aren't you annoying? Do you believe that I'll spank your butt? Yilu blinked. Sister Baobao, you're still going to spank his butt? As an older sister, you can do whatever you want. Qin Baobao said in annoyance, you're thinking too much. He's the one who keeps spanking my butt. Huh? Yi Lu and Lu Wei were confused. They thought they heard wrong. Qin Zai's hand shook. He thought, sister, don't say that I'm spanking you in public. It's very dangerous. Qin Baobao's mind worked quickly. She pouted. My status is the lowest in the family. How would I dare to offend a big boss like him? I don't even have dignity as an older sister. Now, her words sounded like she was mocking and complaining. Lu Wei and Yi Lu snickered. After a moment of silence, Lu Wei said, oh right, CEO Qin, can the artists in the company date? Qin Zai froze. If it says in the contract that I can't date, then I can. If it doesn't, then I can. Little fresh meats and young actresses couldn't date because it would cause them to lose fans. Sister Su Jilu had a girlfriend and her Weibo was paralyzed. Then, her popularity plummeted and many fans turned from fans to haters. Therefore, before the little fresh meats and young actresses had a stable foundation, they could only have rumors and couldn't date. Lu Wei nodded. Then I'm relieved. Qin Baobao smiled happily. You want to find a boyfriend? That meant that there was one less potential threat. Yi Lu said, she already has a boyfriend. She just hasn't announced it. Many female artists in the company liked Qin Zai and were even infatuated with him, including Lu Wei. However, it was like chasing a celebrity. No matter how much they liked a celebrity, they couldn't be infatuated to the point of not dating and keeping their chastity. Qin Baobao turned to Yi Lu. Then you, do you have a boyfriend? Yi Lu said, I'm not even 30 yet. I'm not in a hurry. You can do it yourself. Qin Baobao said, I'm not in a hurry either. Lu Wei said, Sister Baobao, do you have an ex? This question was very urgent. She definitely couldn't answer no. How could a 26-year-old woman not have an ex? Thus, Qin Baobao snorted. Guess. She paused and casually changed the topic. She sighed and said, it's not easy to find a boyfriend. I don't like any of them. Yi Lu said, of course. With such an outstanding younger brother like CEO Qin, Sister Baobao's standards must be very high. It's just hard to find one. Actually, it wasn't hard at all. The hardest thing about dating was not having a target. Once there was a standard for choosing a partner, it was easier to choose a partner. For example, you could sleep with that standard. After returning to Shanghai, his sister's second concert was held a week later. The guest group was very luxurious. Other than Qin Zai, Huang Yuding, Su Jiao, and other singers who had been famous for a long time, there were also several big names in the music industry who came to support her. Because of Qin Zai's halo, Tianfang easily invited them. The concert was very successful. The fans got to hear the new song as they wished. Concerts were bound to have new songs. This was the specialty of Qin Baobao's concerts. No other singer could do it. One of the songs was Pathological Changes. Later, Zhang Yao, who watched the HD version of the concert online, was so angry that he smashed his computer. The lyrics were different. He was played by Qin Baobao again. Qin Baobao never thought of giving him a song. The lyrics were also changed. It was purely to mock him. He just stabbed Qin Zai with a soft nail to vent his feelings as a victor. Also, the news of him winning Best Actor at the Golden Horse Awards quickly appeared on the entertainment news. The Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best Director awards were all given to the mainland. The media boasted about it fiercely. But the response online was not just praise and cheers. If Qin Baobao deserved the Best Actress award, it became a PY deal for him. The mainland's netizens were originally dismissive of Taiwan's Golden Horse Awards. They were even biased. Qin Zai had so many fans, so they took the opportunity to criticize him. What? My husband didn't win Best Actor? It must be fake. What bullshit Golden Horse Awards? There's a shady deal. Let's report it to Guangying. Guangying can't do anything about it. But they're both stars in the movie Journey to the West. If Qin Baobao can win Best Actress, why can't Qin Zai? There must be a shady deal. Zhang only won Best Actor because of the Golden Horse Awards. Tui, such a dirty heart. Zhang Yao's good mood from winning Best Actor was greatly reduced. After the concert in Shanghai, his sister could find an excuse to slack off and prepare to hold another concert in Beijing next month. At night, she sneaked into Qin Zai's room and pretended to be tired. She whined and begged her brother to give her a massage. She was a little dissatisfied when the plan for the national concert tour was cancelled. But after returning from Guangdong, her sister did not mention the national concert tour. It was tiring enough to travel to one place. The national concert tour made her so tired that she lost 5 kilograms. However, after idling at home for less than 3 days, Tian Feng received an announcement. Hollywood invited his sister to play a supporting role. Qin Baobao and Qin Zai were in the office discussing whether to accept or not. Although the invitation from Hollywood was unexpected, it was not too surprising or unbelievable. Nowadays, it was no longer a dream to play a supporting role in a Hollywood blockbuster. With the development of China's economy and the prosperity of the people, China's market share in the world was getting bigger and bigger. For example, the sales of Apple's mobile phones in China even exceeded those in the US. This was not only reflected in the commerce industry, but also in the film industry. A Hollywood blockbuster could easily sell a few billion yuan or even billions of yuan at the box office in China. There was a classic saying in the Hollywood film industry, "Box office sales are not good? It's okay, we still have China." Due to such an environment, Hollywood commercial films were paying more attention to the China market. In order to cater to the market and open up the China market, they frequently invited Chinese stars to join them. This was especially true for disaster films. The cities were flooded, burned, and destroyed by earthquakes. Hong Kong, China, could not escape. In addition, the script for the role was sent from the other side. Qin Baobao read it first before showing it to her brother. The role is not bad, the third female lead. It's not considered a walk-on role. Qin Zai said, "Do you want to go?" "What do you think?" Qin Baobao asked for her brother's opinion out of habit. "I'm asking you. If you want to go, then go." "I want to go, but I feel that the salary is too little. Although it's a supporting role, it's not even half of the salary in China." His sister was obviously arrogant. She did not care about an income of more than 10 million yuan. After winning the Best Actress award, her salary was as high as 40 million yuan, for a movie. Only TV dramas paid more than 100 million yuan. Currently, no one dared to pay 100 million yuan for a movie. A salary of 40 million yuan could be ranked in the top 5 in the Chinese entertainment industry. Among the female stars, she deserved to be number 1. It was a very scary achievement. In the past and present, in the history of the entertainment industry, female stars' salaries were always lower than male stars. The difference between the two was almost 50%. Sometimes, female stars could not even enter the top 10 in terms of salary. However, no matter how high Qin Baobao's salary was, it was useless. She refused to act in passionate scenes. Holding hands is the limit, which stopped most commercial films. If it was a literary film, they could not afford to hire her. If it was a comedy, she did not know how to act. Qin Baobao's funny sells, this was a joke in itself. Not at all. The benefits of her rising social status were not in terms of her pay, but the soaring endorsement and commercial fees. It's not a small amount. I've done my research. A Hollywood superstar's salary for a cameo is between 3 million to 20 million US. Your role is only for 15 minutes, and the pay is $5 million US. The other party is giving you a lot of face. Qin Zai said, if there is no problem with the audition, the role will be secured. The other party invited her to an audition. People in the country had always criticized celebrities for being paid too much. They even said that Hollywood stars were so cheap. They could just say it anonymously online. If they used their real names, they would be laughed at by people who knew the industry. Everyone's pay was in the tens of millions, but other people's pay was in USD, while yours was in RMB. The pay of the big shots in the country could not be compared to that of Hollywood. The difference was too great. Then why was the production cost in China so low? This was a very strange phenomenon. Due to the large population base, there were all kinds of people. Therefore, celebrities became famous very quickly and could rise rapidly. Therefore, there was a phenomenon. People who shouted on microphones could change careers to film. People who sang songs on live broadcasts could also change careers to film. They could do a few exaggerated actions, shout a few jingles, and *ck their sisters-in-law in their free time. In short, anyone could become a celebrity. Through the operation of capital, they could increase the number of views, increase their popularity, create a bubble in their social status, and then drive up their pay. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to ask for a few million USD. They found a godfather to do plastic surgery, spent some money to package them, and then became popular. This was a very rare thing in foreign countries. In the entertainment industry, celebrities who did not have any acting skills could easily become popular with packaging and asking for sky-high pay were everywhere. For the same 10 celebrities, only the lead actor's pay was especially high. In the country, the 10 celebrities' pay was especially high, and the proportion of the celebrities' pay was imaginable. In terms of integrity in the industry, the integrity in the country was like the top celebrities' pay. It was far from Hollywood. But think about it, why could any weirdo become a celebrity? In the end, everyone had to bear the blame. Then let's go. Can you increase the price? Qin Baobao asked. She was conflicted. As a celebrity's professional integrity, although the opportunity to act in Hollywood was not as precious as in the 80s and 90s, it was still very helpful to one's reputation. Hollywood needed domestic celebrities to increase the audience's favorability, and celebrities also wanted to ride on the popularity of big movies to increase their fame. However, as a maggot who was not so career-minded, Bao Bao felt that she could stay at home to accompany her brother and fight the wolf in the house. Her life was quite comfortable, and she did not want to fly thousands of miles to America. Help me decide. If you increase the price too much, we might break up. If it's too little, it's meaningless. Actually, you just want to slack off, but you also yearn for the legendary Hollywood, so you're conflicted and let me decide. Xianxia hit the nail on the head. Qin Baobao was speechless. She blinked her eyes in shock. The thing that was conflicted in her heart was said by her brother in an instant. No one knew her better than her brother. Xianxia said proudly, I've long known your depth. Go on, it's good to see it. She would treat it as a resume to enrich her career as an actor. 3 days later, the flight to America soared into the sky. The wings swept across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Xianxia accompanied his sister to America, just like parents sending their children to school for the first time. His parents were right. In fact, the one who doted on his sister the most was Xianxia, since they were young. Otherwise, why would his sister rely on him so much? In addition, there was a small team of 20 people accompanying them, including 2 legal officers. International flights were much more spacious and luxurious than domestic flights. This was especially obvious in the first-class cabin. There were many foreigners on the plane. Even Xianxia, who grew up in Shanghai, rarely saw so many foreigners at once. He was looking forward to the trip to America and was full of fighting spirit. When he went to the toilet, he would no longer feel lonely. Let's compete, foreigners. Not only could he compete to his heart's content, but his sister would also not feel lonely with big breasts. There were Class D experts everywhere, and Class E experts were as common as dogs. Western women were all big breasts and had nice names. He really wanted to see them. Qin Baobao did not go abroad many times. He was full of expectations. It would be great if this woman was not in the first-class cabin. So you said gently, A's, send me to the train later. Xianxia said, oh, no problem. This gentle tone like that of a girlfriend made Qin Baobao particularly uncomfortable. He rolled his eyes. Is this your first time on the train? Is this your first time going to Los Angeles? You're asking someone to send you. Suyu, I didn't ask you to send me. Please don't send me. Thank you. Qin Baobao laughed. Be careful, don't let people rob you. Suyu retorted. I'll give you the same words. The entertainment circle here is not clean. I've been in America for so many years. Do you need to worry? When Suyu heard that Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were coming to the United States, she followed them. The reason was that she wanted to see her old friends who she had not seen for a long time. Anyway, she had been in the United States for many years, so she still had some close friends. By the way, Suyu, let me ask you something. Qin Zhe quickly changed the topic. Is the security in America really so bad? You can't go out in the middle of the night? My sister and I are new here. Tell me. Suyu, it's not that dangerous. Otherwise, I'm more beautiful than a flower. I'm as beautiful as a fairy. Wouldn't I be finished? It also depends on the place. It's really dangerous to go out in the middle of the night in some places, but it's fine to wander around in the middle of the night in some places. She organized her words for a moment. The poor are different. Don't go to bars and nightclubs at night, especially a flirtatious woman like your sister. You're the flirtatious one. Suyu took the opportunity to belittle, and Qin Baobao took the opportunity to fight back. Suyu ignored her and continued, the overall environment of Los Angeles is very general. I don't recommend you go out to experience the city's nightlife at night unless there is a local guide. If you don't go to a particularly messy and remote place, there is basically no danger. America is not so dangerous. The reason why you have this idea is probably because guns are not banned there. After all, if a car suddenly stops on the road, and then points a gun at your head, it's scary to think about it. There are still a lot of robberies with guns, and there are also a lot of forced sex. The media over there is relatively free and high exposure. There are also a lot of robberies and forced sex in our country, but most of them are not exposed. Suyu threw out a reason. Foreign countries are full of danger and foreign countries have a full moon. His mother was born to escape. Qin Zhe was so scared that his little hand trembled. Suyu, don't die. Quickly recite the core values of socialism 10 times. Suyu, who had been in America for many years, curled her lips in disdain. This topic made Qin Zhe frightened and changed the topic again. Sister, reading a novel, I recommend it. Qin Baobao didn't look up and looked at the mobile phone. My sister is a big star, very good. Qin Zhe, online novels are the same as slang songs, and the tone is the same. Qin Baobao, this book is not the same. The author is a cultured person. He can make up idioms. Oh, I'll go to the bathroom. Qin Zhe got up and went to the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, when he was reading with relish, he received a message from Suyu. Husband, I haven't had sex for many days. Let's do it. Is this going to be 1,000 miles a day? Qin Zhe, don't make trouble, on the plane. Suyu, it's exciting on the plane, right? I'll come quietly and make sure your sister doesn't find out. Qin Zhe, you can tease me. When I have time in Hollywood, I'll make you doubt your life. Suyu sent a playful emoji. P.S. I'll take a day off tomorrow. I'll spend some time on the outline of the trip to America, as well as the ending outline. This book will probably end at the end of June. If the update wasn't so bad, at the end of May, at this time, it should be finished. However, the update is bad, and the results plummeted. Although it's sad and disappointed, it's also a good thing for me. I won't be remembered so much. After all, no one will care about a book that can't be found in the rankings. It was because my results were too good that I fell to this point today. Would you believe it? I was forced to do the outline of this book 3 times. The whole paragraph collapsed. Today, the book just happened to be 1 year old, so I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Along the way, my mentality collapsed several times, so that I can't find the original feeling. Every time I think about it, I want to cry, sob. This book is not long, there are too many external factors. In the final analysis, it's a man's romance with red eyes. Damn it. When the plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport, it was 1600 hours p.m. in the 8th West District of the United States. A group of people yawned sleepily. They flew in early in the morning and experienced a long journey of 20 hours. At this time, it was early in the morning in China, and it was the time to sleep. The team was responsible for the transportation. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao sent Suyu to the high-speed rail. She bought the ticket in advance. Qin Bao and Qin Zhe wore masks and sunglasses out of habit. Suyu didn't. She wore very conservative pants and a knitted sweater. Her face was attractive enough, and her figure was highlighted. She was alone in a foreign country, and her courage was too big. Why don't you take a plane? MIT is far away from here. Xianxia asked. It's not just far, it's thousands of miles away. Los Angeles is in the western part of the United States, and MIT is in the northeastern city of Boston. You just know? You didn't ask me about the itinerary all the way. Suyu looked back and gave him a bitter look. Who said I was going to MIT? Aren't you going to visit friends? Are all your university classmates locals? Suyu gave him another look. I'm going to MIT to revisit the college at most, and see my mother who doesn't like to talk to me. I don't want to go. Your mother doesn't talk to you? Qin Baobao asked curiously. It's none of your business. Suyu scolded with a black face. She just asked a question and was suddenly scolded. Qin Baobao glared angrily. Xianxia didn't speak. What he said was wrong. A smart man should keep silent at this time. It's wrong to help anyone. He said in his heart, Sister, Suyu's mother doesn't talk to her, just like the system doesn't talk to me. It's a very bad behavior. Family affairs were her worries. Xianxia and Wang Zijin only briefly talked about it, and Wang Zijin took the initiative to ask. Even if Suyu loved him again, she would still be angry if he exposed her scars. By the way, are you going to shoot here? How long will it take? Suyu asked. If it's not long, let's go back together? Xianxia thought for a moment. It will take some time, but it won't be too long. If it exceeds your expectations, you can go back first. Be careful. Call me if you have any trouble. Remember to contact me, or my sister every night before you go to bed. Suyu nodded. I'm going to a small town. A small town is safer than a city. Although Xianxia's experience in the United States was far less than hers, Suyu liked the feeling of being cared for when she traveled. The ticketing time was getting closer and closer. After a long silence, Suyu stood quietly at the ticketing gate for a moment, hesitating, biting his lip, suddenly pointing to the glass window of the dome, and said to Qin Baobao, Look, gray plane. Qin Baobao, what's so good about a plane? Suyu, hey, you dropped money. Qin Baobao, no, I'm not short of money. Suyu, someone behind you seems to be calling you. Qin Baobao was unmoved. I'm not familiar with this place. I don't care who is calling me. Suyu, so stubborn. When the ticketing time came, Suyu bit her lip again, looked at Xianxia with grievance, and dragged her suitcase into the station. She wanted to do a goodbye kiss in the movie. She wanted to peck him, but the movies were all lies, and the moves didn't work. Watching Suyu enter the station and disappear on the escalator, Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and took Xianxia's arm. Let's go to Hollywood. Xianxia walked and turned his head to look at the crowded ticket gate again. Su Teddy should have wanted to kiss him in the end. From her eyes, Xianxia saw that impulse. With her ability to make trouble, it was indeed possible. Perhaps she was afraid of being bullied by Qin Baobao in public, so she was scared. Qin Baobao's serious brother complex was known by Wang Zijin and Suyu later. Both of them held the mentality that since they were siblings, there was no threat to Qin Baobao. Hollywood was in the suburbs of Los Angeles. It was both a place name and the film industry of the United States. Originally a pleasant village, it later developed into the world-famous Hollywood. Countless major film companies gathered here. It was the center of the global music and film industry. At the same time, there were also many stars working here. It was a bit like an upgraded version of Dongyang Hingdian. Huanhai Film and Television. Director Davis discussed the script with the scriptwriter in the office. In fact, the movie scripts of American superheroes were the same. Adventures, growth, killing bosses. If you don't believe it, all superheroes had the same routine. Therefore, the selling point of Hollywood superhero movies was the character design and special effects. The plot was actually unwatchable. If you watch too much, you will lose the novelty. The focus was on the character design and dialogue. These details were enough to attract the audience. Even if the routine was the same, characters with distinct personalities, humorous and witty dialogue, and visual impact of special effects often made the audience ignore the routine. At present, the script had been set. The plot did not need to be modified, but some scenes and dialogues had disagreements between the director and the scriptwriter. In a crew, the scriptwriter was one of the few people who could argue with the director, especially in such a large company system. Sometimes the scriptwriter had a higher status than the director, such as Mama Yu, who had been silent for many years because of plagiarism, and Aunt Xianxia, who everyone was familiar with. Davis held a Cuban cigar that the big shots loved and frowned. Don't you think that many dialogues are meaningless or not exciting enough? The scenes are not perfect either. The box office of superhero movies is declining day by day. If we don't work on the details, we can forget about making a breakthrough in the box office. Brandon, the scriptwriter, said helplessly, "We are too obsessed with connotation and humor. We are at a disadvantage. The company did not ask us to make a breakthrough." Davis took a hard puff of the cigar. Superhero movies had reached a bottleneck after being popular for more than 10 years. No one was willing to do something as arduous and unrewarding as a breakthrough when a certain routine could bring in a stable income. It was just like the declining quality of Japanese comics and China's online novels that followed the same routine. It was difficult for them to escape the rut. It was almost time to get off work. Davis and Brandon ended their conversation and prepared to go home or enjoy a leisurely and sumptuous dinner at the restaurant. Dinner was their main meal overseas. The pressure of a fast-paced life doomed them to not be able to enjoy breakfast and lunch. The phone on the desk rang. It was his assistant. He said that the celebrities from China had arrived in Hollywood and arranged to meet tomorrow. Davis thought for a moment and said, "Help me ask them out for dinner." "Brandon, let's go together." Brandon was puzzled. "It's just a China celebrity. Do we need to go?" Davis despised him in his heart and explained, "Qin Baobao is very famous in China. She is very popular. I asked someone to check. She is now the most popular female celebrity. The China market is very important. If we want to enter the China market, it is necessary to have a good relationship with their celebrities. When we go to China to promote, we will have to ask them for help." After a pause, he smiled. "Also, Qin Baobao is a very beautiful lady." The foreigners were especially excited when it came to women. Davis opened Qin Baobao's photo on the computer and showed it to Brandon. Brandon said, "Beautiful." The woman in the photo had the delicacy and grace of an Asian. Her facial features were not inferior to those of a Westerner. The combination of her facial features and the shape of her face gave her a unique temperament. It was the kind of temperament that was especially seductive. The foreigners did not know how to describe this temperament. They simply felt that she was charming because they did not know the Chinese word foxy. The dinner was arranged at a high-end restaurant near the Avenue of Stars. It was pure Western food. Although they valued Qin Baobao, they did not go to the extent of looking for a Chinese restaurant for her. It was not easy to find one here. The siblings, whose biological clocks had not been adjusted, did not want to come. However, it was their first time here and the director asked them out for dinner to improve their relationship. They did not want to be too arrogant. They arrived at the restaurant and saw Brandon and Davis. Director Davis, whose full name was Gabriel Davis, was a middle-aged man with short brown hair. He had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. Brandon, on the other hand, had short blonde hair and sea blue eyes. He looked more serious. "Hi, Qin." Davis recognized Qin Baobao first. Foreigners were used to calling each other by their surnames. They would only call each other by their first names when they were close to each other. Because of this habit, when they called Chinese people, they would usually call them by their surnames instead of their full names. When they met for the first time, the two were even more surprised by Qin Baobao's appearance. She was a woman who did not have many flaws in her appearance. She was beautiful, delicate, and had a good figure. She came with light makeup. Her skin was delicate and white, and her complexion was very healthy. This was very rare in the entertainment industry. Many female stars had a good foundation and were beautiful, but their complexions were often not good, especially female model workers. Qin Baobao's image was more consistent with the character in the script. Qin Baobao shook hands with them and introduced Qin Zhe. It could be seen that Davis and Brandon were relatively unfamiliar with Xianxia. In fact, they were also unfamiliar with Qin Baobao before. They only had a general impression of Qin Bao after asking someone to find out more about her. No matter how famous they were in the country, their influence could not reach abroad because few of their works were leaked abroad. In fact, Xianxia's opera too was very popular abroad. It was just that the song was popular, not the person. In 2018, mid-November, the two foreigners still did not know the name of the fast shooter. My name is Xianxia. I'm her agent. You can contact me if you need anything during the shooting. Xianxia introduced himself in fluent English. Before he came to the United States, he deliberately took an advanced English proficiency book, and his spoken English was better than his sister, a top student from Fudan University. Although there was nothing wrong with his sister's English, she spoke slowly and stuttered from time to time. This was a common problem for most non-English major students in China. They could read an English article without hindrance, but they couldn't read it in fluent spoken English, which was especially obvious during communication. This is our first cooperation. Is there anything to avoid? Davis appeared to be very gentlemanly. The requirements had been stated in the email. Except for that, there are no other taboos. Xianxia answered for his sister. After all, he spoke better English now. No kissing scenes, no passion scenes. If there were any, they would use a stunt double. This was what the two sides had communicated before. Of course, there was no problem. Although there were kissing scenes and sex scenes in the United States, his sister's role was only a supporting actress, one of the important supporting actresses. Filming a passion scene for a supporting actress was completely a lame plot and would be scolded by the audience. Davis was very talkative and spoke with classic American humor. After he finished speaking, he would look at you seriously. Xianxia, who should cooperate with him, couldn't pretend to ignore it, so he laughed. When it came to Boolsh *Ting, Xianxia, who spent most of his time on forums, Tieba, and UC, wasn't inferior to him in the slightest. As a keyboard warrior, his brain was filled with dozens of words and jokes, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Qin Baobao and Brandon were reduced to supporting roles, occasionally echoing a few words. Most of the time, they just listened to them bragging. In the midst of boredom, Qin Baobao noticed a detail that Suyu once told her brother. Suyu said that if foreigners were particularly noisy and dancing when eating, then they were Americans. It was said that foreigners spoke softly when eating, probably referring to Japan and some European countries. She found that even in such a high-end restaurant, there was no shortage of chattering guests. Qin Baobao didn't have much experience abroad, so she observed silently. After a few glasses of red wine, Xianxia forcefully pulled Davis to tell him a Chinese joke. His sister kicked him with the tip of her shoe, and he finally gave up. Therefore, they talked about his old profession as a director. Xianxia said that he was also half a director. He was both the scriptwriter and the director of a Chinese Odyssey. Davis was shocked. You filmed Journey to the West? It broke the box office record in China, and it's selling well here too. He hadn't watched the Chinese Odyssey to the West. Otherwise, he would have recognized Xianxia. However, he had heard of this movie before. Back then, when it was promoted in the United States, it was said that it had broken the box office record in China. After that, he followed Qin Baobao and found out that she had won the Best Actress award with this movie. As the scriptwriter, Brandon had a whole new level of respect for him. He was even more confused. Aren't you an agent? Xianxia was stunned. He thought to himself, damn, I'm one of the most popular young actors in China. Have you really not heard of me? It's so awkward. Xianxia smiled. Yes, I'm an agent. However, I'm also a singer, an actor, a composer, an entrepreneur, and of course, a scriptwriter. The two foreigners widened their eyes. Brandon asked, Are you kidding? No. Qin Baobao explained, My brother is recognized as an all-rounder in the entertainment industry. Haven't you seen a Chinese Odyssey? He was the male lead. He was the male lead in all my songs and movies. In China, many singers want one of his songs but can't get it. She used her not very fluent English to talk for a long time to boast about her brother. If it wasn't for the language barrier, she would have suggested them to look it up on Baidu. Davis and Brandon made a "I'm so scared that my dried fish" expression. It was considered a perfunctory answer. However, they didn't believe it. Instead, they felt that these two Chinese liked to boast. The foreigners ate their dinner very slowly. They chatted as they ate. Most of the time, they drank. Qin Baobao had a good tolerance for alcohol. However, it was easy for her to get drunk. At this moment, her face was red and she was very charming. After chatting more, she asked the director for the script. "Tomorrow is the audition, right? I want to read the script today." "No, there's no audition tomorrow. You can come and get the script tomorrow," Davis said. "If you want, I have it here." Brandon took out the script from his bag. At the same time, he tried to test Xianxia. "Do you want to read it and give me some suggestions?" Qin Baobao took the script. Brandon gave her the general script, not the character script. It was written in English. This wasn't a problem for Qin Baobao. However, there was too much content. It was a little troublesome for her to find her own character. She glanced at the script casually and threw it to Xianxia. Xianxia read it with great interest. He was very interested in how the scripts in Hollywood were written. After taking advanced English proficiency, translating was not a problem for him, let alone reading the script. He did not watch many American superhero movies. He did not know as much as those loyal fans. However, he did watch a lot of movies. The one that left the deepest impression on him was King Kong Dog. It was a genetically modified hero who had a keen sense of smell like a dog. He did justice in the big city. Art came from life, and so did the script. Therefore, from these movies, it could be seen that there were quite a lot of armed robberies in the United States. In addition, he had also watched American blockbusters in the Point Store in the parallel world. They were both superhero movies. However, there were some differences between the superheroes in the two worlds. For example, the power system in that world was extremely chaotic. There was no way to explain it logically. In this aspect, the Hollywood superheroes in his world were much more rigorous. However, every hero in this world was independent. The script was about a young archaeology professor who found an ancient ruin by chance. It was the ruin of God. He found a blue gem in the ruin. It was the heart of God. At the same time, it was the core that sealed the evil God. The archaeology professor accidentally fused with the heart of God and obtained the power passed down from God. He became a superhero from then on. However, at the same time, he released the sealed evil God. The archaeology professor who obtained the power of God made a fortune with his superpowers. He had endless money to spend and endless women to sleep with. Until one day, a goddess from the east came to him and said, "You bastard. Do you know that you have released the evil God? The world is about to be destroyed, and you are still here having fun sleeping with women." The evil God was originally a god. However, because he wanted to destroy the world, he was sealed. His rebirth alarmed the king of God. Therefore, he sent his son to help the protagonist reseal the evil god. At the same time, the goddess from the east also helped the protagonist. Both sides engaged in an intense battle in the city. After much effort, they finally sealed the evil god. Look, it was still the same old story. Adventure, growth, boss fight. It was obviously a Greek mythological system. Suddenly, an Eastern goddess was inserted. It felt like a husky had sneaked into a pack of wolves. It was very out of place. It was probably a forced addition of characters to cater to the China market. Xianxia finished reading at an extremely fast speed. He took a sip of red wine and said, "Don't you think that the role of the Eastern goddess is too abrupt? What does the evil god in the Greek mythological system have to do with her?" Brandon nodded. "I know. It will be slightly modified in the future. As long as we add a few sentences in the narration, the goddess from the east sealed the evil god together with God, it will be reasonable for her to help seal the evil god." It was just a small problem. Therefore, Brandon did not care about it and left it for the future. "Is there anything else?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. Hearing this, Brandon was very disappointed. He thought, if Xianxia is really the scriptwriter of A Journey to the West, then his professional suggestions should not be so shallow and crude. He was indeed bragging. It was funny that I was still looking forward to it. Davis shook his head and laughed. However, have you guys ever thought of changing the way you film superheroes? Xianxia said, I do have some suggestions in this regard. Change the way? Brandon and Davis looked at each other. They were puzzled. How? What do you mean? There are too many superheroes in the United States. I can't even count them with two hands. They have a lot of imagination and all kinds of superpowers. The rich rely on technology while the poor rely on mutation. Every hero has their own story. In terms of theme alone, superheroes are undoubtedly successful. In my country, superheroes have a lot of fans. They even discuss who is more powerful on the internet and argue about it, Xianxia said. Davis and Brandon listened carefully and smiled knowingly. Superheroes had a place even in Hollywood where quality products were everywhere. In the past, their status was even higher. However, in recent years, the industry had hit a bottleneck and it was difficult to recreate its former glory. Then why don't you gather all the superheroes together and film an epic masterpiece? Or you can think of it this way. Let the superheroes form an alliance and fight monsters together to level up. Who knows, there might even be sparks of love between them. For example, the Panther Girl under your company. I'm looking forward to Vitra conquering her. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Gather all the heroes together? Brandon felt something called inspiration explode in his mind, but he still had many doubts. In that case, who is the main character? Everyone is the main character. There is no need to divide them into primary and secondary characters, Xianxia said. But this will increase the difficulty of filming. Davis frowned. For a superhero alone, the main character was obvious. The camera just had to focus on him. Once multiple heroes appeared, everyone would be the main character. Then, how would it be more reasonable to divide the shots? There would be a lot of unnecessary scenes during this period. This will depend on the scriptwriter's ability. Xianxia analyzed. For example, in the movie you are filming this time, if multiple superheroes gather to fight a boss, you just have to change the god assisting the main character to a superhero. Then, you can share some scenes with them. Wouldn't that be no problem? His words made the two of them fall into deep thought. While fixed routines brought benefits, they would also solidify people's thinking. Xianxia had seen the routines of the other world. He could easily use their strengths to make up for his weaknesses. In the world he was in, the superhero's power system was more rigorous. This was an advantage, but it also made it difficult to integrate. A weak hero would still be a weakling if he mixed in with a powerful hero. To solve this problem, a wave of brain cells had to be killed. However, Xianxia didn't have to burn his brain. It's a bold idea. Maybe we can give it a try. Davis smiled. But it's inevitable that we'll have to take some risks. There's no need to take risks. Xianxia said, superheroes have their own fans. When two or more superheroes meet in a movie and achieve a certain goal as teammates, what do you think the audience will do when they hear this gimmick? It was not rejection, but excitement, agitation, and anticipation. Famous superheroes have fixed fan groups, so the so-called risk is minimal. It's even safer and more convenient than creating a new hero. So far, you have more than 10 superheroes under your banner, and as many as 5 or 6 popular heroes. Why don't you try making a series like League of Superheroes? Scattered heroes not interfering with each other was a great waste. Although there was an obvious difference in strength between heroes, every hero had their own characteristics. A reasonable arrangement of the hero's abilities could make the plot rich and interesting. Some fans like this hero and hate that hero. When they watch a movie, they would choose to watch the hero they like. If all the heroes were gathered, wouldn't this be a movie that would explode at the box office? Have you thought about this problem? The air suddenly froze. Brandon and Davis looked at each other. In the past few years, superhero movies have started to go downhill. No matter how effective a formula is, the human brain will have aesthetic fatigue. Under the same formula, you need to keep changing skins, but your skins are just creating heroes. In our country, there's a game that makes money by selling skins. The same character keeps creating new skins, and the daily turnover can reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Only by constantly changing skins can the audience's desire to consume. The image of a superhero is the source of consumption, and you have been profiting by selling the same skin. Brandon muttered words like hero and league in a low voice. Davis, on the other hand, was imagining the possibility of a few heroes gathering in one place. With his rich experience as a director, although he had never tried it, it was not impossible. His understanding of the market and the audience's psychology told him that Xianxia's words were not without reason. The appeal of a hero and the appeal of a few heroes could not be mentioned in the same breath. I like superhero movies very much. After I became a screenwriter, I fantasized that if all the heroes were gathered together, it would be very exciting. So, I tried to write a screenplay. Xianxia bragged without restraint. Brandon was energized. The American man could not help but raise his voice. You've written a script before, can you show it to me? Oh, if you're willing, I'll buy your script in my own name. Xianxia shook his head. It's just a spontaneous creation. It's not a complete script. But since you're interested, we can talk more during the filming. Dinner lasted until 8:30 p.m. After eating and drinking to their fill, their sleepiness subsided. After bidding farewell to Brandon and Davis, both of them seemed to have a lot on their minds. They spent most of their time thinking. Qin Baobao held her brother's hand as they strolled along the Walk of Fame. From the American guide, he learned that the security in downtown Los Angeles was not good. It was best not to go out at night. However, Hollywood was quite safe. It was just that the streets were filled with people in strange costumes. If it was the peak season, it would be even livelier here. After all, it was the center of the world's film industry. There were many cosplayers. Is your idea reliable? His sister's face was still red from the alcohol. She looked charming under the light. Xianxia lowered his head. He saw the light reflected in her eyes like stars. Her black and thick eyelashes were like dark clouds under the moonlight. He said, "Of course it's reliable. It's worth tens of millions." "You're bluffing." "It's true." "So you're giving it to them for free?" Qin Baobao puffed her cheeks. "Even if I don't say it, they will definitely think of it in the future. Unless I want to make a movie in Hollywood and be a boss. But it's not realistic whether it's time or manpower." Xianxia said, "Also, just take it as a favor. Otherwise, you won't pass the audition and be eliminated." Qin Baobao was not convinced. She raised her face. "Are you questioning my acting skills?" Xianxia said, "Come on. You can play the role of a sister and a younger brother well. Are you sure you can handle the other roles?" As soon as he said this, the sister and brother both turned their heads away awkwardly and temporarily stopped talking. Xianxia slapped himself twice in his heart. Why was the role of a sister and a younger brother so good? He should know in his heart why it was so good. Please don't say it out loud. Qin Baobao was not like him who could use skill books. She was not a professional and had not been in the film and television industry for a long time. It was not wrong to say that she was the worst movie queen. My sister's water is my water. I have to help her cover it well. Even if there was no dinner tonight, Xianxia would still find a chance to talk to the director and give his sister a heads up for the audition. There were many attractions in Hollywood that were worth visiting, but after Qin Baobao landed, she only rested for a short while in the car. She was not in a good state of mind, so she contacted the driver and planned to go back to the hotel to rest. At this time, there were a few greetings from the side of the road. Xianxia and his sister turned to look. It was a group of young people dressed in hip-hop style. They gathered on the side of the road and were smoking. They might have even been drinking. Because it was dinner time, they looked at Qin Baobao with lust and impulse. "Foreign girl, do you want to play with us?" A black man whistled at Qin Baobao. He probably thought that Xianxia and the others were foreign tourists. "Is that your boyfriend? You can play with us. We have fans," he added. "This girl has a good figure and a beautiful face. It will be fun to play with her." The young people roared with laughter. Qin Baobao had never heard such bold and wanton humiliation in real life. She frowned and pulled Qinzhe away. Qinzhe did not move. He looked at them carefully, focusing on their waists. He did not see any hidden guns. The black man in sneakers, slacks, and a white unlined shirt felt that there was a chance. He walked over and said, "We have fans. Bring your girlfriend to play with us." Qinzhe stared at him. "Do you have guns?" The black man, "No." Qinzhe nodded. "Oh." Then he raised his voice and greeted all the women in the family in fluent English. F***K your mother. It felt so good to curse foreigners in Chinglish. And your mother and grandma's bitch was also very good. He wanted to show them the horror of Chinglish. Your son has no D***K, he did not know how to translate it for the time being. There was no D***K in English. There was one in Steel Gate, but they probably did not think it was a curse. The young people could understand the words, but the grammatical combination made them a little confused. Everyone was speaking English. Why were they different? But at least they could understand that it was a curse. Especially Qin Baobao, who kept repeating the words bitch and F***K. Every time Qinzhe cursed, she would repeat bitch or F***K. After cursing, Qinzhe pulled his sister and was about to leave. But after thinking about it, he felt that he had to do something since they were out. So he turned his head and cursed, "Baka." Then he signaled his sister with his eyes. Qin Baobao understood tacitly and scolded as well. "If we were in China, I would definitely beat them up until their mothers couldn't recognize them," Qinzhe said. "They won't shoot us from behind, right?" Qin Baobao was a little scared and kept looking back. "It's okay. I saw that they didn't bring guns," Qinzhe said. If they chased after them, Qinzhe would teach them a lesson. But those guys just stood there and cursed. It was obvious that not every American would pull out a gun and shoot at them. Qinzhe had seen a video online before. 2 American girls were fighting on the side of the road. As they fought, they pulled out their guns and continued to fight. Were they not afraid that they would accidentally fire? How bold. Because of some intentional propaganda online, Qinzhe, like most netizens, was very wary of America, which did not ban guns. After all, no matter how good one's martial arts were, one would still be afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone bullets. If someone pulled out a small pistol from their pants and aimed it at you, even 10 Qinzhe would be dead if they were not close to him. Moreover, there was a Baobao following him. It was inevitable that the siblings would be a little nervous. Qin Baobao felt that it would be safer to bring a group of people with them when they went out to play in the future. Actually, bringing a group of people with them could avoid such situations. But this pair of pretentious siblings liked to pretend to be a couple in other places. It was inconvenient to bring people with them. At 9 o'clock the next day, Qinzhe and her sister arrived at Huanhai Film and Television as promised. They brought 2 assistants, 3 security guards, and 2 legal staff. Davis arranged for an assistant to greet them at the entrance of the company. It was a blonde woman with blue eyes. It was hard to tell her age. Foreign girls were already charming when they just entered puberty, but Chinese girls looked like country bumpkins when they were 12 or 13. Because of this, they aged very quickly. She might be in her 30s, but it wouldn't be strange to say that she was in her 40s. The female assistant led them to a lounge and smiled politely. "The director is having an audition. Please rest here." Everyone had a cup of coffee. Qin Baobao took a sip. The bitter taste made her frown. It was pure coffee with a little sugar and no milk. She preferred soft drinks like Starbucks. "Do you mind if we go take a look?" The assistant walked to the door, and her sister stopped her. "Sure." The female assistant nodded and made an inviting gesture at the door. The location of the audition was in China. Most of the auditions were done in a quiet room. Other than the actors and directors, there weren't many other people. But sometimes, in order to test the actor's mentality, they would deliberately let the audience watch. The 2 followed the assistant to a large lounge. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, they saw an actress auditioning. Davis sat beside her and carefully studied the expression on her face. There were a lot of people outside. They didn't know if they were the crew members or artists who were also auditioning. The female assistant said that there was an audition inside. Please wait a moment before entering. I'm auditioning here too, right? Qin Baobao asked. Yes. About 20 minutes later, the audition inside was over. The female assistant opened the door and whispered something to Davis. Davis stood up happily and went out to greet them. The two Chinese people didn't look like ordinary people to make the director act so warmly. The people around them looked curiously. Brittany, who are they? Someone asked the female assistant who stepped out. Chinese stars, the female assistant said. They're very famous in China. Are they the Chinese stars invited by the crew? They're very beautiful. There was a lot of discussion. The aesthetics of foreigners were slightly different from that of Chinese, but they were mostly the same, with only slight differences. It was impossible for an ugly woman to be worshipped as a goddess in a foreign country. A woman with a delicate face and a voluptuous figure would be a beauty wherever she went. Even in China, aesthetic standards were different. For example, how can one conquer the world if one's chest is not big, and how can one gather people's hearts if one's breasts are not big enough? Davis handed the script to Qin Baobao. This is a new script. Some details have been changed. How many days will it take? He gave Qin Baobao the greatest respect and preferential treatment and took the initiative to ask her how many days she needed to read the script. I think we can try it now, Qin Baobao said. When they contacted Tian Feng in the US, there was already a first draft of the script. It was not much different from the current script. Qin Baobao had read it before, so it was not a problem for her to choose an unmodified part of the script for the audition. Thus, Davis chose a part where the goddess appeared. She came to New York to find the protagonist and told him that the evil gods were about to destroy the world. As an American citizen of the world police who had inherited the power of God, he had to work with her to reseal the evil gods. However, Davis stopped the 2-minute scene 3 times. Her expression lacks dignity. Can you be more relaxed? You're obviously not a suitable mating partner. She was too serious when she said that. Don't keep a straight face. Relax, but show the seriousness of a goddess. This was a little awkward. Qin Baobao looked at her brother. It was normal for foreign movies to have dirty jokes from time to time. However, if you said that in China, the scene would definitely be cut. Qin Baobao was not used to such lines. Then, Davis probably had OCD. He could not be too serious or too relaxed. It had to be just right. Are your acting skills good? Yeah. You're stuck in a small scene so many times. Isn't it normal for Chinese stars to have no acting skills? Why do you say that? The Chinese audience always criticizes their entertainment artists for having no acting skills. But it's true. Outside the door, the guys who wanted to join in the fun chattered and talked. No matter how good the best actor or actress, it was normal for them to be stuck in the imagination during the filming process. However, in terms of the audition, if it was a special invitation and Qin Zhe's face, her audition would undoubtedly fail. Qin Baobao frowned. One more time. Qin Zhe waved his hand. Let's take a 5-minute break. Director, give me a lounge. It doesn't have to be too big. I'll talk to her. If possible, give me the script. Davis asked the female assistant to take the two to a small conference room. After the female assistant left, Qin Zhe noticed that his sister did not pretend to be pitiful. Instead, she was frowning and deep in thought. This meant that she was in a serious state. Every time an elder sister whimpered, it was all just an act. There were only the two of them in the small conference room. The shooting style here is different from that in China, right? Qin Zhe started the topic. Qin Baobao ignored him. She rubbed her face and said to herself, the emotions are not enough. The facial expressions are not handled well enough. Then, the lines are a bit embarrassing. It means that your self-cultivation as an actor is not good enough, Qin Zhe said. An excellent actor should be able to control any role. There was also psychological knowledge in this, psychological suggestion. She could be as reserved and arrogant as a goddess, but also as coquettish as a slut. She could be as dignified as a successful man, but also like a loser. She could kneel down and suck up to all kinds of rich men. Xianxia could do it. Obviously, his sister could not do it. Why don't we act together? I'll be the male lead and act together with you. I'll give you pointers while I'm at it, Xianxia said. The words, give you pointers, made Qin Baobao feel that her sister's dignity was gone. She wrinkled her nose unhappily and said in a sweet voice, okay. During the rehearsal process, Xianxia corrected a few of his sister's mistakes. When a goddess appeared, she must be dignified and solemn. This kind of combination with special effects was the real goddess style. During the communication process, the facial expression did not need to be too serious. Qin Baobao's acting skills were good, but the analysis of the role was still a bit lacking. You came from the east. Back then, you joined forces with the gods to seal the evil god? A curious face. Yes. A serious face. I almost thought that you were a little girl who liked to play cosplay. The kind that doesn't even have a boyfriend. A teasing face. You look like a suitable mating partner. A serious face. That's very good. Let's go back. Xianxia, who had been observing his sister's facial expressions, gave her a high five. He had neglected the lines, so when he went out, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. When they returned to the audition location, Xianxia suggested that he act together with his sister. Of course, Davis did not have any objections. However, time was a little tight. His task today was to complete the audition for the few remaining roles. Qin Baobao had delayed him for too long. This time, his sister performed very well. Her facial expressions were handled very well. Davis was extremely satisfied. Until the last part of the lines, Brandon, who was beside him, felt that something was wrong. He looked at the script and quickly stopped it. The lines are wrong. What's wrong? Davis asked in surprise. The correct line is you're obviously not a suitable partner. She read it wrong, Brandon said. Davis held his chin and thought, but even if it's wrong, it feels good. Brandon said. That seems to be the case. If he had not written the script, he almost could not tell that she had read the wrong lines. What was with this feeling that there was no sense of wrongness? Why don't we change it? I think it's not bad, Davis said. No, no, no. The goddess I portray is majestic. Although the lines are not wrong, it doesn't match the character, Brandon said unhappily. Xianxia looked at his sister speechlessly. The latter stuck out her tongue. I accidentally read it wrong. The filming of the movie started a week later. Before that, the crew had made sufficient preparations. After settling the supporting roles, they immediately started filming. During the filming process, Xianxia and Qin Baobao followed the crew almost the entire time. This was supposed to be the patent of the protagonist. The trouble with Qin Baobao's character was that although she did not have as many scenes as the protagonist, she was scattered throughout the entire plot. Moreover, she was not in a fixed setting. One moment, she was in Los Angeles. Another moment, she was by the river. Another moment, she was in the ruins. Another moment, she was fighting with the big boss in the city center. This meant that she had to follow the crew to one scene after another. She could not be alone and finish filming in one go. In a piano club in Los Angeles, the muscular male protagonist was flirting with the female protagonist in the piano room. They sat side by side at the piano. The sun shone on the bright pianist, and a melodious tune floated in the air. This tune suddenly became popular on the internet last year. The original video of the tune seemed to be played by an amazing person overseas using a mobile app. The original version could not be found on any music app. After the tune became popular, someone tried to record it. It was quickly released on various major music websites. It was free. Charging for it would definitely not work. They would be sued. In fact, even if it was free, there was the risk of being sued. However, in more than a year, the composer seemed to have disappeared. There was no news from China. It was even more so overseas. The exchange of information between countries was already blocked. The piano tune suddenly became an item without an owner. There were all kinds of English versions. The most commonly accepted name was to baby. It was said that the Chinese version was like this. Okay. Davis signaled for this part to pass. The camera that was holding the camera around the male protagonist and his girlfriend to take a close-up shot straightened his back and thumped his waist. The silent and focused working environment suddenly relaxed. The crew members relaxed and communicated with each other. The next part of the plot was still in the piano room. The building was about to collapse. The followers of the evil god were wreaking havoc in the city. The Eastern goddess would appear to kill the followers and fight side by side with the protagonist. Therefore, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe also followed. Director, I have something to say. Qin Zhe raised his hand to Davis, indicating that he had something to say. What's the matter? Davis asked, putting aside what he was doing. In the past week or so, Davis and Brandon often got together with Qin Zhe to talk about the feasibility of a superhero party and formed a good friendship. Qin Zhe could call Davis by his first name instead of his last name, and Brandon even humbly asked for advice in front of him. Did you buy the copyright to that piano piece just now? Qin Zhe asked. Copyright? Davis was confused for a moment and said, if we need to pay copyright fees, of course we did. As the director in charge of the crew, he could not do everything himself. He had never liked piano music and had not even heard the piece just now. That was the job of the music director. In the past, if there was a scene of a piano piece, the crew would basically choose some classic piano pieces. What was a classic? It was the kind that had been passed down for hundreds of years. There was no copyright for this kind of piano piece. Why was the country so keen on remaking the 4 great classical novels over and over again? It was because there was no need to pay sky-high copyright fees. Moreover, the theme was well-known, suitable for all ages, and had its own IP. It was not until the 4 great classical novels were changed again and again, the screenwriters ran out of ideas, and the audience got tired of it that the craze for remaking the 4 great classical novels gradually subsided. No, you didn't buy it. This piece came from China, right? The composer is not in the circle, has never won an award, and is not active in the piano world. The Chinese are not interested in piano music and just play it when they want to show off. This piece is almost impossible to hear in China now. So even if you want to buy it, you probably won't be able to find anyone, Qin Zhe said. Davis was stunned and immediately got someone to find the music director, a man with black hair and brown eyes, and instant noodle hair. Ada, did we buy the copyright to that piano piece just now? Davis asked. No. Ada shook her head. You can't use it without copyright. Don't you know the rules? Davis raised his eyebrows. This doesn't need copyright. The original video is just a phone recording. It's for entertainment, and the original author is unknown. Ada shrugged. It's even possible that the copyright hasn't been registered. Someone in the same industry has used it a long time ago, and nothing happened. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used it. Adeline played this song in her concert before. It's absolutely safe. Davis was relieved when he heard that. He smiled and said, Qin, don't worry. It'll be fine. I didn't know that my songs were so popular overseas. Qin Zhe smiled. Actually, this song is copyrighted. If you use it without permission, you will definitely be sued. Ada frowned. How did you know? Qin Zhe said, because the original creator is me. Seizing the opportunity, he fiercely acted tough. It was a pity that the system did not give him a mission. You? Davis and Ada looked at each other. Davis tried hard to recall the information about Qin Zhe that he had asked someone to check after returning home that night. There did not seem to be a pianist in it. This song was actually composed by him? It was created by him, and it's called to Qin Bao Bao in Chinese. My name is Qin Bao. The elder sister watched the drama from the side for a long time and cooperated with her younger brother to make a speech. To Baby was composed by you? The actress who played the protagonist's girlfriend exclaimed. She looked very excited. It's to Qin Bao, not to Baby, Qin Bao corrected. It was normal for there to be a deviation in the translation. After all, Chinese was broad and profound, and one word had many meanings. Davis deliberately asked someone to find the original version online. He checked the Chinese name and compared it with Qin Baobao's name. Although he did not speak Chinese, he could still recognize the exact same Chinese characters. He found that Xianxia was right. After repeated confirmation, Davis accepted the fact that Xianxia was the original creator. This attracted the attention and discussion of many crew members. There was no lack of surprise, such as the female star. "Hello, I like this piano piece very much." The female star sat on the side and chatted with Xianxia with a smile. "I can see that." Xianxia smiled. During the filming, she really played this piano piece. It was obvious that she had practiced hard. "You can call me Elizabeth," she said. Xianxia was stunned and looked at her carefully. Her facial features were very delicate. She had wheat-colored skin, foreigners liked this kind of skin. There were no freckles on her face. Her dark blue eyes were bright. When she smiled, there was a unique charm of a Western woman. "I've heard a lot about you." Xianxia could not help but sigh in Chinese. "Elizabeth, in a Western-style web novel, you and Victoria are known as the two women that the male protagonist must fuck." "What?" Elizabeth was confused. "Nesbit Loach," Xianxia said, using the English vocabulary of the second year of middle school. "Rice rabbit." Elizabeth smiled sweetly. In order to pay tribute to the heroine of the Western fantasy, Xianxia was invited by her to play the piano piece on the spot. The surrounding crew members applauded. Director Davis was also completely convinced that he was the original creator. In the end, the copyright was sold for $3,000. This kind of copyright was originally not expensive. The reason why Ada chose it was to please the audience because it was very popular. But in fact, it did not matter if it was another piano piece. Xianxia thought of it as making some extra money to buy lace underwear for his sister. He also called the legal department and prepared to pursue the copyright infringement of the movie. It was Davis who suggested it. The reason was very simple. He paid for the copyright, so why didn't others pay for it? At dusk, today's filming was completed. When they were returning to the hotel by car, Qin Baobao suddenly twisted Xianxia's ear. "That Elizabeth seems to have a lot of feelings for you. Foreign women are quite open." "Xianxia, don't worry. Even if she thinks it through, I won't. After all, she's a woman with a zero." Qin Baobao let go of her brother's ear and blinked. "Zero? Liar. I actually think she's very beautiful and charming." Xianxia looked sincere. "It's really a zero. How many points did you get?" 9 points. Qin Baobao unconsciously smiled and said, "Humph, what about Wang Zijin?" "Bar spirit," Xianxia said angrily, 10 points. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. 10 points? Why does she get 10 points and I get 9 points? I'm obviously more beautiful than her. Is Wang Zijin so perfect in your eyes? Different from teasing Elizabeth just now, his sister's expression was much more serious and jealous. No, so you also got 10 points. Fight. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and pinched her brother's face. Xianxia blocked and dodged. The bar spirit sister stubbornly wanted to pinch his face. She was very angry. That pair of slender and fair hands had quite a bit of strength. It hurts. Can't you tell I'm kidding? There's no such thing as a woman with 10 points. Sister is a little fairy with 9 points. Their 10 points are fake, but sister's 9 points are real. Xianxia coaxed. His sister was really insensible and asked why. Because she gave you 10 points, not 0. Giving you 9 points is already true love. It was boring to talk to people who didn't understand jokes. But fortunately, she didn't understand jokes. Qin Baobao snorted. No, I also want 10 points. Xianxia, in the evening, they found a specialty restaurant in Hollywood to eat and wear. Avoiding the tourist season, they didn't have to worry about encountering fans traveling abroad. The siblings behaved much more intimately. But they still had to be wary of the iron-headed paparazzi secretly observing them. After all, there was a precedent. One of Jia Baoyu's 3 wives relaxed after going abroad. She was intimate with her adulterer in public and was photographed by the paparazzi. We can't ignore the power of the paparazzi. The invisible eyes are the sharpest, this was what Lu Sun said. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xianxia was ready to go to bed. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. He didn't even have to think. The only one who came to knock on the door was his sister. The only person in the world who climbed into his brother's bed in the middle of the night was his cheap sister. Xianxia wore a pair of big pants and went to open the door. At the door stood a tall beauty, elegant and refined, with a smile on her mouth and eyes, mixed with longing and joy. "Sir, do you need service?" Suyu said. "Refuse the big sword, start with me." Xianxia said with a straight face. "Oh, you played with me. If you don't give me money, it's not a big sword." Suyu said. "That's good." Xianxia pulled Suyu into his arms, kicked the door with his foot, and kissed her for a long time. They kissed from the door to the bed. When he took off his pants, Xianxia asked, "Do you want to take a bath?" "I've taken a bath. I got a room next door." This was good, he could drive straight in. "You didn't even inform me when you came." "I came to check the room to see if you have a mistress in a golden house." Suyu endured the moisture of the rain and dew on the flower buds back and forth, and her eyes were like silk. "I miss you." Xianxia went 9 shallow and 1 deep, and waited for 10 times before he finished. He was both passionate and slow, and also looked down and looked in. Suyu's face changed and her voice trembled. Every time she breathed, her black hair spread like flowers. After finishing at 11 o'clock, Suyu was exhausted and drowsy. She was about to fall asleep. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door came again. It was very light and very sneaky. The voice outside the door was also sneaky. "Little red man, are you asleep?" Suyu's whole body trembled, and her sleepiness disappeared. "Xianxia, degree, I'm so scared that the eel is soft." When Xianxia heard his sister's low voice outside the door, an indescribable panic welled up in his heart. This was not the embarrassment of being caught by his sister having sex with a woman, but the panic of being caught red-handed by his wife. Although it was absurd, this was the kind of feeling he had. This scene seemed to have a strong sense of déjà vu. It seemed that he had experienced it many times. This kind of clandestine love was definitely not the first time that he was almost caught. If he was not careful, he felt that he had gone further and further on the path of a scumbag. First, he calmed down. He was the Hei's king who was used to big scenes and would not be disturbed by the small problems in front of him. "Qin Baobao is here." Suyu sat up suddenly and did not forget to hug the quilt to cover the spring scenery on her chest. "Well, my sister is outside, keep your voice down," Xianxia whispered. The bedside lamp shone on Suyu's back, which was as gentle as jade, beautiful back curve, tight and narrow waist arc, and half of a perfectly shaped buttocks. "Yes, your sister is here." Suyu suddenly realized and lay back on the bed. Sleep, sleep. Why am I panicking? It's just Qin Baobao, not Wang Zijin. She is my sister, not my girlfriend. In this case, there will be no quarrel. Even if she comes in, at most, it will be awkward. There is nothing to be afraid of. If she dares to make a move, I will hold my belly and say, "Come on, I have your baby in my belly." If you dare to make a move, see if A's and Uncle Qin will tear you apart. Xianxia, at the door, his sister was still knocking on the door. She knocked twice and shouted, "Little red brother," and then waited for a long time. When she saw that there was no sound inside, she knocked twice and shouted again. Xianxia was as calm as an old dog on the surface, and his heart was as calm as an old dog. He just pretended to be asleep. A few minutes later, there was no movement at the door, and then his mobile phone rang. Xianxia pretended to be awakened from a dream and took a long time to answer, groaning. "Qin Baobao, what's the matter? Disturbing my sleep at night." "It's a dream." Suyu, who was half asleep and half awake, corrected. Xianxia covered the bottom of the phone and said angrily, "Shut up, then you're the dream maker of ***** crabs." Suyu reluctantly twisted her body in his arms and continued to sleep. Letting go of the microphone, Xianxia said, "Ah? What did you just say?" Qin Baobao said angrily, open the door. Sister wants to come in. Qin Zai played dumb. Then you sing Little Bunny Be Good. Helpless, Qin Baobao could only clear her throat and gently sing a nursery rhyme. She did not reply for a long time. Hey, are you listening? She heard a soft snore. Outside the door, Qin Baobao, who was wearing silk pajamas, was so angry that he stamped his feet and muttered, damn pig head, serves you right that you can't find a girlfriend. She angrily swiped the card to open the door and went back to her room to sleep. It's rare to go to a foreign country. Qin Baobao can't wait to roll on the same bed with her brother every day. Today, she read the script late. When she came to knock on the door, she found that her brother had already fallen asleep. After confirming that his sister had returned to her room, Qin Zai breathed a sigh of relief. She finally left. Why did she look for you in the middle of the night? Suyu asked in a vague tone. Not asleep yet? Waiting for you. She wrapped her arms around Qin Zai's neck. Sister asked me to talk about the script. Qin Zai said. Talking about the script in the middle of the night, your brain is damaged. You don't understand. It's popular in the entertainment circle now. Qin Zai turned off the light and hugged Suyu in the bed. The room fell into darkness. Suyu listened to his calm breathing. Do you think I will be pregnant? Let's leave it to fate. It must be your reason. Have you gone to the hospital for a physical examination? Don't say that your goods are not good. We are all sharpshooters. Every bullet to kill a teammate? If I don't go for a physical examination, my chrysanthemum can't be handed over to the doctor's fingers. Qin Zai said, besides, I've checked. Pregnancy really can't be rushed. A project of more than 1 billion yuan is not something that can be easily negotiated. Many newlyweds are pregnant the next year. It can be seen that it is not realistic to have a child in one go. If the hit rate is so high, the infertility hospital should go out of business. Moreover, how could there be a problem with his body? Unless my system is a fake product. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you to see your classmates. Qin Zai apologized. It's okay. Anyway, my sister is not important. I'm just a shady mistress. Do you have to say such words to stab my heart? Sister Man said that the emperor can't block the mouths of the concubines, so he has to give them a place to vent their anger. Although you can block my mouth, you can't block my heart. It's so difficult. Even if I'm 18 centimeters tall, I can't stab your heart. So you told him a lot of things that happened in the past few days. She went to see her schoolmate when she studied in the United States, not her roommate. Suyu is a young lady. She can't stand such a low thing as living on campus. Listening to her, the classmate is a very good and gentle American girl. She gave Suyu a lot of warmth and comfort in a lonely foreign country. If she is a man, Qin Zai may not have anything to do with her. Suyu has no more than 10 good friends in the United States, and there is only one who can talk to her. Under the shell of being good at business communication, there is a lonely and self-abased girl. This is Suyu. At 6 o'clock the next day, Suyu squinted and went back to her room. She slept until 9 o'clock and got up for breakfast. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, Qin Baobao looked at Suyu drinking milk and eating bacon. He was dissatisfied and asked, "Have you booked a ticket?" "No." "Why don't you book it?" Qin Baobao warmly said, "I'll ask someone to book it for you. You can transfer the ticket money to me through WeChat." "No, I plan to go back with you." Suyu was calm. And complained, "People with tens of billions of assets are so stingy. You're already richer than me, okay? Working yourself to death in the financial industry isn't as good as going on stage to sing and show off." After a few seconds of silence, Qin Baobao said with a black face, "Go back when you finish your work. Don't work anymore. Suyu, the company has been on the regular. The boss can go on a business trip for 10 days or half a month. I haven't seen how Hollywood makes movies. I have to see it, right, Qin Zai?" Qin Zai was good. Facing the eyes of his sister and Suyu, he didn't know how to answer. After lunch, they came to the shooting site, one of the studios of Huanhai Entertainment, and they will spend the next few days here. Generally, when the studio is used, it is the special effects part of the movie. The actors shoot against a blue background, and the special effects are added later to create an earth-shattering scene. The theme of this movie is biased towards mythology, so it can't be like those mutant heroes, who attack by shouting and fight by brute force. There has to be a bit of martial arts, so the crew invited a martial arts director. The most popular martial arts director these days is China, because purely in terms of visual effects, China's martial arts movements are the most gorgeous and pleasing to the eye. The martial arts director of the crew is an American Chinese, called Xianxia, English name, Kong Nai. Claiming to be a fan of Xianxia, he said that when he browsed the domestic website, he knew that Xianxia was very good at fighting and wanted to fight with him. Xianxia declined. I wanted to give myself a special name, such as Washington or George, but my girlfriend didn't agree. She thought that my starting point was to ridicule the great man in history. Yu Yongxing said when he was chatting with Xianxia. She is an American. Yes, because she likes China's martial arts, so we met. Are you free tonight, Miss Qinbao? If you don't mind, I'll invite you to dinner. A burly and muscular man invited her while wiping his sweat. Qinbao sat on a soft chair, looked up, and smiled politely. No, I have something to do tonight. What a disappointing answer. He shrugged. You Chinese people don't like to socialize. We Chinese people don't like to socialize with people we don't like. Suyu was beside him, fanning the flames in fluent English. The muscular man glanced at her, then turned and left. His name is Martinez, the second male lead who plays the number one villain. It is said that he is a very famous actor in Hollywood. Qin Baobao is even familiar with him because she has seen his movies, but it is the first time she knows his name. The first time he saw Qin Baobao on the set, Martinez noticed that this woman's appearance and figure were first class. The temptation of exotic customs also applies to foreigners. He has several experiences of friendly exchanges with female stars from other countries. Martinez has asked Qin Baobao out several times, but unfortunately, he has been rejected every time. This female artist is very different from the Chinese actresses he has worked with before. Her smile is always polite, but it is definitely not flattering or enthusiastic. Just this point alone, the other female stars can't compare with her. As for the women around him, Martinez doesn't like them. Their breasts are average, and their butts are not big enough. For the Americans who like plump bodies, the rating is 50% off. That guy wants to ask you out, Suyu said. It's none of your business. Qin Baobao didn't give her a good face. He has a good figure and is quite handsome. Why don't you agree? A hairy, half-evolved gorilla. Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. But he is very manly. Men with good figures are the best. Little fresh meat is effeminate. His skin is whiter than a woman's, and his arms are thinner than a woman's. Marrying that kind of man is like marrying a sister. Suyu commented. Then why don't you marry a foreigner? Then you don't have to go back to China. I'll be happy if you don't go back to China. TSK, Suyu thought for a while. I don't like the environment of the United States very much. I came to the United States to see what kind of country it is. My mother has lived here for more than 10 years without going back. And I don't like American men because he took my mother away. Then you still say that men with good figures are the best. Suyu smiled but didn't say anything. She thought, isn't your brother? Little Motor is great. Qin Baobao looked into the distance and said in a deep voice, I don't know if foreign men are good or not, but some people seem to think foreign women are good. Suyu heard this and looked over. She said in a deep voice, I think so too. Not far away, Qinzhe and Elizabeth were chatting with each other. Half of Elizabeth's body was pressed against his body. Really? Did you really earn 100 million in a month? Elizabeth's eyes were almost sparkling. 100 million in a month was a big challenge even for a celebrity who had been famous for a long time. Not to mention starting from nothing. Of course. I'm a famous stock god in China. 100 million is just a small target. It's the start of my grand career. It's easy. Qinzhe put a cigarette in his mouth. The big-breasted foreign girl immediately lit it for him and urged, what happened after that? Then, I founded my own financial company. A year later, I became one of the top financial tycoons in Shanghai. Then, I invested in the entertainment industry. Xianxia's bragging got louder and louder. Maybe it wasn't bragging, but when you put all those incredible achievements together, it made people feel that he was exaggerating and ridiculous. However, Elizabeth knew a little about it. After meeting the composer of her favorite piano piece in the piano room, she went back and checked Xianxia's resume. She especially looked for China news and reported it to her. Elizabeth was shocked after hearing it. She thought that there was actually such a perfect man in the world. Therefore, she liked to chat with Xianxia on the set and listen to his legendary experience. If it was in China, Xianxia would be humble. After all, everyone knew about his achievements. If he repeated it, it would be easy for people to think that he was bragging. However, the Americans across the Pacific Ocean did not know about his legend. He was also happy to let the Americans know about his legend. Moreover, Elizabeth was close to him. When they talked, she would hug his arm. After all, she was a famous female celebrity. She did not care about the rumors at all. Although as a scumbag, he had given up on testing the limits of the beautiful girls in America. However, it was not too much to use his arm to experience the size of their breasts. After a few days of observation, the breasts of the beautiful girls in America were indeed higher than in China. Due to their high-calorie diet and fitness habits, they were generally 19. Xianxia was most famous in China. The topic that could not be avoided was the fast shooter. There were many fast shooters, but there was only one fast shooter in the music industry. Then, do you know how to write English songs? Elizabeth blinked her eyes curiously. She had a pair of dark blue pupils and wore false eyelashes. They were especially charming as they fluttered. Whether a woman was beautiful or not, one would first look at her eyes, then her skin, and then her facial features. Xianxia had seen countless beauties, but in terms of whose eyes were the most outstanding, he had only seen his sisters. They were like autumn waves, moist and bright. Especially when there was a trace of shyness in them, they were extremely alluring. Suyu, Wang Zijin, Nan Manpei, and the female artists under the company were all unparalleled. Putting aside these well-deserved beauties, European and American women had deep eyes and were generally better looking. Of course. Xianxia thought to himself, isn't it just a matter of my 30 points? Then can you write one for me? Of course, but the songs I write are very expensive. Don't look for me if you don't have a few $1,000,000. Then I want to listen before I buy. Xianxia agreed just like that. After a while, he suddenly realized that the system did not seem to have given him a mission. So, Zhe King suddenly understood. Although he often fantasized about letting the flower girls of the United States experience the stick technique of Chinese men, in fact, deep down in his heart, he did not really want to do anything with them. When you don't even have the desire to show off in front of a woman, it means that you don't have any feelings for her. In fact, men who show off in front of women rarely succeed. The reason is only 4 words: show one slight skill in front of an expert. Unless it's particularly realistic. Realistic, on the other side, Qin Baobao, who didn't have any scenes for the time being but was wearing a China-style uniform, had a script in her hand and had a rare common topic with Suyu. In the women's chat, cosmetics, luxury goods, and men were inevitably not absent, just as men always liked to talk about games, women, and housing and car loans. There were many handsome men in the crew, including artistic men with mustaches and ponytails, muscular men with strong bodies, and young fresh meat with a high nose bridge. Although they didn't like foreign men, it didn't prevent them from commenting. There are so many handsome foreign men, don't you want to date? Qin Baobao crazily encouraged. Out of a woman's intuition, she was almost sure that Suyu was a potential threat, so she desperately instilled the idea that foreign men were good. Maybe Suyu suddenly felt that it was quite reasonable and moved away her covetous eyes from her brother. She didn't know that Suyu and Xianxia had known each other for a long time. You're annoying. I said that we have different ideas. Suyu frowned slightly. Because foreigners are open? Qin Baobao asked. No, for example, foreigners are generally not very filial. After they grow up and form a new family, they usually don't think that their parents are family members. They will buy insurance, pensions, and social security for their partners and children, but not for their parents. I can't accept this alone. In terms of private morality, we Chinese are better. After that, she found that Qin Baobao was absent-minded. Suyu followed her gaze and secretly gritted her teeth. They're really chatting. Qin Baobao, yes, that woman can't wait to throw herself at him. Suyu's heart moved. If your brother marries a foreign woman, will your family agree? Qin Baobao immediately said, I don't agree. Suyu, of course you won't agree. You won't agree to marry anyone. The air was suddenly quiet. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at each other. Qin Baobao, damn, what does she know? Suyu, damn, this shameful brother complex is embarrassed. Was he so good at flirting with women before? Suyu both changed the topic and asked the doubts in her heart. Xianxia told her that he was very unlucky with women before, and he had never even held a woman's small hand, except for his sister and mother, so Suyu was his first woman. Women in love have no IQ, so Suyu believed it and was happy. Now she doubted it. He seemed to be popular with women everywhere, not only in China, but also abroad. He's not good at flirting. Qin Baobao curled her lips. Central air conditioning, which woman doesn't like it? He's not a central air conditioner, he's just very gentle. Suyu said. Qin Baobao said in her heart, damn, I'm 100% sure, you really covet my brother. Pull out the knife, Su Teddy. No, he's just a dead kid. In the past, no woman would be intimate with him except for my sister. He's not handsome, has no money, no talent, and likes to hit women. Qin Baobao sighed. But who knew that he would suddenly be enlightened? It was still better in the past. He was such a coward. The reason why I accompanied him out was to give him face, to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Suyu looked at her blankly. This woman didn't look in the mirror, so she couldn't see her gentle eyes, the raised corners of her mouth, and the gentle and sweet eyebrows. This is not the feeling that a sister should have. Wang Zijin was right, the brother complex was not normal. This woman was abnormal. Although they were very good sisters, the nature of women made Wang Zijin occasionally speak ill of Qin Baobao in front of Suyu, the enemy, just as Qin Baobao often slandered Wang Zijin in front of Xianxia. Qin, get ready, it's your turn. The director sat in his position and called from a distance. Okay. Qin Baobao responded. The next scene was a small episode of the contest between the evil god and the oriental goddess. The goddess played by Qin Baobao was not a match for the evil god and would be seriously injured. Then the protagonist came to save her. The two escaped from the hands of the evil god with difficulty. Then they met the helpers sent by Odin. The three of them developed wretchedly and accumulated strength to fight with the evil god. During the shooting process, Suyu watched with great interest. It was quite interesting to see Qin Baobao flipping around in the air with a wire and making all kinds of cool moves. Since it was a contest between gods, in order to ensure the quality of the movie, hard work was done in all aspects, including the moves. Qin Baobao was a dancer with a delicate body. It was a little difficult, but she could barely complete the task. However, Martinez, who was playing the villain, did not seem to be in the right state. Davis asked him to stop no less than 10 times, but the villain still could not meet the requirements. This exhausted Qin Baobao. Martial arts scenes were the most physically exhausting, and women were born weak. She was so tired that she was panting. Martinez, you're not in the right state today? Davis walked over with a frown. Director, why don't we get him a stunt double? Qin Baobao suggested as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. Martinez shook his head. Hollywood is different from China. We don't use stunt doubles even for martial arts scenes. Qin Baobao was speechless. She could not bring herself to say that she wanted to get a stunt double. Take a 10-minute break, Davis said. Qin Baobao went back to her seat with a straight face. That guy did it on purpose. Suyu was confused. What? He screwed up on purpose. A few days ago, he was showing off to me that he was a fan of martial arts. Moreover, he specializes in these kinds of fighting scenes. I'm sure that what you said just now made him unhappy, so he made things difficult for me, Qin Baobao said. What do you mean on purpose? Xianxia leaned over. Martinez, did you have a conflict with Qin? Martinez was stretching his limbs beside the green screen. He turned his head and saw that it was the male lead of the movie, John, who had spoken. She's just a China star. She's as arrogant as a British duchess. How annoying, Martinez said. If it was just a simple rejection, Martinez would not be so stingy as to make things difficult for Qin Baobao. However, his performance was too cold and self-righteous, especially when he said, "We China people don't like to socialize with people we don't like." It made Martinez feel like he was a weakling who had begged for a meal from a goddess but was ignored. It was very embarrassing. So you had said that sentence on purpose. Unsurprisingly, Qin Baobao was the scapegoat. You failed to hit on her? John was surprised. They had worked together more than once and had a good relationship. He knew that Martinez was a playboy who liked to have sex and liked to hook up with beautiful female stars. He also had the capital to do so. He was handsome and had a good figure. He had a place in Hollywood where many stars gathered. He was excellent in all aspects. China people are more conservative, John said. But women are easy to hit on. Martinez spoke from experience. Not everyone is like that. Focus on the movie. The director is about to get angry, John advised. I'm just looking for a director to change the fight scene to a fighting scene. Thailand can do it too. China's martial arts are useless except for looking good. The movements are difficult and tiring to film. Martinez took a deep breath, did 2 sets of chest exercises, and walked toward Davis. Americans' curiosity and yearning for China's kung fu were inextricably linked to a Chinese kung fu superstar. Many adults in the United States grew up watching his movies. When Davis was young, he especially liked to watch flashy and cool kung fu movies. Therefore, he rejected Martinez's suggestion without even thinking about it. You know, I'm an amateur martial arts expert. I can perform better if I switch to fighting moves. Martinez insisted. You don't mean others can. This is a film set, not a fighting ring. I only want flashy moves, not your martial arts. Davis ignored him. As a star with a high status in Hollywood, Martinez had the right and confidence to argue with the director. Both sides had their own opinions, which attracted the attention of the crew. However, they ignored the onlookers for fear of getting involved and being scolded badly. If you're not in the right state, you can use a stunt double, Davis suggested. It's not that I'm not in the right state. If I switch to fighting, I'll be in a better state, Martinez said. China's kung fu is famous for being flashy but not practical. Those flashy moves look ridiculous. It's also hard to learn. That was the main point. China's moves required a high degree of flexibility. Few foreigners with strong muscles could do it. China's kung fu is not flashy. The martial arts director was silently watching from the sidelines. Hearing Martinez's disdain for China's kung fu, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Yu Yongxing started practicing kung fu at the age of 10. He was now 35 years old. The word kung fu was branded in his life. Kung fu was not only his hobby, but also his profession. Just like how people who moved bricks hated being ridiculed on the internet every day. Isn't it? That's how people in your country describe it. Martinez turned his head and said to Yu Yongxing. That's the advantage of China's kung fu to strengthen the body, but that's not all, Yu Yongxing said. Are you trying to say you're good at fighting? Martinez glared at Yu Yongxing. This guy had nothing to do with him arguing with the director. He was already a little angry, and now he naturally transferred it to Yu Yongxing. Just so. I'm ranked 3rd in the world. Yu Yongxing shrugged his shoulders and prepared to leave. He couldn't afford to offend a superstar. But Martinez pushed Yu Yongxing angrily. Taking advantage of his height, he looked down at Yu Yongxing. Are you interested in a contest? Yu Yongxing did not nod and was pushed again. He took 2 steps back and shrugged. Okay. The crew moved the lights and equipment far away, and the two of them sparred under the green curtain. Martinez was an amateur fighting enthusiast, and Yu Yongxing was a martial arts director. Since he was a martial arts director, it was natural that he had practiced before. Some of them might not be able to fight anymore, but Yu Yongxing, who was in his prime, could. The director then asked someone to find a pair of boxing gloves. It really looked like a sparring match. The onlookers gathered around to watch. Qin Baobao and Suyu moved a small stool and pulled Qinzhe to eat melons together. Why are they fighting? Suyu asked Qinzhe. She saw that Qinzhe had come over a long time ago. The foreigner said that Chinese Kung Fu was a showy martial arts director. The martial arts director was not convinced, so they started sparring. Qinzhe did not comment on Martinez's arrogance. Oh, he dodged. Qin Baobao exclaimed in a low voice. On the other side, Yu Yongxing slid backward to avoid Martinez's uppercut and circled around him. Martinez attacked repeatedly. Occasionally, he would hit, but it was blocked. Most of the time, his attacks missed. Yu Yongxing was naturally weak in height and strength. The foreigner's muscles were very developed and explosive, but his endurance was not good. This was the same reason why people said on the internet that the muscles in the gym could not beat the muscles of the people who moved bricks. Why is he always dodging? Hit him, hit him. Qin Baobao whispered. While they were talking, Yu Yongxing seized the opportunity and sprinted. He bent close to Martinez and hugged his waist. At the same time, he tripped him and threw him to the ground. He raised his fist and punched him. Martinez wanted to fight back, but the experienced Yu Yongxing wrapped one arm around Martinez's neck and pulled back his head. The latter's fist could only hit his hard skull and back. His fist hit his opponent's face. Enough is enough, Davis shouted amidst the jeering of the onlookers. Yu Yongxing's blood suddenly froze. He felt a chill in his heart. He blocked his fist and looked up to see Davis's dissatisfied look. The displeasure in his opponent's eyes made Yu Yongxing's competitive spirit disappear. He was just a martial arts director. His opponent was a celebrity who was hired with money. They were born unequal. In the past, when celebrities acted like big shots in the crew, the director had to give in. Who did this martial arts director think he was? He thought too highly of himself. You said it was a friendly match, but you couldn't treat it as a fair one. You couldn't say, "Card League, let's have a fight." Although the director didn't agree to change it to martial arts, it didn't mean he was biased towards you and China's Kung Fu. Yu Yongxing knew that America was a country with a strong sense of race. The anger of being pushed twice and the competitive spirit that was aroused by the sparring quickly faded away. The man who was about to enter middle age with a family and a wife couldn't be stubborn even if he wanted to. Thus, he loosened his grip and said, "Just this." Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face by Martinez. Martinez, who was below him, seized the opportunity and pushed him away. He didn't give Yu Yongxing a chance to react. He sat on top of him and raised his fist to punch his face. "You want to stop after you hit me?" No way. Martinez thought that his opponent was exhausted, so he wanted to stop after he took advantage of him. "It's just beginning. Don't you Chinese always say that a fight lasts 300 rounds? Oh, you especially like to fight women. You're so useless," Martinez complained as he punched. Yu Yongxing didn't have time to explain that he had misunderstood the meaning of "a fight lasts 300 rounds. He covered his face with his fists in a professional posture. Ouch, the foreigner's fists hurt. The gloves hit his face, making muffled sounds. The onlookers were still cheering like spectators in a bull ring. They had no intention of stopping the fight. Maybe someone would stop Yu Yongxing if he begged for mercy and admitted defeat, but it was too difficult for a Chinese man who cared about his face and practiced Kung Fu. The onlookers were excited and happy about this turn of events because the winner was an American. Martinez is so strong. Even the martial arts director can't beat him. Because Chinese Kung Fu is the most beautiful gymnastics. It's weak in actual combat. I see. Look at him, he's not even fighting back. What a coward. He's too weak. He's short and skinny. Of course he can't beat him. Do you dare to fight back? I'll fire you later. Martinez was in the middle of the fight when he suddenly felt his fist being held. He looked up angrily. It was the Chinese celebrity's manager. "Hey, you've already won," Qinzhe said. "He lost." stop it. Go away. Martinez's anger did not subside. He forcefully shook off Xianxia's hand, and as he did so, he hit Xianxia's lower abdomen. He raised his fist and was about to hit again. His arm was held again. This time, before he could get angry, a huge force threw him out. Martinez rolled far away. The onlookers were in an uproar. If you want to continue the fight, I'll accompany you. Xianxia glanced at him and turned to help Xianxia up. With his insight, he could easily see through the trick. He couldn't comment on this man's helplessness and tolerance. But he had a deeper understanding of the saying, martial artists are like boorish men. If he knew he couldn't fight, he should have just admitted defeat. Why did he have to make himself so miserable? These days, the rich were the big shots. I lost. Xianxia got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His gums were bleeding, and his nose was bleeding. He looked miserable, but he wasn't injured. Martinez got up, spread his hands, and made a provocative gesture to Xianxia. Okay. This guy is strong, but his endurance is generally poor. It's a common problem of muscle men in the gym. Don't fight with him. Xianxia whispered, let him know that Chinese kung fu isn't just for show. I don't know Chinese kung fu, Xianxia thought. Go away. Xianxia patted Xianxia on the shoulder. Fortunately, I'm rich. Luckily, I'm rich, Xianxia looked at him and suddenly understood. So he nodded. Be careful. He was under someone else's roof, so he endured it. But Xianxia didn't need to. He didn't need to care about the American's feelings. Xianxia took off his gloves and handed them to Xianxia, but he shook his head and refused. Director, I want to spar with Martinez. Xianxia turned to spar with Davis. It wasn't just the Chinese who were enjoying the show. The Americans were surprised to see the fighting match again, and one of them was a celebrity, and the other was still a Chinese. Davis had a headache. It was nothing for a martial arts director to be beaten up. He was on Martinez's side. Xianxia was a celebrity with status and was specially invited. It would be bad for his reputation if he was beaten up. It would also be difficult for the crew, and it might even have a negative impact on the filming. No. Davis refused. That's it. Xianxia shrugged. Even if you refuse, the spar will continue. I think it's the same for him. Martinez grinned and stared at Xianxia. Fighting Xianxia was obviously more interesting than fighting a martial arts director because he was Qin Bao's agent. Martinez was happy to let that woman see his strength. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Qin Bao. He wasn't very satisfied with her reaction. That woman didn't seem worried, dissatisfied, or nervous at all. Instead, she was talking and laughing with another beautiful woman next to her. If his hearing was better, he would be able to hear the conversation between Qin Bao and Su Yu. How long can he last? 10 seconds. Wow, you underestimate my brother. Then 5 seconds it is. Qin Bao and Su Yu had seen Xianxia fight before. He could beat an adult man with just 2 slaps. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by slapping. If there was, slapping would be slapping. Aren't you going to stop your brother? Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. Qin Bao turned around. Elizabeth had appeared behind her without her knowing. Will you be sent back if you hit someone? Sparring should be fine. Qin Bao frowned. This American female celebrity seems to be very interested in my brother. They have only known each other for less than half a month, and she is already acting intimately with him. Humph, American women are so open and shameless. Qin Bao was confident in her looks, but she had always been proud of her breasts and buttocks. Now, she had lost her pride. Her opponent also had big breasts, and her buttocks were especially sexy. That's not what I meant. Elizabeth blinked and glanced at Xianxia. Martinez is very strong. Your brother is going to get beaten up later, even though he is quite muscular. After saying this, she found that Su Yu and Qin Bao's eyes suddenly sharpened. There was murderous intent in his eyes. F***ck, she even knows that my brother has muscles? Damn it, did that little B***tch secretly touch my husband? Elizabeth was vigilant and embarrassed. She walked away silently. Chinese women were eccentric and difficult to get along with. That's not fair. Martinez didn't rest. He doesn't need to rest. He doesn't look like he can fight. He didn't even wear boxing gloves. He's too amateur. Maybe he will be KO with one punch. That's so boring. The onlookers discussed animatedly, and laughter filled the air. Martinez stretched his neck, clenched his fists, and got into a fighting stance. He slowly approached Xianxia. Do you know Chinese Kung Fu? Xianxia shook his head. No. You don't even know how to fight. Don't cry later. Martinez sneered. Have you never been beaten up by Chinese people before? Xianxia said. But I know you will be beaten up by Americans. Martinez stood up and fiercely punched Xianxia's face. Xianxia didn't retreat. Instead, he moved faster and kicked Martinez's lower abdomen. As for the punch, he just tilted his head slightly and dodged it. In an instant, Martinez's 1.9-meter-tall body flew back 4 or 5 meters and fell to the ground. The onlookers were stunned. An ordinary person would stagger and fall after being kicked, but Martinez flew back 4 or 5 meters. It was painful to watch. This time, Martinez completely lost his ability to move. He curled up on the ground and covered his lower abdomen. His face was pale. Did he need martial arts for a simple kick? Xianxia imitated a kung fu superstar in his mind and shouted, I'll hit you. In fact, he had held back half of his strength. Otherwise, Martinez would have been sent to the emergency room with internal bleeding. But it was enough for him. At this time, the onlookers exclaimed. It was noisy. Martinez's assistant rushed over to check the situation. The others were shouting that they were selling cakes. Xianxia found it hard to believe. Martinez's weight was at least 85 kilograms, which was the minimum. How much strength did that kick have? There were countless martial arts schools in Chinese. Putting aside the messy moves, the core was the same, strength and speed. Xianxia's kick was simple and unadorned, but it contained strength that many people couldn't achieve in their lifetime. In ancient times, this was innate strength. A martial arts master. Elizabeth was stunned. Her eyes widened. In the words of an online novel, her beautiful eyes bloomed with unprecedented splendor. The American girls who liked strong men couldn't help but admire Xianxia. The calmest ones were Qin Baobao and Suyu. At most, they sighed. Wow, this foreigner is so weak. The filming was suspended. Martinez was sent to the hospital. Celebrities were precious. No matter what happened, it was best to send him to the hospital. You know Chinese Kung Fu? Davis asked Xianxia curiously. I've been practicing since I was young. Real Chinese Kung Fu can kill one person in 18 times. I can probably beat 10 weaklings like him. Xianxia bragged about Chinese Kung Fu. Davis nodded quickly. I used to believe that Chinese Kung Fu is very powerful. Xianxia said, I can see that. The director is a fan of Chinese Kung Fu. He insisted on not agreeing with Martinez's suggestion. Davis shook his head. Not really. Did you watch the God of Lace series from a certain company last year? The one that did well at the box office. Xianxia thought for a while and pretended to be enlightened. Yes, it's the one starring a star from Chinese. I'm also a fan of the male lead, Su Jinjiang. I grew up watching his 3G films. He always felt that 3G films were the best. They had rich plots and were full of temptation. They were much more meaningful than the Japanese educational films that only knew how to fight. If 3G films were legal, there wouldn't be a market for Japanese educational films. The goddesses of the 80s and 90s were generally 3G actresses. There was no such thing as Akira Ishijima and Maria Ozawa. Davis? He was stunned for a while and said, No. The male lead is an American, not a Chinese. Xianxia. Is that so? I was wondering why Su Jinjiang dyed his hair. That was awkward. He didn't watch many superhero movies, but just like when he was a child, his friends would discuss Heizawa King and Naruto. If he hadn't seen them, but his friends asked, he had to pretend that he had seen them and then enthusiastically discuss the plot with them. In fact, his mind was full of what are you talking about? The reason why he didn't like superhero movies was that the logic was too confusing. The setting was full of loopholes. The heroes were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. They were completely in service of the plot, just like the retarded supporting characters in the retarded pretentious web novels. The logic of the superhero movies in the points store was even more confusing. For a logical science student, this kind of movie was just a special effect. The internet always said that their IQ was insulted, but when their IQ was insulted, they didn't feel it at all. Instead, they watched it with great interest. Fortunately, Davis didn't continue this awkward topic and continued, Ria Jin's movie has too many flaws in the action. I paid attention to the comments of the netizens in China. Most of them were complaining that Ray Jin was a god, but he fought like a brute. There was no beauty. At that time, I had the idea of using Chinese kung fu. I see. Xianxia nodded and thought of something. He said, by the way, will he sue me? After showing off, Heizawa King switched to salted fish swamp mode. If he faced the risk of being sued, he had to quickly call the legal department over to prepare countermeasures. Fighting in the ring is not fighting. Davis shrugged and said, unless he's injured. From the standpoint of a director, this farce could be treated as a sparring or a seasoning episode, but he definitely didn't want to make it too big for too long. This was different from the Chinese's style of keeping the peace. It was purely the concept of capital that made him not want to see any accidents in the filming. Xianxia was immediately relieved. For the next half of the day, the crew was still discussing the topic of Chinese kung fu from time to time. The Americans believed that Xianxia knew kung fu. Just now, he showed a little of his skills and sent Martinez to the hospital. But in fact, Martinez was discharged from the hospital that afternoon. After lying in the hospital for half an hour, the pain disappeared and his body was fine. After the examination, the doctor also said so. He seriously considered suing Xianxia and specially called the director. But Davis didn't stand on his side. Everyone agreed to learn from each other. How could a sparring be considered a fight, even if he sued and called the police? The other party had a witness. It couldn't be construed as intentional injury. Therefore, when filming the next day, Martinez had to brace himself and praise Xianxia for his good kung fu. In this way, he just lost because his skills were not as good as his opponents. It was just like losing in the ring, not being beaten up. Your kung fu is very good. You're a master. In front of everyone, Martinez praised Xianxia and made a friendly gesture. Can you teach me? Of course. Xianxia's answer made Martinez very satisfied. Actually, Chinese kung fu can be learned quickly. You'll be very good in about 3 to 5 days, Xianxia said. As he spoke, he even invited Martinez to sit down and chat in front of the crew and impart his experience. Martinez thought to himself, at least you're sensible. He planned to leave after chatting for a while and officially forget about yesterday's awkwardness. In his opinion, Xianxia was more sensible. After all, he was a local. He had 100 ways to make it impossible for him to stay here, and there was nothing he could do. Xianxia said, actually, Chinese kung fu is very good. Fighting is just the outer part. The real core is cultivation and ascension and becoming a celestial. Huh? Martinez was confused. The curious onlookers around looked at each other. Oh, this is the core idea. It's like building a socialist society. It's a lofty goal, but I don't know if it can be achieved. But it can make people have abilities far beyond ordinary people and make your strength easily surpass that of Hercules. In China, this is called qi training. Xianxia said seriously. Everyone, including Martinez, was skeptical. I'll cover it up for you. He was like a street performer, calling in all kinds of onlookers. But the talent he showed was not breaking stones with his chest or bending steel bars with his iron throat. Xianxia pulled out the folding chair under his butt. The chair's frame and 4 legs were hollow steel. In front of everyone's eyes, he pinched a chair leg with his thumb and index finger, and his knuckles exerted force silently. When he released his fingers, the crowd around him clearly saw that the chair leg was pinched flat. There were exclamations everywhere. For a moment, the sound of cakes being sold echoed. Martinez found it hard to believe. He tried it himself. His fingers squeezed the hollow steel hard. Because of the force, his arms trembled, but he couldn't move it at all. People could bend hollow steel with brute force, but it was impossible with 2 fingers. Several onlookers also tried it out of curiosity, and they were even more surprised. This is Qi training. It can make people have strange power that ordinary people can't control. Everyone, this is the core technique of China's Kung Fu. As Xianxia spoke, he left one dent after another on the chair leg. I've seen it. I've seen China people use this kind of Kung Fu, someone suddenly shouted. Xianxia was stunned. He couldn't help but look at him, wondering if it was true. He was just talking nonsense. So it's true in the movies. But then the man added. Art comes from life. Xianxia nodded immediately. Can you teach us? Teach us China's Kung Fu, Qin, please. Master above. The foreign devil was very excited. Kung Fu was a characteristic of China. At the same time, it was very mysterious and powerful. This impression was deeply imprinted in the hearts of Americans in the last century. Decades ago, there were foreign devils who traveled across the ocean to China to learn martial arts. Even now, there were foreigners who longed for Kung Fu in Shaolin Temple. Xianxia's 2-finger Diana was so incredible that it aroused their strong interest and yearning for China's Kung Fu. They were even excited because America was a country with a strong idea of individual heroism. Everyone yearned to have the ability to surpass ordinary people. How do you practice Qi training? Martinez asked excitedly. Xianxia pressed his hand, and suddenly everyone quieted down. There's a saying in China, practice Qi training starts with the heart, and practice the body with the character. Let me tell you, if you want to learn the upper level of martial arts, you have to learn to stabilize your Qi. He looked around and said, how do you stabilize your Qi? How? Everyone asked. Don't be arrogant or rash. Buddha smiles. Oh, it might be difficult for you to understand. Let me find someone to demonstrate. You Americans hide your core skills and are stingy. But we China people are very generous. I won't be stingy to show you the core of China's Kung Fu. Xianxia pretended to search carefully and picked Martinez out of everyone's willingness to raise their hands. Me? You want to teach me Qi training? Martinez was a little excited. Although he still hated Xianxia, he put aside his grudges for the time being. Learn from me. Xianxia sat on the ground with his feet and palms facing the sky. Martinez followed his example. After he finished, he waited expectantly for the next step. Suddenly, he saw Xianxia raise his palm. Slap. It was loud and clear. Fuck. Martinez's anger burned subconsciously, and his eyes widened. Stabilize your Qi. Xianxia said lightly. Martinez said, stabilize, slap. Before he could finish, another slap came. It was loud and clear. He didn't look in the mirror, but from the burning pain on his face, he knew that his face must be red. Stabilize your Qi. Xianxia said immediately. It was this sentence again. Every time Martinez was about to lose his temper, this light sentence made him unable to vent his anger. This sentence was poisonous. Xianxia raised his palm again. This time, Martinez reacted quickly and blocked it. He said, I don't. Before he could say the word learn, Xianxia's other hand had already slapped his face. Xianxia said seriously and sincerely, did you learn anything from this? Martinez was speechless. Xianxia said, nothing? Your talent is too bad. How do you feel? Martinez was speechless. When did a celebrity get slapped 3 times in a row? He felt so wronged, so angry. Qin, you're a kung fu master. Do you dare to let me slap you? Martinez said sullenly. Are you doubting me? Xianxia looked him in the eye. He didn't answer, but Martinez stared at him. How dare you? Xianxia was furious and said righteously, I'm teaching you the core techniques of Chinese kung fu for free. You don't want to learn and you're doubting me? Fine, I won't teach you. After that, Xianxia clamped the hollow pipe with 2 fingers and bent it expressionlessly. Don't, please continue. Qin, let me do it. Let me do it. The onlookers were even more excited. Secretly, Qin Zai's fingers were trembling and burning with pain. He bent the hollow pipe with 2 fingers because of his abnormal brute force under the system's training. Martinez was so sullen that he suffered internal injuries. He had mixed feelings and felt that Qin Zai was taking revenge on him. But would people believe him? On the contrary, people would think that he was narrow-minded. Moreover, he seemed to be the one who happily went up to him. Moreover, he knew real Chinese kung fu. He couldn't beat him. He didn't know that Chinese kung fu had a word for open conspiracy. Since Martinez was attracted to Chinese kung fu, he was destined to be taught a lesson. He was digging a hole in front of him and he had no choice but to jump in. Qin Zai coughed and said, "Training qi starts with training the heart. When everyone can stabilize their auras, I'll teach you how to train qi. But you can't delay the filming. Practice with each other." They slapped each other. The corner of Martinez's mouth twitched. He only slapped himself and not others. Sure enough, he was bluffing. Therefore, on this day, the sound of slapping each other could be heard from time to time during the break time on set. The person slapping and the person being slapped smiled and tried to stabilize their auras. Then they talked in private. "Have you stabilized your aura? Give me another slap. Looks like it's done." Qin Baobao and Suyu laughed like crazy. The sister's lower abdomen and chest trembled violently. She covered her small mouth and her face was red. Suddenly, he felt that America's intelligence was beyond redemption. In fact, there was a similar phenomenon in China in the 90s, everyone learned Qigong. Moreover, the Americans had always yearned for China's kung fu, but they did not have a 100% understanding of it. Then, Qin Zai stirred things up like a **T stick. With a living example right in front of them, it was hard not to believe. On the 12th day of filming in the US, in late November, Qin Zai's birthday arrived. The birthday banquet of a tycoon with tens of billions of assets would definitely be grand and extravagant. There would be countless guests and luxurious cars driving in. It would probably be such a grand occasion when he reached middle age. Qin Zai thought to himself as he accompanied his sister around Los Angeles. Before Qin Zai was 19 years old, the family of 4 went to a restaurant for his birthday. His sister had contracted his birthday cake for many years, so Qin Zai would also buy a cake for his sister to celebrate her birthday. Qin Zai spent half of his pocket money to buy a cake for his sister the day before the system found him. It was all played by Chen Qinghong, Xianxia, and the other unlucky girls. When he was 19 years old and went to college, he would either go home or spend his birthday with his sister. His sister took him around, driving a little red horse all over Shanghai. When they saw a cafe with a good environment, they would sit down for a drink, shop, and eat snacks. Then, time passed and it was night time. His sister would find a high-end restaurant, order takeout, and buy a cake. They celebrated her birthday in their little nest of about 80 square meters. It had only been a little more than a year since he went from a salted fish to a Hei's king. He had not completely changed his outlook on life to that of a billionaire tycoon. It was the same for his sister. Early in the morning, she took Qin Zai around Los Angeles. Today, she was wearing a bohemia dress, Roman shoes, and a woman's large-brimmed hat. She held her brother's hand with one hand and pointed at the scenery with the other. She was lively and beautiful. When they came to the bottom of a retro building, Qin Baobao trotted a few steps forward, turned around, and said in a sweet voice, "A's, help me take some beautiful pictures." Street photography. Qin Zai was wearing the DSLR camera that Qin Baobao bought a few days ago around his neck. It was the perfect time to put it to good use. In the warm sunlight, she stood with her hands behind her back. She raised her face slightly and bathed in the sunlight. Coincidentally, a breeze came and lifted the hem of her long skirt. Under the skirt was the outline of 2 slender calves. At that moment, Qin Zai looked as if he was struck by lightning. He forgot to take pictures and stared at his sister in a daze. November 20th, 2018, Los Angeles, America. Qin Zai was 24 years old. "I'll lick my sister's leg until it breaks." The 24-year-old Qin Zai swore silently in his heart. "A's, are you done?" Qin Baobao asked loudly. Qin Zai snapped out of his daze and quickly pressed the shutter. Then, he nodded. "Done." Qin Baobao ran over. Let me see, let me see. Huh? It's so ugly. Don't you know how to take pictures? My sister blocked a passerby. Her rosy lips immediately pouted. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. She frowned and hit him. Then, let's take another one? Xianxia said apologetically. Take better pictures, Qin Baobao warned. Then, she twisted her waist and ran back to her original spot. The new pictures were perfect. There were no passers-by and no cars passing by. Xianxia thought so. However, his sister was not satisfied. She said that the pictures he took were no different from a cell phone camera. The only difference was that the quality was higher. Xianxia admitted his mistake. Is it my fault that I didn't master my photography skills? Xianxia had always tolerated his sister's complaints. If his sister hit him, Xianxia would smack her on the streets of Los Angeles. However, today, he only wanted to hug his sister. After strolling around the city center and eating a lot of delicious food, Qin Baobao took him to the mall. Originally, they had agreed to buy clothes for Xianxia. However, as they strolled around, a woman's shopping nature erupted. After that, Xianxia had nothing to do with it. When they left the mall, there was a mess of things hanging on his body. Among them, only a woolen coat was his. The rest were all his sister's. Oh, and a bag of socks was also his. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, his sister had to rush to the set. It was in the suburbs of Los Angeles. However, his sister had ordered a cake from a famous cake shop in the city center. Someone had to wait for her. Today was Xianxia's birthday. She didn't want to leave these things to her assistant. It would be very boring. Moreover, Xianxia had to stay. Thus, he sent his sister to the nanny van. He stood on the street and waved goodbye. After the nanny van drove away, he looked at his watch and sent a message to Suyu. I'm here. What about you? Suyu, wait for me for 10 minutes. A scumbag who didn't know how to do two things was not a good scumbag. If he didn't do the basics, he might have to do 3 things in the future. Or, for things, I recommend a book, I Am My Second Uncle After Rebirth. The name was very naughty. It was the first time for Suyu to accompany Xianxia on his birthday. Last year, they were not very familiar with each other on Xianxia's birthday. They were far from knowing each other's background and depth. Unlike Qin Baobao, who had too much energy, Suyu's way of celebrating her birthday was to find a comfortable restaurant to sit down, drink coffee, eat, and then talk about the past. Oh, they didn't have the past to talk about, it should be said to talk about last year. But the desire for shopping was the same. Suyu first took Xianxia to a nearby shopping mall to buy clothes for Xianxia. The clothes were indeed bought, but compared with her own things, Xianxia's clothes seemed to be bought incidentally. A suit, a blue high-end shirt, and a pair of leather shoes. Oh, women. Fortunately, it was not a woolen coat, otherwise, Xianxia would be angry. He felt that these two women were using his birthday as an excuse to meet their shopping needs. Then she took a taxi with Xianxia to a famous local Western restaurant and chose a seat by the French window. Xianxia took a sip of coffee, lay on the chair, looked out of the French window, glanced over the small square, and fell on the sparkling river. My birthday this year was not as happy as last year. Suyu held her chin in one hand and stirred the coffee with a spoon in the other. You gave me a necklace, which is not as good as yours last year. Did you eat the candlelight dinner? Oh, you did eat it. Xianxia said, I'm actually very annoyed with those women who dream of princesses and have different surprises every birthday. It's particularly brain-burning and expensive. The key is that the routine has been used up long ago. You spend a lot of effort to surprise people, and they are not surprised at all, which is particularly embarrassing. That means you don't like that girl at all. If you really like someone, you won't bother about this. Suyu retorted. Today is my birthday. Don't bring up the past. Not all men have romantic cells. Oh, by the way, my sister is going to shoot tonight. We can have dinner together. I just don't want to have a third wheel. Suyu looked at the afterglow of the sky and beckoned to the waiter, serve. Okay, madam, please wait a moment. The waiter bowed and left. You ordered a meal? Xianxia asked in surprise. It's your birthday, of course I have to prepare a little. Suyu said sweetly. She really should let Maggot Bao Bao hear it. Forget it, she still had to film and was quite busy. About 15 minutes later, all the dishes were served. There were only 2 steaks, a plate of spaghetti, a bottle of red wine, and a plate of fruit salad. But the flashy plates took up 80% of the table. After coming to America, I only found out where the Chinese learned the habit of using oversized plates to store dishes. Xianxia picked up the red wine that the waiter had poured for him. You don't learn the good, but you learn the bad. Oh, I have to sober up first. He put the red wine down again. The steak in this restaurant is very famous. Try it. So you cut a piece of steak and chewed it carefully, it's really good. Xianxia cut a large piece of meat and chewed it like a cow chewing on a peony. It feels almost the same as in China. He couldn't tell whether the steak was good or bad, just like he couldn't tell whether the red wine was good or bad. Before his physical fitness improved by leaps and bounds, Xianxia rarely touched wine. Like Wang Zijin, his stomach was not good since childhood. Drinking would only make him feel uncomfortable. Suyu asked the waiter to symbolically light a candle and smiled. Okay, we will pour the wine ourselves. The waiter retreated. Xianxia noticed that Suyu wore earrings that were shiny, making her more graceful and elegant. Sure enough, jewelry could make a woman look high-end and classy, just like a man's suit and tie. This should be worn for him. Very beautiful. Xianxia, who was slow to realize, praised. Suyu pouted. When the two first met, Suyu turned her face from time to time to show him her earrings. Unfortunately, Xianxia's EQ was so low today that he didn't even notice that she was wearing earrings. In fact, Xianxia found it, but his sister also wore earrings today. After visual fatigue, he couldn't react for the first time when he looked at Suyu. If your girlfriend suddenly wears beautiful earrings, a smart man can find it for the first time. But when your girlfriend number 2 also wears earrings, the man is not surprised. If girlfriend number 3 also wears earrings, the man should say, your earrings today are nothing new. If girlfriend number 4 wears earrings, the man will be bored and say, your earrings are vulgar, throw them away quickly. Boring, you are not lost. Suyu forked a piece of lettuce and chewed it in her mouth, muttering. What do you mean? Xianxia didn't understand. Did you forget my birthday last year? Xianxia recalled carefully and understood. He wanted to give Suyu a surprise that day. Half of it was the boss's concern for the employees, and the other half was the man's instinctive desire to show off in front of a beautiful woman. As a result, Suyu didn't go home. He waited at the door. Oh, his legs were numb. Unlucky woman, didn't you say that you have a bad relationship with your family and no one loves you? My dad asked me to go home that day to celebrate my birthday, but in fact, he wanted to use my birthday to ask me for power and let Suha take my place. I was angry and fell out with them. I felt wronged and wanted to go home and cry. So you stared at Xianxia, then I saw you. Then you cried, wiping my chest with your snot and tears. So you blushed and said shyly, I didn't cry. You cried. I didn't cry. That may be because I squatted for too long and was tired to cry. So you held her chin and poked the steak with a fork, you bought me a cake and lit a candle. Hey, did you want to sleep with me at that time? She didn't say like me and regarded Xianxia as a boss who wanted to play with his secretary. Yes, Xianxia ate the steak, I wanted to, but you didn't keep me. Suyu chuckled, to tell you the truth, in fact, I really wanted to keep you, but I couldn't say it. I was moved, so I wanted to find a chance to retaliate and make you confused, but you didn't give me a chance. I started to like you from that night. I'll let you have a good time tonight. Do you mean it? Let's see how it goes tonight. Who knows if my sister will take me to the bar to celebrate. Reject her, your wife is more important than your sister, right? Maybe, Suyu took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the table. Suddenly, she stopped her fingers and said, Can I take a picture? Her move stung Xianxia. In the past, Suyu could take pictures whenever she wanted. She was opinionated and cold, on the surface, but when she cared more and more about him, she even asked for permission to take pictures. Her love was the same as her inside, not cold at all. Take it. Xianxia said. Halfway through dinner, Suyu looked down at the lady's watch on her right hand, suddenly turned to face the small square outside the glass, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, she snapped her fingers again. This was repeated several times. Xianxia said, "What are you doing?" Suyu blushed. "You wait, I'll go out and make a phone call." A few minutes later, Xianxia saw a group of men and women in suits and long skirts coming to the small square in pairs. There were also people responsible for clearing the place, driving a few scattered passers-by aside, and then lighting white candles as thick as an arm in the small square. In the slowly opening night, in the swaying candlelight, the gentlemen and ladies danced the tango. The small square instantly became a party. It was not over yet. The elegant piano music in the restaurant stopped. After a few breaths, the music sounded. It was a song fairy tale that most China people were familiar with. The male voice was Xianxia's version. Suyu came with the music and said sweetly, "Happy birthday." Xianxia, damn, it's so romantic, my girl's heart. For the first time in his life, Xianxia was flirted with by a woman. So you said that she had something to do during the day, was it to prepare this? How did you do it? In America, there's nothing that can't be done with money. Suyu said proudly, "I don't even have to think, just throw out a stack of US dollars, and there will be professionals to help you plan and arrange it for you. You don't have to worry about the city management." Suyu said and looked at Xianxia as if she had discovered a new continent. She pointed at him and murmured happily, "Hey, hey, hey, you're touched, you're touched." Xianxia remembered something. "Then why did you snap your fingers just now?" Suyu was a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, "I said that snapping my fingers is the signal, but when I snapped my fingers, they came in and said that they were a professional organization. Candlelight, music, dancing, and an exquisite dinner." Xianxia had the illusion that he was being pursued by a Prince Charming, and after this meal, he would be F***ked. "I want to take you to romantic Turkey, and then feed you a chicken with my own hands. Aren't all men like this?" After a dance, dinner was just over. The group of guys in the small square came quickly and left quickly, holding each other's hands as they hurriedly left. Xianxia guessed that they were like extras, taking money to do things, maybe to earn some extra money, or maybe to rush to the next set. Xin Baobao had a scene to shoot at night, and it was in the suburbs. She didn't return to the hotel until 10 o'clock with the driver and assistant. After asking the assistant to buy candles, she went back to the room to change into a nightgown, and couldn't wait to knock on Xianxia's door. Dinner was at the set, and Xin Baobao felt that it was a pity that she couldn't have dinner with her brother on his birthday. She opened a bottle of red wine, opened the window, and lit candles in the five-star suite. Xin Baobao raised her glass happily, "Happy birthday." Xianxia clinked glasses with her. "Where's Suyu?" his sister asked. "Asleep." Xianxia, who was in pajamas, answered. "He was F***ked after all. I haven't given you a present yet." As Xin Baobao spoke, she took out a Goddess of Thunder figurine from her bag. "I asked the director if there were any specialties from Hollywood that I wanted to give to you as a birthday present. He said you like Goddess of Thunder from Hollywood." Xianxia took the Su Jinjiang figurine and forced a smile, "Thank you, sister. The boss of Jinjiang taught us theoretical knowledge when we were young, and when we grew up, he established Star of Jinjiang to provide us with an experimental place. I will cherish this figurine. It's just a gift." His sister also felt that her $50 gift was not worth it, and explained, "I'm very busy, shooting from the afternoon to the evening. Sister is the best present." Xianxia said sweetly. Xin Baobao held a stack of cakes, and the corners of her mouth were stained with cream. Her smile was sweeter and cuter than the cakes. The 12-inch cake, chocolate, and fruit were definitely not enough for the two of them, but they would not call the assistant in to eat together. It would spoil the atmosphere, and the heart-shaped candles on the floor were not seen by outsiders. Xianxia secretly smeared some cream on his fingertips and pretended to wipe his sister's mouth. "Look at you, the cake is on your mouth." Xin Baobao was caught off guard, and a white cat whisker was drawn on her face. His sister wiped her face, looked at the cream in her palm, and said angrily, "Oh, you want to fight, right?" She grabbed a handful of cream and threw it at Xianxia's face. The floor was full of candles, and it was not convenient to run. It would be troublesome if they accidentally knocked over the candles and burned the hotel carpet. The brother and sister sat like this, holding a handful of cream in their hands and playing cat boxing with each other. Qin Baobao screamed, raised her head to dodge, and waved her hands, accompanied by a bell-like laughter. Most of the time, she was waving her fists randomly, and Qinzhe waited for the opportunity to move. From time to time, he would wipe the cream on her face. Every time he wiped it, his sister would scream. Sometimes, their hands would hit each other, and the cream would splatter on the carpet, on her pajamas, and on her hair. Qinzhe got up, went around the table, and pounced on his sister who was screaming and waving her hands. With 2 palms, he slapped his sister's face. Suddenly, her face, which was already covered with cream, was completely unrecognizable. Ah! Qin Baobao screamed and pushed his chest with both hands, trying to push him away. The cream was all over Qinzhe's chest. "Don't move, I'll help you clean it," Qinzhe whispered. "Stop playing, I can't beat you." Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and said sadly. "I'll help you clean it," he said again, but this time, his tone was gentle. Suddenly, the image of his sister standing on the street in a bohemia dress suddenly appeared in his mind. The wind lifted her dress and hair, and at the same time, it lifted her indescribable charm. Without using a tissue, without using his hands, he lowered his head, stuck out his tongue, and licked his sister's face. Qin Baobao froze, like a wooden statue, and didn't dare to move. A tongue mark appeared on her creamy face, then 2, 3. Qinzhe licked gently, like a tiger licking its prey, focused and serious. During the process, Qin Baobao's stiff body gradually relaxed. She closed her eyes, and her trembling eyelashes showed that her heart was in turmoil. Slowly, his sister's delicate face became clear. First, it was her cheeks, then her forehead, then her handsome nose. After hesitating for a moment, Qinzhe's lips were on hers. His sister's lips were very sweet, and he couldn't tell if it was cream or something else. The candlelight burned quietly, and there was the fragrance of cream in the air. The kiss between the siblings became more and more intense. Qin Baobao felt like she was in a huge whirlpool, and she lost all ability to resist. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she awkwardly responded to his tongue. They rarely kissed on such a large scale. Even when they were filming kissing scenes, Qinzhe only sucked on her lips, which was why her lips were always red and swollen. But this time, they weren't filming a kissing scene, and there was no emperor's new clothes to cover them up, nor was there a kiss reward. This was a dangerous game that every couple would do, but siblings would never do. Qin Baobao's body and heart were trembling. She couldn't tell if it was excitement, joy, or fear. Time passed slowly, and she felt the hand around her waist slowly slide down to her butt, and then her whole body was lifted up. She subconsciously clamped her brother's waist and put her arms around his neck. The kiss continued. Qin Baobao closed her eyes, but she could feel him walking towards the bedroom. The bedroom lights were on, the curtains were drawn, and the quilt was neatly spread out on the bed without a single wrinkle. Qin Baobao was thrown on the bed, and she could finally breathe. But the greedy tiger didn't give her a chance. He pounced on her, and his hot lips pressed against hers. He lingered on her red lips for a long time, and his hot lips began to slide down, first to her chin, then to her neck, then to her collarbone, and finally to the white cleavage on her chest. Qin Baobao was finally able to breathe, and her chest rose and fell violently with rapid breathing. She opened her eyes, and the light from the chandelier stimulated her pupils. She could only squint her eyes. There was no mirror, but she could imagine her hot face and dazed eyes. It was like a dream. It wasn't the first time she had dreamed of such a scene, and it wasn't the first time she had longed for such a scene. He must have felt the same way. But Qin Baobao couldn't tell. At this moment, what was surging in her heart? Love? Kinship? Sweetness? Or fear, until her nightgown was lifted up, and something was slowly fading away. Qin Baobao shuddered violently, and her eyes that reflected the light suddenly sobered up. No, no, no. You can't do this, Aze. She pressed her hands and sat up, feeling dizzy. Qin Baobao closed her eyes and pressed on her temples. After a while, the dizziness disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xianxia sitting by the bed, scratching his head. He was looking at her. She was looking at him too. After looking at each other silently for a while, Qin Baobao rolled under the quilt, put on her loose underwear, and frantically tried to organize her words. The two of them fell into an awkward silence, thinking about how to break the awkward atmosphere without any traces of Photoshop. Xianxia, you beast, sob sob sob. Don't blame your brother for not being human, it's all your sister's fault for being too charming. Such a stupid line definitely wouldn't work, and it would only make things more awkward. Ace, have you finally thought it through? Just as well, your sister has thought it through too. Sister, have you thought it through? Good, good, good. A cold wind came first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. Damn it, the line still wouldn't work. In the awkward silence, Xianxia sighed faintly. Sister, I've been to Su Town. Xianxia had mentioned this before, and now that he repeated it, Qin Baobao knew what he was referring to. I know a lot of things that Mom knows, but Dad doesn't. Qin Baobao fell silent when she heard that. The meaning of his words was clear. Mom knows, but Dad doesn't. She looked at Xianxia somewhat sadly. Then what do you want to do? I don't think we can go on like this, Xianxia said. Then, what do you want to do? Qin Baobao stammered. We can't go on like this, Xianxia said. I'm 24 after my birthday. You're 26, how much time do you have left to waste? I'm so tired, I'm really tired, and I don't want to go on like this. Sister Man was right, I'm like a damn child. My ability to deal with things is a mess, but I'm so greedy that I don't want to let go of the toys around me. I'm comforting myself by saying that everything will work out when the time comes, but I'm so timid that I even pretend not to think about Dad's monstrous anger. Qin Baobao stared at him blankly. Before December, the filming in America finally ended. Qin Baobao scenes were over, and the team flew back to China on United Airlines that afternoon. In the first-class cabin, Su Yu and Xianxia chatted with their heads down. When they were checking in, she casually said that she wanted to sit with Xianxia. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao did not object, not even sarcasm. Now, for example, she was sleeping with an eye mask on, and turned a deaf ear to her and Xianxia's chatter. At this time, Qin Baobao truly acted like an older sister, and not a perverted brother complex and jealous lover. But for some reason, Su Yu felt that this guy had an unreasonable confidence, like the master of the harem watching the flirtatious concubines dance with disdain. What's wrong with your sister? Su Yu whispered. What do you mean what's wrong? Xianxia's eyes were unfocused. It's so quiet today. She even gave me her seat. Maybe, she's become a Buddhist. Su Yu was doubtful of Xianxia's explanation. Did the siblings have a Cold War? It did not seem like it. Qin Baobao wore an eye mask, and could vaguely hear her brother and Su Yu's conversation. Her thoughts drifted back to that night a few days ago. Xianxia told her a lot about the past in Su Town. Qin Baobao had known about it a long time ago, but this was the first time she knew the story. Aunt Su Ru's tragic past, Su Yao's youthful frivolity, and the guilt and knot in his heart later, and of course, her mother's remorse and mental illness. After all these years, did she ever regret her decision? She heard that her uncle was involved, but Qin Baobao could not feel her uncle's presence at all. Her uncle was like that. If he were in a novel, he would be a side character with no presence at all. Finally, her brother who died before he was born. If that damn brother of hers had not died, he would have been smart and handsome, just like his sister. But when Qin Baobao tried to replace Xianxia with someone else, there was only resistance and disgust in her heart. The position of the younger brother could only belong to Ace. If it were anyone else, she would be furious. She would scratch anyone's face like an angry cat. Throughout the whole process, Xianxia's tone was steady, as if he was telling someone else's story and had nothing to do with him. Qin Baobao's eyes turned red. He felt sad for Aunt Su Ru. It was the biggest misfortune for a woman to give her heart to the wrong person. What about her? Thinking of this, Qin Baobao felt that he was in danger. First of all, the old man's son, whom he had raised for more than 20 years, was not his biological son. He exploded on the spot and killed 3 people, mother, sister, and brother. Grandpa's coffin would not be able to hold him down. As for what happened between her and A's, she wondered if the ancestors in the ancestral grave would open their coffins and rise. Qin Baobao could not help but worry about her future. Even the joy of her brother's confession faded a lot. She should have considered these things a long time ago, but she always avoided talking about it. It was too early to think about it. Let's talk about it later. Everything will work out when the time comes. This saying was poisonous. Since ancient times, it had tricked many ships into hitting rocks. Therefore, when Xianxia lifted her skirt again, Qin Baobao clamped it tightly and hid her face in the blanket. She thought to herself, come on, lift my skirt again, and I'll admit defeat. After all, she had waited for this day for a long time. Her dream had finally come true. However, Xianxia did not tease her. Perhaps, like her, he was no longer in the mood and had many worries in his heart. Or maybe he looked calm on the surface, but after telling her about the past, he was dispirited. Just like that, he hugged his sister and slept until dawn. However, Qin Baobao felt more at ease. Because since he confessed his feelings, it was equivalent to giving her a promise. She didn't have to be like before. She didn't want him to find a girlfriend. She couldn't say it out loud, tangled and hesitant. Well, he couldn't find a girlfriend now. As her thoughts drifted, she slowly fell asleep. The flight arrived at Pudong International Airport at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Baobao slept until she was full. So you didn't sleep enough until later. When she got off the plane, her eyes were bloodshot and there were bags under her eyes. She kept touching up in the car. Are you going to work? Qin Baobao asked. No, I'm going home to sleep. Then why are you touching up? Suyu was stunned. Yeah. Xianxia coughed and thought, isn't she going to my house? Is this woman's brain confused? Suyu suddenly reacted and pretended to be indifferent. I haven't seen uncle and aunt for a long time. I especially bought some Los Angeles specialties. I'll stay at your house for dinner today. Without waiting for his sister to speak, Xianxia immediately said, welcome, my dad must be very happy. Qin Baobao puffed her cheeks but didn't say anything. At home, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xianxia had his sister's specialties on his left hand and Suyu's specialties on his right hand. At this time, the old man hadn't come home from work yet. Qin Ma was not at home. She went out to buy vegetables. She knew that her children and Suyu would come home for dinner today. Unsurprisingly, Wang Zijin would also come. Qin Ma was happy and worried. She was worried about Xianxia. Her scumbag son was two-timing. As a mother, she was worried. She was afraid that suddenly Suyu and Wang Zijin would fight. Then her daughter exploded. No one was easy to worry about. Qin Ma came back from grocery shopping. Her lazy daughter lay comfortably on the sofa, with 2 long legs on her brother's legs, enjoying his massage. Suyu was driven to the corner of the sofa and looked down at a finance book on the coffee table, English version. Auntie. Suyu looked up, showing a polite and cold smile. Auntie preferred Wang Zijin, Suyu knew. You too, don't you know how to pour people a cup of tea? Qin Ma said, Suyu, I don't know what you like to eat. Auntie just bought some. Soon after, the old man came back with a bag. Uncle Qin. This time, Suyu smiled more sincerely. She put down the book and ran to pick up the old man's bag. The old man was also very happy. Today, he could talk business with each other until late. This book is good. He glanced at the book that was spread out on the coffee table. It's time for the tortoise to recite scriptures again. Qin Baobao curled her lips. Suyu didn't come to the house many times. When she came, the old man and she could talk about 3 stacks of peanuts. I don't want to listen. Xianxia answered. The old man raised his hand and wanted to beat his daughter who was closer. He couldn't bear to. He picked up the book and hit Xianxia's face, help your mother cook. Xianxia ran to the kitchen with his tail between his legs. Looking at her brother who was scared of his father, Qin Baobao's heart was heavy. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Wang Zijin also arrived. She wore light makeup, an office lady's suit, changed her shoes and hung her bag naturally, like a daughter-in-law who came home from work. Wang Zijin saw Suyu on the sofa at first glance. Suyu just turned her head to look at her and confirmed her eyes. Enemy. Oh, Suyu is here too. Wang Zijin said. Aren't you here too? Bow bow. Suyu squinted and smiled. Yes, Dad, there are a lot of cockroaches and rats in the house. Mom's cleaning is getting more and more perfunctory. Qin Bao Bao said in a strange tone. Wang Zijin and Suyu secretly gritted their teeth. The old comrade Qin felt that even his aura was a little bit uncontrollable. The two daughters-in-law were just talking, but his daughter liked to be lively and didn't mind the trouble. Should he go to the kitchen and replace his son? After all, the old man loved his son and didn't do such a thing to add insult to injury. Dinner started at 7:30. During the dinner, Suyu and Wang Zijin were very frequent and had to add a maggot Bao Bao. Qin Ma frequently looked at her husband with worried eyes. The old man understood and conveyed his wife's worries to his son. His son silently returned a squint. What can I do? I'm also helpless. Mom, I brought back some specialties of Los Angeles, cosmetics and masks, enough for you for a year. Qin Bao Bao showed a flattering smile. Why spend so much money? Mom is old and doesn't need those things. Qin Ma said in a bad mood. Then you asked me for the imported mask last month. Give it back to me. You dead child, what nonsense are you talking about? As a mother, she didn't care about her face. Qin Ma said angrily, Mom doesn't need your cosmetics. You dress up more and bring me a boyfriend this year. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao agreed and smiled sweetly, okay. Ah? Qin Ma was stunned, what did you say? The old man also looked at his daughter. Suyu and Wang Zijin also cast their eyes. Qin Zhe lowered his head and wolfed down his rice, muttering in his heart, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. According to the plot of a TV drama, the female lead would look at the male lead affectionately, but the supporting characters would all be retarded. However, reality was not a TV drama. When his sister looked at him, he could put down his chopsticks and bowl and type GG with a smile. It was a real killer look. Fortunately, Qin Bao Bao was not retarded. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll definitely bring someone home this year. Surprised, Mother Qin reminded him, it's not for me. It's for you to bring someone home. Qin Bao Bao said, yeah, Dad will kill me if I bring someone home for you. Suddenly, he remembered the Su Yao that Qin Zhe had mentioned. Mom was also a flower in Su Town when she was young. Qin Ma and Grandpa Shen looked at each other. They were not surprised at all. Instead, they felt that their daughter's brain was damaged after going to America. America? Grandpa Shen frowned. Don't let it be an American. Dad may be open-minded, but he can't accept it. He could not accept a foreign son-in-law, much less a foreign grandson. Grandpa Shen loved to criticize America's shameless economy. If she married an American, he would not be able to say anything. Qin Bao Bao patted her 36D chest proudly. No, I'll definitely find someone that Dad and Mom will be satisfied with. I swear. Dad and Mom would definitely be satisfied with their son. Qin Ma still did not believe her. Don't rent a boyfriend or anything. It's like that in the movies. Their daughter, who used to throw a tantrum at the mention of finding a partner, had changed. What the hell? I'm not stupid. You all know each other, Qin Bao Bao said. Clack. Qin Zhe's chopsticks fell to the ground. Grandpa Shen suddenly realized. Is it a celebrity? Which one? Don't expect your mom and I to agree with someone with bad morals. Qin Ma immediately understood. She added, don't just look at him because he's handsome. It's not okay even if he has scandals. The couple looked at each other, half surprised and half worried. Their daughter finally found a partner. They should be happy, but they could not be happy because the partner was from the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry not only produced plastic sisters, but also plastic couples. 9 out of 10 couples broke up, and one couple wore a forgiving hat to each other. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and said nothing. Seeing that she was unhappy, Qin Ma sighed and said earnestly, don't throw a tantrum. You're an adult now, so you should know what you're doing. You must bring him home and let Dad and Mom take a look at him. Forget it, just tell us his name and we'll check it out ourselves. Qin Baobao said, Xianxia, patter. Xianxia dropped his chopsticks again. His sister paused and said, you can tell Mom. Everyone at the table looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said seriously, it's okay. As long as they're in the entertainment industry, there's no one I can't afford to offend. If their character isn't good, I'll mess with them until their character is too good. Anyway, I'll help sister check. Don't worry, Mom. In his mind, he thought, I've freaking dropped my dried fish twice. Degree? No matter what, the fact that her daughter could find a partner meant that her brother's complex had eased a lot. Qin Ma was relieved and felt happy. Bao, what's his family like? I heard that there are many families in the entertainment industry that are not ordinary. His family is ordinary. His mother is a housewife and his father is a teacher. Oh, that's very similar to our family. Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. Are they easy to get along with? What are his parents' personalities? Mom, don't bother me. With your personality, you don't do housework, you don't have a sweet mouth, and you don't know how to do housework. You don't have any of the virtues that a girl should have. Which mother-in-law would like you? Qin Ma felt that she had spoiled her daughter all these years and pushed the blame to her son and husband. It's your father who spoils you too much and your brother who gives in too much. Old master, Xianxia, yes, you're right. It's okay. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are definitely close, just like mother and daughter. Qin Bao said playfully. She should not have to worry about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. It was good to have a brother. Mom was still mom, and dad was still dad. Cough. Xianxia coughed hard and changed the topic. Dad, why don't you quit being a professor and come to my company as a consultant? Don't say any more, or Nuwa's little hand can't fix it. Humph, I'm not going to eat your food. Old master snorted proudly. I've eaten your food for more than 20 years. It's only right for you to eat mine, Xianxia said. It was an expected answer. It didn't matter. He just wanted to change the topic. Then what's his name? Qin Ma asked. After a long time, he didn't reveal any information. Mom, sis is very successful overseas. The director said that she's a real movie queen. Xianxia frantically changed the topic. The dinner was thrilling, but it ended at 8 o'clock in the evening. Xianxia, who was quick-witted, changed the topic crazily and finally brushed off the topic of boyfriend. Qin Ma and Old Master were middle-aged. They paid attention to health and had a regular schedule. They were in bed before 10 o'clock. Qin Ma, who was stubborn, sat on the bed and put on the moisturizing and whitening facial mask that her daughter brought back from abroad. She sighed. Foreign facial masks are better than domestic ones. I don't have to be stubborn. Old Master was reading a book. Hearing this, he said disdainfully, it's all in your mind. The moon abroad is round. Mother Qin chuckled. I knew you were being stubborn. Haven't you noticed that my skin has gotten better over the past few months? Old Master coaxed his lilac flower in the sweetest way. Really? Your skin has always been good, just like when you were 18. Qin Ma chuckled and suddenly sighed. Do you believe what Bao said? Old Master thought for a moment. I believe it. She has no pursuit in her career now and her material life is satisfied. It's really time for her to find a boyfriend. Compared with Bao, let's worry about A's. What's there to worry about A's? My son is so excellent and has no shortage of girlfriends. Right, there are already 2. Old Master sneered. Don't draw water with a bamboo basket when the time comes. Qin Ma was steady. To be honest, without Ziyu and Wang Zijin, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to find a wife. How many girls want to marry him? Let's talk about Bao. I always feel uneasy. Why do you suddenly have a boyfriend? After all, Old Master's mind was not as delicate as a woman's. Xianxia and his sister pretended well. He rarely flirted in front of his parents. Old Master said, maybe he already had one, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Anyway, find a chance to meet him. As for stars, there is no lack of good conduct. Out of a woman's delicate and sensitive psychology, Wang Zijin also felt strange. She spent time with Qin Bao and his brother every day. She knew that Qin Bao did not have a boyfriend. Then, either Qin Bao was perfunctory with her parents, or, it was scary to think about it. So after returning home, she hid in the toilet and called Suyu. Have you been staying with them in the United States? Unexpectedly, Suyu had a guilty conscience and reacted greatly. Well, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and endured. Qin Bao didn't meet anyone in the United States, right? Suyu, it seems that no. Wang Zijin, what about Qin Zhe? Suyu felt guilty again and felt that Wang Zijin was testing her. Why, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Wang Zijin endured and beat around the bush. Think about it carefully. Are you particularly close to anyone in private? Qin Bao can't not be hit on. Her best friend has always been a troublemaker. She will be hit on by men wherever she goes. Yes, a Hollywood male star often hit on her. It was very funny. He was beaten up by A's. Let me tell you, Suyu vividly told the story of China Kung Fu. Wang Zijin couldn't help laughing. Under the nature of women's gossip, they chatted a few more words. Then Wang Zijin cut to the chase. Did A's, Suyu, why, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Continue to endure. Don't you think it's strange that Qin Bao suddenly has a boyfriend? She really didn't fall in love with anyone abroad? That's the end of it. She's a deranged brother Khan. Suyu, yes, when you say that, I also feel strange. Wang Zijin, so Qin Zhe, Suyu, why, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Wang Zijin, there's no way to communicate. Suyu, you wait for me. I'll find a chance to kill you sooner or later. Wang Zijin hung up the phone with a face full of MMP. That night, Wang Zijin locked the door and didn't let Qin Zhe go to bed. P.S. In fact, there's something to explain. I wanted to write. You know, after all, it's the core of the book. I know many people are looking forward to it. But recently, the net was suddenly closed. It's stricter, and I don't want to write it down. I have to delay and think about changing to a safer way of driving. I don't want to keep everyone in suspense. After all, it's almost over. It doesn't make sense to keep people in suspense. In December, the weather is getting colder. There are no girls in short skirts and shorts on the street. The color of the green belt on the roadside is getting darker. The Royal View Grand Garden community is planted with magnolia and palm trees. It's winter again. I don't know if it will snow in Shanghai this year. Before the global greenhouse effect, the South would snow once or twice a year. Everyone ushered in the new year in the flying snowflakes. Don't mention Guangdong and Hainan to me. In recent years, the snow in the South is like a middle-aged woman's menstruation, which comes and goes. It may snow this year. Qin Bao wore a single coat and sat shivering on the balcony. I'm really looking forward to it. We haven't had a snowball fight together for many years. Qin Zhe was also looking forward to it. In the living room, Wang Zijin looked at the brother and sister, sitting in a row on the balcony, and listened to their words. It was completely incomprehensible. Northerners don't understand the expectations of Southerners for snow, just as day doesn't understand the darkness of night. It was the weekend, and everyone had nothing to do. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao refused to go out, and they didn't even want to go shopping. Wang Zijin is physically and mentally exhausted by the company's affairs. Qin Bao has just returned from abroad and finished the hard work of shooting. At this moment, she wants to stay at home to watch movies and eat snacks. She doesn't want to do anything. Qin Zhe wants to do it, but Wang Zijin doesn't let him. Wang Zijin is a woman with a black heart. She is different from Suyu, who is in love and blindly greedy. She is like a capitalist, firmly controlling men's public grain. Public grain is not something you can pay if you want to pay it. The effect is very good. Qin Zhe is very obedient today. then you stay at home. I'll go out to do something. Xianxia tentatively said. What do you have to do? Anyway, you don't have to worry about the company's affairs. Today is Saturday. Qin Baobao said. If it's a private matter, do you want to find Suyu? Wang Zijin squinted. Sister Ziwei had been holding a grudge against Suyu recently for some reason. Therefore, it wasn't good to be too transparent when it came to interpersonal relationships. It wasn't convenient for Xianxia to find an excuse to go on a date with Suyu. How could I possibly look for Suyu? Xianxia said angrily, even if I die at home and jump from here, I will not go to Suyu. Wang Zijin said, oh, it smells so good. Xianxia was speechless. In fact, Suyu didn't have time to make love with him today. Nan Manpei just returned the money with interest. Today, he invited Suyu to the club to have fun. It was like an ancient man inviting his good friend to a brothel to have fun. Xianxia was wondering if he could rub off on her two best friends' activities like last time. Nan Manpei's round figure was not inferior to his sister's, and it was still fresh in his memory. A young married woman with a great figure and beauty was far more attractive than a young girl. But at 10 o'clock in the morning, he was driven out by his sisters to buy vegetables. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the property of the community knocked on the door of the house and delivered the express from the guard office. Royal View Mansion has a special place to store express packages, and then the property will deliver them door to the owner's door. A high-end community is different. As long as you spend money, you can enjoy the treatment of an emperor. What is it? Qin Baobao didn't remember that he had an unsigned express delivery. He looked at the name and saw that it was Wang Zijin. Zijin, your express delivery. Qin Baobao shouted. Wang Zijin, who was watching a variety show on the leather sofa, came. She didn't buy anything online at first, and then she was shocked. She thought, Zhao Taizhu, that smelly idiot, sent me handcuffs again? At this moment, Wang Zijin recalled the fear of being controlled by the handcuffs, and the shame of having to pee for Xianxia. Oh, this is my express delivery. It was sent from Shenzhen. It's inconvenient to write my name, so I used Sister Ziwei's name. Xianxia came out of the corridor. What is it? The sister put the package on her big chest and picked up the scissors to open the package. The package contained an eye mask, the kind that was very common in VR game halls. It was a bit heavy and full of technological feeling. This is the first batch of products from Dongfeng Technology. It's for us to try. Xianxia said, do you want to try it? The sister who loved to play games pecked the head very hard. Xianxia took out a black box, a game controller, and some messy charging cables from the package. Then he turned on the TV, connected to the internet, and logged into the Golden Shield antivirus software. Using the remote control, he opened the software library of Golden Shield antivirus. There were dozens of different software in the software library. At present, these software developers were an important channel of Golden Shield's profit. It's at the bottom. Wang Zijin reminded. Xianxia found the software at the bottom. It was the special version of a mobile game that copied Dead Pesticide. It was a game that was set in a prehistoric world, and Dong Huangtai was a big-breasted girl. It was a game that destroyed the three views of the world. Install. The game's memory was very large. It took 15 minutes for the optical fiber at home to download. Fortunately, the smart TV was the most high-end model on the market. Otherwise, it would not be able to support them to play the game. After downloading the game, he did not enter it immediately. Instead, he clicked on a small game controller icon in the upper right corner of the Golden Shield antivirus software. At the same time, Xianxia opened the small black box. In an instant, the box and the Golden Shield antivirus software were successfully connected. Just like Bluetooth, the box was the bridge between the eye mask and the game. Only then did he open the game. There was no matching mode in the game, only a man-machine mode. This was because this was a completely different game from mobile games. It did not even count as an internal game. Qin Baobao was the first to try it. The built-in image of the VR eye mask showed the game's image. Why don't you give it a try? Xianxia handed it to his sister who was eager to try it. His sister could not wait to put on the eye mask. She held the game controller in her hand. The moment she put on the eye mask, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's a real person." From her point of view, the game was no longer a 2D map. Instead, she was immersed in the Summoner's Canyon. It was similar to the current 3D effect, but more realistic. The smart TV did not have such an effect. It looked no different from a normal mobile game. The enemy will arrive in 5 seconds. Crush them. When the game started, Qin Baobao took a few steps forward subconsciously and bumped into Qin Zhe's arms. "I'm sorry," when she reacted, she quickly operated the game controller. Only then did the characters on the smart TV start moving. Qin Baobao felt like she was strolling in the Summoner's Canyon. Although the quality of the image could be seen at a glance that it was computer-generated and could not be so realistic that it could pass for real, evolving from a 2D game to a 3D game was already amazing. With that thought, she looked back and screamed, "The little soldiers behind can see everything clearly. It's really like the world of a game. A 360-degree VR game with no blind spots." That was its charm. Similar VR games had been available overseas for a long time. They were also 3D, but their vision was fixed in front. At most, it could not be shifted more than 10 degrees to either side. Even if you looked back, you would still see the image in front, except for large VR equipment. "Are you dizzy?" Qin Zhe asked. "I'm not dizzy," Qin Baobao said sweetly. "Do your eyes hurt?" "Not at all." Qin Zhe was relieved. Vertigo in the simulated world was a problem that almost all VR equipment could not overcome. This technical flaw could not be improved for the time being. But this VR equipment that was exchanged from the Point store perfectly solved this problem. At the same time, as the system said, it was within the limits of the current technology tree. It was not the kind of hacking black technology. This meant that Qin Zhe could sell it like crazy. It would not be as shocking as taking out the bamboo dragonfly from Doraemon's pocket. "How do you lock on the skill?" Qin Baobao exclaimed. Online games relied on the mouse. Mobile games automatically locked on. "How do you lock on this?" "How would I know? I've never played it before." Qin Zhe was a little envious. He wanted to play. But the smart Baobao quickly figured out the trick. When you faced the enemy, his character would turn red. This meant that the attack was locked on. Just like the archer she was playing now, when you faced the enemy's body would turn red. As long as you raised your gun and shot, you would be able to hit. But the character was moving, so you had to keep moving to lock on the enemy, which greatly increased the fun of the game. And when you were locked on, there would be a prompt in the lower left corner. You needed to move flexibly to avoid the attack. The only dissatisfaction was that after entering the 3D state, you could not always be on guard against the situation behind you. At any time, a Milk King would pounce on you from behind and attack you crazily. Qin Baobao ended the game reluctantly and gave the VR eye mask and game controller to Wang Zijin and her brother to play. When Qin Zhe finished the game experience, he found his sister curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. His teddy kidney was ready to move. His eyes lit up and he secretly pulled the little sister of the Wang family into the room. "Sister Ziwei, the children miss you," Qin Zhe said. "No, you can't even wait for the night? Can we do it at night?" "Not even at night. Why do you always want to do that? You're the one. You haven't been in and out for more than half a month. How can you bear it?" Perhaps this was the difference between men and women. Men were hard all over when they were young. Before marriage, their aunts were a hindrance, but after marriage, their aunts were a savior. Women, on the other hand, were mostly passive when they were young. When they were older, they were as fierce as tigers. "I'm doing it for your own good. You need to know how to take care of yourself when you're young. I'm your wife, not a flirtatious slut outside. Those wild flowers only enjoy the pleasure of driving with you. They talk about fast and furious, but they never care about the maintenance and refueling of the car. Only your wife is sincerely thinking about you. Do you know that? I don't have any wild flowers. You know in your heart whether you have any wild flowers or not. If I didn't know that you were scheming and cunning, I would have been fooled by you." Sister Ziwei was still the Sister Ziwei who was afraid of being F***ed. She locked the door at night again. Xianxia could tell that she was a little tired these few days. Because the VR equipment had been produced, her company had to keep up with the game development. Sister Ziwei had been worried sick during this period. Her boyfriend wasn't the kind that could last for 5 seconds. She really didn't have the energy to fool around with him until midnight. At night, Xianxia, who was alone in his room, laid on his bed and played with the VR eye mask. He thought to himself that although this thing was good, it took a lot of time and effort to develop a game. How could he develop a simple and interesting game? It seemed very difficult. Those small games that were popular on mobile phones were only suitable for mobile phones. They were meaningless on VR equipment. For example, checkers was very popular not long ago. Even if checkers were to be changed from 2D to 3D, it would be useless. What's limiting your imagination? The system suddenly came to life. Xianxia said, "System, long time no see." So I still have a system. What do you mean by that? There's a game that's very suitable for VR eye masks. It's not difficult to make, and it's more popular among men than Doom pesticide. It can quickly enter the foreign market. The system said. What game? Please pay 30 creative points first. F***CKU. During the conversation, the mobile phone dinged. Xianxia terminated the communication with the system and looked at the mobile phone. So you sent a message, this novel is great. I think my novel can be as good as it. With a link, Xianxia looked at the title of the book Love in the Age of Prosperity. At first glance, it seemed to be an ancient romance novel, but if there was no accident. He opened it and glanced at the introduction. It was really a gay novel. So he replied, even if it is not as good as it, you have mastered the core of the female novel. I will look at it first and give you advice later. Suyu, okay. Xianxia sighed and put down the mobile phone silently. Suyu would open the document and write some words in her spare time. At first, she thought of film and television adaptation, and then she would follow the rules of Xianxia as an investor and scriptwriter. She would shoot kissing scenes and bed scenes, which would make Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao angry. From last year to now, she had written a total of 500,000 or 600,000 words, and 3 books were unfinished. Teddy, who claimed to have a superior IQ, was once a failure. By chance, she saw a gay novel and was shocked. She suddenly realized that it was not that her writing was not good, but that the market was no longer the market of the past. It was the era of guns and shooting each other. It was really slippery. So she began to transcribe the gay novel and pulled Xianxia to study it together. As a steel straight man, Xianxia accompanied her to read 3 gay novels. If this didn't count as love. Later, he found that the gay novel was quite good. As long as he endured the initial discomfort of the intestines, the delicate articles written by women were quite interesting. At 11 o'clock in the evening, it was raining outside, the dark clouds were overhead, and the night sky was so deep that no stars could be seen. The winter rain had an indescribable bleakness, and the mist covered the world with a layer of gauze. The lights passed through, and the city was shrouded in the rain. Xianxia opened the window, the cold air mixed with the mist floated in, and he held a cigarette between his fingertips. What game was popular with men? It felt like nonsense. As long as it was an interesting game, men liked it. From the hot-blooded legend of the past to the present 999, I am a slag. From the land shooting games of the past to the current big luck games, men loved to eat chicken more than women. As long as the game was well made and the gameplay was interesting, no matter what genre or theme the game was, it would be very popular. Therefore, Xianxia could not figure out what kind of game the system was referring to. But 30 points, it's so expensive. I can't bear to part with it. System, are you still there? Here. When there were points to earn, the system was always on call. When there were no points to earn, the system would definitely ignore him. A song only costs 30 points. This is too expensive. Actually, the songs are all in the store and have nothing to do with me, but this idea took me 0.00001 seconds to calculate, think. The system said, of course, I can let you experience it in advance. Considering that although the system was a bit lame, the quality of the product was still trustworthy, Xianxia, who was ranked first and second in terms of points, gritted his teeth and paid 30 points. Motherf asterisk Kerr, I finally got some points from you. The system said in a happy yet helpless tone, Motherf asterisk Kerr. Xianxia was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, if I'm not satisfied with the answer, I want a refund. A game that can make men popular and is relatively easy to make, of course it's an adult game. Abbreviated as a work, crab, game. The system said. Xianxia rarely watched anime, but he still knew about the famous Japanese adult game. Liar, give me back my points. It would be strange if this thing could be sold on the market. Xianxia said angrily. This thing can't be sold in your country. You can sell it in Japan, Europe, and America, and make a lot of money. The system said, you don't even have to worry about it, you just have to find an agent. Xianxia was silent for a few seconds and felt that it was feasible. Japan was an enlightened country where educational films could be sold openly as long as they were censored. Once a 3D adult game appeared, wow, he might be the first big boss to be worshipped by Japanese otakus. How is it? Does it feel good to earn Japanese money? The system said. It feels so good. Xianxia said cheekily, no, this kind of game can't be made. For this kind of game, the most important thing was of course the clear blue image quality. In this aspect, the game Pesticide that he played during the day was actually a little lacking. Amethyst technology relied on throwing money to poach batch after batch of high-end PI talents, but to develop a 3D simulation game was still quite difficult. Then are you ready to experience it? The system said. Experience? How? I'll link it to a VR game helmet and let you experience adult games. This kind of thing was exciting just thinking about it, but Xianxia did not forget the nature of not being able to exchange for physical objects. You can touch reality? I just can't create physical objects. Although I'm not particularly outstanding in the world of systems, don't doubt a system's ability and get angry manually. The system replied. At this point, Xianxia put on the VR glasses and held the controller. Please start your performance. Please open your dog eyes. The system retorted. In his mind, Xianxia heard the long-awaited, emotionless electronic voice. Generating program starting. The next moment, an image appeared on the fluorescent blue screen. With a pink background, there were 3 lines of Chinese in the middle, younger sister, elder sister, young woman, F***ck, I'm already excited before it even starts. The elder sister was the most exciting to Xianxia, but he did not choose it. Like leaving the best food for last, he chose the younger sister that he disliked the most. The image changed, and 4 avatars appeared, Suyu, Zhang Yunqi, Chenqing Yuan, Pei Ziki. Xianxia was speechless. F***cku, why is my cousin in there too? Those 2 are my biological cousins, you beast system. These are the characters that I simulated based on the scale of reality. Whether it's the figure or personality, it's all the same. Don't you want to see your cousin's figure? The system said. I'm not a syscon. As a qualified syscon, Xianxia felt insulted. He manipulated the game controller, and the cursor wandered between Suyu and Zhang Yunqi's avatars. I'll try. He clenched his teeth and chose Suyu. In the beautiful music, the image slowly opened. The background was his uncle's house. His cousin Suyu had tears in her eyes. She looked pitiful and cute. Cousin, Dad lost money again. The image was very realistic, more realistic than 3D, but not as realistic as reality. But the voice was 100% the same. At this time, 2 options popped up, turn and leave or comfort gently. This is the benefit I'm giving you. If you really want to develop this convenient game, I can help with the game production, but the realism will be slightly reduced. The system said. Xianxia ignored it and chose comfort gently. Then, his cousin in the image laughed and said with a blushing face, cousin is so nice, cousin is so gentle. Yuyu was quite cute like this. Suyu said, cousin, let's play. Agree, disagree, agree. 10 minutes later. Your affinity with your cousin has increased to 80%. Do you want to try more intimate actions? Xianxia was speechless. I'm just experiencing the game. Yes, experiencing the game. Yes. The image suddenly changed. Suyu, wearing a set of white kawaii lingerie, fell on the bed with tears in her eyes. Ouch, cousin is so annoying. You bully me. The young girl's slender and fair body was in full view. Her round and smooth little butt, her small and sharp breasts, her soft and white lower abdomen, her tight waist, and her slender and well-proportioned pair of jade-like legs. Because it was so realistic, it gave people the illusion that it was right in front of them. It was more realistic than the 3D manga he had seen, Xianxia, degree, as expected of a game sold in Japan. Let's see how evil you are. He chose apologize in the new notification. My cousin has accepted your apology and confessed her love to you. Actually, I've liked cousin for a long time. It was a shy expression. The image froze on his cousin's shy expression. 2 lines of text popped up in the upper right corner. Confession accepted, confession not accepted. I just want to see how far this lousy game can go. With that in mind, Xianxia chose to accept the confession. In the main view, he reached out his hand and touched his cousin's chest. Even if cousin has love, it's okay, right? Xianxia couldn't help but widen his eyes because the hands went behind the girl's back and undid her bra without hesitation. Hey, hit the horse system. Xianxia was blinded by the pair in front of him. No, quit. He seemed to see his uncle rushing towards him with a 49-meter-long sword. Game over, the image returned to the main interface. How do you feel? The system's voice was full of ridicule. My heart doesn't waver at all, I even feel ashamed. Xianxia said seriously, anyway, it's fake. No, this is based on a real person scan. I've seen my cousin's breasts. Are you excited? The system argued. See your ass, this game is too easy, there's no challenge at all. Xianxia said angrily, why don't you hit the horse instead of the Japanese AV? It's a private experience, why do you have to hit the horse? Also, according to your otaku's ideal sister, she's always secretly in love with her brother and is easy to push down. If you want to challenge the higher difficulty, you can try the sister series. Oh, this doesn't seem too difficult, then choose the young woman series. The system said. Since you said so, it seems like I'll be too pretentious if I don't try again. Xianxia said. And so the game started again, this time Xianxia decisively chose the young woman series. The content of the young woman series was relatively simple, based on Xianxia's network and vision. There was only one shortlisted, Nan Man Pei. He clicked on the start of the game. The scene was at the Huangpu River, where he met the fierce Nan Man Pei last year. Young man, you're quite skilled. That day, Nan Man Pei, who was wearing a standard office lady suit, said so. The game was perfectly restored. Queen, please let me kneel and lick your shoes. Oh, this lady's breasts are so low, let me feel to see if they're real or fake. There were only 2 choices. Xianxia said. Isn't there anything more normal? The system said, you said you wanted the more difficult one. After hesitating for a moment, he chose the second option. With Sister Man's personality, if he chose the first option, she would turn around and leave without any expression. At most, she would show a disgusting maggot expression. Unsurprisingly, he was beaten up by Nan Man Pei and was sent to the hospital. I can't beat her? No matter on or off the bed, I'll beat her until she calls me daddy, okay? Xianxia was unconvinced. At that time, you really couldn't beat her. The system said. Xianxia, also, I shouldn't have stayed in the hospital. I should have sunk into the Huangpu River. The system was speechless. The game screen was in the hospital. Nan Man Pei asked someone to send him to the hospital so that he could visit him. It could be seen that elder Sister Man's character was as firm as her chest. She was not a scum who would kill without caring about burying. At this moment, the game notifications came again. Little lady, you're visiting me out of kindness. Have you taken a fancy to me? Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me. There was no need to hesitate. He chose the latter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play the game. Nan Man Pei, you're quite sensible. What's with what you said earlier? The game gave him a choice. Maybe you're a masochist. It's free to give it a try. As the old saying goes, if you're popular, you'll have to work in the sea. I just want to F***CKU. There was no way to play this side quest. Xianxia helplessly typed GG. Game over. Xianxia exited the main interface and started playing again. This time, he did not waste time. He chose the option of Queen, I want to kneel and lick your shoes. Then, she was recruited by Nan Man Pei into the security company. She began her game life as a domineering female CEO. He felt that if he had followed Elder Sister Man, the main plot of this book would have been the same as other web novels. The system was right. The character's personality did imitate real people. Xianxia noticed that Elder Sister Man's answers were very consistent with her personality. She had the gentleness and intelligence of a woman, but also the dominance and fierceness of a person. Like Japanese adult games, this was a game to capture girls. The ultimate goal was to have sex. Elder Sister Man's character capture strategy was very troublesome. She failed several times. Xianxia kept repeating it and had a lot of fun. Until 1 o'clock in the morning, Xianxia was still capturing Queen Nan Man Pei. He seemed to understand why so many Japanese otakus liked to play adult games. Sex was one thing, and enjoying the process of capturing girls was another. Gradually, Nan Man Pei became a game character in his heart, a game wife. Every time the system gave him an option, he had to carefully consider it. Because if he chose any wrong option, the game would end and the capture strategy would fail. Because of this, it was very interesting. Xianxia was also looking forward to seeing Nan Man Pei's reaction. For example, now, brother ex-husband appeared. Through a short video, it reflected brother ex-husband's clinginess and Nan Man Pei's impatience. When the video ended, Nan Man Pei looked sad. Why did this man still appear? He made me sad and angry. Sad, so Elder Sister Man was not only angry but also sad, that's right. With her proud personality, she must have been sad. It had nothing to do with love. But you couldn't see it from her appearance. Elder Sister Man was wearing a thick armor. The game gave him the options of gentle comfort and indifferent. After thinking for a while, Xianxia chose gentle comfort. Nan Man Pei, do you have time at noon? Come to my house for lunch. Nan Man Pei made an invitation, agree and disagree. The screen changed to Nan Man Pei's house. The five of them sat at the dining table to eat. This scene was very familiar. It was the scene when brother ex-husband came to their house for lunch. So she is using me as a shield? Okay, this is very Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei, Chow Bing, this is my boyfriend. The game gave Xianxia the options of cooperate with Nan Man Pei and bang the table and stand up. What the hell is bang the table and stand up? That day, he chose to cooperate with Elder Sister Man. If he followed this option, the game could continue. But Xianxia couldn't hold back his curiosity and chose to bang the table and stand up. So he slammed the table and stood up, criticizing brother ex-husband at length. The general meaning was, I have never seen such a shameless person. You abandoned Man and still pestered her. Man is my woman. If you dare to pester her again, I will beat the shit out of you. The subtitles flashed by quickly, scolding brother ex-husband. The plot of eating ended here. At the door of the villa, Nan Man Pei blushed and said, thank you. Oh my god, Xianxia was shocked. When has Elder Sister Man been so shy and bashful? Please for a sack of beans. I wanted to bang the table and stand up to scold brother ex-husband. Has Elder Sister Man been conquered by me? You are welcome. It is what I should do. What are you talking about? I am a man. Probably because he had always been gentle and polite in front of Nan Man Pei, he chose the latter. Nan Man Pei said shyly, I like masculine men. So Elder Sister Man likes bossy presidents. The plot continued. It was Nan Man Pei's birthday. Speaking of which, Xianxia didn't even know the month and date of her birthday. Today is my birthday. Shall we have dinner together? Ah, I am so sorry. I forgot your birthday. Xianxia, of course, chose yes. Then a few options popped up on the game interface, send roses, send chocolate, send sculpture, and send euro. The first three options were fine, but what the hell was with the euro? Xianxia felt that it was a trap of the game. If he chose it, it would end the game. But it was already very late. He planned to sleep, so he chose send gyro. How did you know that I like gyro? This is my favorite birthday present. Nan Man Pei almost cried tears of joy. Xianxia's face was filled with black question marks. Could it be that this wasn't a trap that led to their failure? Fortunately, Nan Man Pei explained that the first birthday present she received from her father was a euro. Her father always liked that she was a boy, so he gave her a euro. Xianxia also played the euro when he was young. His uncle got someone to buy one for him. It was still in the small warehouse at home. At 2 o'clock in the morning, after a long game, Nan Man Pei finally fell in love with him. At this moment, Xianxia cried tears of joy. This F***king game, I played it for 3 hours. Elder sister Man was indeed difficult to win over. Even in the game, she was a tough nut to crack. I have been so tired all these years. I have been working alone until now. Are you willing to take over my company? Xianxia chose yes. Then there was a 20-second short clip. They got married. Then they entered the bridal chamber. It's here. Those evil hands appeared again. A few hours ago, they took off Suyu's little omen sneakily. Xianxia was suddenly energized, and his sleepiness disappeared. After a series of fierce maneuvers, the beauty on the bed was suddenly naked. This time, the system made mosaic, but the mosaic was very perfunctory. It was like a Japanese film, only a little bit of mosaic. System, Xianxia said seriously, if it's art, please don't hit me. If it's erotic, please don't let me experience it. System, haha. Xianxia was about to carefully admire it when the scene changed again. The camera zoomed out. She was lying on the bed, and he could only see the graceful curves of her body. And at the bottom of the main view, there was a mosaic, darling, I'm here. Call me little man, don't blow my ear, I can't stand it. Amidst the ambiguous and melodious music and soft moans, they finished scattering flowers. In the middle of the night, Sister Ziwei must be asleep. It was inconvenient to knock on the door. Suyu was too far away to reach. He sighed helplessly. Sleep, sleep. Sister Man's favorite gift was a spinning top. Sister Man's sensitive part was her ears. Sister Man liked overbearing presidents. Sister Man hoped that the person she liked would call her little man. While doing the game summary, he entered the dream. The next day was Sunday. Xianxia accompanied Wang Zijin for a morning run with a bitter face. Why are you pulling a long face? Wang Zijin, who had already noticed his expression, panted and squinted. Don't you know why I'm pulling a long face? Xianxia said in a bad mood, no matter if it's a man or a woman, if they can't be satisfied, they'll cheat. Wang Zijin snorted, you dare. Xianxia argued back, I don't dare, but my avatar does. It's normal if it's drunk and makes a mistake. No matter how smart Wang Zijin was, she had no experience after all. She was proficient in controlling men, but not her husband. After thinking about it, she felt that it made sense. She used too much force. Then I'll leave the door open for you at night. Remember to come later. After that, she saw Xianxia's glowing face and his eyes shining. Thinking of his motor power, she panicked slightly and said, don't stay too late. You have to go to work tomorrow. I'll try to keep the speed constant. Xianxia said. After buying breakfast, he got home. His sister was playing games in the living room, wearing a VR mask, sitting on the sofa with her small back straight. Internet addict girl. Sister, stop playing. Eat breakfast. Xianxia called. Wait for me to finish this game. Cancel it. It's single player anyway. Oh, you're annoying. I'm too lazy to care about you. Xianxia and Wang Zijin sat down to eat breakfast. His cell phone rang. It was Suyu. Wang Zijin looked at it, maybe something happened at the company. Xianxia weakly defended himself and answered the phone, what's up? I'm eating with my sister. If you have something to say it quickly. He reminded Suyu not to coquettishly call him husband. Suyu said, are you free today? Xianxia, what's up? Suyu said, today is Sister Man's birthday. She invited us to her house for dinner. Xianxia? End of chapter 681. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.